Chapter 1: Binding the Pickup System. It's not a sin for a man to cry. A tough boy was howling in the KTV with a microphone. In the corner of the private room, another handsome boy was huddled in the corner and roared angrily. He just has a few bucks, doesn't he? Suing. How much have I sacrificed for you in the past 2 years? You actually dumped me. You're going to regret it. Okay, third brother, don't be sad. 3-legged frogs are hard to find, but 2-legged women are plenty. That's right, suing isn't a good person either. She just treats you as a long-term meal ticket. There's no need to be sad for someone like that. Brothers, drink first. I'm going to the bathroom. Shinfei said and quietly left the private room. Shinfei actually didn't drink much, after all, the drinks in KTV were shockingly expensive. No matter how bad your mood is, there is no need to be stingy with money. As soon as he arrived at the public restroom, a girl came out of the women's restroom. She went straight to the sink and never glanced at Shinfei. Shinfei has become accustomed to being ignored by girls. However, Shinfei kept glancing at the girl from time to time. The black miniskirt suit exposed her round, slender thighs. From this angle, her hips were facing him. Even Su Ying's figure couldn't compare to this girl's. Suddenly, the girl raised her eyes and noticed Shinfei's gaze. The girl mumbled something, but Shinfei couldn't hear clearly what she said. Then she twisted her waist and left. Shinfei was stunned for a long while. To be honest, it was the first time he met such a beautiful girl. Shaking his head, Shinfei went to the bathroom listlessly, and his roommates also came out of the private room. After being together for a few years, we know each other very well. Shinfei's family was the poorest, and his roommates were embarrassed to spend his money. Why don't you continue singing? Singing is too tiring for your voice. My throat is smoking. Okay, let's go back. The dormitory leader Lu Bo hugged Shinfei and walked down the stairs. Arriving at the front desk, Shinfei was about to pay when Zhang Xiang took out his phone to scan the code. Let me do it, second brother. Shinfei quickly grabbed his roommate. I'll do it. Why are you being so polite with us brothers? Although Shinfei was usually stingy, he was never shy about spending money when it was his turn. Having just broken up with his boyfriend today, and having his roommates accompany him was already embarrassing enough, how could he possibly let someone else pay for dinner? Just as a few of the boys were arguing with each other, a voice floated from behind. A few boys were still hesitating about paying the bill. When they turned around, they saw several beautiful young ladies appear behind them. Shinfei blushed immediately when he saw a girl in the crowd. She was the beautiful girl I met in the bathroom just now. Aren't these boys from the history department of our school? The girl who was shouting behind him just now recognized a few people. Her eyes swept around and finally fell on Shinfei. Your name is Shinfei? Yes, it's me. Shinfei was still a little confused. Being stared at by the girl, Shinfei suddenly became nervous. Is this girl secretly in love with me? Although she is not as pretty as the girl in the black short skirt, she is still okay. Just when Shinfei was daydreaming, a glint of disdain flashed in the girl's eyes. Ziyun, this guy is a famous bootlicker in our school. I heard that he pursued a girl from the School of Management for 2 whole years. He even lent her money to buy cosmetics to please her. He is Shinfei? Haha, he really looks like a loser. Another girl also said disdainfully. Shut up. Don't say bad things about my brother. Lu Bo drank some wine and yelled at the girls. Shinfei didn't want to lose face in front of that beautiful woman and just wanted to leave quickly. He whispered, sorry, my brother drank too much. I apologize to you on his behalf. If an apology is useful, why do we need the police? The girl who had just mocked Shinfei refused to give in. Okay, Yuan. The girl in the black miniskirt frowned and said, and Wang Yuan really didn't say anything else. The girl in the black miniskirt ignored Shinfei and the others. Shinfei secretly glanced at the girl again and had a better impression of her. After paying the bill, several people in the dormitory left the KTV. Shinfei was surprised to find that several people in the dormitory were actually discussing the beautiful woman in the black miniskirt. The school belle is the school belle, so beautiful. Yeah, that beauty, that figure, perfect. Anyone who can be her boyfriend would be so lucky. Shinfei wanted to ask her name, but in the end he didn't. How could such a super beauty possibly have anything to do with him? It would be pointless to ask. Today was the first day of the National Day holiday. Several of his roommates, all locals, had taken taxis home, leaving Shinfei alone to take the bus back to school. Just after taking a few steps, a silver bell-like laughter came from behind. Shinfei turned his head and saw those girls. Ziyun, look, it's that guy again. Could he be a stalker? Did he stay here to wait for us on purpose and then do something bad? Wang Yuan pointed at Shinfei and said. The two sides were only a dozen meters apart. Wang Yuan deliberately did not lower her voice, and all her words reached Shinfei's ears. But he could only turn his head away in inferiority, not daring to look at the other person directly. Huh, you're too embarrassed to face people now that you've been exposed? This kind of loser guy, who can't find a partner for years, probably has some mental problems. I'm a little hungry. Xia Ziyun seemed to not care about Shinfei at all, and said with a pout. I'm a little hungry too. Several girls came to a street stall and ate spicy hot pot. On the other side, Shinfei walked towards the bus stop with his head down. Buzz. There was a vibration in my trouser pocket. Shinfei mechanically took out his cell phone, which he was preparing to give to Suing as a birthday present. Seeing the cell phone, Shinfei felt even sadder. Just as he stood up and was about to throw it in the trash can. Bite. Super pickup system activated. Host detected, binding successful. What the hell? Shinfei stared at the phone. The sound seemed to be coming from the phone. He just picked up his phone. Suddenly, a virtual interface appeared in the retina. System amount, 100 trillion. Shinfei was really scared by the thing that suddenly appeared in front of him. 100 trillion fucking trillions. What is the concept of 1 trillion? The wealth of the world's richest man converted into Chinese yuan is less than 1 trillion. Does he have wealth 10,000 times that of the world's richest man? The system voice sounded again, ding, system activated, automatically capturing the target character, Xia Ziyun. Just when Shinfei was still confused. The system sound came again. Warm reminder, the host's account funds are for flirting with girls. They cannot be spent on yourself and can only be used for flirting with girls. Whenever the host flirts with girls, all expenses will be borne by the system. If the flirting is successful, the host will receive 50% of the total consumption as a reward. If the flirting process does not cost a penny, the system will give a special reward. Name, Xia Ziyun. Age, 20 years old. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 8.9. Favorability, 10. The seduction strategy mission is now open. If your favorability is 90, the strategy is successful. Upon success, you will receive 50% of your spending money or a special reward. Shinfei understood it immediately. This huge sum of money could only be spent on the girl. Once the conquest was successful, half of the money would be kept in his name. Turning his head and glancing at the girls who had finished eating and were about to leave, Shinfei suddenly turned around. He walked straight towards Xia Ziyun. Chapter 2, Counterattack and Slap in the Face. Shall I help you with the check? Shinfei suddenly took out his cell phone before the girls. At this time, Xia Ziyun and Shinfei were less than half a meter apart. You can even smell the girl's faint fragrance from a close distance. No need. Xia Ziyun said expressionlessly. Xia Ziyun, favorability 5. Xia Ziyun, favorability 5. Favorability? Shinfei's retina showed Xia Ziyun's favorability towards him. Obviously, this is a function that only appears after the system selects a target, and the favorability of the other girls does not appear. 20 is exactly Xia Ziyun's current level of favorability towards Shinfei. Shinfei felt a little disappointed. He thought that Xia Ziyun defended him just now because she was interested in him. It turns out the favorability is so low. I'm being too sentimental again. But it doesn't matter. Now that Shinfei has the system, his counterattack is just around the corner. Hey, why are you pretending to be a loser? If you were really a rich second generation, would Suing dump you? Wang Yuan sneered with her hands folded. That's right, if you want to show off, don't treat yourself to this crappy malatang. A meal of malatang is only worth a few bucks. Another girl also sneered. But Shinfei ignored these people and paid the bill quickly. The moment the payment arrived sounded. Shinfei felt relaxed all over. Yes, this money for picking up girls is real. Just when Shinfei paid the bill, Xia Ziyun, favorability 10. Shen Fei? Shen Fei, a 24K pure loser, had no idea before that the girl didn't like him, and forcing him to lick her would only increase the disgust. After figuring this out, Shen Fei felt a lot more relieved. No wonder all my previous attempts to please Suing were met with even more disdain. Xia Ziyun picked up her bag and was about to leave. Shen Fei suddenly stepped forward and said, "Xia Ziyun, can I add you on WeChat?" Phew. At this moment, Wang Yuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha, Shen Fei, are you crazy? So many people are chasing our Ziyun, giving her all kinds of expensive gifts, but she can't accept them all. You treat us to a spicy hot pot meal and still want the goddess's WeChat? Wake up." That's right, a loser is. Loser, we and Ziyun don't have time to bother with you. Sure enough, Xia Ziyun stood up coldly without even looking at Shen Fei. At the same time, Xia Ziyun's favorability dropped by another 5 points. Before leaving, Wang Yuan sneered, "I advise you to show some sincerity next time you pursue a goddess. Don't act like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world." Wait. Show some sincerity, right? Okay. I will cover all of Ziyun's expenses tonight. Shen Fei suddenly spoke. At this time, Xia Ziyun also turned her head and looked at Shen Fei with a little surprise. She hasn't spoken yet. Wang Yuan sneered and said, "Are you sure?" "Yeah." Shen Fei nodded firmly. Wanda Plaza. Since the KTV they just went to was inside Wanda Plaza, they immediately arrived at the mall. Yuan, why did you agree to him?" Xia Ziyun asked. "Ha, who told that kid to puff up his face and act rich? He's just a loser, but he still has to act rich. Today, I'm going to strip him of his underwear and make him lose face." Xia Ziyun frowned slightly, as if she felt that this was not a good idea. But Wang Yuan had already dragged her into a Louis Vuitton luggage store, commonly known as LV. Shen Fei also followed a few girls into the store. This kid really dares to follow in. Wang Yuan glanced at Shen Fei with disdain. Immediately, Wang Yuan actually started to choose a bag. Xia Ziyun could only stand there helplessly and watch her best friend make a fuss. Shen Fei was standing 1 meter behind Xia Ziyun, but Xia Ziyun showed no intention of turning around to talk to him. Shen Fei was not idle either, his eyes swept over Xia Ziyun wantonly. I have to say, Xia Ziyun has a really good figure. The hip-hugging short skirt makes her figure more attractive, and her neat shoulder-length hair, paired with the popular long earrings, makes her a rare beauty even in the whole of Yunda. Just as Shen Fei was looking around, suddenly another guest arrived. "Xiaoying, let's buy a bag next time." "No, I want it now. Otherwise I will ignore you." "Aren't you afraid that I will find another boy?" Suing said with a pout. "Damn it, this bitch, she just broke up with me last month, and now she's with that bootlicker Shen Fei. Who the hell can't you be with? Do you have to disgust me with that kind of rubbish?" Lu Yang's eyelids twitched wildly, but he suppressed his displeasure. Still smiling, he said, "I was in a hurry to leave today and didn't bring enough money. Maybe next time? I'll definitely do it next time." As a result, Lu Yang had just finished speaking. When I looked up, I saw Shen Fei. Lu Yang said coldly, "What bad luck. Damn, how could I run into shit in a store like this?" Suing was also stunned. She didn't expect to meet him here. Suing took the initiative to hug Lu Yang's arm and said, "Hey, you didn't come here on purpose to follow me? And you're trying to create an encounter? Isn't that childish? I've already reconciled with Brother Yang. Don't let your wishful thinking go on." Looking at Suing hugging Lu Yang, Shen Fei felt nauseous. For 2 years, he has taken care of Suing meticulously. No matter what outrageous request Suing made, he never refused. Even last month, this scumbag abandoned Suing after making her pregnant. He took Suing to have an abortion and paid for her surgery. Who would have thought that within a few days this pair of dogs would get together again? And Suing let Shen Fei go as if he were throwing away garbage. 2 years of hard work, and it's all just feeding the dog. In an instant, Shen Fei felt sorry for himself. He was so blind that he actually liked such a woman. "Hey, Shen Fei, you've chosen your bag." At this time, Wang Yuan came over carrying a valuable bag. "Wow, Shen Fei, this is great. This is a Louis Vuitton tribute patchwork. The price is about 300,000, and it was a global hit last year." Lu Yang is quite knowledgeable about brand name bags and directly told the origin of this bag. Wang Yuan had a sneer on her face at this time. If she wanted to deal with Xinfei, she would naturally be ruthless. I just told the clerk that I wanted the most expensive bag in the store. So the clerk took out this one. Pay the bill. Okay. Xinfei went straight to the front desk without saying anything. Xia Ziyun was just about to stop Xinfei and end today's farce. But who knew that as soon as she approached, the news of successful card swiping came out. Su Ying and Lu Yang on the side were both stunned. What? Is this a successful card swipe? That's one of the top 10 bags in the world in 2020. How could Xinfei have so much money? Xia Ziyun covered her mouth, her eyes full of surprise. She hadn't had a good impression of Xinfei to begin with, and she had heard that he was a bootlicker. Who would have thought that he would buy a 300,000 yuan bag without blinking an eye? At this time, Xinfei unexpectedly discovered that Xia Ziyun's favorability towards him was increasing. In a blink of an eye, the favorability level went from 25 to 10. Although this level of favorability is not enough to make Xia Ziyun fall in love with Xinfei, it is even weaker than that of a passerby. But it's a good start. Looking at Wang Yuan again, she was completely petrified on the spot. She wanted to embarrass Xinfei, but ended up making him show off? This is not the end yet. Xinfei actually walked up to Xia Ziyun and took her hand. Before the girl could react, he strode out of the bag store. To others, it seemed as if they were really a couple. Before leaving, Xinfei did not forget to tell Wang Yuan, "Remember to take your bag." Hey! When did I become your maid? Wang Yuan said angrily. But Su Ying was even more shocked. Not only can Xinfei afford brand name bags, he even found a girlfriend who was far more beautiful than him? Chapter 3, I'll take over this shop. No matter what I say today, I can't lose to Xinfei. Su Ying swore secretly in her heart. Brother Yang, I've got my eye on this bag, can you buy it for me? Su Ying pointed to a bag worth hundreds of thousands of yuan and said. The veins on Lu Yang's forehead were throbbing. A bag worth hundreds of thousands? Lu Yang's family was relatively well off. His parents owned a factory, with assets worth 3 to 500 million yuan. They were also quite influential in Yuncheng. However, his pocket money was not that much, so it was impossible for him to afford such an expensive bag. What bag did you buy? Why are you so materialistic? Su Ying, I don't like materialistic women. Are you with me just for my money? Lu Yang instantly put on the arrogant look of a rich second generation. Su Ying was also angry. Xinfei just bought a 300,000 yuan bag without blinking an eye. Are you even worse than him? I asked you for a bag worth hundreds of thousands of yuan and you were too reluctant to buy it. I should have known not to get back together with you. After saying that, Su Ying left the store angrily. Okay, can you let go of my hands now? Walking out of the LV store, Xia Ziyun said. I have to say that this woman has a high EQ. She seemed to have seen the relationship between Xinfei and Su Ying just now, so she deliberately did not expose it. Now he spoke after he had walked away. Xinfei also quickly let go of his hand and said quickly, I'm sorry, I made you cooperate with me in a play just now. Xia Ziyun turned around and walked towards her best friend, took the bag and handed it to Xinfei. Okay, I'll give it back to you after the show is over. The tag is still on, so you can return it later. In Xia Ziyun's opinion, Xinfei is definitely not as bad as the rumors say, as he can easily buy a bag worth more than 300,000 yuan with a credit card. And he should be a low-key rich second generation. That's why her favorability towards Xinfei returned to normal. But that's all. She simply couldn't believe that someone she had only met once would give her such an expensive gift. As a result, Xinfei pushed the bag back. I said it was a gift for you, why would you want it back? But this bag is too expensive. Hey, Ziyun, this is a gift from Xinfei, why are you rejecting him? Wang Yuan accepted the bag for Xia Ziyun without hesitation. Seeing that Xinfei looked normal. Xia Ziyun, favorability plus 10. She originally thought that Xinfei was just showing off in front of his ex-girlfriend. After all, even if he was really a rich second generation, it would be painful to spend 300,000 on a girl he just met. But Xinfei remained calm. Isn't there a popular saying on the internet that the way to measure how much a boy likes you is to see how much money he is willing to spend on you? Just when Xia Ziyun was about to leave the mall, Wang Yuan started to make trouble again. Xinfei, didn't you just say that you'll pay for all the expenses tonight? It's still early. Why don't you buy Ziyun a few more sets of clothes? As she spoke, Wang Yuan glanced at a high-end women's clothing store. Yuan, forget it. Let's go back. Xia Ziyun was just about to find a way out for Shinfei, but Shinfei said, it's my fault. I didn't think things through. It's not enough to just buy a bag. You have to buy clothes too. As he spoke, Shinfei actually took the initiative to walk into the store. Wang Yuan fell behind and said, I guess you were heartbroken just now? And you're pretending to be calm? The clothes in this store are super expensive. I'll make you cry later. Wang Yuan had no idea that Shinfei was already overjoyed. Is Shinfei afraid of spending money? No. Shinfei is afraid of spending too little. He still has 10 trillion yuan in funds to pick up girls, and at this rate, he may not be able to spend it all in several lifetimes. As long as the strategy is successful, half of the consumption amount will be yours. Shinfei was eager to spend more. Even now, he regretted that he had spent too little at the LV store. He should have bought a limited edition model. At this time, Xia Ziyun's roommates and Shinfei came to the women's clothing store again. Although Shinfei had never heard of the brand, the prices on the tags were not low. Any women's shirt cost more than 1,000 yuan. Shinfei, let's just forget it. This time, while Wang Yuan and others were choosing clothes, Xia Ziyun took the initiative to come to Shinfei and persuade him. She held up the bag in her hand and said, You just gave me such an expensive bag. I don't know how to repay you. Buying me clothes is really unacceptable. But Xia Ziyun hadn't finished speaking. Then I saw Wang Yuan walking over with a pile of clothes. People who don't know her might think she is the store's warehouse manager. Oh my god, Yuan, what are you doing? Xia Ziyun was stunned. To buy you clothes, of course? Bang. Wang Yuan temporarily threw the clothes on the ground and went to pick them up. At this moment, Shinfei said, Okay, don't go get it. One sentence changes the atmosphere instantly. Wang Yuan's face immediately lit up with joy. Haha, how come your true nature finally showed up? You just talked a lot of nonsense, but you're already feeling bad when I just took a few clothes? Don't take on jobs you don't have the skills to handle. That's right, you're a grown man, but what you say is like fart. Ziyun, I know men are unreliable. He's already worried about how much you've spent. He even brazenly said he'd cover all your expenses tonight. Xia Ziyun frowned and said, Yuan, I actually think we've gone too far. Xia Ziyun felt really bad that she and Shinfei were not related, nor were they boyfriend and girlfriend. She had to spend so much money on him just because of a joke. Okay, return all the clothes. Xia Ziyun said this, and her favorability towards Shinfei did not increase or decrease. It was obvious that she really felt sorry for Shinfei. After Shinfei made a decision in his mind, he pointed at the pile of clothes that Wang Yuan had thrown on the ground and said, She picked these clothes. I don't want any of them. Except for these clothes, I own all the clothes in your store. What? Are you sure, sir? The salesgirl was confused. Do you think I'm joking? Shinfei said seriously. Wang Yuan was confused. Xia Ziyun was also confused. What's going on? Wasn't it that Shinfei stopped Wang Yuan just now not because he felt sorry for the money, but because he was disgusted by her? This store has at least 1 million worth of clothes, including the warehouse. Does he really want to buy them all? Shinfei snapped his fingers and pulled out his black card. It had appeared in Shinfei's pocket when he linked the system. Swipe the card. Finish. It took Shinfei less than 10 seconds to think about booking the entire store. This is simply inhumane. Shinfei, return the money quickly. How am I going to wear all these clothes? Today was just a joke, why did you take it so seriously? But Shinfei didn't respond, and instead asked, Ziyun, what else do you need? A watch? Xia Ziyun's eyelids were twitching. What is Shinfei's background? Maybe he'll take over the famous watch store as well. How can she pay him back? However, given Shinfei's domineering CEO-like performance. Xia Ziyun, favorability plus 10. Xia Ziyun, favorability plus 10. Shinfei turned to the clerk and said, As for the clothes, I'll keep them here for now. Is there enough space in the warehouse? Enough, sir, enough. Okay, this lady can come to choose clothes at any time. You must receive her well. Of course. The salesperson was particularly nice to a rich man like Shinfei. She looked at Shinfei and thought to herself, you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the depth of the sea by a bucket. He's wearing these cheap clothes, but he's actually a big shot. Shinfei, you bought so many clothes that I can't wear them all. Xia Ziyun still wanted to persuade Shinfei. But Shinfei said without question, well, since you've already bought it, there's no reason to return it. You can't wear so many, so give them to your roommates. Except her, of course. Shinfei pointed at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan's face turned pale instantly. Chapter 4: Su Ying's mental collapse. Immediately, Shinfei showed his white teeth and said, I was just joking. Wang Yuan's expression also eased a little. Xia Ziyun, favorability +5. How could a rich, domineering and emotionally intelligent boy not be popular with girls? If Shinfei was really petty and nitpicky and argued with Wang Yuan, it would only lower Xia Ziyun's favorability towards him. After a wave of operations, Xia Ziyun's favorability towards Shinfei soared directly from negative to 35. Over 30 means you have a good impression of this person and there is potential for further development. And today Shinfei also plans to stop here. According to the diminishing marginal returns, it is difficult to increase favorability in the short term even if you consume more. Xia Ziyun did not return empty-handed. She asked her best friend to pick out a few clothes she liked and left the store. When I reached the second floor, Xia Ziyun suddenly said, Shinfei, thank you so much today. You bought me so many things. Why don't I buy you some clothes too? But please don't despise me. Xia Ziyun smiled sweetly as she spoke. Wang Yuan was stunned. Xia Ziyun was the most beautiful girl in the school of management and rarely treated boys in this way. Who would have thought she would actually take the initiative to buy clothes for Shinfei? Shinfei immediately nodded in agreement. As it was getting late, we didn't spend too much time shopping. However, Xia Ziyun really put a lot of thought into choosing her clothes. A set of fashionable clothes that suited Shinfei very well. The whole set cost more than 2,000 yuan. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. Shinfei changed his clothes, and Xia Ziyun's eyes suddenly lit up when she looked at him. I didn't realize that Shinfei is actually quite handsome. Xia Ziyun, favorability +5. Shinfei? What the hell? He has been used to feeling inferior for so many years, and he never thought that one day a girl would be more fond of him because of his good looks. Shinfei glanced at himself in the mirror. He was indeed much more energetic. But it was a pity that his hairstyle was too lowbrow. Change your hairstyle tomorrow. With the system for picking up girls, Shinfei also unconsciously began to pay attention to his appearance. After all, if you succeed in picking up girls, you can also get rich rewards. You can't be as unkempt as before. After walking out of the mall, Xia Ziyun said, Shinfei, have you parked your car in the parking lot? Why don't we go get it together? Xia Ziyun's family had some money. She usually drove a red Audi A4, and her roommate came in her car. Shinfei spent millions today without blinking an eye, so she thought Shinfei must be a low-key rich second generation. How could he not have a car? Shinfei scratched his head. I'm not driving, so you guys drive slowly and I'll take a taxi back. After saying that, Shinfei left embarrassedly. Who knew he couldn't take more than a few steps? Xia Ziyun, favorability +10. At this time, Xia Ziyun's favorability towards him had reached 50. Shinfei was stunned. How could not having a car increase favorability? Just now, when he told Xia Ziyun that he didn't have a car, his face turned red, for fear that she would despise him. But Xia Ziyun didn't think so. Shinfei is rich, yet he is so low-key. It is really rare. Nowadays, those rich second generations, relying on the money their families have, are all too proud to show off. Luxury cars, luxury watches, and luxury brands. He is afraid that others don't know that his family is rich, so he wants to carve the words rich second generation on his face. On the other hand, Shinfei always wears clean and tidy clothes and never drives a car. People who don't know him have no idea how deep Shinfei's background is. You know, a college student can easily control hundreds of thousands of cash, and his family has at least billions of assets. When Shinfei returned to the dormitory, he was a little confused. What happened today was truly shocking. Not only did he have an extra system, but he also had an encounter with a great beauty like Xia Ziyun. In the past, Shinfei would never have dared to dream of this. At this time, Shinfei's cell phone rang. It was a message from the group. This small group only had a few brothers in the dormitory. Fizi, have you gone home yet? You're all alone in the dorm, aren't you going to research Japanese art films again? I went on a date. Shinfei said truthfully. Fuck, that's great. We were worried about you, but it seems we were overthinking it. I didn't expect you to find a new partner so soon. Who are you dating? Someone from our class? Xia Ziyun. After Shinfei typed these words, the group was silent for a few seconds. Then my roommate sent me a voice message. Shinfei first heard a roar of laughter, and then Lubo breathlessly said, "You can't even brag." Xia Ziyun? The beauty I met at the KTV? Come on, she's the beauty of the School of Management. There are so many people chasing after her, many rich second generations, but Xia Ziyun doesn't even like them. Will she date you? Third brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but the lies you tell should be more reliable. Poochie. I can't take it anymore, I'll just laugh for a while. Zhang Ziang also laughed wildly. Stop making fun of the third brother. It was just a joke. The dormitory head Wan Yu was the most mature and steady. He was afraid that Shinfei was in a bad mood after the breakup, so he tried to smooth things over. Just when Shinfei was about to edit the message and reply. Ding dong. The phone rang. Shinfei jumped up with a start, thinking that it was a message from Xia Ziyun. But just as he sat up, he slapped his forehead. I was in a hurry to leave today and didn't even add her on WeChat. Shinfei couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his liver. He spent hundreds of thousands of dollars and actually forgot to add WeChat. My heart, which was pounding with passion, suddenly cooled down. He lay back down and lazily picked up his phone to take a look. I didn't expect that the message was from Suing. Shinfei, where did you get so much money to buy a brand name bag for a beautiful girl today? And who is that girl? Suing was as domineering as ever. Her tone was filled with questioning. Of course she couldn't be jealous, but she was just curious why a loser like Shinfei could know such a beautiful girl. Do you still think of me as your old bootlicker? Shinfei sneered and replied, none of your business. Then I turned off the computer and went to sleep. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Suing looked at Shinfei's message and her hands were shaking with anger. Shinfei, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you think I'm giving you face? For 2 years, Suing treated Shinfei as she wanted and dismissed him at will, not treating him as a human being at all. Who would have thought that one day Shinfei would dare to speak to her in such a tone? After being angry for a while, Suing finally realized that she and Shinfei no longer had any relationship. Suing muttered to herself with a gloomy face, don't think I don't know your little tricks. You're trying to show off in front of me by hiring an actor, right? Do you really think I'll believe you? Others don't know what Shinfei's situation is, but doesn't she understand Shinfei? How can a poor licker who spends every penny carefully afford a brand name bag? Suing was upset for a while, then washed up and went to bed. The next day Shinfei got up very early. After breakfast, I went to the best barber shop in school and got a new hairstyle. I have to say that hairstyle has a huge impact on boys. Looking at himself in the mirror, Shinfei almost didn't recognize himself. Shinfei was originally handsome, but he didn't take care of himself much before. His clothes are outdated and his hairstyle is messy, so naturally he is not liked by girls. Now he is neat and tidy, wearing trendy clothes and a fashionable hairstyle, and looks handsome. Although he can't compare with celebrities or young handsome guys. However, it shouldn't be a problem if a girl asks for your WeChat while walking in school. It took more than 2 hours to get his hair done, and it was almost noon when Shinfei walked out of the barber shop. Since it was the National Day holiday, there were not many people in the cafeteria and there was no need to queue. Shinfei ordered 2 portions of rice, 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. Just about to find a place to sit down and eat. When I turned around, I unexpectedly ran into Suing. When Suing saw Shinfei, she was stunned for several seconds. This guy is actually Shinfei? How did he suddenly become so handsome? Chapter 5: The Mysterious Tycoon in the Live Broadcast Room. Suing stared at Shinfei, and even her eyes brightened up. However, because of the unpleasant conversation yesterday, the two ignored each other. Shinfei pretended not to see Suing and found an empty seat to sit down. At this moment, a girl next to Suing said in surprise, "Oh my god, that guy just now was Shinfei? Oh my god, how did he become so handsome?" Handsome? Why don't I see what's handsome about him? Suing said hypocritically. As a result, she had just finished speaking. A pretty girl took the initiative to come to Shinfei and sat down. She said shyly, "Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat?" Shinfei was slightly stunned, then cooperated and added the girl on WeChat. And Su Ying's face became even uglier. "Xiaoying, I think Shinfei is actually quite good. He's loyal, handsome, and most importantly, he treats you well. He's been pursuing you for 2 years. Why don't you consider him?" Su Ying said with a gloomy face, "Even if I were blind, I would never like him." After saying that, Su Ying left the cafeteria in anger. "Xiaoying, you don't want to eat?" asked her best friend in confusion. "No, I have no appetite." After lunch, Shinfei returned to the dormitory leisurely. Now he no longer had to be a lickspittle for Su Ying, nor did he have to work part-time. Furthermore, there was a system for picking up girls, and if he succeeded, he would receive a generous reward. Shinfei lay happily on the bed and took out his cell phone. Logged into the live streaming platform. Today, a girl in the class started a live broadcast for the first time, and the class monitor even had all the classmates to come and support her. When Shinfei arrived at the live broadcast room, Zhao Ran had already started the live broadcast for a while. Stare at the screen. As expected, there are no ugly women with the help of beauty filters. Of course, this doesn't mean that Zhao Ran is not beautiful. Zhao Ran can be considered the class beauty in the history department, but there is still a certain gap compared to the real beauties. Shinfei would only give Zhao Ran a score of 7 or so, and she still cannot compare with Xia Ziyun. However, on the live broadcast interface, she is a girl with a standard score of more than 8 points. The most important thing is that Zhao Ran has a great figure. A few beasts in the corridor watched and screamed. The live broadcast room is extremely unpopular, probably only the students in their class are watching. However, a comment would occasionally pop up in the comments section: "Miss Xiao, your microphone is so white. Ugh, I mean your glasses are so big." Zhao Ran chatted with a few classmates in front of the screen for a while. In fact, Zhao Ran doesn't have any talent. He just thinks live streaming is popular and he thinks his appearance is okay, so he wants to join in the fun. At this moment, someone suddenly said, "Where are the boys in our class? Zhao Ran's roommate just gave him a tip, why haven't you guys done anything?" Exactly, how would you get popularity without rewards? Wow. A plane flies across the screen. It's cool to flirt with you and send you a plane. Thank you for the plane you sent. Thank you, brother cool. Zhao Ran pouted and thanked him. Guess who I am? If you guessed right, there's also a plane. Zhao Ran said to the screen, Zhang Ziang? Zhang Ziang and Zhao Ran had been ambiguous for a long time, so Zhao Ran guessed it right at once. Zhang Ziang didn't waste any time and sent out 2 more planes. Some people gave gifts before, but they were all free glow sticks or gifts worth a few cents or a few dollars. Even Zhao Ran's roommate only gave him $6 to get a card. After the 300 yuan gift was given out, the class went crazy. Awesome, Zhang Ziang. Ran, stay with Zhang Ziang. Just when someone started to make a fuss. Giving a 300 yuan gift makes you look cool? A heart called Conquer Your Heart suddenly spoke. Zhang Ziang looked slightly embarrassed. I quickly typed a response, "What's wrong? Are you not convinced?" Most of the people watching the live broadcast are classmates, so the words of this person who wants to conquer your heart are a bit too aggressive. Zhang Ziang must not be timid in front of the girl he likes. Exactly, did you eat explosives? Why are you speaking so harshly? Lu Bo responded rudely on his phone. Who are you? Zhang Ziang pressed. Who am I? I'm someone that even the 4 losers in your dorm combined can't afford to mess with. Conquer your heart and send a rocket. Suddenly, the system prompted, and the image of a rocket launching into space filled the screen. Rockets cost 500 renminbi each. This is a group of arrogant people who conquer your heart. However, the conquest of your heart does not end there. Then, he bought 5 rockets in one go, totaling 2,500 yuan. Everyone, please calm down a bit. Seeing the quarrel in the live broadcast room, Zhao Ran hurried to smooth things over. Thank you for the 5 rockets sent by this brother who conquered your heart. Zhao Ran didn't know who the other party was, so it was right to thank him first. I am Lu Ziyuan. Suddenly, Conquer Your Heart said on the public screen. Zhang Ziang's family was actually quite well off. Both his parents were university professors. But Lu Ziyuan's family was different. They were in business and had a fortune of at least tens of millions. Zhang Ziang can afford to get 5 rockets, but if he wants to compete with Lu Ziyuan, he will probably suffer a great loss today. So he could only sulk. Lu Ziyuan's taunting wasn't over yet. What's up? Are you guys losing your temper? Weren't you all so excited just now? Just one question, are you guys capable of this? Do you have the guts to continue to fight me? You coward. Brush, swish, swish. Lu Ziyuan sent 5 more rockets in one breath. Brother Ziyuan, thank you, moi. Fuck, Zhao Ran didn't kiss Yan Zi just now, but he kissed this bitch. Lu Bo exploded instantly. Lu Ziyuan is the real awesome one. Who says it's not true? This is the real rich second generation. We can only give away some free gifts. Oh, people can't be compared. Zhang Xiang's limelight was instantly overshadowed by Lu Ziyuan. Immediately afterwards, a group of people came to flatter Lu Ziyuan. Zhao Ran even promoted Lu Ziyuan to administrator. Brother Ziyuan, remember to help me manage it when you have time in the future. Zhao Ran said to the screen in a sweet voice. One sword decides the outcome, send out a super rocket. The system suddenly prompted. Super hot? Holy shit, which rich guy gave this super hot rocket away? This super rocket is worth 2,000 renminbi. For a moment, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. Chapter 6, a man should be treated with new eyes after 3 days of absence. And at the same time, Shenfei also silently bound a new target, Zhao Ran. Of course, this is automatically captured by the system. Shenfei did nothing. He wouldn't really try to poach his buddies. After all, it was up to him whether he wanted to conquer the target or not. However, now Shenfei wants to vent his anger for his roommate. Brother Qin Kuan, awesome. Is this rich guy also from our class? Our class is actually full of hidden talents. Could this be Ran Ran's real boyfriend? Even Zhao Ran was confused at this time. She had no idea what the concept of one sword decides the outcome meant. However, one super fire is just the beginning. One sword decides the outcome, sending out a super rocket. One sword decides the outcome, send out a super rocket. One sword decides the outcome, sending out a super rocket. One sword decides the outcome, sending out a super rocket. In a blink of an eye, Shenfei sent out 10 super fires in one breath. The 20,000 yuan completely shocked everyone in the live broadcast room. The dormitory and the corridor were filled with howling sounds. Which big guy spent 20,000 in one go? Boss, are you missing a leg pendant? Ran, who is this sword that can decide everything? Zhao Ran didn't have time to respond to the comments. She just made a heart shape with her hands and said, "Thank you, Brother Jian, for the 10 super fires. Moi, love you." At this time, Zhao Ran was making heart shapes and kissing faces at the screen, which made the eyes of the group of wolves sparkle. After expressing his gratitude, Zhao Ran also saw that some people were frantically commenting on the screen asking who Jian Ding Xian Koan was. Zhao Ran said innocently, "I really don't know who this Brother Jian is. If anyone knows, please tell me. Stop guessing my identity." After saying that, Yi Jianding Qianqin went offline. Shenfei came and left quickly. By the time Lu Ziyuan visited another live broadcast room, Shenfei had finished showing off and left. It's obvious that this sword that decides everything is really awesome. He is not comparable to trash like Lu Ziyuan at all. Zhang Xiang was particularly excited because the sword that decides everything had just dampened Lu Ziyuan's fighting spirit. Exactly. In my opinion, this Brother Jian is the real rich second generation. Lu Ziyuan is so petty, how can he be compared with Brother Jian? Shenfei exited the live broadcast room and no longer paid attention to what was being discussed in the barrage. His idea was very simple, which was to help his brother vent his anger. As a result, Zhao Ran's favorability towards Shenfei actually increased a little from 0 to 30. But Shenfei didn't care at all. Let us talk about Zhao Ran. After the mysterious swordsman went offline, Lu Ziyuan came back and shouted in the live broadcast room for more than 10 minutes, but when he saw no response, he left the room in disappointment. Seeing this situation, Zhao Ran also stopped the live broadcast. But just after the live broadcast, a girl in shorts and a t-shirt from the next dormitory walked in curiously. Ran, I heard that someone gave a lot of gifts to your live broadcast room just now. The girl who was speaking had a bit of a coquettish and sexy air. If she is not Shenfei's ex-girlfriend Suing, then who is she? Suing lives in the dormitory next door. Because there are few people in the history department and the School of Management, they live together on the same floor. Suing also broadcasts live online and has been doing it for a year. She is no match for a small-time broadcaster like Zhao Ran, who is doing a live broadcast for the first time. When her live broadcast room is doing well, her popularity can reach tens of thousands, and the various rewards she receives in a month are enough to cover the living expenses of an ordinary person for a month. So when Suing heard about Zhao Ran's live broadcast in the next dormitory, she didn't care at all. As a result, when her roommate said that someone had bought 10 super hot coins in her live broadcast room, Suing could no longer sit still and had to run over to see who the rich man was. Suing has been live streaming for a year, but no one has ever given her a 10-time consecutive post to become super popular. Unfortunately, she was half a step too late, and the sword that determines the outcome had already been destroyed. Ran, who was that rich guy just now? Is he from our school too? I don't know him either. Zhao Ran answered truthfully. Suing inquired for a long time, but still knew nothing. Seeing that she couldn't get anything out of Zhao Ran, Suing gave a fake smile and went back into the house to end the live broadcast. Then she took out her phone and searched for the ID, then decisively sent a private message, "Brother Jian, are you there?" Suing didn't expect the other party to reply. But as soon as she put down her phone, the other party replied, "Yes." Suing excitedly picked up the phone. "Brother Jian, I didn't expect you to actually reply to me. I'm so happy. Who are you? You should be from our school, right? And you must be handsome and rich, am I right? Do you really want to know who I am? Forget it, I'm afraid you are not interested in knowing my true identity." Shenfei shook his head. Since the two of them had broken up, there was no need to talk about this anymore. He had been a bootlicker for 2 years before, and Suing had never spoken to him with such a nice attitude. As a result, after he just posted 10 superfires, Suing took the initiative to show her goodwill with a flattering face. Shenfei's impression of Suing became even worse. Ever since breaking up with Suing, he has really let it go. Suing then sent several more private messages, but Shenfei did not respond. The National Day holiday passed quickly. Shenfei has been busy these days, wandering around the school all day, hoping to meet Xia Ziyan by chance. But unfortunately, I never met her. The short holiday ended quickly and school opened as usual. There is an elective class today. Generally, many people skip elective courses. After all, it is not like a compulsory course, so the teachers do not strictly enforce attendance. Zhang Ziang is the closest roommate to Shenfei, and they both chose this elective course together. The two of them came to the public classroom and sat down at random. According to his previous habit, Zhang Ziang would take out his mobile phone to play games as soon as he sat down. But today, the boy stared at the door with his eyes. "What are you looking at?" Shenfei asked casually. "I'll be able to see the goddess soon." Zhang Ziang looked infatuated. "Goddess? What goddess?" Just when Shenfei wanted to ask who it was. "I heard 2 girls talking behind me." "Who's that guy in front? He's so handsome. Why haven't I seen him before? Are you blind? Isn't he Shenfei?" "What? Shenfei?" The girl touched her glasses in shock. After looking carefully, it was indeed Shenfei. "Oh my god, how come Shenfei has changed? Why didn't I realize he was so handsome before? Who knows? Maybe the heartbreak changed him? They say a breakup can make people grow." Suing really has no vision. She doesn't even want such a promising guy. Shenfei was feeling happy when he heard the girls talking about him behind his back. At this time, Suing walked into the classroom alone. To be honest, Suing is really pretty, young and beautiful, and exudes youthful vitality. After arriving at the classroom, Suing saw Shenfei in the crowd at a glance. Shenfei has changed a lot now. He looks neat and tidy, well-dressed and has a fashionable hairstyle. If it were in the past, Suing would definitely take the initiative to ask for the WeChat of such a handsome boy. But the other person was Shenfei, so she deliberately put on a gloomy face and pretended not to see it, and even sat far away from Shenfei. Shenfei just glanced at Suing and didn't look at her again. At this time, 2 more girls walked in. Both girls are very beautiful, but because one of them is too eye-catching, she even overshadows the other girls next to her. She has a slim figure and fair skin. As she walked into the classroom, the room suddenly became quiet. Zhang Ziang said excitedly, "Shenfei, look, the goddess is coming." The girl was wearing a chiffon t-shirt on the upper body and ultra-short shorts on the lower body, revealing her perfect figure. Her skin is as smooth as a baby's and her facial features are flawless, as if they were carved by God himself. If the person coming is not Xia Ziyun, who else could it be? All the boys stared at Xia Ziyun intently, their gazes following her like a shadow. Xia Ziyun is so charming. I heard she once studied dance. Wow, look at her graceful figure. This is natural beauty. Exactly. She looks so beautiful even without makeup. She's got both beauty and talent. I also heard that Xia Ziyun's family is very rich. Anyone who can catch up with her must have saved the earth in his previous life. Every boy had a look of anticipation on his face. Although they didn't expect the other person to sit next to them, being able to sit nearby would be pleasing to the eye and they could take a few more glances at the other person. Just then, a tall and handsome boy stood up with flowers in his hands and walked straight towards Xia Ziyun. The boy came to Xia Ziyun and said affectionately, "Ziyun, will you be my girlfriend?" Chapter 7, Counterattack the Goddess. Oh my god, someone confessed their love to my goddess. That boy looks so familiar. Isn't this Zhang Hong, the Vice Minister of Sports? He seems to have been pursuing Xia Ziyun for half a year. He often prepares little surprises and places candles. Giving roses is already a regular thing. Yeah, what a pity, but the flowers have feelings but the water flows without emotion. Xia Ziyun didn't fancy him at all. So he is Zhang Hong? I heard that Zhang Hong has a good family background and is handsome. Let's be together. Some girls are already supporting the couple. Facing Zhang Hong, she confessed her love again. Xia Ziyun frowned slightly and said, "Zhang Hong, thank you. But didn't I already tell you that we're not suitable?" After saying that, Xia Ziyun was about to leave. Zhang Heng suddenly grabbed Xia Ziyun's slender arm. "Ziyun, just give me one chance." Before Xia Ziyun could say anything, her best friend Wang Yuan pulled the boy away and said fiercely, "Hey, are you done yet? Didn't our Ziyun make it very clear? She's not interested in you. Stop being so self-indulgent." As she spoke, Wang Yuan rolled her eyes. Zhang Hong scratched the back of his head awkwardly, then left the classroom dejectedly. That's Xia Ziyun's best friend, right? I heard that almost every time someone bothers Xia Ziyun, she's the one who steps in to deal with it. Wang Yuan is known for being a fierce fighter, especially for defending Xia Ziyun. If I can't win the favor of the goddess, I'm afraid I won't even be able to pass Wang Yuan's test. Who knew it this time? Another boy stood up and walked towards Xia Ziyun. "Xia Ziyun, can I add you on WeChat?" When Shinfei stood up and said these words, everyone was shocked. Zhang Hong pursued Xia Ziyun for half a year, but still couldn't get her WeChat account. This guy who came out of nowhere is so bold, isn't he? At this time, Zhang Hong, who had just walked to the door, stopped and looked at Shinfei with a playful expression. "Dude, your tactics are even worse than mine. You just added me on WeChat right away? Why don't you just go to heaven?" Even Shinfei's good friend Zhang Ziang sighed and said, "Fei Zi, aren't you too confident? Just because you changed your hairstyle and clothes, you want to add the goddess on WeChat?" Just when everyone thought that Shinfei would definitely be rejected. But Xia Ziyun actually took out her cell phone and added Shinfei on WeChat with a bit of apology on her face. Xia Ziyun blushed and said, "I left in a hurry that day. I forgot to add you on WeChat. It doesn't matter. As long as we are destined to meet, we will meet again, right?" After seeing Xia Ziyun take the initiative to add Shinfei on WeChat, everyone was stunned. That's the goddess Xia Ziyun. Many boys have tried to chat with her but all failed. How lucky is Shinfei to be able to add WeChat? Where is Wang Yuan? It's time for the little flower protector to go out. What surprised everyone was that Wang Yuan did not stop him this time. Instead, she greeted Shinfei with a smile. Suddenly there was a sigh in the classroom. However, this is not the end yet, even more shocking things are yet to come. Shinfei not only added Xia Ziyun on WeChat, but also led Xia Ziyun to his side. The goddess did not refuse and sat with Shinfei. After all, Xia Ziyun's favorability towards Shinfei was as high as 50, which was higher than the level of normal friends. It was normal for them to sit together in class. But others seemed inexplicably shocked. Since Xia Ziyun went to college, she has rejected countless suitors. And today, I actually sat with a boy. When Suing saw this scene, her eyes almost popped out. That night, Xia Ziyun and Shinfei went shopping, and she thought it was an accident. Today, she saw Shinfei and Xia Ziyun sitting together with her own eyes. Suddenly Su Ying's face became even uglier. What's going on? It was just the National Day holiday, but Shinfei was able to become a goddess? Is this still the bootlicker she knows? A week ago, if someone told her that Shinfei had turned into a goddess and was dating Xia Ziyun, Su Ying would have slapped him in the face without a word. Don't talk nonsense, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? But at this moment, she actually watched Shinfei sitting with Xia Ziyun, talking and laughing. Su Ying felt very unhappy, as if she saw her old toys that she didn't want were treated as treasures by others. He's just a bootlicker that I despise. Su Ying was still trying to comfort herself in her heart, but she was obviously jealous to death. At this time, Shinfei accidentally glanced at Su Ying. Su Ying's eyes were as clear as autumn water, and she was indescribably charming. Damn, what's wrong with this woman? She ignored me before, but now she's actively trying to seduce me? Shinfei looked confused. He immediately withdrew his gaze and no longer. Take care of Su Ying. Seeing that Shinfei just glanced at her quickly and ignored her, Su Ying almost exploded with anger. What's going on? Before, I just beckoned you to come over like a dog, and now I'm giving you a shock, and you don't react? Su Ying saw Shinfei and the school beauty sitting together intimately, and she became more and more angry. Before the bell rang, she packed up her books and left the classroom with a gloomy face. Before leaving, she did not forget to look back at Shinfei, but he still ignored her. When Su Ying left, Shinfei couldn't help but stare at the door in a daze. After 2 years of relationship, although Shinfei completely let it go the moment he was cheated on, he could not let go of his own efforts in the past 2 years. In the psychology of love, if a person has given a lot, it is often more difficult to let go after breaking up. It's not that I really can't let go of the other person, but I find it hard to let go of the efforts I once made. Therefore, Shinfei's mood was more or less complicated at this time. The good mood I had originally had chatting with the school beauty suddenly disappeared. Xia Ziyun seemed to have noticed something strange about Shinfei, but she didn't say anything and behaved the same as before. He just glanced at the door and murmured in his heart, is that girl just now Shinfei's ex-girlfriend? After class, Shinfei and Zhang Ziang left the classroom together. As a result, he met Zhao Ran head-on. In the past, Zhao Ran would definitely take the initiative to talk to Zhang Ziang, but today, after Zhang Ziang greeted him, Zhao Ran had no intention of chatting with him. Of course, Zhao Ran didn't say much to Shinfei. He just looked at Shinfei with a little surprise, as if he was also shocked by the change in Shinfei's appearance. But that was all. Zhao Ran didn't know that the mysterious rich man in the live broadcast room that day was Shinfei. There was no class in the morning, so Shinfei went back to bed and played with his phone. His mind was full of thoughts on how to make a lot of money using the pickup system. The system has been bound to Xia Ziyun, and the relationship is currently maintained quite good. Shinfei was not in a hurry to win Xia Ziyun immediately. After all, when it comes to love, haste makes waste. It's best to let things happen naturally. Moreover, in Shinfei's mind, he did not regard Xia Ziyun as a mere tool. Xia Ziyun has a good family background, is well educated, and is not that materialistic. That night, Shinfei spent money on her, but Xia Ziyun refused several times. There weren't many good girls like him. Moreover, she didn't just spend Shinfei's money. All the clothes Shinfei wore were bought by others. To be honest, Shinfei was very touched that a girl could do this. No, I have to find someone to help me make money. Shinfei decided secretly. Although this flirting system is awesome, Shinfei can't just flirt with every girl he meets, right? Not to mention that doing so would be playing with people's feelings. What if the targets knew each other? Wouldn't that be a disaster? There will be no reward if the favorability does not reach 90. So Shinfei didn't want to play with fire. So Shinfei turned his attention to the girl in the live broadcast room. Shinfei doesn't know those internet celebrities, big and small, in real life, so they are just suitable as tools to make money. I just don't know if this system can bind to girls on the internet. Shinfei opened the Goldfish Live app with the idea of giving it a try. He casually swiped his phone and was quickly attracted by a very pretty girl. This girl is a talent show host. She is singing for her fans. I have to say, this girl sings really well. Her popularity is not low, about 200,000 or so. Just when Shinfei was wondering whether he could recharge, suddenly, a system sound came into my mind. Byte. System activated, automatically capturing the target character, Zhang Ningning. Name, Zhang Ningning. Age, 22 years old. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 43 kilograms. Appearance, 8.3. Favorability, 0. Oh shit, it's really bound. Shenfei's heart was filled with excitement, and he quickly started to top up his account. Chapter 8, I'll spend 30 million to smack you in the face. After recharging his ammunition, Shenfei suddenly realized that this girl looked like she had a perfect score of 9, but the system showed she only had a score of 8.3. It turns out that beauty filters are a terrifying high-tech thing. But 8.3 is already very good. Xia Ziyun's appearance is probably not inferior to that of popular stars, so ordinary people naturally can't compare to her. Anyway, Shenfei just treats Zhang Ningning as a tool, so it doesn't matter. I continued watching the live broadcast for a while. Ning Qir Zhang Ningning's ID seemed to be tired of singing and started chatting with fans. Considering that the other party was just a tool, Shenfei had nothing to worry about. I decisively typed, Ning Qir, just say I love you and I'll send you super fire. You don't even have a fan card? You're a newbie? Ha, isn't this trick too low level? That's right, you're not even a fan of Qir, so no one would believe you. Can you, a level 10 or so low level account, stop being so pretentious? If you keep posting comments like this, I'll give you a 360 yuan package, a high-level room manager taunted. Although Ning Qir is not a big internet celebrity, she has quite a few fans. She had seen this situation many times, and everyone was good at talking nonsense, so she ignored it. Finally, Zhang Dinqianqin spoke again, Ning Qir, right now I just want to hear you say I love you. As long as you say it, I will agree to any conditions. Ning Qir was finally attracted by this barrage. She read the sentence to the screen and jokingly said, is this brother serious? Just saying I love you will make me agree to all my conditions? Qir, don't be fooled by this kid. That is, a small account is purely here to seek a sense of existence. Ning Qir ignored the comments. After all, there was no harm in saying I love you. She said calmly, one sword decides the outcome. I love you. She is a small internet celebrity and is different from Zhao Ran. If it were Zhao Ran, he would definitely not be able to say it, but Ning Qir has seen all kinds of scenes. As long as the other party is a financial sponsor, don't just say I love you, you can even call him dad. Okay, now that I've said it, can I make my request? Go ahead. Zhang Dinqianqin replied. Come and take my number 1 spot. Ning Qir said with a sly smile. Instantly top the list? He can even beat me in eating shit live. The room manager said confidently. Ning Qir, who is ranked first on the list, has spent nearly 1 million. Although it is not comparable to the number 1 big anchor, for a small anchor like Ning Qir, it is definitely a gold sponsor daddy. He can kill me in seconds, I can do a handstand live. There are endless rhythms in the barrage. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a burst of fire suddenly flashed across the entire screen. Oh my god, thank you brother Zhang Dinqianqin for your super popularity. Sorry for what happened just now, I was just joking with you. Ning Qir has a high EQ. No matter whether the other party wants to be number 1 on the list or not, she will thank them in time if they give her a super hot gift. It can also be considered as a way to give Shenfei a way out. But Ning Qir thought that Shenfei was joking when he made that boast just now. Shenfei went to the balcony, quietly lit a cigarette, blew out a puff of smoke and said, young man, do you think this is the end? My performance has just begun. Then, the second, third, fourth. One after another, the fire instantly ignited the entire live broadcast room. When the number reached 50, Ning Qir was petrified in the live broadcast room. Stunned. Scared. Jaw-dropping. 50 super hot ones, that is 100,000. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. In fact, the one she ranked first on is fake. The first 3 were all given by the union with the help of gifts. After all, she was just a small anchor with no background. The real rich people in the live broadcast room only gave her a total of 200,000 gifts. The ID is Yulan Changshuangshuang. It's the room manager from before. Hey, I met an awesome boss this time. The sword master is mighty. Where's the guy eating shit live? And where are the 2 guys doing handstands? Boss Yu, you've been provoked. Mr. Yu is not a real boss. He is actually a otaku. He works in a technology company and is the technical core of the company. His annual salary is 300 to 400,000. In order to reward Ning Ke, he took out half of his annual salary to support this girl. At this moment, being led by the barrage of comments, Yulong Chung Shuang replied, "Has it taken the top spot in an instant? It only took a few dozen super hot ones." Who knew that the moon turned into frost before he could finish his words? Then another wave of even bigger super fire rain fell. "I just spent 100,000, but it was just an appetizer." Since he could give rewards to the anchor, Shinfei decisively turned on his rich man mode, and the 10 trillion in his hands finally had a place to be put to good use. This time, it took more than 20 minutes. When the superfire number reached 5,000, the entire live broadcast room completely exploded. The Sword Master is so generous. The Sword Master is so generous. The Sword Master is so generous. The barrage is all about the Sword Master. Even the anchor Ning Ke was extremely excited and said, "Thank you, Brother Jian, for the 5,000 superfires." "Is Brother Jian here? I'll send you a private message later and add you as a friend. Don't forget to accept. Brother Jian, I'll sing any song you like. Today, as long as Jian requests a song, I'll sing it to the end even if I break my voice." It was the first time that Shinfei felt so powerful, and he felt a little happy. He also suddenly understood why there were so many rich people showing off online. In the past, Shinfei thought that it was stupid for rich people to give gifts in the live broadcast room. But now he understands. This amount of money may seem like a huge sum to ordinary people, but it is just a meal for the wealthy. Moreover, being praised by so many people greatly satisfies their vanity. "Then let's sing solo photo." Shinfei typed. Ning Ke decisively sang a solo for President Jian. Just as Shinfei was enjoying the beautiful singing, the entire platform was shocked. Including the 50 super hot rewards Shinfei gave before, Ning Ke's live broadcast room has been super popular for nearly half an hour. Ning Ke's live broadcast room became so popular that it even directly came to the homepage, and countless people came to her live broadcast room to watch the fun. "I heard there's a wealthy man named Jian Zong in Ning Ke's livestream? Damn, there really is such a rich man. That number one guy on the list, one sword decides the universe, must be the legendary Sword Master, right? A top-level boss. Awesome, awesome." At this time, Ning Ke's singing voice was a little unstable. "Don't ask, because I'm excited. How could I not be excited? A small account suddenly appeared and instantly topped the charts. And it's a super hot burst of 5,000 rounds. There are probably not many such wealthy tycoons in the entire Goldfish live. A full 10 million in tips. Ning Ke would get 3 or 4 million after tax." Just as Shinfei was happily enjoying the compliments in the live broadcast room, suddenly, he scanned the barrage and saw a familiar ID. Someone named Conquer Your Heart said, "What a bunch of idiots. It's obvious this Jianzong is just a hired shill, and they all keep praising Jianzong as awesome." Shinfei's eyes narrowed slightly. "Isn't the person who conquered your heart the Lu Ziyuan who was slapped in the face by you yesterday? This kid really only cares about eating and not about being beaten. He actually came here again today to show off his presence. I conquered your heart, are you questioning me?" Shinfei questioned with the idea of a sword that could decide everything. Immediately, a housing manager came out and asked, "Boss Jian, are you going to shut down this idiot?" "No need to block. Conquer your heart, open your eyes and watch." "Haha, it's installed?" Conquer Your Heart and taunted again when he saw that he hadn't been banned. He just finished mocking. A scene that shocked everyone appeared. Suddenly, a new round of superfire rain began to fall. For a full hour, the popularity never stopped. One sword decides the outcome. Sending a super rocket to anchor Ning Ke, 9789. One sword decides the outcome. Sending a super rocket to anchor Ning Ke X? 9790. One sword decides the outcome. Sending a super rocket to anchor Ning Ke X, 9791. An hour later, all the comments were saying, "I conquered your heart, does my face hurt?" Lu Ziyuan was now curled up in his dormitory, looking shocked and constipated. In the end, he gave in. He took the initiative to type, "Boss Jian, I was wrong." Chapter 9: The Law of True Fragrance. Yes, Lu Ziyuan was really scared. At first he was just talking nonsense. But unexpectedly, I offended a real rich man. Another 10,000 super hot tickets were sent out. This mysterious rich man has spent 30 million in one go so far. This is outrageous. What level of boss is he that can earn 30 million? You have to know that even if a listed company has a market value of over 10 billion, most of it is assets, and its cash flow may not be tens of millions. Who would have thought that this mysterious rich man would spend 30 million just on gifts? This person's background is so profound. It is no exaggeration to say that it is one of the top mysterious wealthy families in China. If they really wanted to, it would only take a few minutes. Lu Ziyuan's family assets combined couldn't even match the amount of money people casually spent on gifts, so what was there to be arrogant about? Seeing Lu Ziyuan admit defeat, Shen Fei didn't take it seriously. Anyway, he didn't give Ning Ke gifts just to show his anger, he just wanted to spend money. It would also be nice to put an end to Lu Ziyuan's arrogance. At this moment, Ning Ke was already shocked. For more than an hour, Ning Ke said countless times, "Thank you, Brother Jian, for your popularity." And her favorability value also soared to 55. It's actually 5 points higher than Xia Ziyun's favorability. It seems that Ning Ke is probably already thinking about having something happen offline with General Jian. It is no longer a new thing in the live broadcast circle for the anchor to be with the number one on the list. Ning Ke secretly made up her mind that no matter what the number one on the list looked like, she would get him. With the support of this big boss, she will be sure to win the platform ceremony PK in a month. Let us talk about Shen Fei. He wasn't surprised at Ning Ke's sudden increase in favorability, and naturally he was also happy. However, it was mainly for the sake of money. If the strategy was successful, Shen Fei would get half of the money for picking up girls. Shen Fei found Ning Ke's private message, added her, and she quickly agreed. At the same time, Shen Fei noticed that he had a lot of unread private messages. It seemed that many people were intimidated by Mr. Jian's generosity and took the initiative to curry favor with him. Shen Fei ignored the private messages, added Ning Ke on WeChat, and went offline. But Shen Fei didn't know. His bold move on Goldfish Live has already set the entire internet on fire. Just 1 hour later, there was a hot topic on Weibo discussing the mysterious rich man who spent 30 million. The sword that decides everything became a huge hit. Ever since Su Ying left the open class early, she was in a bad mood when she returned to the dormitory. To be honest, no matter how Shen Fei licked her before, she never cared about him in her heart. But today, Shen Fei ignored her, which made Su Ying feel very conflicted. He even kept comparing himself with Xia Ziyun in his mind. After comparing again and again, it turned out that Xia Ziyun was crushed in all aspects, and Su Ying became even more upset. As the saying goes, a man's taste can be judged by the girls around him. In the past, it was a miracle for any woman to even glance at Shen Fei, let alone girls. The reason Su Ying agreed to date Shen Fei was simply to use him. Nowadays, the most beautiful girl in the school is actually having an ambiguous relationship with a loser like Shen Fei. The most important thing is that when Shen Fei was with her, he was obviously very poor, so why did he buy a bag worth 300,000 yuan that day? The more Su Ying thought about it, the more upset she became. Could it be that Shen Fei is actually a hidden rich man, and deliberately didn't show his wealth when pursuing her, in order to test her? Soon, Su Ying shook her head and discarded this strange idea in her mind. This isn't a TV show. How could there be so many disciples from wealthy families pretending to be poor to test others? Su Ying, who was in a bad mood, took out her mobile phone as usual and checked Weibo, hoping to read some posts by female boxing celebrities angrily criticizing the grasshopper man to ease her mood. As a result, as soon as I clicked on Weibo, I was attracted by a post titled "Shocking. A mysterious rich man spent 30 million in a live broadcast room." Since Su Ying also does live streaming herself, she clicked on the post out of curiosity. After reading the post, Su Ying was shocked. Oh my god, how come I've never met such a rich guy? He's just a level 10 or so low-level character, but he can instantly top the leaderboard and instantly get 15,000 super hot titles. Just when Su Ying was feeling deeply moved, she accidentally glanced at the mysterious rich ID mentioned in the post Ijin Dinkianken. Isn't that Shen Fei's name? Su Ying looked down on Shen Fei so much that she didn't even bother changing her WeChat note. After Su Ying sent a private message to Shen Fei on Goldfish Live that day, she felt that the ID looked familiar, so she logged into WeChat to take a look. It's actually true. Later, she secretly laughed at Shen Fei, thinking that he was just trying to show off by giving a reward of 20,000 yuan. But when Su Ying saw this ID again today, she was shocked. No. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Could it be that Shen Fei is the mysterious rich man who spent 30 million? If it was true, it would explain why I bought a bag for Xia Ziyun that day. Although Su Ying didn't believe it at all, the avatar and ID were the same. could it be such a coincidence? And as far as she knew, Shinfei didn't use Weibo at all, so he probably wouldn't have seen this post. There is no possibility of imitation. Ah! Suing suddenly screamed. Isn't Shinfei really a super rich man who was testing me on purpose? Thinking of this possibility, Suing regretted it so much. No, if it's true, I must find a way to win him back. But when I think about my recent outrageous behavior, how easy is it to make amends? She completely broke Shinfei's heart. Who could forgive her? Shinfei had no idea that his show-off online yesterday had caused Suing, who had not taken him seriously for 2 years, to have a huge change of opinion of him overnight. At this moment, Shinfei was waiting for someone in a cafe. Third brother, have we arrived at the cafe yet? Shinfei received a call from Lu Bo. Here we are. Here we are. It's all right when you get there. I'll be here soon. I look forward to hearing from you. After hanging up the phone, Shinfei looked depressed. It turned out that the person Shinfei wanted to meet today was the one Lu Bo had arranged for him. After the roommates learned that Shinfei had broken up, they put their heads together and finally it was the boss Lu Bo who came up with a plan. That is to introduce another girl to Shinfei. In the words of the boss, the best way to get out of a relationship is to start a new one. Although Shinfei politely rejected Lu Bo's kindness, he was developing a relationship with Xia Ziyun after all. Unexpectedly, Lu Bo didn't listen at all and thought Shinfei was just making an excuse for not wanting to meet him. He also said that he had spent a lot of effort to help Shinfei to make an appointment with this girl. For the sake of the boss, Shinfei had no choice but to come to the appointment. At this time, Shinfei was holding the price list of the coffee shop in his hand, and he couldn't decide what to order for a long time. What? Is it because Shinfei prefers tea to coffee? Don't be ridiculous. It's simply because I'm poor. Although Shinfei seems to be spending a lot of money in the live broadcast room, he actually can't even take out $100 bill from his pocket. Looks like I need to clear the dungeon for Toolman Ningker as soon as possible, otherwise I'll have trouble paying for food for the rest of the month. Shinfei glanced at his watch and realized that he had been waiting for the other party for half an hour. Although waiting for Suing for an hour or two was commonplace in the past, for Shinfei now, it was unbearable for a girl to be late. Unconsciously, Shinfei's mentality has changed, and he is no longer a bootlicker. Damn it, no matter how pretty the girl is, I won't agree to be with her. Who knew that Shinfei was still lost in thought? A pretty girl pushed the door open and walked in. Plaid miniskirt, white shirt, ponytail, the youthful and beautiful atmosphere instantly comes to your face. The most important thing is that face that brings disaster to the country and the people. A girl of 9 points, really awesome. Oh shit, could it be her? Shinfei looked at the girl, his heart beating wildly. Well, I take that back. Shinfei smiled foolishly and stood up quickly. The law of true fragrance is instantly fulfilled. Chapter 10 Weird Blind Date Girl. Just when Shinfei straightened his clothes, stood up and prepared to go over to greet her, the girl actually waved to a girl at another table. Then he sat down with a girl who was about 8 points. WTF? Wrong person? It turned out that the girl was not Shinfei's date today. He sat down awkwardly and happened to hear the guys at the next table also seem to be discussing that girl. Look, isn't that our school's most beautiful girl, Qin Shiran? It really is her. I'm so lucky to bump into a beautiful woman in a coffee shop. When Shinfei heard Qin Shiran, his eyes lit up. This name has been well known to Shinfei since he entered school. Qin Shiran, president of the student union of Yunqing University. Level 10 piano player, excellent family background, and stunning looks. She is simply the perfect goddess in the hearts of every Yunnan University boy. Just when Shinfei was stealing a glance at Qin Shiran, suddenly a voice interrupted Shinfei. Are you Shinfei? Shinfei raised his eyes and saw a girl dressed in fancy clothes chewing gum and wearing headphones and asked a question. Okay. What a coincidence, this girl actually wore the same outfit as the school beauty. Plaid skirt, white shirt. As the saying goes, it's not a problem if you don't know the goods, it's a problem if you compare the goods. Originally, this girl could have achieved a 70% level with careful makeup and thick foundation. But after being compared with the super beauty Qin Shiran just now, this girl's score in Shinfei's heart instantly dropped below 5 points. However, Shinfei is not the kind of person who judges people by their appearance. Well, he thought not. Hello. Shinfei smiled and stood up to shake hands, but the girl's cell phone rang at this time. Shinfei took a glance and saw that the chat note was Dear Shinfei's face turned green instantly. What does it mean? You already have a boyfriend, but you're still dating me? If you don't ask clearly, it's probably not just your face that will be green. Shinfei suppressed his anger after waiting for more than 40 minutes and asked, was the person you were chatting with your boyfriend just now? If you already have a boyfriend, it's best to make it clear in advance to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Shinfei's words were already very polite. Unexpectedly, the woman put away her phone and said with a bit of displeasure, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Did I allow you to peek at my phone?" "No, I didn't mean to, I just wanted to ask clearly." "What are you asking? Who are you to ask me?" The girl rolled her eyes and said, "Do you know how much your friend Lu Bo spent trying to persuade me to come meet you? I never thought you would be this kind of person." "What kind of person am I?" "He's petty and likes to pry into other people's privacy." The girl glanced at Shinfei's clothes and added, "He's also a poor loser." Yes, Shinfei changed out of the clothes Xia Ziyan bought for him today. He had been wearing it for more than a week and it was time to wash it. "Today I changed into my usual cheap street stall outfit." Despite all the complaints, the girl still sat down. "What does your family do?" "Ah? Don't you understand Chinese? My parents are working class." Shinfei said truthfully. "Pfft, no wonder you're dressed so cheaply. Do you have a car? How can you be in a relationship without a car? You're not going to let me take the bus with you when we go out to eat or see a movie, are you? Give me at least 5,000 yuan in pocket money every month. I spend a lot of money on cosmetics. By the way, don't bother me when you graduate from college. Let's just go with the flow. Let's part ways amicably. If we really get to the point of talking about marriage, you have to come back to my hometown with me. I don't want to marry far away." The girl said a lot in one breath, and Shinfei felt a little stuffy in his chest. Why the hell is there such a weirdo? Originally, he wanted to have a drink before leaving. After all, even if the deal fails, the friendship remains. Now Shinfei didn't even have the interest to order coffee. But who would have thought, the girl took the initiative to call the waiter over, "Give me a cappuccino." Immediately, she glared at Shinfei and said, "How can you be so inconsiderate? I've been here for a long time and talked so much that I'm thirsty. Why don't you take the initiative to order a drink?" This woman really made Shinfei feel a little upset. I'm afraid even Su Wing can't compare to her in terms of weirdness. Shinfei was just about to find an excuse to leave when the girl suddenly scurried out, "Help me watch my bag. I'm going to the bathroom." Helpless Shinfei had to sit down and took out his mobile phone to kill time. As soon as this strange woman came back, he left immediately. He first glanced at WeChat and found an unread message. Shinfei opened it and saw that it was from Xia Ziyun. "Shinfei, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner." Shinfei replied decisively, "I have time." Originally, Shinfei thought that Xia Ziyun had waited a long time to reply after seeing the message, but Xia Ziyun replied to him very quickly, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "It's all fine. I'm not picky about food." "Pick a place you like." "Then let's go eat Japanese food." "Okay." Shinfei replied cheerfully. "I really didn't expect that the campus beauty would take the initiative to ask me out." After waiting for a long time, the strange girl still didn't come back, so Shinfei had to open the live broadcast software again. Coincidentally, Zhang Ningning, also known as Ning Ke, was actually doing a live broadcast and even opened an outdoor one. As soon as Shinfei entered the live broadcast room, the entire screen was filled with the message, "Welcome, President Jian." Even Ning Ke took the initiative to say, "Is Brother Jian here? Welcome. Hey, why does the place where you're live streaming look so familiar? Isn't this the cafe at the entrance to Yunnan University?" Shinfei suddenly asked. "Yes, this is my alma mater. Brother Jian, you also know Yunda. Are you from Yuncheng?" Ning Ke asked sweetly. "Yes, I'm also in Cloud City, and I'm very close to you now." Because Shinfei spent 30 million in Ning Ke's live broadcast room yesterday, Ning Ke's popularity reached 500,000 as soon as she started broadcasting today. All these are the benefits that Shinfei brought her. Ning Ke said excitedly, "Brother Jian, if it's convenient, can we meet?" Ning Ke looked shy while speaking. She never expected that she would meet the richest man on the list by chance while driving an outdoor car. Okay. Shinfei didn't mind meeting Ning Ke. Just as Shinfei was typing, the weird blind date girl came back. Glancing at Shinfei's phone, the strange girl sneered. Ha, looking at the female anchor? What a loser. Shen Fei? Aren't you also peeping at my screen? A massive double standard scene? Besides, how can watching a live broadcast make you a loser? Before Shen Fei could reply, the strange woman raised her lips and sneered, "Did you save all the money you spent on frugality to buy gifts for the female anchor? I really don't know what a loser like you is thinking. Spending your parents' money to show off online. What's the point of licking the anchor? Just for a sentence like 'brother loves you,' moi? Aren't you vain?" Shen Fei didn't say anything. This kind of person was simply unreasonable. Seeing Shen Fei remain silent, the strange girl thought she had touched his heart, and continued in a teaching tone, "Don't think that saving money to buy a plane or something, and the female anchor saying thank you is so great. Learn from Mr. Jian, that's really awesome." "Boss Jian? Which Boss Jian?" Shen Fei asked suspiciously. Shen Fei doesn't know yet that he has already become famous on the internet. The strange girl chuckled, "No way? Even Boss Jian doesn't know? His ID is..." As she was speaking, she glanced at Shen Fei's phone again. I happened to see Shen Fei's ID, which was "One sword decides the universe." Chapter 11, a 50 million luxury car slaps your face. Swish. The girl's face instantly darkened. You've clearly heard of that Jianzong, and you even deliberately imitated his ID, yet you're pretending not to know? Since you've heard of Jianzong, you should know how awesome he is, right? He casually gave 30 million to a female anchor. How can you compare to that? You're a stinking loser, not even fit to hold someone's heels. And you're even talking about high-end imitations? Disgusting. Yes, yes, yes. I'm not worthy. Whatever you say is what it is. Shen Fei was too lazy to refute and immediately nodded in agreement. Immediately, Shen Fei stood up. Goodbye. Shen Fei has had enough of this weird woman. Then the girl suddenly said, "Wait. What else?" The strange girl quickly opened her bag and checked her valuables in front of Shen Fei, as if she was afraid that Shen Fei would steal her things. Seeing that her phone and wallet were there, the strange woman said, "Okay, it's okay, you can go now." Shen Fei, me. Add hashtag @%. Forget it, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Shen Fei took a deep breath, still without saying anything, and went out directly. After walking out of the coffee shop, Shen Fei took out his cell phone to contact Ning Ke, and unexpectedly found that Ning Ke was just a dozen meters away from him. However, Shen Fei did not go over to say hello directly, but deliberately sent a barrage of comments on his mobile phone. "Ke, didn't you want to see me just now?" Suddenly the live broadcast room was boiling. Master Jian is back again. Fuck, the real sword master. Boss Jian is teasing my Ke again? Ke just said she wanted to see you, but then you disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ke is so anxious that she's almost crying. Congratulations to the anchor for successfully flirting with a man. Boss Jian, do you still need someone to warm your bed? Ning Ke ignored the rhythm of the barrage and said excitedly, "Boss Jian, are you really nearby? I really want to see you." "Yes, I'm within 10 meters of you." Ejian Dinkiankin sent out. Really? Ning Ke looked around excitedly. At this moment, a middle-aged greasy uncle happened to get out of a Mercedes-Benz. "Boss Jian, are you the one driving the Mercedes-Benz?" As soon as Ning Ke finished speaking, the barrage of comments became boiling again. These netizens seem to be more curious than Zhang Ningning about what the mysterious rich man looks like. Where? Where? Holy shit, no way? It's that greasy uncle? It seems the good cabbage is about to be eaten by the pig. Damn it, don't insult me, President Jian. Even if I'm a pig, I'm a rich pig. Ning Ke seemed to be mentally prepared. When she saw that Shen Fei was older and uglier than she had imagined, she did not show any disappointment. This gave Shen Fei a new understanding of Ning Ke's emotional intelligence. With this emotional intelligence alone, it's no wonder that this girl was able to go from being an unknown anchor to becoming a well-known figure in just half a year. Shen Fei didn't keep the secret any longer. It's not that person. The one next to him. There were only two people around Ning Ke. If it wasn't that old man, could it be that handsome boy? At this time, Ning Ke looked at Shen Fei with a puzzled look. Shen Fei waved to Ning Ke openly. Ning Ke was stunned for a moment. In fact, she had made various predictions about Shen Fei's appearance, but she never expected that this awesome sword master was actually such a spirited and handsome young man. Ning Ke, favorability plus 10. At this time, Ning Kainer's favorability was as high as 65 points. Bite. The system voice suddenly sounded in Shinfei's mind. Congratulations to the host for reaching the target with more than 60 points. The reward for the host's strategy level gift package is a 15 million limited edition Bugatti Veyron. Warm reminder, the car documents have been completed and the key is in the host's right-hand pocket. Shinfei was stunned. I searched my pocket and found a car key. He originally thought that there would be rewards only after the strategy was successfully completed, but he didn't expect that there would be additional rewards if the score exceeded 60 points. Looking at the convertible sports car not far away, Shinfei raised the corners of his mouth. This system is really fucking awesome. What boy doesn't dream of owning a luxury car? Now he has realized it. And it's a Bugatti Veyron, a limited edition worldwide. At this time, the barrage was also stunned. Oh my god, a 50 million Bugatti Veyron? I'm wet. Mr. Jian, I want to give birth to your baby. Boss Jian is so young, so handsome, and so fucking rich? Damn, this isn't fair. It's over, my core is going to fall. Ning Ke stood there in a daze, unable to react for a moment. She was just about to go up and greet Shinfei when the strange girl happened to walk out of the coffee shop. Why haven't you left yet? Are you waiting for me on purpose? I advise you not to waste your time. I'm not interested in you. Besides, I already have an appointment. The strange girl showed a pair of car keys. It has the BMW logo on it. After pressing the car key, a BMW Mini flashed its lights. This is her roommate's car. The weird girl borrowed it on purpose to show off. Do you want a ride? I can give you a ride. The strange girl asked hypocritically with a look of superiority on her face. No need, I have a car too, and I've already made an appointment. Ah, you're embarrassed and starting to lie? I said I had a car, and you said you had one too. I said I had a date, and you followed suit. How could such a coincidence happen? Do you really think I'll look up to you like that? Boring. The weird girl rolled her eyes. Shinfei hasn't spoken yet. At this time, Ning Kainer could no longer bear it. She quickly stepped forward and said, Hey, how can you talk to my brother Jianzong? The strange girl sneered, Brother Jian? Ha, a high-quality fake, and there are still fools who believe it. Although the weird girl was very surprised that there was a girl as beautiful as Ning Ke next to Shinfei. But she still sneered in her heart. You can deceive beautiful girls temporarily, but can you, a loser, deceive them forever? Okay, Ke, ignore her. Let's go. Shinfei really didn't bother with the weird girl and just took out the car key and pressed it. Then the beast-like Bugatti Veyron next to the BMW Mini suddenly started. Ning Ke was instantly shocked. Oh my god, this car is actually yours? Immediately, Ning Ke realized that she had spoken out of turn. He is a wealthy man who has spent 30 million. Isn't driving a sports car worth tens of millions like a piece of cake? The weird girl's face turned green the moment she saw the car start. She never expected that a guy wearing cheap clothes could actually drive a luxury car worth tens of millions. Etc. Why does this girl look so familiar? Isn't she the female anchor who was given 30 million yuan by a rich man online? Could it be that Shinfei is really the mysterious rich man who can decide the fate of the world with one sword? At first, the strange girl maliciously speculated that the car was rented. But where can one rent a limited edition sports car worth tens of millions? Plus, Ning Ke was surrounding Shinfei. This guy whom she thought was a loser turned out to be Boss Jian. Shinfei didn't bother to pay attention to the weird girl. He opened the car door and said to Ning Ke, Want to go for a ride? I'll take you. Ning Ke sat in the passenger seat with an excited look on her face. With the roar of the engine, Shinfei left in a leisurely manner. The weird girl was stunned the whole time. Just because of my stupid operation, I missed out on 100 million? Immediately afterwards, the strange girl completely broke down and burst into tears on the street. Many people think she is crazy. Shinfei took Ning Ke for a walk more than 10 kilometers away. The reason why it wasn't near the school was because Shinfei was used to keeping a low profile. This car was so cool that it would attract too much attention in the school. Moreover, it would not be good if other people saw him with the female anchor. These other people mainly refer to Xia Ziyun. In Shinfei's mind, Xia Ziyun is not an ordinary target. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. After Shinfei and Ning Ke visited Yunqing South Natural Park, they had dinner nearby. The car stopped across the street. The two came to an ordinary small restaurant. Just sat down, at this time. A white Maserati MC20 suddenly stopped on the side of the street. Awesome, Martha. There's a handsome man and a beautiful woman in the car. When the car door opened, a tall, rich and handsome man got out of the car, and there was a pretty girl sitting in the passenger seat. However, this girl's appearance and temperament are inferior to Ning Ke. Suing? Seeing the girl at the door, Shinfei rubbed his temples. How come I can run into her everywhere? Chapter 12. Shinfei is not doing well now. Shinfei suddenly lost his appetite. Ke, let's go to another store. Shinfei stood up, looking like a domineering CEO, and left without saying a word. Ning Ke followed Shinfei like a little bird. Brother Jian said to change places, let's go to another place. On the other side, Suing, who had just gotten out of the car and was posing coquettishly, inadvertently glanced across the street. At this time, the Bugatti Veyron started like a beast, attracting many passers-by. Hey, why does that back look so familiar? Is it Shinfei? When Suing recognized the figure, her brain exploded. He can actually afford a luxury car worth tens of millions? Who is the girl in the passenger seat? Xiaoying, what are you looking at? Ah, no, nothing. Suing was brought back to reality by Lu Yang's words. A few days ago, Suing and Lu Yang had a quarrel over buying a bag. Later, Lu Yang bought Suing a set of SK2 cosmetics to appease her. Watching Shinfei drive away in his luxury car, SK2 cosmetics suddenly lost their appeal. Xiaoying, let's eat here. Lu Yang wanted to take Suing to eat spicy hot pot. Unexpectedly, Su Ying's face darkened and she asked, eating spicy hot pot? Why, not to your liking? Nonsense, don't you know that I can't eat spicy food these days? Ha? Then you said you wanted to eat spicy hot pot tonight? Did you think this restaurant was cheap? How many times have I told you, as my woman, can you stop being so materialistic? Okay, you actually despise my materialistic nature. Compared with Shinfei, Lu Yang is really good. The two of them had another falling out. They had a huge argument on the street. Let me explain this in two ways. At the same time, Ning Ke looked at Shinfei with a crazy look on her face. Guys who drive a Bugatti with one hand are so handsome. Where do you want to eat? Shinfei suddenly asked. Brother Jianzong, you decide for me. We can go anywhere. I don't know much about food, so you decide. You decide where to go today. Really? Then why not go to Shangjing Banquet? Shinfei had also heard of Shangjingyan, which was one of the top restaurants in Yuncheng. Anyway, he had the money to flirt with girls, so Shinfei could afford it no matter how expensive it was. So he drove straight to Shangjing without saying anything. Feast. Shangjingyan has an ancient flavor. When you walk in, the waiters are all dressed in ancient costumes. They are all young and beautiful with good figures. It feels like going back to ancient times. Hello, how many people are you? 2. Welcome, would you like to go to the private room or the main hall? There's a minimum spending requirement for the private room. If you spend over 50,000, you can waive the fee. If you spend less than that, you'll need to pay an additional 2,000 yuan for the room. Gulp. Ning Ke on the side swallowed her saliva. Before she started live streaming, she was just a child from an ordinary family. It was only when she went to a restaurant of this level for the first time that she realized that the private room fee was so expensive. Let's get a private room. Shinfei said without thinking. Sir, madam, please follow me. The waiter took the two of them to the second floor. The decoration upstairs is even more luxurious. Although Shinfei was here for the first time, he remained very calm. Zhang Ningning was so excited that she took selfies everywhere. Of course, Shinfei did not agree to take a selfie with her, and Zhang Ningning did not dare to disobey President Jian, so she took selfies crazily by herself. This place is so luxurious. When Zhang Ningning entered the private room, she was even more amazed. The rockery, flowing water, flute sounds and bamboo forest in the house make it feel like you have come to a paradise. You order first. I'm going to the bathroom. Shinfei smiled and said, just order whatever you want. After saying that, Shinfei walked out of the private room. Since the bathroom on the second floor was being used, he had to go down to the first floor. After he finished and washed his hands, he just walked out of the bathroom when he heard someone greeting him. Shenfei? Why are you working here? Shenfei looked up and saw a man and a woman walking towards him. The boy was wearing Armani and the girl was dressed in a mature and seductive style. Shenfei didn't expect that he would meet his high school classmate while having dinner. Lu Hai. Long time no see, yo, Xi and Lily. Shenfei wanted to shake hands. Lu Hai glanced at his wet hand and showed no intention of reaching out. Shenfei had no choice but to calmly withdraw his hand. Xi and Lily crossed her arms and showed no intention of greeting Shenfei. Lu Hai is a typical rich second generation. His parents are in foreign trade business. Many years ago, it was said that their assets were tens of millions. Now it is estimated that the scale has been exaggerated several times. The girl next to him, Xi and Lily, is also a classmate in the same high school. She had decent grades and decent looks when she was in school. But she is very arrogant. She acts all kinds of arrogantly with ordinary boys, and people who don't know her think she is very cool. In fact, not many people really pursue her. Shenfei has always had a mediocre impression of her. This woman has always despised the poor and loved the rich since she was in school, so it is not surprising that she sticks to Lu Hai. Lu Hai is going to meet a client today. Although Lu Hai has not graduated yet, he has already begun to gradually take over the family business. This is very common in upper-class circles. Shenfei isn't doing well right now, so he actually comes here to work. Xi and Lily smiled frivolously. Shenfei frowned slightly. I didn't offend this woman when I was in school, so why did she step on me as soon as we met? Xi and Lily is actually this kind of person, used to praising the powerful and looking down on the weak. For a guy like Shenfei who has no background at all, just step on him. What kind of waves can he make? Lu Hai also pretended to be sorry and said, Shenfei, I remember the school you got into was pretty good, wasn't it? I think it was a first-tier university. How come you are doing so badly? Otherwise, let's get in touch and you can come work for me. It's better than waiting tables. Thank you. I will contact you if I need anything. Shenfei didn't explain much and just said thank you casually. Lu Hai looked very pleased, and his sense of superiority was instantly satisfied. He was not just talking empty words. If Shenfei really asked him for help, he wouldn't mind helping his old classmate. After all, his family owns a factory, so it can be a side job and satisfy his sense of superiority, so why not do it? Xi and Lily sneered at the side, you are really too obsessed with face. For the sake of ridiculous dignity, you actually gave up Lu Hai's help. No wonder you are doing so badly. Lu Hai still wanted to persuade. Xi and Lily suddenly spoke up, hey, Lu Hai, why are you wasting your breath? Shenfei might have a better career ahead of him, right, Shenfei? After she finished speaking, Xi and Lily was still trying to hold back her laughter. Better development? What a joke, this kind of trash, this low-level garbage, how can there be any development? In her eyes, Shenfei was a dead dog that could not be helped. Among his classmates, there is a person like Lu Hai. If it were someone else, he would have flattered him long ago, but he still pretends to be aloof. Oh, I just happened to run into you. By the way, let me tell you that our high school classmates are having a reunion next week. If you don't have anything else to do, come and join us. The time and place will be announced in the group. Lu Hai said. Shenfei nodded and agreed. Then Lu Hai and Xi and Lily went to the first floor lobby to wait for people. Shenfei returned to the private room on the second floor. Zhang Ningning was still flipping through the menu. To be honest, Zhang Ningning was scared when she saw the menu and price list. Are the dishes here made of gold? Why is it so expensive? Haven't you ordered yet? Shenfei asked as he sat back in his seat. Boss Jian, you should come. I don't dare to order. They are all too expensive. Shenfei didn't hesitate to take the menu and ordered a few dishes without even looking at the prices. Do you drink? Shenfei suddenly asked while looking at the menu. Suddenly, Zhang Ningning's face turned red. Ahem. Is Mr. Jian hinting at me? Chapter 13, Bang Bang Bang, Slap in the Face. Seeing Zhang Ningning silent, Shenfei thought that the girl was unwilling. Forget about not drinking. I was originally planning on trying this 120,000 yuan bottle of wine. Drinking alone is boring, so let's try something else. 120,000 worth of wine. Jiang Ningning was obviously stunned for a moment, and then showed a look of pain in her heart. Who said she doesn't drink anymore? However, Shinfei had already made the decision, so it would not be appropriate for her to speak up again. Jiang Ningning continued to sit obediently in her seat waiting for the food to be served. During this time, the two chatted casually. By the way, Mr. Jian, what exactly do you do? I didn't expect you to be so young. Me? Unemployed. Shinfei answered with a smile. Being a student shouldn't be considered a profession, right? Shinfei thought to himself. Jiang Ningning thought that Shinfei was deliberately concealing her information, so she sensibly stopped asking. Soon, the food arrived. High-end restaurants have appetizers, main courses, desserts, etc. In fact, these are the rules of Western cuisine, and even some Chinese restaurants are trying to imitate them, as if doing so will make them more upscale. Eating apples that cost 1,000 yuan each and watermelons that cost more than 3,000 yuan each, Jiang Ningning was amazed at the expensiveness of the food throughout the meal. Of course, there is a reason why it is expensive. The taste is indeed very different. After lunch, the two of them went shopping nearby. Originally, Jiang Ningning thought that the two of them would naturally date until the evening, watch a movie, have dinner, and then, At around 4:30 in the afternoon, Shinfei glanced at his watch and said, Sorry, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Ning Kainer was stunned. Shinfei is leaving now? He gave me so much money as a reward, wasn't it just to get me? Even if you have to leave urgently now, you should make an appointment to meet again in the evening. But Shinfei said nothing, and even left in a hurry without showing any intention in that regard. Although Ning Kaur is engaged in live broadcasting and does not reject certain behaviors, of course, she has never done it before. As a girl, who wants to be treated like a commodity? Who wants to use their body to exchange for benefits? It seems that Shinfei is different from other men. At this moment, Ning Kaur was actually a little moved. Shinfei just got in the car. Ning Kaur, favorability +5. The system prompt sounded, Congratulations to the host for exceeding 70 points in the target. Reward host strategy level gift package, basic fighting skills peak external strength. Shinfei was stunned. He left early to keep a date with Xia Ziyun, so how come he still gained a wave of favor? Could it be that this girl is attracted by the handsome face of the guy? And the system actually rewarded me again. The last reward was when the favorability exceeded 60, and this time another wave was given when it exceeded 70. Will the system automatically reward you every time you upgrade by 10 points? As rewards are redeemed. The next second, Shinfei felt a warm current surging through his body, and his whole body was filled with explosive power. Not only that, Shinfei's previously skinny figure has also become a little stronger. 8-pack abs in mermaid line. The most important thing is that Shinfei felt that he had suddenly realized superb fighting skills. It's no problem for one to beat 10. Suppressing his excitement, Shinfei drove back to the school. This was Xia Ziyun's first date with him, so he naturally had to dress up carefully. Shinfei parked his car outside the school and walked back. All of us are in the dormitory. As soon as they saw Shinfei, they pounced on him like hungry wolves. Fizi, how about a date? Did the girl agree to date you? Shinfei briefly described the strange girl's behavior. Lubo blamed himself and said, Third brother, it's my fault. I didn't find out the situation in advance. I let you down. It's okay, it's okay. Shinfei waved his hand magnanimously, Boss, you are doing this for my own good. Besides, I don't have anything to lose. After saying that, Shinfei hurried to the bathroom to wash his hair. Soon Shinfei came out refreshed and changed his clothes. Third brother, didn't you have a falling out with that girl? Why are you still dressed up like this? I'm going on a date with the campus beauty. You're talking nonsense. Dating a school beauty? Why don't you talk about dating a famous star? At the gate of Yun University. Xia Ziyun was wearing a white short skirt and chiffon short sleeves and standing at the school gate as if waiting for someone. Her extremely high appearance value attracted many of her classmates to look back at her. With such looks and figure, even many girls can't help but take a few more glances. Who is this beautiful lady? Don't you know Xia Ziyun? She's the president of the hip-hop club. She's widely considered one of the 4 most beautiful girls in school. Oh my god, my heart is moved. I am afraid I have fallen in love with her. Come on, she's obviously waiting for someone, maybe her boyfriend. At this time, A Land Rover Range Rover was parked at the school gate. A handsome young man got out of the car. Ziyun, what a coincidence. Are you going out? How about I give you a ride? The person who spoke was Zhang Hong, whose confession was rejected 2 days ago. Before Xia Ziyun could speak, another boy came over. He took Xia Ziyun's small hand in his and said with a smile, "No need, Ziyun, come with me." The moment Shenfei appeared, Zhang Hong almost went berserk on the spot. After Shenfei successfully got Xia Ziyun's WeChat in the classroom that day, Zhang Hong specifically asked about Shenfei. It turns out that this guy is just a bootlicker. How could this kind of trash compete with me for the goddess? But the goddess actually gave him her WeChat. And, now, this shameless guy is actually holding the goddess's hand. Can't tolerate it. Zhang Hong glanced at Shenfei's handsome face with contempt. Do you really think that a stinky loser like you can fight with me? Innocent. What is the most important thing in today's society? It's money. Zhang Heng's family owns a mine, and his father is a coal boss. With assets exceeding 100 million, how could a rubbish bootlicker like Shenfei compare to him? Walk with you? Take the bus? Zhang Hong sneered and turned to Xia Ziyun. Ziyun, I can drive you wherever you want to go. It's so hot out here, it's too hot to wait for the bus. Zhang Hong pretended to be generous, one hand resting on the roof of $1 million Land Rover. He clearly wanted to show off in front of Shenfei. He wanted to make Shenfei feel inferior and completely defeated by him. How can a poor guy with no money defeat a goddess? No need, I drove today too. Shenfei said calmly. You actually have a car too? Is it a van without license plates? The city is checking things strictly these days, so you should just take my car. We're all classmates, so don't be polite. As he spoke, Zhang Hong stared at Xia Ziyun, waiting for Xia Ziyun's response. Zhang Hong really enjoyed the feeling of showing off at this moment. Ziyun, if you're not blind, you should be able to tell who's the better one, right? Unexpectedly, Xia Ziyun didn't say a word and continued to stand silently beside Shenfei. Zhang Hong was unwilling to give up and turned to look at Shenfei. There was a strong sense of superiority in his eyes. It was as if he was just a reptile under his feet. Can you really bear to expose Ziyun to the sun? Come on, let's take my car. It's very spacious. Thank you. But it's really not necessary. Shenfei politely rejected him. Xia Ziyun finally couldn't bear it anymore. She took out her car keys and said, I have a car too, just take mine. A hint of secret joy flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes. The opportunity to crush Shenfei has finally come. Zhang Hong said quickly, TSK, you have to take a girl's car to go out. Shenfei, whoever follows you in the future will be miserable, right? Ziyun, don't blame me for being so talkative. This kind of person isn't worth it. If we really live together in the future, there will be many conflicts due to our different classes. Xia Ziyun said with a gloomy face, Senior Zhang Hong, thank you. You don't have to worry about my affairs. Shenfei, let's go. Zhang Heng's face was full of pride. Although he has not been able to persuade Xia Ziyun yet, Zhang Hong believes that it will not be long before Xia Ziyun faces reality. If you are not a good match, there will only be endless troubles if you are together. Just when Zhang Hong was happily about to get in the car, Shenfei pressed the car key. Suddenly, a supercar flashed its lights. Ziyun, get in the car. Bugatti Veyron? Zhang Hong rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. Xia Ziyun didn't react either. Where was Shenfei's car? Although she had previously guessed that Shenfei should be a low-key rich second generation, she did not expect that he could afford a 50 million luxury car. Shenfei held her little hand and walked directly to the convertible sports car. He opened the door for her personally and helped Xia Ziyun sit in the passenger seat. Xia Ziyun was completely shocked. Open your mouth slightly. Is this car yours? Xia Ziyun looked at Shenfei in shock. Chapter 14, Get out of here before I lose my temper. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable sitting? No. Xia Ziyun waved her hands quickly. Well, fasten your seatbelts and let's go. When a sound like the roar of a wild beast sounded, the car rolled up a cloud of dust and disappeared at the school gate. Suddenly, the students around were in an uproar. Oh my god, the goddess Xia Ziyun was picked up by a luxury car. She really has a boyfriend who is a rich second generation. If I could afford a 50 million luxury car, I could also win over the goddess. Looking at Zhang Heng again, he was leaning against his Land Rover like a stone statue. Me? Is that 50 million luxury car really Shinfei's? Where are the lickers and losers? How can you drive such an awesome car? Zhang Heng naturally knew that it was impossible to rent a car of this level. Even if this car was borrowed by Shinfei, his connections are definitely not simple. More importantly, what I did just now was really embarrassing. He actually showed off his luxury car in front of Xia Ziyun, but was ruthlessly slapped in the face by Shinfei. He was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. At this time, Shinfei didn't care at all what Zhang Heng thought. Driving a cool supercar, he headed straight to the city center. Xia Ziyun seemed to have not yet recovered from the shock, so her favorability towards him did not increase or decrease. Shinfei didn't care either. In his eyes, pursuing Xia Ziyun was not about money at all. Soon, the two arrived outside a Japanese restaurant. This store looks quite upscale. Xia Ziyun said anxiously, "Please don't think this shop is bad later. With my financial strength, I can only afford this job. In fact, the consumption in this Japanese food restaurant is not low. 7,000 to 8,000 per person." However, Xia Ziyun was really surprised to see Shinfei driving a 50 million luxury car today. "How come?" "Let's go." Shinfei smiled and pulled Xia Ziyun into the store. Seeing that Shinfei really didn't dislike her, she finally put her mind at ease. Seeing that Xia Ziyun cared so much about his feelings, Shinfei was very happy. This was the first time since he was a child that a girl cared about his feelings. After a meal, the two chatted very happily. Through their interactions, Shinfei discovered that Xia Ziyun was not as aloof as she seemed. He would occasionally crack a joke and was able to catch up on any joke he threw out. After the meal, Shinfei wanted to pay the bill, but Xia Ziyun pouted and said, "No. I have to treat you this time no matter what. My mom always taught me that when you're with boys, you can't always spend their money. Now, I have to treat you this time." Shinfei did not argue with Xia Ziyun anymore. After seeing the girl's satisfied expression after paying the bill, Shinfei knew that Xia Ziyun really wanted to treat him as an equal, rather than deliberate disguise. After this period of experience, Shinfei understood one truth more and more. In a relationship, the more equal the two parties are, the more likely it is to last. If either party pays too much, there will be no good result. After dinner, the two did not drive, but took advantage of the night to go shopping on the street. The night breeze is so gentle, making people feel particularly comfortable in the hot summer. Suddenly, several drunk men walked towards Shinfei and the others. The leader was a bald man with a face full of flesh, a wicked smile, and bad intentions. A skinny young man laughed lewdly and said, "Brother Lei, look, this is a fucking top-notch girl. Yeah, this girl is so beautiful. Devil figure, angel face." The other men were also ready to make a move. Bald Lei touched his signature bald head and smiled even more lewdly. Brother Lei, a local thug who resells used cars and has over a dozen underlings, has had a flurry of good news lately. He recently shipped a large batch of goods, earning 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. And today, Brother Lei finally got his wish to join Zongyatang. The Zongyatang was a prominent organization in the area. Its leader, Lu Quan, was a true veteran. He dominated the Dongdimen area, encompassing the university towns of Yunnan University and several surrounding universities. People feel cheerful when they are happy. Brother Lei was so happy that he took his brothers out for a meal. After having a good meal and a few drinks, I unexpectedly met this extremely beautiful woman. Brother Lei's biggest hobby is women. He has played with countless women over the years, but this is the first time he has encountered someone as top-notch as Xia Ziyun. The stimulation of alcohol, coupled with the strong self-confidence that joining Zongyatang gave Brother Lei, and the flattery of the younger brothers around him. Brother Lei waved his hand and led his younger brothers towards Shinfei and Xia Ziyun. "Hey, beautiful lady. What a coincidence." Brother Lei went up to chat with her, and several of his brothers dragged Shinfei aside. The rest of the brothers surrounded Brother Lei, blocking Xia Ziyun on the side of the road. Xia Ziyun had never seen such a scene before and was instantly panicked. Who are you? What are you going to do?" "Don't be afraid, beautiful lady. This is my brother Lei. He wants to meet you. He's the best in this area." The skinny young man gave a thumbs up as he spoke. Brother Lei stroked his bald head with the air of a gangster and said with a smile, "Hello, beautiful lady, what's your name?" Sorry, I don't know you. Shen Fei. Let's go. Xia Ziyan leaned over and looked over the group of people to find Shen Fei. Unexpectedly, Bald Lei and his gang immediately surrounded Xia Ziyun. What on earth do you want to do? Nothing, just getting to know you, a beautiful lady. Come have a couple of drinks with me later. Looking at Brother Lei with a face full of flesh, Xia Ziyan quickly clutched her phone and said, "Go away, or I'm going to call the police." Pop. Suddenly someone patted Xia Ziyun's arm and the phone in her hand was instantly snatched away. Amidst the laughter of the group, Bald Lei sneered, "Brother, I just want to get to know you. Why are you so scared? Does brother look like a bad guy?" Xia Ziyun was speechless. This bald guy almost had the word bad guy written on his face. "Please, let me go." Xia Ziyun's eyes were filled with tears. Her tone was almost pleading. "You want to leave? Okay. Serve my brother Lei well tonight and I'll let you go. Don't worry, I promise that nothing will go unharmed." The thin man said obscenely. "You are shameless." Xia Ziyun took a step back in panic, with Brother Lei's younger brothers behind him. At this moment, Xia Ziyun was like a frightened kitten. Her eyes were filled with fear and anxiety, and she kept looking for Shen Fei. "What? Looking for that pretty boy?" Brother Lei sneered and turned to look at Shen Fei. "Brother, how about lending your girlfriend to me for a night?" As he spoke, the flesh on Brother Lei's face was still shaking. It was as if he had Shen Fei in his grasp. He had a group of more than a dozen people, while the other party was just a pretty boy who looked like a student. If he dares to say no, Brother Lei doesn't mind giving him a good beating. In an instant, everyone looked at Shen Fei. Xia Ziyun also stared at him nervously. Shen Fei said calmly, "Get out before I lose my temper." Chapter 15: A Hero Saves a Beauty. As soon as these words came out, Xia Ziyun's eyes were filled with shock. She never expected that Shen Fei would be so tough. In this situation, shouldn't you speak nicely and plead with the other person? At the same time, a warm feeling flowed through Xia Ziyun's heart. This is a real man, brave and responsible. Brother Lei's eyes suddenly darkened. "What the hell did you say, you little brat? You want me to get out of here?" Brother Lei pointed his index finger at himself and laughed in anger. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely solemn. "You want to be beaten, right? I don't mind crippling you," Brother Lei said angrily. For social people like Lu Lei, fighting is commonplace in daily life. If more than a dozen people really beat up Shen Fei alone, even if they don't kill him, they will probably cripple him. Shen Fei suddenly shook his head. He sighed and said, "I've given you the opportunity, but it's a pity you didn't cherish it." As he spoke, Shen Fei rolled up his sleeves. Shen Fei is extremely looking forward to his fighting ability. He had previously received a level gift pack and acquired basic fighting skills, and his body had already undergone tremendous changes. Seeing that Shen Fei was about to take action, Brother Lei stretched out his little finger and scratched his big bald head. Suddenly he roared, "Brothers, go ahead and kill him." Kill him. 7 or 8 men rushed forward. Shen Fei stood there, staring at Brother Lei with his head tilted, ignoring the fact that someone had come around and surrounded him from behind. "Dry!" A man shouted angrily and swung his fist down. Without waiting for the fist to land, Shen Fei kicked out suddenly, directly kicking the man in the abdomen. The man suddenly felt as if several of his ribs were broken, and he flew backwards into the air. Then he fell to the ground like a shrimp and couldn't get up. Brother Lei was stunned. "I didn't expect that this pretty boy could fight so well." Looking for death. Another man attacked Shen Fei from behind. He pulled out the steel pipe he carried with him and smashed it on Shen Fei's head. But before the steel pipe fell, Shen Fei seemed to have foresight and took a slight step sideways, and the steel pipe actually brushed Shen Fei's shoulder and missed. At the same time, Shen Fei made a lightning-fast move, grabbed his wrist and exerted force with his backhand. Click! With a wail, the man's arm bent to 90 degrees, revealing his white bones. Shen Fei picked up the steel pipe on the ground, weighed it in his hand, and walked towards Bald Lei with a smile. "Just stand there and kill him." 1 minute later. Brother Lei knelt on the ground. He didn't want to kneel down to Shen Fei, but his knees were weak and he couldn't stand up at all. More than a dozen of his men were lying on the ground, each with broken arms and legs. Brother Lei is not a man who has never had a fight. In the Dong Demon area, he is even a well-known figure. But today he really opened his eyes. How could such a capable fighter suddenly appear? One person knocked down more than a dozen people without even a speck of dust on his body. What terrified Brother Lay the most was that the young man actually bent down with a smile and stared at him. "Brother, why don't you call again and ask for help?" "No, no, no. Master, today I am a brother and I am blind. I shouldn't have provoked you." Shinfei patted Brother Lay's face, stood up with a smile, and left with Xia Ziyun, who had already been petrified, in a cool manner. After walking away, Xia Ziyun still hadn't recovered from the shock. Oh my god, Shinfei is so good at fighting? Just like the martial arts masters on TV. Xia Ziyun's eyes when she looked at Shinfei also changed completely. Even with a bit of appreciation and admiration. The low-key rich second generation is not only handsome, but also has great skills. Xia Ziyun, favorability plus 10. The system prompt sounded, "Congratulations to the host for exceeding 60 points in the target. Reward host strategy level pack, piano technique master level." Shinfei had already expected that his standing up just now would definitely increase Xia Ziyun's favorability. What made him even happier was that because his favorability reached 60, he received a system-level gift package. At this time, Xia Ziyun's pleasant voice came. "Shinfei, have you practiced martial arts since childhood? You really amazed me just now." Shinfei smiled and did not explain. He knew that it was best to say nothing at this time and keep it mysterious. Sure enough, Xia Ziyun looked at Shinfei with even more passion in her eyes. "I really didn't realize that you're such a hidden gem. It's such a pleasant surprise. It seems like every time I see you, I discover a different side of you." Xia Ziyun continued, "How come I haven't noticed such an outstanding boy like you before?" Shinfei still just smiled and said nothing. At the same time, Xia Ziyun felt a little jealous. Such a good boy had been pursuing another girl for 2 years and was not even taken seriously. Suing, you don't know how to cherish. Missing Shinfei is the biggest regret in your life. Shinfei naturally didn't know that Xia Ziyun was not only admiring him, but also jealous of him. In a blink of an eye, the two were back in the parking lot. Sitting back in the car, Xia Ziyun suddenly said, "Shinfei, your sleeve is torn. Let me go buy you a new dress this weekend." "Okay." Shinfei felt warm in his heart. Then the two drove back to school. "Fei Zi, where have you been? Why are you back so late?" asked roommate Lubo. "I went on a date with Xia Ziyun." "You're talking nonsense. Dating a goddess? Why don't you say you're dating a famous star?" "That's right, third brother, there has to be a limit to bragging. Believe it or not." Shinfei raised the corner of his mouth and said deliberately. After Brother Lei and his men were abused by Shinfei, Bald Lei felt more and more aggrieved. Brother Lei is the top figure in Dong Demon, but all his brothers were defeated by a pretty boy. If this gets out, how can he survive in the underworld? After his brothers were sent to the hospital, he took out his cell phone and made a call. A deep voice came from the receiver. "It's Lei Zi, what's the matter with you calling so late at night?" "Master Tiger, I'm so sorry to bother you so late. The thing is, something did happen here." Brother Lei explained the whole story on the phone. Tiger Lord was silent for a few seconds, then said coldly, "All right, I know about this. I'll have Biaozi investigate the boy's origins. Since you've joined Zhengyi Hall, I'll protect you if anything happens." "All right, Master Tiger, I'm relieved with what you said. I'll personally give you the tribute money later." "Kindness." A deep voice responded, and then Tiger Lord hung up the phone. Although Brother Lei felt a little painful when he thought about the filial piety money, after all, it was 500,000. He is now a member of Zhongyatang, but not a formal member. If he wants Zhongyatang to step in to settle the matter, he has to pay a large sum of money before the big boss is willing to help. But when he thought of the methods of Zhongyatang, Brother Lei grinned, "You little bastard, you want to provoke me? I will make you pay for it." Chapter 16, Go, Go, Go. Take the top spot in seconds. The next morning, Shinfei finished washing up and went downstairs with his brothers to prepare for class. As a result, as soon as Shinfei left the house, his cell phone was left in the dormitory. He had no choice but to let his brothers go first and go back to get his phone. As a result, when I went downstairs again, a girl with a neat and beautiful figure was carrying breakfast and seemed to be waiting for someone. Shinfei didn't think much about it, but when he got closer, he found that the beauty was actually Xia Ziyun. Amidst the countless envious gazes around her, Xia Ziyun stepped forward gracefully. "Shinfei, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? This is for you." Xinfei hadn't come to his senses yet and took the breakfast in a daze. Why are you standing there? We're almost late. Let's go to class together. Xia Ziyun actually took the initiative to stretch out her lotus root-like white hand and pulled him away. This scene made countless people stunned. The cool school beauty took the initiative to bring breakfast to the boy and even made an appointment to go to class together? When they arrived at the teaching building, Xinfei went to the 5th floor and Xia Ziyun went to the 4th floor. He walked into the classroom, still savored by his breakfast. After all, this was the first time in his life that a girl had offered him breakfast. Thinking back to when he accidentally touched Xia Ziyun's soft and delicate skin just now, his heart was filled with excitement. But Xinfei quickly dismissed the messy thoughts in his mind. He can no longer be a bootlicker like before. If they are really virgin friends, isn't this normal practice? Xinfei found a few people in the dormitory and sat down in the last row. Zhang Ziang saw the breakfast Xinfei was carrying and teased him. "Fizi, you're too unrefined, aren't you? Just buy one breakfast." "That's right, we're still hungry." "I didn't buy this breakfast, someone gave it to me." "Who sent it?" Wang Yu suddenly asked. Although Wang Yu is usually quiet, he is actually the most reserved and gossipy person. "Xia Ziyun." Xinfei did not hide it and said it as a matter of course. "What did you say just now? Xia Ziyun brought you breakfast?" Lu Bo put his hand on Xinfei's forehead. "You don't have a fever, what nonsense are you talking about?" The guys in the dormitory all burst into laughter, and obviously no one believed what Xinfei said. Xinfei smiled and didn't explain much. There was only one class in the morning, and after class, several people in the dormitory went back to their rooms and started playing online games. Xinfei is a gaming black hole, and usually no one is willing to take him to play unless there is a shortage of people. He was also happy to have some free time, so he went back to bed and prepared to play with his phone. As a result, as soon as I picked up my phone, I saw dozens of unread messages on WeChat. Originally, Xinfei was quite happy, as it seemed that someone cared about him and was thinking about him. But when I opened the unread messages, I saw that the senders were all suing. Xinfei instantly lost interest in watching. A quick glance revealed that all he saw was suing apologizing. "Xinfei, it was all my fault before. I'm sorry. Can't I change? Let's be good from now on. I've been reflecting on this for a while now, and I think you're the best. As soon as I close my eyes, I'll recall everything you've done to me. Please reply to me." In the past, when Xinfei saw Suing sending these messages, he would have wanted to run downstairs to her dormitory and meet Suing. But now, Xinfei just wanted to laugh. "What the hell were you doing so early in the morning?" Ignoring Suing, Xinfei opened the live broadcast software on his mobile phone to check on Ningke, but she did not start the broadcast. Xinfei's mind began to become active. He had previously conquered Ningke, and although he had not yet successfully reached 90 points, the level gift package had benefited him greatly. How about finding a few other anchors? He did it right away, but this time Xinfei opened another live broadcast software, Maoya TV. Maoya and Jinyu are live streaming software of the same level, and are considered to be the two most powerful apps on the market. It is said that the two software are about to be merged. But Xinfei didn't care about these. Sliding his fingers up and down, soon a girl attracted Xinfei's attention. This time the female anchor was discovered from the homepage. The reason I clicked on it was because she looked very similar to the goddess Xinfei had been secretly in love with for 3 years. When he was in high school, Xinfei had always had a crush on a goddess in his class, Su Xilan. For 3 years, Xinfei had been obsessed with her. Countless sleepless nights, Xinfei's mind was filled with the image of the goddess. He even fantasized about how to create a chance encounter and how to confess his feelings, but all this remained in Xinfei's mind and he never had the courage to put it into practice. So when he saw the female anchor, he clicked in without hesitation. I have to say, the two people are really similar. Moreover, the appearance of this female anchor is not inferior to Su Xilan. However, there is a big difference in temperament between the two. Su Xilan is, as her name suggests, with a temperament like orchid, elegant and noble. The host named Shanwan has a sweet and cute style. But it is also very pleasing to the eye. Shanwan is the anchor in the beauty zone and is currently chatting with the barrage. Her voice is sweet, crisp, and very pleasant to hear. Since Xinfei was a level 1 account, his post of the anchor is so beautiful was drowned out by the vast number of barrages. Even though Xinfei still used the ID Jianding Xian Koan, no one cared because he had changed the platform and had no level or identity blessing. Xin Fei increasingly felt the importance of identity to a person. On the goldfish platform, Mr. Jian is always popular wherever he goes. Are these people praising Xin Fei? No, they are praising this ID. Looks like I need to expand my network. Having connections makes things easier. Xin Fei collected his thoughts and was not affected by the difference in status. Since the Maya platform is unknown, let us make it famous today. Xin Fei first tried to recharge, and everything went smoothly. After finishing it, Xin Fei went straight to the point without saying anything. Beautiful lady, say I love you, handsome boy, and I will give you a treasure map. Does this ID look familiar? Isn't this the same ID that lavishly spent 30 million on Jianzong on Jinyu Live a few days ago? A high imitation, right? How could it really be Mr. Jian? Who is Mr. Jian? Is he as awesome as Mr. Qi, the most powerful man in Maoya? The comments began to explain what General Jian had done in the past few days, and some people were also bragging about General Qi. The comments in the barrage were all different and the debate continued. From watching the comments, Xin Fei learned that Mr. Qi was a wealthy man on Maya Live. His ID was Qi Tian Dashan. And it happens to be the number one on the list of anchor Shaonuan. A quick glance at the rankings revealed that Mr. Qi was truly impressive, having amassed over 20 million. Xin Fei had no idea if this was inflated or not. While it couldn't compare to the 30 million Xin Fei had amassed 2 days prior, he was still truly a wealthy individual. Xin Fei didn't care about that and typed, "Stop bragging about Mr. Qi. Anchor, just say I love you and you'll be number one right now." At this time, the anchor Shaonuan also learned about Mr. Jian's previous operations on the enemy station and said in surprise, "You can't really be that Mr. Jian. Shaonuan is worthy of being a top-tier anchor. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that this high imitation player is a good imitation, the anchor would not dare to offend him carelessly. His tone and attitude are very humble, without any airs of a big anchor." Shaonuan smiled sweetly and said, "Regardless of whether this Jian Dinky Ankin is the real Master Jian, thank you so much for coming today. Love you, moi. On the right track." Xin Fei commented in his heart and started giving gifts without hesitation. Just like the previous routine, Xin Fei didn't open any nobles at all. These are things that the middle and small wealthy people use to show off. It only costs about 100,000 yuan to open the Yellow Emperor. Xin Fei swiped his hand and sent the gift. "Thank you, Master Jian Dinkiankin, for the treasure map." A treasure map is worth 5,000 renminbi. The sudden gift made Shaonuan exclaim in surprise. However, she had no idea that this was just the beginning. Xin Fei's fingers flew, and he gave the treasure map away as if it were free. After a series of treasure maps appeared, the entire live broadcast room was instantly in an uproar. Oh my god, this familiar routine again? Could this really be the sword master himself? Awesome Klaus. It looks like Jianzong is really going to take the top spot in no time. The battle of the century begins. Who is more powerful, Boss Jian or Boss Qi? It must be me, great sword master. Sword master, charge, charge, charge. I'll take down the number one spot in seconds. Chapter 17, 40 million yuan shocked Mr. Qi. Oh my god, thank you so much, Mr. Jian, for the treasure map. Looking at the rapidly increasing number of treasure maps, Shaonuan was surprised and happy. The sword that determines the outcome of the universe did not respond. Why? My hands are occupied. Xin Fei was frantically browsing the treasure map. It didn't stop for over an hour. Everyone in the live broadcast room was deeply shocked. Previously, they had also seen a post online about the wealthy Jianzong angrily spending 30 million, and many people thought it was hype. But after seeing it with their own eyes today, everyone was amazed. The screen is filled with comments about Jianzong's awesomeness. Shaonuan is already a big anchor, and with Xin Fei's treasure map on the homepage, her popularity instantly took off. The popularity even broke the website record. Countless people flocked to Shaonuan's live broadcast room. Looking at the anchor again, he was petrified in front of the screen. Shaonuan is not new to the world. Mr. Qi is the number one on her list. And he spent 20 million. But you have to know that President Qi has been supporting her for 2 years before she has achieved her current contribution value. On the other hand, Xin Fei. In just 1 hour, he surpassed Mr. Qi and reached the top of the list. Xin Fei's fingers were sore from rubbing. That should be enough, right? Xin Fei glanced at the list. There is no doubt that Xin Fei has taken the top spot in seconds. Looking at the 8,000 treasure maps, everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked. 8,000 treasure maps are worth 40 million. This operation is even more brutal than the last one. I have no experience. I am just following the usual routine. When Master Jian takes action, the world is mine. Oh my god, Mr. Qi was really defeated in 1 second? The rich are inhumane. This time, Xin Fei became completely famous throughout Maoya TV. After all, Xiaonuan had been on the homepage for more than an hour, and many people had witnessed this scene. With the amount of rewards Xin Fei gave, he could become a shareholder of Maoya TV. Even the person in charge of Maoya TV was alarmed. All this was too common for Xin Fei. If his hands weren't a little tired, he would have continued brushing. At the same time, Xin Fei took a look at the system panel. Naturally, the new target was also successfully bound. Name, Lu Yike. Age, 25. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 8.5. Favorability, 40. Her appearance was indeed a little discounted, not as good as Xin Fei had imagined. The favorability is also acceptable. Xin Fei had already anticipated this. Although the amount of his tips was astonishing, it was still connected to the internet. You couldn't just give a bunch of tips and expect your favorability to explode, right? Anyway, with the help of the system, Xin Fei couldn't wait to earn more money before succeeding in the strategy, so 40 points of favorability were just right, neither too much nor too little. Xiaonuan expressed her gratitude crazily in front of the screen, even to the point of being a little incoherent. I never thought that General Jian would give me so many gifts. Thank you so much. Thank you, Big Boss. Thank you, Mr. Jian. Xiaonuan also sent a private message to Xin Fei and took the initiative to add Xin Fei on WeChat. Just after Xin Fei clicked to agree, another message about adding a friend caught Xin Fei's attention. Qi Tiandashan requests to add you as a friend. Mr. Qi? Xin Fei was stunned. It seems that Mr. Qi was actually in the live broadcast room just now, but he didn't say a word. And I think I got it from Xiaonuan. After thinking about it, Xin Fei agreed to the other party's request to add a friend. At first, Xin Fei thought that this rich man was unhappy that he had instantly topped the list and wanted to have a fight with him. But Xin Fei soon realized that he was wrong. Originally, Xin Fei didn't pay much attention to the friend he added, but just as he was about to put down his phone, President Qi sent a message. Hello, Mr. Jian. I'm Qi Tiandashan. Forgive me for being so rude, but I just want to be friends. Generally speaking, anyone who can achieve the business level of Mr. Qi is a big boss with extremely high emotional intelligence and EQ. He was just praising Xiaonuan casually. How could he possibly offend a wealthy man like Xin Fei just for a mere anchor? After figuring it out, Xin Fei exchanged a few words with the other party. I've heard of Mr. Qi's name for a long time. The live broadcast room just now was just a barrage of comments to stir up trouble. Mr. Qi, please don't mind it. Why would I mind? By the way, I have a Super Emperor group here. If Mr. Jian doesn't mind, I'll add you to the group. Super Emperor group? As far as Xin Fei knows, the Super Emperor needs 150 to be activated. It seems that the people in this group are quite powerful. At the same time, he also realized that these wealthy people who spend a lot of money on the live broadcast platform actually have specific plans. For example, this Super Emperor group can greatly expand their network of contacts. The threshold of being a Super Emperor can be considered a disguised means of screening. Okay. Xin Fei agreed. Soon, President Qi sent a group invitation link. Xin Fei clicked on it. There are only a dozen people in the group. As soon as he joined the group, the whole group was in an uproar. Welcome, President Jian. Fuck, President Qi is so awesome, he really dragged President Jian into this? This group of people will be very powerful in the future. Mr. Jian, please take care of us. The Super Emperor who used to be so high and mighty in the live broadcast room was now praising Xin Fei like a star. Of course, Xin Fei did demonstrate extremely strong financial resources. The two live broadcast rooms together have spent a total of 70 million. Not to mention in this group, he is considered a top boss in China, a hidden rich man. Hello everyone. Xin Fei simply typed out 3 words. Xin Fei did not try to be modest because there was no need to be. Just do what you have to do. Next, almost everyone in the group greeted Xin Fei in the group. Which city is Mr. Jian in? Let's get together offline when we have time. Cloud City. Isn't Bao Huang from Yuncheng? Shinfei noticed that someone with the ID quickly replied, "Oh, what a coincidence, isn't it? Mr. Jian, I never thought we'd be in the same city." As soon as Bao Huang sent a message in the group, Shinfei suddenly received a request from Bao Huang to add him as a friend. Just clicked agree. Bao Huang sent a private message, "Boss Jian, you are also in Yuncheng, can you help me out? I need to make some money here, and I have a villa on hand. I wonder if Boss Jian would like it." Okay, go back and take a look. Where is your villa? A villa in Yuhai Heshan County. Originally, Shinfei was just being polite, but when he heard Bao Huang's words, he immediately became interested. You can go. Yuhai Heshan County is the top villa in our Yuncheng. Let's go on the weekend. Send me the location and I'll go take a look at it. Alright, I'll be waiting for you, Master Jian, at any time. Emperor Bao originally thought that his villa would be difficult to sell. After all, the most expensive villa in Yuncheng had a very high premium. As a result, Mr. Jian agreed to go see the villa so readily. He admired this mysterious sword master even more. He's definitely the son of a wealthy, hidden family. Awesome. So generous. Chapter 18 Unexpected. After chatting for a while in the group, Shinfei logged out of WeChat. It was already noon, and a few guys in the dormitory were still playing games. Shinfei's stomach was growling with hunger, so he prepared to go downstairs to buy some food. Fizi, where are you going? Get some food. Please bring me a bowl of stir-fried pork and green pepper rice. And one more for me, tomato and egg rice bowl. You should bring mine too. Just like the dorm leader. Shinfei was already used to this, and he walked downstairs in his slippers. When he went downstairs, he found Suing waiting for him. It looks like I've been waiting for a long time. Shinfei pretended not to see it, but Suing walked towards him quickly. Shinfei, why are you ignoring me? You didn't even reply to my WeChat messages, and you blocked my phone calls? Shinfei turned around helplessly and said, "Didn't we break up? Do I have an obligation to reply to your message?" What? Are you still mad at me? Don't be angry, okay? It was all my fault before. Isn't it enough to apologize to you? Suing is the kind of girl who is particularly good at acting coquettishly. In the past, Shinfei had been fooled by Su Ying's tricks. No matter how she treated Shinfei or trampled on his dignity, as long as she acted coquettishly, Shinfei would definitely forgive her. Suing thought these tricks were always effective, but Shinfei ignored her and strode away. A flash of anger flashed in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Suing forced a smile and hurriedly followed. The slender little hand took the initiative to pull Shinfei's arm. But Shinfei pushed him away. Are you done yet? I have nothing to do with you now, don't bother with me. Shinfei was also a little angry. Why is this woman so annoying? The commotion here immediately attracted a lot of onlookers, and many students pointed at the two of them. Suing said pitifully, "Shinfei, what are you doing?" I just want to make peace with you." Being stared at by so many people, Suing felt hot on her face. She finally understood how she felt when she publicly humiliated Shinfei before. But in order to win back Shinfei's heart, Suing gave it her all. Suing looked aggrieved at this moment, and any man seeing her would feel pity for her. But Shinfei just sneered. His treatment of Suing was not even 1/10 as bad as Suing had been before. I'm going to have lunch, don't follow me. It just so happens that I haven't had lunch either, so let's go along. Suing was indeed well behaved and did not continue to pull Shinfei, but followed him at a distance of 1 meter. This scene happened to be seen by Lu Yang's roommate. Fuck, Shinfei, that loser, dares to cheat on Brother Yang? He's really tired of living like this. No, I have to tell Brother Yang. The other side. Shinfei came to the cafeteria, found an empty seat, ordered a rice bowl and sat down. Suing also followed like a follower, with 2 bottles of drinks in her hands. She handed Shinfei a bottle. But Shinfei frowned slightly and said, "It's been 2 years. Don't you know that I don't like drinking Sprite?" Suing was suddenly at a loss and said, "Sorry. I forgot. I'll change it for you." No need. Shinfei said coldly, then lowered his head to eat. Suing ate her food in small bites, her eyes fixed on Shinfei the whole time. After a moment, she pretended to be pitiful and said, "Shinfei, you've been venting your anger for a long time. Isn't it time for you to calm down? Shinfei lowered his head and said nothing, just focusing on eating. Suing took the initiative to test him a few more times, but Shinfei still ignored her. 10 minutes later, Shinfei finished his lunch and finally looked up at Suing. Give up. Don't waste time. I don't have any feelings for you anymore. You're lying. You've put in 2 years of hard work, and you're just letting it go? What else? Continue to be your lapdog? Shinfei, I told you, I was wrong. I was really wrong. It's all my fault for not knowing how to cherish. Please forgive me, okay? Ha, Shinfei sneered in his heart. Isn't this woman just lowering herself for the sake of money? She really thinks she's a rich kid. He picked up a toothpick and picked his teeth, then said slowly, Oh? Really? Seeing that Shinfei's tone seemed to have softened, Suing quickly said, I remember one time, I asked you to book a booth at the Miami disco, but I stood you up because I had something else to do. Please, give me another chance to make amends. Let's go to Miami tonight, and I'll treat you to a drink, how about that? Please help yourself to a drink? The smile on Shinfei's face grew even wider. Suing was already blatantly seducing him. Of course, Shinfei would never be tricked by her again. However, watching her act like a bootlicker like he did in the past is also a physically and mentally pleasing thing. Shinfei is not a pushover. After 2 years of hard work, my dignity was trampled upon like a dog. Now that the roles have been reversed and the situation has turned around, Shinfei doesn't mind letting Suing experience what he felt back then a little more. Okay. Shinfei threw away the toothpick, got up and left. See you at 9 o'clock in the evening. Suing said excitedly. Master Tiger, I've found out everything. The guy's name is Shinfei, and he's a student at Yunnan University. He also has a girlfriend, whom I've been pursuing for 2 years. I think her name is Suing. They're having a date at a Miami disco tonight. In a corner of the campus, a man wearing a baseball cap whispered into a Bluetooth headset. A deep voice came from the other end of the line, very good. Do it tonight. 8:15 p.m. Lu Yang was guarding the girls' dormitory building behind a tree, holding a cigarette in his mouth. He found out from Su Ying's roommate that she was going out on a date tonight. But Su Ying clearly told herself that she was not feeling well and needed to rest in the dormitory. Soon, Su Ying walked out of the dormitory building gracefully. Today she was wearing a nightclub outfit, and her hot pants exposed her long legs to the air. Seeing Su Ying dressed so seductively, Lu Yan was almost furious. You stinky bitch, you lied to me. He threw away the cigarette and followed quietly. Going on a date with Shinfei, huh? Damn it, I'll catch you in bed and show you how I'm going to torture you to death. Unexpectedly, just as Lu Yang was following Suing across the street, a van without license plate suddenly stopped. Suing didn't care. The car door suddenly opened and 2 men came out. One of them grabbed Su Ying's neck and the other lifted her up. Suing only shouted half a sentence quickly before being dragged into the car. Lu Yan was stunned on the spot. Chapter 19, Kidnapped the Wrong Person. He just watched Suing being kidnapped. Lu Yang's mind was blank at this moment. What the hell is going on? After realizing what was happening, Lu Yang subconsciously chased after him. Inside the car, a man in the passenger seat said, Brother Wei, there seems to be a guy chasing us from behind. Parking. Brother Wei said coldly, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Crunch. The van stopped suddenly. Lu Yang followed, breathing heavily. Crash. 3 strong men got out of the van. Lu Yang regretted it so much. If he had known earlier, he should have called the police and left. Why did he chase the car? Movies are harmful. Lu Yang didn't have time to think about anything else at this moment. The leading man said in a gruff voice, Boy, you're awesome. I heard you're quite good at fighting. Gulp. Lu Yang swallowed. He usually just bullies his classmates at school. When did he become so famous? Even people in the underworld have heard of him? Since you've come with us, why don't you come with us? Our leader wants to see you and talk to you about something. If you don't want that girl to die, come with us. Thrash, thump, thump. Lu Yang retreated several steps. Brother, are you guys mistaken? Brother Wei was stunned. Wrong? That shouldn't be the case. Is that girl inside your girlfriend? Brother Wei asked with a frown. Lu Yang nodded subconsciously. That's for sure. I thought you were so capable, beating Lazy until he cried for his parents. Humph, you're no good either, look at how cowardly you are. Since you have provoked our Zhang Yihao, let's go. Brother Wei didn't allow any explanation and actually kidnapped Lu Yang. Lu Yang got in the car and looked at each other with Suing. Both of them were in a state of complete confusion. Suing looked extremely shocked. Why are you here too? Lu Yang responded with a look. How the hell should I know? This was Lu Yang's first time encountering such a situation, and he was terrified. Suing wasn't much better either, her face pale and clearly terrified. Afterwards, hoods were put on the two of them. The car drove for more than an hour and finally arrived at an abandoned factory. Shenfei watched the live broadcast in the dormitory with his bare chest. He was holding an apple in his hand and chewing it. Why didn't he show up for the appointment? Only a fool would go there. Suing had stood up Shenfei at least 8 times, if not 10 times. He had no intention of going today. Lying on the bed, she was happily complimented by everyone in the live broadcast room. Looking at the comments, everyone is calling him Jianzong Didi. Looking at the enchanting figure of the female anchor on the screen. Cool. Thump. Lu Yang and Suing were roughly forced to their knees on the ground by several men. The hood is removed at this time. It took the two of them a long time to adjust to the glaring light. The house is luxuriously decorated. Suing wanted to scream, but as soon as she screamed, she was slapped in the face by a man and became quiet. Lu Yang was much more obedient, kneeling on the ground and not daring to say a word. Boy, you're capable. You dare to mess with my Zhang Yihao? A cold voice came. Zhang Chenghu stood up from the sofa and stared at Lu Yang. Master Tiger is asking you a question, but you are pretending to be numb and dumb. A strong man scolded. Lu Yang then pointed at himself with a confused look on his face and said, Me? Provoked Zhang Yihao? No. Aha. Bang bang bang. A sturdy man raised his hands and slapped Lu Yang 7 or 8 times in a row. Lu Yang beat him so hard that he saw stars. Are you still pretending for me? Lord Tiger gave him a look. Bald Lei walked out from behind the screen. Lazy, was it this little bastard who hit you? Bald Lei stepped forward and stared at Lu Yang. Brother Lei shook his bald head like a rattle. Master Tiger, I don't know this kid. Ha? Tiger was stunned. After all this time, you caught the wrong person? Lu Yang was in tears. They caught the wrong person. Why did they hit me? And they were all so fierce. The baby is in pain, but dare not say it. Bet your mouth first. Tiger Master said in a deep voice. This is a bit crazy. How could they have arrested the wrong person? The atmosphere in the room was a little dull and awkward. Lu Yang and Suing were tied up in a corner. Suing watched in horror as the man in the tang suit paced back and forth in the room. Suddenly, Lord Tiger gave an order and sent one of his men to carry her in front of him. Tiger Master ripped off the cotton gag from Su Ying's mouth and asked, Do you know Shenfei? Suing nodded, looking frightened. Oh. So you know him. That's easy. Just give him a call and ask him to come over. Lord Tiger said majestically. Suing didn't dare to neglect it. She quickly took out her cell phone and called Shenfei. But I called several times and the line was always busy. Only then did Suing realize that Shenfei had blocked her a long time ago. I can't get through. Suing said in a crying voice. Pop. Another slap hit Su Ying's face. Are you Shenfei's girlfriend? Why can't I even get through on the phone? Did you catch the wrong person? Brother Wei was a little upset. Lu Yang, who was sitting in the corner, looked at the group of tough thugs in the room with a look of panic on his face. There is no doubt that this group of people are not good people. The people in front of me are the kind of scenes you can only see in movies. What on earth did this kid Shenfei do to anger God and man that he actually provoked these real bigwigs in the underworld? Etc. Are they looking for Shenfei? I know. Woo woo woo. Lu Yang made a series of strange noises. Pop. The man guarding him slapped him in the face and said impatiently, Where's your mother? Behave yourself. But Lu Yang did not give up. This was his only chance to escape today. These people are looking for Shenfei, and it has nothing to do with me. As long as I can trick Shenfei here, can't I escape? After being slapped 5 or 6 times, the guard finally realized that the boy had something to say. He took the cotton cloth out of Liu Yang's mouth. Liu Yang said incoherently, "Brothers, are you looking for Shinfei? I can help you get him over." Tiger Lord and Bald Lei looked at Liu Yang at the same time. The pupils contracted. Chapter 20. No matter how good your kung fu is, you can still be shot down with one shot. Do you know Shinfei? And can you invite that guy here? Liu Yang nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, Shinfei is from our school. You must have mistaken me for him. Don't worry, I promise I can trick that little bastard into coming here. Master Hu signaled his men to hand Liu Yang a cell phone. Kid, don't play tricks. Brother Wei threatened fiercely. Brother, look at me, do I look like someone who dares to play tricks? Liu Yang took the phone and dialed Shinfei's number. Hello, who is this? Shinfei's voice came from the other end of the phone. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yang said, It's me. Liu Yang. Liu Yang? Give me a call. Shinfei was about to hang up when Liu Yang quickly said, Hey, don't hang up. I have something important to tell you. Hurry up, make it short. Shinfei was still anxious to see the female anchor dance. Liu Yang's brain was working rapidly, and he soon came up with an explanation. Did you make a fortune recently? As soon as these words were spoken, Shinfei immediately put away his nonchalant look and became alert. Could it be that this guy knew about the fact that I bound the system? Liu Yang knows nothing. He just watched too many Hong Kong movies. If a gangster was looking for trouble with Shinfei, wasn't it just that Shinfei accidentally took the man's money? Well, that's how movies work. But the result of an accidental encounter made Shinfei quite surprised and confused. Shinfei, half an hour later. Brother Wei told Liu Yang the address by mouthing. Come to the abandoned fertilizer factory in the west of the city. I need someone. I'll only wait for you for half an hour. No more than that. Liu Yang hung up the phone proudly. He was feeling proud of his acting skills just now. Pop. Tiger Lord slapped him on the head and said, Idiot. What if he doesn't come? Why did you hang up? Did I give you permission to hang up? When a few people heard Liu Yang's conversation just now, they all thought that Liu Yang had a problem with his brain. Why did you make a fortune recently? Why wait for you for half an hour? Why not wait for you after the time is up? Damn it, they can even arrest the wrong person. And they even arrested two of them. Tiger Master, feeling a little irritated, said coldly, Beat them. Beat this pair of bastards to death. Half an hour later. Liu Yang and Suing had already been beaten beyond recognition. Lord Tiger sighed. It seemed that this matter needed to be considered carefully. But it doesn't matter. He is just a student. How can he beat me? Why not just tie it up again another day and be done with it? Who knew that I was thinking about it? With a bang. The door was broken open. A figure slowly approached. Zhang Qinghu looked up. A tall young man walked in. Shinfei. Suing called his name with mixed feelings. Liu Yang didn't expect that Shinfei would really come. Are you Shinfei? Tiger Lord was a little confused. I didn't expect that phone call would be so useful. Shinfei glanced at Bald Lei in the field and immediately realized that this group of people was looking for trouble with him. But what he didn't understand was why Liu Yang and Suing were also here. And it seems like he was beaten pretty badly. Ha, now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Lord Tiger sneered. Bald Lei also had a sinister grin on his face. You little bastard, you want to hit me? Don't you know that the Zhangyi Hall is my F-King backer? Wait a moment. Shinfei suddenly spoke. He turned around and locked the factory door with a padlock. Then he turned around and looked at Bald Lei and Tiger Master. He sighed and said, Bald brother, why are you doing this? Last time you provoked me, you got beaten up. How dare you provoke me again? Shinfei's eyes flashed with a cold light. I'm afraid this time it's not as simple as just beating you up. He knew that this group of people were definitely not good people. It's both kidnapping and murder. If Shinfei does not teach the other party a profound lesson, it will inevitably cause a bigger incident. Hearing Shinfei's words, Lord Tiger sneered. Tiger Lord was a gangster in his youth. At the age of 17, he moved to Hong Kong Island and joined the Sun Yan. Because he was good at Sanda, he even became a double-flowered red stick. What is double-flower red stick? He is the gang's gold medal thug. When he was young, Tiger Lord was also very successful. Until he was 21 years old, another member of the gang, Xuanhua Honggun, was shot in the head. He also witnessed his eldest brother being hacked to death and fled back. Mr. Tiger is a man who has seen the world. It's not like I haven't seen people who are better at fighting than me. But so what? Few of those who had made a name for themselves in the underworld with him back then had a good ending. Therefore, Tiger Lord has always believed in one principle. No matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. No matter how good your martial arts skills are, you can be knocked down by a single gun. Today he prepared a gun and hid it secretly under his clothes. If the situation doesn't go right later, just draw your gun. But soon, Tiger Master found out that he was wrong. It's so wrong. Tiger Lord Loyalty Hall has been established for some time, and over the past decade it has accumulated a large number of capable subordinates. Generally speaking, there are more than a dozen capable men in the headquarters, all of whom are tough fighters, and there are more than 30 men who are not easy to deal with either. But what is the result? In just a cup of tea, all the men on the entire floor were knocked down. Hiss. Even Lord Tiger couldn't help but take a deep breath. For a moment, Tiger Lord even felt that the young man in front of him was not a human, but a humanoid monster. The group of men in the room attacked Shinfei with knives, guns, sticks and clubs, but this boy was like a man of iron. Invulnerable to swords and guns. The ground was littered with broken sticks and notched steel knives. Wouldn't it be possible to be invulnerable to swords and guns if one cultivates external strength to the highest level? Shinfei looked at his arm. It had just been hit by a steel knife, but there was not even a scratch on it. He had a new understanding of his own physical strength. At this moment, the huge room was completely silent. A chill rushed straight to Tiger Lord's crown. Brother Lei was like he had seen a ghost, his mouth slightly open but he couldn't utter a word. Looking at Su Ying again, his eyes were full of admiration. Oh my god, is Shinfei really that powerful? So cool, so awesome. Lu Yang's eyes were filled with horror, and he felt a wave of fear in his heart. Fortunately, he hadn't done anything rash or provoke Shinfei. Otherwise, his fate would be no better than that of these strong men lying on the ground. Lord Hu and Shinfei stood opposite each other. It looked like two big guys were confronting each other, but the actual situation was that Tiger Lord was so scared that his whole body was stiff. With Tiger Lord's knowledge, he had already guessed in his heart that the young man in front of him was a real martial artist. He himself has learned Sanda, and initially relied on his good skills to gain fame. But even so, Master Tiger didn't even reach the entry level of external strength. It is obvious that the young man in front of him has trained his body to the highest level. The peak of external strength. He had heard his master talk about this state before, and its symbols were the golden bell cover and the iron shirt. Originally he thought these were just legends, but who would have thought that a young man in his 20s could actually accomplish it? Lord Tiger realized that if the young man in front of him wanted to kill him, it would only take a snap of his fingers. In fact, Tiger Lord still has a trump card. The gun in his arms. But he was clearly holding a gun secretly, but he didn't have the courage to take it out. Shinfei glanced at Tiger Lord's bulging arms and said with a smile, "Hey, what's hidden in your arms? Take it out." Tiger Lord's teeth were grinding, but he didn't dare to move. Suddenly, Tiger Lord found the courage from nowhere and opened his clothes. A black pistol was pointed at Shinfei. Lord Tiger's anger reached its peak, and the fear in his heart was also vented, which suddenly aroused a surge of ruthlessness. Go to hell. Bang! Tiger Master still pulled the trigger. Chapter 21. Are you convinced? After firing the shot, Tiger Lord's mind went blank. It was as if he had used up all his strength in pulling the trigger. After shooting, Tiger Master gasped for breath. It's over. It's all over. But Lord Tiger raised his eyes again. Shinfei stood there as if nothing had happened. To be honest, Shinfei also panicked the moment Tiger Lord pulled out his gun. Relying on the system, his combat power soared. But he was not sure whether he could withstand the bullet. Result. After the bullet flew out, Shinfei unexpectedly discovered that the speed of 300 meters per second seemed like a slow motion in his eyes. He could actually see the trajectory of the bullet clearly. Then, Shinfei tilted his head slightly and pointed two fingers at the magazine. A moment later, Shinfei walked towards Tiger Master with an expressionless face. The latter took a step back slightly. Shinfei stretched out his right hand, placed two fingers in front of the coffee table, and then let go. Bite. With a crisp sound, the bullet landed on the table. Click. With a dejected look on his face, Tiger Lord sat down on the ground. Scared. Brother Lay standing by also seemed to be exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Boom boom boom. Mr. Tiger is indeed an old hand in the world. He immediately realized that the young man in front of him was not someone he could afford to offend. Kowtow repeatedly. After a while, Shinfei smiled and bent down and asked, "Today I beat up your men and destroyed your place. Are you convinced?" I submit. I submit. The famous leader of the loyalty hall kowtowed to Shinfei frantically. The same thing happened to Brother Lay beside him. He kowtowed like crazy, fearing that if he kowtowed too slowly, he would be the next one to be destroyed. This scene left Lu Yang and Suing stunned. Shinfei stood up and said, "You sent someone to kidnap me today and you're picking on me. How do you handle this? You are the god, whatever you say will be done." Tiger Lord had lost his spirit, as if he was not a gangster but just a middle-aged man who had lost his soul. Shinfei nodded with satisfaction. He wasn't a gangster, so naturally he couldn't be as ruthless as Tiger Lord and the others. To be honest, if he were to punish the other party, he might not be able to do it. He just wanted Tiger Lord's attitude. Shinfei clapped his hands and said, "All right. Let's end today's matter here. If you dare to provoke me again in the future, do you know what will happen?" Master Hu took a distraught look at the golden bullet on the table and nodded mechanically. Shinfei smiled and patted Tiger Master on the shoulder, then turned and left. Lord Tiger is in trouble. And it was blamed on a young boy. However, this matter did not get out. Those who knew about this kept it secret. After Suing and Lu Yang supported each other and left Zhangyi Hall, they still couldn't believe what happened tonight. Shinfei, who was once despised, looked down upon and trampled upon by them. He actually forced an underground boss to kneel down and admit his mistake so easily and casually. He can even catch bullets with his bare hands. In this kind of thing, what you hear is not as good as what you see. No one can describe the shock in the hearts of the two at this moment. How on earth did this guy do it? Could it be that he is a god? After returning to school, Shinfei acted as if nothing had happened. After a good sleep, Shinfei was woken up by his roommate the next day. "Feezy, get up, you're going to be late." Shinfei had a messy hair. He scratched the back of his head before he remembered that he had physical education class today. Physical education classes for college students are all optional. Originally, Shinfei wanted to choose swimming, but unfortunately the swimming classes were too popular and he couldn't get a spot. In the end, I had no choice but to choose Taekwondo with Wang Yu. Why is Taekwondo unpopular? Is there any need to ask? Of course there are fewer girls. The more girls choose a class, the more popular it is. Taekwondo is a class that only men choose, so of course no one is interested in it. It was almost 10 o'clock when I finished washing up. Shinfei and Wang Yu walked towards the gymnasium. When we arrived at the gymnasium, almost all the students were there. More than 30 people stood in a horizontal row, and Shinfei and Wang Yu came to the end of the team. The Taekwondo teacher was a woman in her 30s with a black belt around her waist. The teacher first introduced the origin of Taekwondo, which made Shinfei drowsy. Then she explained the ranks, from low to high they are white belt, yellow belt, yellow green belt, green blue belt, blue red belt, red black belt, and black belt. It seems that this female teacher is quite powerful. She is actually a black belt. Black belts are divided into levels, from 1 to 9. Dan 1 to Dan 3 are the ranks for black belt novices, Dan 4 to Dan 6 are high-level ranks, and Dan 7 to Dan 9 can only be awarded to outstanding individuals with high academic attainments and who have made significant contributions to the development of Taekwondo. After about a quarter of an hour, the teacher dismissed the team. Because it was the first day of class, the teacher did not let everyone practice directly, but instead selected 2 students who had experience in learning Taekwondo to perform. It can also stimulate other students' interest in learning. Shinfei and Wang Yu found a place to sit down. At this time, a girl happened to sit over. She stared straight at a tall and burly boy in the field, her eyes full of admiration. There was only one girl like this in the whole class, and Shinfei was very curious. "Beauty, you actually like Taekwondo?" The girl glanced at Shinfei and said, "I came to class with my boyfriend." "Look, that tall guy with a black belt is my boyfriend." The girls were a little distant. Shinfei didn't care, but he looked in the direction the girl pointed. "Lu Huayang?" Shen Fei's expression changed slightly. Do you know each other? The girl asked. Ah, of course I know him. I've known him for several years. Lu Huayang, Shen Fei's high school classmate. To be precise, the two are mortal enemies. Lu Huayang was a prominent figure in high school, a national second-level taekwondo athlete, and a domineering and overbearing person. Just because Shen Fei had a crush on the goddess Su Xilan, Lu Huayang called him into the bathroom and gave him a good beating. At that time, Shen Fei was just a weak boy and was no match for Lu Huayang. Lu Huayang pinned him to the ground and beat him until his face was bruised and swollen. This incident also made Shen Fei become a laughingstock in his high school class. This also became Shen Fei's biggest shame. Even now I still can't let it go. But his girlfriend is really nice. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding, the strategy mission starts. Name, Wang Yufei. Age, 21 years old. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Appearance, 8.3. Favorability, 5. Bind to the target number 5. If the favorability is 90, the strategy is successful. After success, you will receive 50% of the consumption credit. If the strategy value reaches a certain amount during the period, a strategy gift pack will be awarded. When Shen Fei heard the system prompt sound, he was a little confused. What is going on? The system binds a new target without any agreement? Shen Fei now understood that the system didn't seem to mind whether he liked the other person or not. Once certain trigger conditions were met, they would automatically be bound. It doesn't matter anyway. If I can succeed, that is great. Even if I fail, it's still cool to get a level gift package. After tasting the benefits of the system level gift package, Shen Fei didn't mind the new goal in front of him. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the field. Shen Fei turned around and saw a boy being kicked away by Lu Huayang. Lu Huayang pretended to go forward and asked the boy about his situation. The boy grimaced and snorted for a long time, but did not dare to offend Lu Huayang. After all, Lu Huayang came from a wealthy family, and he was a well-known figure in the school. The boy dared not offend him and could only swallow his anger. Looking at Wang Yufei again, her eyes were full of stars, and she seemed to admire Lu Huayang even more. Glancing at the well-proportioned Wang Yufei, Shen Fei wondered, does this girl like this kind of violent boyfriend? Student Lu Huayang, since you don't have a sparring partner, you should go down and rest for a while. The teacher said helplessly. They were the only two people in the class who had taekwondo skills. One of them was knocked off the stage, so it looked like the performance had to end early. As it happened, Lu Huayang also saw Shen Fei off the court. A malicious smile flashed in his eyes and he said, Teacher Min, who said there is no sparring partner? That classmate Shen Fei has some basic skills. Why not let him practice with me? Lu Huayang knew very well that a coward like Shen Fei would not dare to respond at all. Humiliating Shen Fei in front of the whole class made him feel extremely happy. But who would have thought that Shen Fei would stand up calmly and say, okay. Chapter 22 I'm not done with you. The classmates were slightly startled. The clothes Shen Fei wore were the same as theirs, all of which were issued to him at the same time. Students who really have a good foundation are like Lu Huayang, who bring their own clothes and belts. In other words, Shen Fei probably can't even be considered the most basic Lucaria belt. How dare he practice with an athlete like Lu Huayang? Ha, then welcome classmate Shen Fei. Lu Huayang was afraid that Shen Fei would not dare to go on stage, so he deliberately took the lead in applauding to encourage him. Shen Fei didn't hesitate and strode towards Lu Huayang. Teacher Min glanced at Shen Fei and asked doubtfully, Student, have you ever been exposed to taekwondo before? Shen Fei shook his head and said, I haven't come into contact with it. However, I think it should be more than enough to deal with Lu Huayang. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Lu Huayang's strength has just been clearly demonstrated. Shen Fei clearly has no taekwondo skills, yet he dares to say that? Isn't this asking for trouble? Sure enough, a fierce look flashed in Lu Huayang's eyes. You idiot, since you want to be tortured, I'll grant you your wish. Wang Yufei, who was sitting in the audience, saw her boyfriend's expression and felt a pang in her heart. She knew her boyfriend's temper very well. That guy named Shen Fei had offended Lu Huayang badly, so why didn't he beat him up? Wang Yufei kindly advised, Student Shen Fei, you are no match for Lu Huayang, so why don't you come down? Shen Fei didn't respond directly to Wang Yufei but looked at Lu Huayang and said, Your girlfriend seems to care about me a lot. Lu Huayang is very narrow-minded, easily jealous, and has a strong desire to control. So he always changes his partners, and no girl can tolerate him for 3 months. Originally, Xinfei and Wang Yufei were fine, but Lu Huayang became jealous and yelled at Wang Yufei in the audience, "What's the matter? Are you afraid that this pretty boy will suffer?" Huayang. I didn't mean that. Wang Yufei's pretty face turned red with anxiety. How could my boyfriend misunderstand me like this? She had just met Xinfei and had no good feelings towards him at all. Snort. Lu Huayang actually snorted coldly and ignored Wang Yufei. Wang Yufei is also a beauty with many suitors. She didn't look very happy when she was treated like this in public by the straight man Lu Huayang. The admiration in his eyes just now disappeared completely. At this moment, Lu Huayang transferred all his anger to Xinfei. He was going to teach Xinfei a lesson today. The loser from back then still dares to jump in front of him now, he doesn't know whether he lives or dies. Lu Huayang turned his head and looked at Teacher Min. Teacher, fists and feet have no eyes. If I hurt Xinfei later, you must bear witness that I didn't mean it. Teacher Min seemed to know about Lu Huayang's family background, and actually nodded and said, "Okay. But you two should stop here." Well, I will hold back. Without waiting for Lu Huayang to speak, Xinfei spoke first. When these words were spoken, the students were stunned. Originally, many people sympathized with Xinfei, but when they heard that he dared to brag, they suddenly felt that Xinfei was a little ungrateful. Some people even looked forward to seeing Xinfei being abused. Who is this person? He is so arrogant. Lu Huayang is the president of the school's fighting club. That kid is really overestimating himself. At this time, Lu Huayang's blood was boiling. Drink! A series of mid-air kicks. It immediately won applause from the whole audience. Lu Huayang hooked his finger in a playful and provocative manner and said, "Xinfei, come on. Let me see how much you weigh to dare to shout in front of me." Xinfei slowly came to Lu Huayang. With his hands behind his back, he whispered, "Flower fists and embroidered legs." "What did you say?" Lu Huayang was furious and rushed forward and kicked with a high kick. I have to say that the black belt players are quite strong, and the power and speed of their kicks are far beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, all this seemed to happen in slow motion in Xinfei's eyes. He could even see the trajectory of a bullet, let alone Lu Huayang's speed. Xinfei just turned slightly to the side and dodged the move easily and casually. Lu Huayang was also stunned. He was complacent and thought that one move was enough to deal with Xinfei. But unexpectedly, this kid actually dodged it. Good luck. Come again. Immediately afterwards, Lu Huayang threw another side kick. The wind was howling. But Xinfei still easily avoided it. Lu Huayang gritted his teeth and made a series of attacks. After more than 10 moves, Lu Huayang didn't even touch the corner of Xinfei's clothes. At this time, Xinfei dusted himself off and said, "Taekwondo black belt. That's all. You're looking for death." Lu Huayang was furious. He flew over and kicked Xinfei in the chest. This time he was really ruthless. If the kick was strong, Xinfei's sternum would probably be broken in 2 places. A hint of displeasure flashed across Xinfei's eyes. When sparring with classmates, this guy actually tried to kill them? Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Seeing Lu Huayang coming towards him with a graceful kick, Xinfei finally moved. He still had his hands behind his back, and suddenly, he kicked out. Xinfei's right foot arrived first. Even in the void, there was a burst of explosion. Bang! With a dull thud, a kick landed on Lu Huayang's abdomen. The tall and burly Lu Huayang flew backwards like a cannonball. Boom! He flew backwards 3 or 4 meters and finally fell heavily to the ground. The whole place fell into dead silence. How could this happen? Everyone was stunned. Even the teacher opened his mouth in disbelief. Teacher Min was well aware of Lu Huayang's strength. After all, Lu Huayang was young and strong, at the peak of his qi and blood. In terms of combat effectiveness, he was even superior to hers. And the Taekwondo black belt is genuine. Even a top athlete would never be able to win so easily. But she couldn't even block one of Xinfei's moves. She was so shocked. Lu Huayang was knocked to the ground and was filled with anger. He wanted to yell, but his breath stopped and he felt extremely stuffy in his chest. At this moment, Wang Yufei also hurried forward and asked with concern, "Huayang, are you okay? Are you seriously injured?" Originally, Wang Yufei was just showing normal concern, but Lu Huayan roared angrily, "Get out of the way. It's none of your business whether I'm injured or not. Do you think that pretty boy is better than me? Ha? You, what are you talking about?" Wang Yufei looked at her boyfriend aggrievedly. She just came over to show concern, so why did she get angry at him? Don't think I don't know that you just like those who can fight. That brat, ahem, he fights better than me. You're not going to fall in love with him, are you? Shen Fei? Is there any other opponent with such low EQ? Isn't this actively assisting yourself? Sure enough, Wang Yufei couldn't bear it anymore. For the sake of her boyfriend, she took the initiative to choose a taekwondo class that she didn't like, but was then openly slandered by him. Wang Yufei actually said angrily, "Yes, I just like that little brother. He is handsome and can fight. I don't want you to be so petty." Puff. Lu Huayang almost vomited blood. Although he had done all this himself, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he heard his girlfriend admit in front of him that other men were better than her. Okay, Wang Yufei. I never thought you were this kind of woman. So fickle. Get lost. Tears welled up in Wang Yufei's eyes. Okay, can't I just leave? I don't want to see you again. Wang Yufei turned around and left crying. Looking at Lu Huayang again, he became even angrier. All of this is the fault of that damn Shen Fei. Teacher Min also stepped forward and said, "Huayang, do you want to take him to the school clinic?" Lu Huayang had a gloomy face and said nothing. In the end, she was sent away by two boys. Shen Fei pursed his lips, suppressed his laughter, and walked back to his seat. So relieved. Shen Fei felt extremely happy after having avenged his past. When the dormitory head Wang Yu saw Shen Fei coming back, he was shocked and said, "Fuck, third brother, I didn't expect you to be such a good fighter. You're a hidden talent. I've been in the same dormitory for 3 years, and this is the first time I know you're so good." Hey, it's nothing, it's nothing. It was just time to end the get out of class. Teacher Min sent Lu Huayang to the infirmary, and all the students scattered. Walking out of the gymnasium, Shen Fei saw Wang Yufei secretly wiping away tears not far away. He exchanged glances with the dormitory head, and Wang Yu immediately understood and cooperated and went back to the dormitory first. Shen Fei walked forward and handed the other person a tissue. Thanks. Wang Yufei looked up and unexpectedly saw Shen Fei. In an instant, the girl's cheeks turned red. After wiping her tears, she looked up at Shen Fei in surprise. "I really didn't realize you were such a good fighter." Wang Yufei, favorability plus 10. Wang Yufei, favorability plus 10. Thanks to Shen Fei's outstanding skills and gentlemanly behavior, Wang Yufei's favorability suddenly rose from 5 points to 25. After all, which girl can resist the charm of a strong man? Especially girls like Wang Yufei. Shen Fei had guessed right about her. She really had no resistance to strong and handsome boys. This is also the reason why, even though she heard that Lu Huayang had a bad reputation, she was still willing to agree to be his girlfriend. However, after less than a week, I found that Lu Huayang was really difficult to get along with. This person's desire for control is too strong. In comparison, Shen Fei is much more elegant and gentle. He is so powerful, but he doesn't show off. Unlike Lu Huayang, who brags about how awesome he is all day long and always mentions the title of president of the Martial Arts Association. Shen Fei could kill him instantly with one move, but was he bragging? Was he being overly boastful? If Lu Huayang hadn't provoked him, Shen Fei would not have been willing to take action. This kind of low-key and profound boy is a real man. Moreover, she is so gentle and considerate. Just when Wang Yufei's affection for Shen Fei was secretly growing, Lu Huayang, who happened to be being carried, caught a glimpse of the two people standing together and talking intimately. Lu Huayang's mentality exploded again in an instant. Aha, I'm not done with you. Damn it. Chapter 23. Young man, I heard you are good at fighting? After lunch, Shen Fei was about to go back to the dormitory for a nap, but he was called to the political education department. Enter the director's office. A serious, formal middle-aged man slowly raised his eyes and said, "You are Shen Fei, right?" Shen Fei nodded. Director Zhang suddenly said in a serious tone, "What's wrong with your classmate? It was just a sparring match during physical education class, why did you hit him so hard? And you even beat Lu Huayang so badly?" Because of this matter, the parents came to me specifically and asked me to deal with it seriously. Tell me, what should we do about this matter? It's only been a meal, and he came to me so soon? Shinfei said calmly, "Teacher, as the saying goes, fists and feet have no eyes, I didn't mean it. Whether it was intentional or not is not your decision. Lu Huayang is seriously injured now. Someone will come to assess his condition later. If the results come out, they might want to sue you. I'm afraid you'll be expelled. Besides, Lu Huayang is from a wealthy family and is very delicate. How can he be treated the same way as a poor student like you? You didn't control your strength and caused a big disaster." After hearing this, Shinfei understood. No wonder the director of the political and educational department is so efficient. It turns out that he has received benefits from the Lu family. Since that is the case, Shinfei wanted to be polite. He smiled faintly. "Lu Huayang was the first to attack, I was just defending myself, what's wrong with that? Student Lu Huayang was brutal? Who saw it? Who can testify for you? The students present and teacher Min can all testify." Just when the conversation between the two was at a stalemate, the office door was suddenly pushed open. A burly middle-aged man in a suit strode in. "Mr. Lu, you are here." The director of the political and educational department quickly changed his expression. This Mr. Lu is none other than Lu Huayang's father, Lu Shitong, who runs a sand business and is often called a sand tyrant. Being a shaba is not something that ordinary people can do. This business is all about forced buying and selling, and it cannot be done without some connections in the underworld. If you want to work in a certain area, you need the approval of the local elders. Coincidentally, the elder brother Lu Shitong worshipped was none other than Tiger Lord, the leader of the Loyalty Hall. Let us talk about Shinfei. Shinfei raised his eyes and watched Lu Shitong walk into the house. "Are you Shinfei?" Lu Shitong asked with cold eyes. "Yes, I am." "Very good, come out, uncle has something to tell you." Lu Shitong was the first to walk out of the office. Shinfei ignored Director Zhang and followed him out. End of the corridor. Lu Shitong held a cigarette in his mouth, one hand in his pocket, looking out the window with his back to Shinfei. "Just say whatever you want to say," Shinfei said calmly. Lu Shitong smoked slowly, speaking with a hint of joking in his tone. "Young man, I heard you're quite good at fighting. I've seen a lot of guys like you. Just because you have some skills, you don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is." As he spoke, Lu Shitong turned around and looked directly at Shinfei. "What a shame. What good is it if you just have skills? In today's society, everyone relies on power and money. I heard you come from an ordinary family. Someone like you, who acts without measure, still wants to be famous? It's as difficult as climbing to the sky." In one sentence, it seemed as if Shinfei's future had been determined. "When I was young, I was also full of passion and loved to fight. But what was the result? To make it in the end, you still need to find a backer. Some things are simply beyond the imagination of a young person like you. After all, you are just a young boy with little experience." "Oh? Really?" Shinfei said calmly, "How do you know what I'm capable of?" Lu Shitong finally laughed out loud. He didn't come here today to give Shinfei some advice. He just expressed his sincere feelings. Lu Shitong's demeanor suddenly changed, and he said coldly, "You hit my son, so I'll expel you from school first." And then, Lu Shitong's smile turned even colder as he said, "Do you know who's the boss behind me? Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Anyway, after you drop out of school, I'll find someone to destroy you." Facing students like Shinfei, Lu Shitong spoke frankly. "You still want to destroy me? What, are you scared? What the hell were you doing earlier?" After saying that, Lu Shitong called his elder brother, Hu Yi. With Master Tiger's skills, it would be too easy to cripple a student without leaving any trace. But when Lu Shitong dialed the number, the other party was already on the phone. At the same time, Shinfei's cell phone rang. He took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the phone. "Master Shen. Sorry to bother you." Shinfei heard that it was Master Hu calling. "Why, what's wrong?" "Well, my boss has heard about your skills and is very interested in you. He'd like to arrange a meeting with you. Don't get me wrong, my boss recently offended an enemy and wants your help. Whether you agree or not is another matter, but I'd like to ask you to join me for a banquet today. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. It would be a bit unreasonable for Shinfei not to go since Mr. Tiger was so humble as to invite him, let alone it was just a meal. Okay, I'm at Yunnan University, come over. After saying that, Shinfei hung up the phone. Lu Shitong vaguely heard Shinfei's conversation and thought that this kid was looking for help. He sneered and did not take a student like Shinfei seriously at all. Immediately, he made another call, and this time the call went through. Master Tiger, hey, it's me, Shitong. Are you free now? Lu Shitong asked cautiously. What's wrong? Tiger Lord was a little impatient. My son was beaten up by a kid, and I'd like you to help me deal with him. The location is at Yunda University. Yun University? Tiger Master was stunned for a moment. Okay, I happen to be going there too, so wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Lu Shi felt relieved. If Lord Tiger is willing to take action, it would not be difficult to even make Shinfei disappear in Yuncheng. Although Lu Shitong could teach Shinfei a lesson, he was not as clean as people like Tiger Yi. The Lu family is now considered a business family, and it would not be good to be caught by competitors. At this time, Lu Shitong felt very happy. His tone regained its solemnity as he said, Boy, you don't know what's good for you. I'll let you experience the cruelty of society. Okay, I'll wait and see. At this moment, a woman covered in jewels and precious stones also came running over in a hurry. As soon as they met, he pointed at Shinfei and yelled, You little bastard, you beat my son so badly. Do you want to die? Lu's mother yelled like a shrew, Just wait, we will never let you go. The director of the political education department also rushed over after hearing the noise. It was not good to shout like that in the corridor. He took them all back to his office. Ms. Chen, calm down. The school will definitely deal seriously with the case of Shinfei assaulting someone. Mother Lu rolled her eyes and shouted, You little bastard, I'm going to kill you today. Shinfei was too lazy to talk nonsense. Want to leave? The director of the political and educational department is not fair at all, and there is no point for him to stay. But Lu's mother stopped Shinfei, Want to leave? No way. A poor bastard like you, with only one worthless life, can you afford to pay for hurting my son? Today I will kill you. Lu's mother kept saying that she wanted to kill someone, but the director of the political and educational department seemed not to hear her. Lu Shitong puffed on his cigarette, waiting for Tiger Lord to arrive. When Lu's mother saw Shinfei ignoring her, she started to rage at the director of the political education department. Director, this student is so cruel and ruthless at such a young age. We must demand an explanation. Don't worry. The school has already been informed of this matter. They will definitely punish severely and will not tolerate any leniency. Just when the office of the director of the political and educational department was in chaos, a man with a big gold chain around his neck and a powerful and imposing manner strode into the campus. When Lord Tiger came to the office, Lu Shitong and his wife hurried forward with a flattering look on their faces. Master Tiger, you are here. Lu Huayan yelled frantically, Master Hu, please help me kill this little bastard. This idiot dared to hit me. I want him to die. Chapter 24, Dare to offend Master Shin? Are you really that brave? But who would have thought that Tiger Lord ignored Lu Huayang at all? Don't block me. With a shout, Tiger Master impatiently sent Lu's father and mother away. Lu Shitong and his wife looked at each other, both of them were stunned. What's going on? Didn't you call Tiger Lord here yourself? It's like they don't take him seriously at all. The director of the political education department was also a little bewildered. He had heard of Tiger Lord's reputation, and since Tiger Lord had come, he, a mere director, naturally didn't dare to meddle in other people's affairs. Looking again, Shinfei was staring at them with a smile. How could Tiger Lord become a big boss? What did he think? When he saw Shinfei, he immediately understood. He turned around and looked at Lu Shitong and asked, Who beat your son? Lu's mother thought that Tiger Lord was going to avenge her son and excitedly said, Tiger Lord, it's this little bastard. Bang! Tiger Lord raised his hand and slapped the fat woman in the face. Damn it, who are you scolding? Ha! Immediately, Tiger Master said politely, Master Shin, are you okay? Are there some ignorant people causing you trouble? Don't worry. I'll handle it for you. With just one sentence, the eyes of several people in the room almost popped out. What the hell is going on? Master Hu, a veteran of Xidaman and a big boss who has the final say, actually calls a college student Master Shin? Such a respectful attitude. It looks like he is Shin Fei's younger brother. Mother Lu was slapped, her face still swollen. She said in a daze, "Husband, what's going on?" Lu Shitong was also extremely nervous. I thought to myself, how the hell do I know what's going on? Shin Fei said indifferently, "Yes, we encountered some minor problems." After hearing this, Tiger Lord's face immediately turned gloomy. He roared harshly, "Fuck, who offended Master Shin like this? Come out and kneel down to apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me, Zhang, for turning my back on you." At this time, Lu Shitong was sweating profusely. Even though Lu's mother was slapped, she still didn't react. She said stupidly, "Master Hu, this kid is just a poor student. You should deal with him. Aren't you here to help us?" "Help you?" Tiger Lord sneered, "This Master Shin can't even afford to offend me. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to help you offend Master Shin? Are you so bold? I can't afford to offend you?" Lu Shitong has been in the underworld for many years, so he naturally knows the weight of this sentence. At this moment, cold sweat soaked Lu Shitong's back under his shirt. "Idiots, our boss, Master Luo, is hosting a banquet today, and I specially invited Master Shin to attend. Do you really think I came here just for you two idiots?" Even Director Zhang was stunned when he heard Mr. Luo. Luo Yi, one of the most powerful men in Yuncheng, was a man of great power and influence, with an incredible background. He was a top-tier tycoon who could get whatever he wanted. Lu Shitong and his wife were already frightened out of their wits. Even Lord Tiger was not someone they could afford to offend at their level, and Lord Luo was even more of a powerful figure from the royal family. A distinguished guest of such a great figure. The two of them no longer dared to imagine Shin Fei's background. Lu Shitong recalled what he had just said to Shin Fei and felt his face burning. Still talking to others about their connections and background? It's ridiculous. Director Zhang was also dumbfounded. He originally thought that Shin Fei was just a poor student, and he accepted benefits from the Lu family and planned to expel Shin Fei. Now things have gotten out of hand. "Master Shin, what do you think we should do with these people?" Master Hu asked cautiously. "You decide." Shin Fei put his hands behind his back and walked out of the office. Tiger Lord's eyes were as bright as copper bells. "You two, take your stupid son and get out of Yuncheng. Don't let me see you again. And Director Zhang, I'll inform Principal Chu about this matter later and let him make the final decision." Director Zhang was heartbroken. He knew he would probably have to leave. Lu Shitong and his wife also looked pale. Lord Tiger had made it clear that they would definitely not be able to stay in Yuncheng in the future. How could they be so desperate as to offend Shin Fei? It's too late to regret now. After leaving the school, Shin Fei got into Tiger Master's black Mercedes-Benz. The Mercedes-Benz took Shin Fei straight to Kangyeonju, the most luxurious villa in Zaidaman. This is one of Mr. Luo's properties. Kangyeonju covers a large area. After getting off the car, Shin Fei discovered that the surrounding area was full of lush green trees and excellent feng shui. It was indeed the residence of a big boss. It was extraordinary. "Master Shin, my boss is hosting a banquet here today. Please follow me." Ever since Tiger Lord was chosen that day, he has been completely subservient to Shin Fei. Coincidentally, his boss was recently worried because his enemies were coming to visit him, so Tiger Lord recommended Shin Fei. Mr. Luo's enemy is no small figure. He was desperate and tried every possible means, so he asked Zhang Qinghu to invite Shin Fei over without even asking about Shin Fei's background. The mansion has pavilions and waterside terraces with pleasant scenery. Following Tiger Lord and turning left and right, we soon arrived at an attic inside. Kangyeonju is located on the mountain and close to the water. The best place to view the view is this small attic, which was decorated at great expense by Mr. Luo. There is an artificial lake under the attic. The small building has 3 floors in total. In a blink of an eye, Shin Fei followed Master Hu to the 3rd floor. Shin Fei noticed that each floor was guarded by strong bodyguards. Going upstairs, the 3rd floor is even more beautifully decorated. The Chinese decoration style makes the small building unique. A huge round table was placed in the center, with a man in a mandarin jacket sitting at the head, looking dignified. He looked to be in his early 40s, and exuded the powerful aura of a superior. This person is Luo Changtian, the top giant who is famous in Yuncheng, and is known as Master Luo in the world. "Boss, I'm here to invite Brother Shin." Master Hu bowed and said with a smile. "Oh, please take a seat when you arrive." When Mr. Luo saw that Shinfei was so young, his attitude towards him was obviously a little cold. Obviously, he didn't take it seriously. Of course, another reason is that Mr. Luo is holding a grand banquet today and has invited more than just Shinfei. Looking over, I saw that there were already several people sitting on both sides of Mr. Luo. These people are all fierce and powerful, with brilliance shining in their eyes. It seems that they are all strong players. From beginning to end, no one took the initiative to talk to Shinfei. During the meal, all the big guys were drinking and chatting happily, and Shinfei only took a sip or two occasionally when they raised their glasses together. After 3 rounds of drinking, Master Luo suddenly stood up and said, "Everyone, I'll be in for the battle in 3 days. I'll be troubling you all. Everyone here is my friend, Luo Changtian. If you can successfully repel the enemy, whoever takes the lead will be handsomely rewarded by me." Afterwards, Mr. Luo raised his glass to the middle-aged men on both sides. This time, Luo Changtian also brought Shinfei along, and he had to speak some polite words. Shinfei also discovered that Mr. Luo didn't care about him at all, but he didn't care. Anyway, it was Master Tiger who invited us here to join in the fun. It would be even better if I didn't have to do anything myself after 3 days. Shinfei left early on the pretext of something before the banquet was over. Mr. Luo did not try to keep him. He nodded and smiled at him, and then Shinfei left. Lord Hu wanted to see him off, but was rejected by Shinfei. As a result, Shinfei just left. A man sneered, "Why is there a young boy at the party today?" Mr. Luo's face darkened. "Isn't this embarrassing himself in front of everyone?" He yelled at Zheng Chenghu, "Tiger, what's going on? I asked you to find a capable master to help you, why did you call a student?" Chapter 25, Thank you for your 10,000 super fire. Tiger Master smiled awkwardly and said, "Boss, Brother Shin is actually quite skilled. A few days ago, dozens of our brothers were defeated by him, and he was even able to catch them with his bare hands." Tiger Lord hadn't finished speaking. A man with a mustache chuckled and interrupted, "You're truly ignorant. A martial artist can easily take on dozens of people, right? Any one of my disciples can easily take down ordinary people like you." Mr. Tiger also wanted to say that Shinfei could catch bullets with his bare hands. But Master Luo waved his hand and said, "All right, Tiger, stop talking. If it weren't for your sake, I would have just chased him away. If he wants to join in the fun in 3 days, let him come. Then I'll give him some hard-earned money and send him off." Afterwards, Mr. Luo ignored Zheng Qinghu and continued chatting enthusiastically with several martial arts masters. He was especially polite to the man on his right. "Master Su, I'm afraid you'll be in for a tough fight. You're the best martial artist in Yuncheng. We'll all be relying on you." Master Su had an arrogant look on his face and he hadn't spoken yet. A young disciple standing behind Master Su said, "Don't worry, Master Luo. My master has trained his muscles and skin to be invulnerable to swords and spears. No matter how arrogant your enemies are, they can't defeat my master's iron sand palm." "Ha, that's good. That's good." Mr. Luo personally stood up to toast Master Su. The host and guests had a great time. Shinfei has already returned to school. It is said that since the last time Shinfei heroically saved the beauty, he has not had much contact with Xia Ziyun. Every time Xia Ziyun sent Shinfei a message, he would reply very slowly, or simply not reply at all. Of course, Shinfei didn't do it on purpose, but he was really busy recently. But this made Xia Xiaoxia very frustrated. You know, she is one of the 4 beauties of Yunnan University, and there are countless boys pursuing her. Has any of the boys Xia Ziyun had met before treated her like this? Shinfei is the first one. Xia Ziyun was obviously very angry, but she couldn't help but think about this guy more and more. Xia Ziyun's hair was still wet after she had just washed it. Wearing cartoon pajamas, a small part of her calf, as pink and white as lotus root, was exposed to the air. She sat on a chair with her wet hair hanging on her shoulders. Her curvaceous body leaned against the back of the chair. Looking at the WeChat chat interface, Xia Ziyun hesitated whether to send another message to Shinfei. "Send it. I always feel that I am looked down upon by boys, so I want to appear to be particularly proactive. I 1T post it. I feel like a cat is scratching my heart, and I feel itchy and anxious. Ziyun, what are you daydreaming about?" At this moment, roommate Wang Yuan suddenly asked, "Why do you look so absent-minded?" Yuan. Xia Ziyun stretched out her hands and wanted to hug Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan hugged Xia Ziyun. Xia Ziyun's soft body was pressed against Wang Yuan. If some boys saw it, they would probably be very excited. Oh. Xia Ziyun sighed sadly. It's Shenfei. He hasn't paid much attention to me these past few days. Why is this guy like this? He's so arrogant just because he has some money. Ziyun, it's not like no one is pursuing you. If he still dares to ignore you like this, we'll just ignore him. Just at this moment, Xia Ziyun's WeChat suddenly rang. After a quick glance, I saw a message from Shenfei. Xia Ziyun was about to reply, but Wang Yuan stopped her. Ziyun, don't reply yet. What's wrong? You can't let him ignore you so easily. Otherwise, this guy will look down on you even more in the future. You must let her know the consequences of ignoring a woman. Then what should I do? Just keep him hanging. Don't you usually ignore the boys who pursue you? Why is it that when it comes to Shenfei, you seem like a different person? Because Shenfei is different. Oh my god, are you falling in love with him? No, that's not true. Xia Ziyun's rebuttal seemed a little pale and weak. Oh my god, Ziyun, I can't believe you actually like him. I thought you were just playing around. Xia Ziyun bit her lip, not knowing how to answer her best friend. After a while, she asked weakly, what should I do next? We have an appointment to go shopping tomorrow. Isn't this difficult? What time is your appointment tomorrow? 9 o'clock in the morning. Then let's go at 11 or 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Is this okay? What's wrong with that? It's his fault for ignoring you. Listen to me, men are cheap and need to be kept hanging. Will this make Shenfei angry? Will it make him think I'm not a good person? Oh my god, why are you so anxious? I'm just late once, and you're treating it as a test for him. These words finally touched Xia Ziyun. Yes, just treat it as a test for Shenfei. If he shows no patience, maybe I am not in his heart at all. After making up her mind, Xia Ziyun replied to Shenfei, see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. The next day, Shenfei got up early, washed his hair, and set off on time at 8:45. After arriving at the meeting place, Shenfei used WeChat to ask if Xia Ziyun had arrived. Xia Ziyun replied, right away, wait a moment, I'll be leaving right away. In fact, Xia Ziyun had not yet washed or put on makeup. She still felt a little guilty and said, Yuan, do you really want Shenfei to wait for me for so long? I can actually finish my makeup in half an hour. Wang Yuan said with a determined look, we must make him wait for 2 hours. Otherwise, how can we tell what kind of person he is? If he gets impatient by then, we'll dump him immediately. Remember, this is just a test. The simple Xia Ziyun deeply agreed with this. She had no idea that her best friend's behavior was just being actual. Shenfei glanced at his watch and it was already 9:30. Sent another message to Xia Ziyun. Xia Xuehua, are you ready? I'm right at the east gate of the school. Are you not there yet? Yeah, it will be ready soon. This time, Shenfei did not continue to wait for Xia Ziyun. Because he had already seen the clues. Suing had used this trick countless times before. Every time he makes an appointment, he ends up being late on purpose. If it had happened before, Shenfei would have been furious. But now, Shenfei, who has been trained by Suing, will not get angry about such things. He leisurely came to a milk tea shop at the school gate, ordered a cup of lemon tea, connected to the Wi-Fi, and happily surfed the internet while enjoying the air conditioning. I opened the Goldfish Live app and happened to see Zhang Ningning live streaming. After Shenfei's cool entrance, the barrage of comments instantly skyrocketed. Crazy screen swiping. Welcome, Mr. Jian. Welcome, Mr. Jian. Welcome, Mr. Jian. Zhang Ningning quickly welcomed him, Boss Jian, I haven't seen you for a few days. Thank you for coming. She looked extremely excited. Shenfei could tell she wasn't pretending after all, her favorability was there. 65 points of favorability is the highest favorability among Shenfei's several strategy targets. No nonsense, Shenfei came up and started a round of super hot attacks. Ning Qir, also known as Zhang Ningning, hurriedly expressed her surprise and thanks. In just a few minutes, Shenfei had generated dozens of super fires, and just when everyone thought Shenfei was going to perform rocket rain again. However, Shenfei discovered that the other party's favorability did not increase. So Shenfei stopped brushing the super fire. Giving gifts to increase favorability has little effect, so it seems I still need to find a chance to meet offline. Then Shenfei left the live broadcast room. Ning Kaner was stunned. What happened? Why did Mr. Jian leave the live broadcast room without saying a word? Shinfei casually swiped the screen and entered the live broadcast room of another female anchor. The real Master Jian has arrived. Oh shit, it's really Boss Jian. Has Boss Jian abandoned Ning Kaner and is going to flirt with Xiao Maruko again? Thanks to Mr. Jian for being so popular. Thank you, Mr. Jian, for your super fire. Shinfei hadn't even sent any gifts yet, but the barrage of comments had already started to set the pace. Nowadays, Shinfei has already become a celebrity on the live broadcast platform, and every female anchor dreams of inviting the rich man Jianzong to her live broadcast room. The user named Zayawanzi, who can't get fat, quickly said, "It's really Brother Jian. Welcome to Zayawanzi's live broadcast room." Chibi Maruko ignored everyone else and greeted Shinfei specifically. And just after Shinfei came to the live broadcast room next door, Ning Kur's barrage of comments came out. It's over. President Jian no longer favors Kur and actually went to the live broadcast room next door. As Shinfei left the live broadcast room, the popularity of Ning Kur's live broadcast room plummeted, and the sparse barrage of comments made Ning Kur feel a little depressed. She didn't do anything wrong, so why did Mr. Jian suddenly ignore her? However, before Shinfei had time to send gifts in another live broadcast room, WeChat suddenly rang. "Shinfei, where are you?" "I'm here. It's news from Xia Ziyun." Shinfei glanced at his watch and it was already 11 o'clock. 2 full hours had passed since the agreed time. But was Shinfei upset? Depressed? Angry? Just kidding, enjoying the air conditioning, drinking drinks, and looking at beautiful women. I feel so happy. Shinfei stood up gracefully, took the hot orange juice he had ordered in advance from the bar, and walked out of the cold drink shop with a warm smile on his face. Chapter 26, Obtain 2-level gift packs in a row. Let us talk about Ning Kur's live broadcast room. She was originally in a very low mood, but she learned from her fans that Shinfei just went to other live broadcast rooms and did not give any gifts. Ning Kaner immediately smiled. It seems that Brother Jian has no one else in his heart, otherwise why would he only give me gifts? At this time, Shinfei was rushing to the school gate. Suddenly, Ning Kur, favorability 5. The system prompt sounded, "Congratulations to the host for exceeding 70 points in the target. Reward host strategy level gift pack, language proficiency, master 4 languages." The sudden arrival of the level gift package surprised Shinfei. What is going on? I just gave gifts, but Ning Kaner's favorability didn't increase, but it has increased now? A woman's heart is as unfathomable as the sea. Although Shinfei didn't know what had happened, he felt happy in his heart. Now he has mastered top-level fighting skills, master-level piano techniques, and proficiency in 4 languages. As the saying goes, more skills are better. Shinfei arrived at the east gate in a very good mood. To be honest, Xia Xiejie was still quite nervous at this time. According to her personality, she would never let a boy wait so long in vain, but who let her best friend give her the idea? Oh, Shinfeiren, is he really angry? I was muttering to myself. Suddenly, a tall figure slowly walked over. Shinfei walked up to Xia Ziyun with a drink in his hand, showing no sign of anger at all. "Ziyun, you should drink hot drinks these days." Seeing that Shinfei's smile didn't seem fake, and he was so considerate to bring her a hot drink, he actually still remembered the day when she had her period? Xia Ziyun's heart melted instantly. Making Shinfei wait for so long, any other boy would definitely be unhappy, but he didn't seem angry at all. It really showed that he had feelings for me. In an instant, Xia Ziyun's favorability increased. Xia Ziyun, favorability 5. As soon as Shinfei arrived, the system suddenly sounded a prompt again. Congratulations to the host for reaching the target score of over 60. Reward host strategy level gift pack, Grandmaster of Fighting Skills. Suddenly, a warm current surged through Shinfei's body, and he instantly felt as if he had been reborn. If before, he only felt that his strength had increased a lot, this time, Shinfei felt as if his soul had been sublimated. The 5 senses become extremely powerful. Nothing within 100 meters escapes his eyes. There was even a power that seemed to be not belonging to humans gathering in his body. Receiving 2-level gift packs in a row made Shinfei so happy that he was about to take off. I made myself wait for the goddess for 2 hours and this good thing happened? Next time I'll try to wait 10 hours. Yeah, just kidding. Xia Ziyun was wearing a purple bohemian long dress today, with her hair draped over her shoulders. Coupled with her face that looked like it was carefully carved, she was simply perfect. Such a beauty, she has a very high rate of turning heads. It was during the conversation between Shinfei and Xia Ziyun. Suddenly, a tall, sunny and handsome boy came over and said, "Hello, Junior Ziyun, what a coincidence." "Yeah, what a coincidence." Senior Yang Shichen. The young man is called Yang Shichen, vice president of the student union. He comes from a wealthy family and is handsome. He is the Prince Charming in many people's hearts. He looked at Shinfei calmly and said with a smile, "This classmate looks unfamiliar. Is he also from our school?" "Yes, he's Shinfei. He's from the history department of our school. He usually keeps a low profile, so Senior Yang Shichen probably doesn't know him." "It's okay. First time makes perfect, right? Well, I have other things to do, we'll talk later. Oh, and don't forget to come to my birthday party on Wednesday night." Yang Shichen smiled brightly and added, "Student Shinfei, why don't you come too?" Although Yang Shichen's smile was particularly bright, he was secretly angry in his heart. Damn, didn't they say Xia Ziyun was single? Where did this thing come from? Okay. Shinfei agreed lightly. "Well, see you then." Yang Shichen turned his head away, and his eyes instantly became gloomy. Damn. Dare to compete with me for a woman? I'll make you pay when the time comes. Shinfei, that person just now is our school's student union vice president, Yang Shichen. He's a very nice person. Xia Ziyun was indeed naive and had no idea what kind of person Yang Shichen was. Shinfei didn't say much, and said with a smile, "I also think he is quite enthusiastic." "Are you going to his party?" "If you go, I'll accompany you. If you don't go, I'll also go, why not?" Shinfei had already seen that Yang Shichen was interested in Xia Ziyun. Since that was the case, he might as well go and see what tricks Yang Shichen could play. After the little episode, Shinfei suddenly said, "Ziyun, I'm going to take you somewhere today." Without waiting for Xia Ziyun to refuse, Shinfei directly stopped a taxi. Originally, Shinfei planned to drive there, but this place is only 2 kilometers away from Yuheiheshan County, so there is no need. This is also the reason why Shinfei considered this villa. If it was too far, he had no intention of buying it. Sitting in the car, Xia Ziyun looked at Shinfei's profile, and the more she looked, the happier she felt. This man waited all morning without a single complaint. He's so graceful. He's so much more mature than other boys his age. In fact, Shinfei didn't wait for her at all. Instead, Xia Ziyun waited for Shinfei for more than 10 minutes. "By the way, Shinfei, where are we going?" "You'll know when you get there." Shinfei deliberately kept it a secret. It was so mysterious that Xia Ziyun began to look forward to it. Soon, the car arrived outside the Yuheiheshan County villa. The driver originally wanted to tell Shinfei after sending him to the door that this was a high-end villa area and ordinary cars could not enter. As a result, Shinfei called Bao Huang and the door opened. The driver was also shocked. Does this young man have such a powerful background? The car drove into the villa residential area before stopping. Shinfei and the other man got out of the car. At this time, a middle-aged man dressed like a successful man walked over with a smile. There was also a noble-looking female secretary beside him. "Boss Jian? Emperor Bao?" Shinfei and the other party were both stunned. Bao Huang was stunned for a moment because he never expected Shinfei to be so young. He had thought that this sword master was probably a middle-aged man of the same age as himself. But upon closer inspection, he was only in his early 20s. Although Shinfei is young, Bao Huang did not dare to neglect him at all. "Come forward and shake hands enthusiastically." Shinfei was also surprised because of the ID loving to eat small meat buns. He thought that loving to eat small meat buns meant that he was gaining weight. But Bao Huang is very thin, like a bamboo pole. With Bao Huang's warm welcome, Shinfei was let into the villa. "Boss Jian, let my assistant show you around the villa first. Feel free to ask any questions you have. By the way, Secretary Yin is a top student and is fluent in several languages." Sure enough, Secretary Yin introduced himself in French and said hello in Spanish. It is said that Secretary Yin is of mixed descent, with both his grandfather and grandmother having foreign ancestry. Bao Huang did this for a purpose. To judge a man's taste, you have to look at the women around him. In order to prevent Jianzong from looking down on him, Bao Huang also used his ultimate move. But who would have thought that Shinfei would respond to the other party one by one in an extremely fluent foreign language? Secretary Yin was also stunned, and then he praised Shinfei in Arabic, and Xinfei responded naturally. A few minutes later, Bao Huang and Xia Ziyun were both dumbfounded. Is Xinfei really that awesome? Chapter 27. If you like it, buy it. Bao Huang secretly admired Xinfei. No wonder he spends money like water at such a young age. It turns out that Mr. Jian is a very talented person. With such rich knowledge, he must be a noble son of a big family. And Xia Ziyun was equally shocked. I never thought Xinfei was so amazing. He's proficient in multiple languages, which is really surprising. Xia Ziyun, favorability 5. In an instant, Xia Ziyun's favorability reached 65. Xinfei couldn't help but look at Xia Ziyun, and sure enough, the other person's eyes were full of admiration. Damn, I can gain favor by accidentally showing off. Secretary Yin originally had a bad impression of rich second generations, but after the fight with Xinfei just now, she felt that Xinfei was not an ordinary rich second generation, but a young and promising person with extraordinary knowledge. His attitude became more sincere. Boss Jian, please follow me. I'll give you a brief introduction to the villa. Secretary Yin, dressed in uniform, extended his hand and said, please. Afterwards, Xinfei naturally took Xia Ziyun's hand and followed Secretary Yin to visit the villa. Several people visited from outside to inside and from bottom to top. Swimming pool, garden landscape, and everything else. At this time, Bao Huang in the distance also sincerely admired Xinfei's excellence. After all, the girl that Mr. Jian casually brought out was actually 90% pretty. Both in appearance and temperament, she is slightly better than Secretary Yin. In a blink of an eye, the tour outside the villa was over. During this time, Xia Ziyun wanted to go to the bathroom, so Xinfei took her into the house. Secretary Yin waited with a smile on his face. Xia Ziyun lowered her voice and said, Xinfei, why did you bring me here? What's wrong? Don't you like it here? No, I think you look like you want to buy a villa. Yes, Bao Huang has some problems with the funds on hand, so he asked me to help. Xia Ziyun still doesn't know that Xinfei is Mr. Jian. The last time Xinfei took her to spend more than 1 million was astonishing. But this is Yuhei Heshan County. One of the top villa areas in Yunqing. A villa like this would cost hundreds of millions. Does Xinfei really have so much money to buy a villa worth hundreds of millions? Xia Ziyun believed that his family was rich, but how could a college student be so easily matched with assets worth hundreds of millions? So she thought Xinfei was just talking casually. And didn't care. After going to the bathroom, Secretary Yin continued to take the two of them into the villa. The villa is a duplex structure, covering an area of approximately 1,000 square meters. The specific number can be seen in the property certificate later. Xinfei nodded casually. Boss Jian, this is the first floor. It has 2 open kitchens, 3 separate bathrooms, and a spacious living room. The second floor is the guest room, with 4 guest bedrooms, 2 master bedrooms, a nanny's room, and a mother and baby room. The third floor has 2 themed rooms. You can change the theme at any time. Currently, there is a Marvel theme room and a Paris summer theme room. The Marvel theme room is equipped with a game console, a giant screen theater, and Dolby sound effects. The summer Paris theme room has a holiday sofa and recliner, etc. After the introduction, Xia Ziyun was amazed. After all, it was a top-notch villa in Yunqing, which was much better than Xia Ziyun's family's house of only 1 or 200 square meters. Although Xia Ziyun's family was well off, they were only middle class, and this luxurious mansion really opened her eyes. More importantly, the house's decor and facilities are all top-notch. According to Secretary Yin, the renovation alone cost nearly 5 million. Looking at the huge theme suite, dance room, and dressing room, Xia Ziyun wondered when she could live in such a big house. Of course, she was just thinking about it. A mansion worth over 100 million yuan is definitely not something that ordinary people can afford. What do you think, Mr. Jian? Bao Huang asked. Ziyun, do you like it? Ah. Xia Ziyun was stunned for a moment. What do you think of this villa? Xinfei added another sentence, fearing that Xia Ziyun didn't understand. I think this villa is really great. Xia Ziyun said truthfully. Very good, I bought it. Ah. Xia Ziyun, Bao Huang, and Secretary Yin were all stunned. Bao Huang didn't even have the time to mention the price, and Xinfei wanted to buy it directly? Secretary Yin was a little confused. She thought Xinfei was joking for a moment. But Xinfei's tone didn't sound like a joke at all. As for Xia Ziyun, she didn't think Xinfei had the financial resources to buy this villa from the beginning. Maybe he was just looking for it for his family. Bao Huang, name your price. How could Bao Huang dare to cheat the wealthy Mr. Jian, especially since the villa was agreed to be a favor to him? So Emperor Bao said, according to the market price, the houses in Yuhai Heshan County are. The price of houses is around 120-30 million. There's a building next door that's not in a good location, and it just sold for 115 million. If Mr. Jian really wants to buy it, then 100 million is fine. If I hadn't been short of funds recently, I wouldn't have planned to buy this house. To be honest, this price is absolutely sincere. But Xin Fei just shook his head. Bao Huang saw this and shook his head slightly. He was afraid that the sword master was going to lower the price. Because he had recently had financial problems, he had agreed with Xin Fei that it would be best to pay in full. For a luxury house worth hundreds of millions of yuan, it is reasonable to pay the full amount and then lower the price. But considering the luxurious decoration, Bao Huang also felt a little painful. But who would have thought that Xin Fei would actually say, Bao Huang, this is our first time dealing with you, how can I let you suffer a loss? I'll just go with the market price. 130 million. Ha! Bao Huang was stunned. This was the first time he encountered a buyer raising the price on his own initiative. Xin Fei smiled faintly. Everyone has their own struggles. If you don't rush to sell this house, it's worth the price. Yes, the housing prices in Yunqing have been rising. If you hold on to it for another year, the price will indeed be more than this. Hearing this, Bao Huang was so grateful that he didn't know how to speak. Ever since he ran into financial problems, Bao Huang has been borrowing money everywhere, but he has encountered many setbacks. So the money for this house is life-saving money. Bao Huang gratefully shook Xin Fei's hand and said, Brother, I will remember this kindness and will repay you generously in the future. It is easy to add icing on the cake, but difficult to provide timely assistance. After Xin Fei's actions, Bao Huang was really grateful. Xin Fei waved his hand nonchalantly and said, It's a small matter. By the way, I have another request. Master Jian, please speak. The house is in Miss Xia's name. When these words came out, Xia Ziyun was shocked. Bao Huang was shocked. Secretary Yin was shocked. Xin Fei, this. I can't afford this. Such an expensive villa. Ziyun, stop talking. As long as you like, let alone a villa, I'd be willing to pick the stars and the moon for you. Xin Fei said forcefully, Bao Huang, give me your card number and I'll transfer the money right away. Xin Fei wanted to buy this villa in his own name, but unfortunately he couldn't. So it could only be purchased under Xia Ziyun's name. This is also the reason why Xin Fei deliberately raised the price. If the attack is successful, half of the 120 million will be 60 million. Today, no one can stop me from spending. Bao Huang decisively took out the card number. Xin Fei's black card has no transfer limit. When the 130 million arrived, Secretary Yin went crazy. When Xin Fei raised the price just now, she wondered if there was something fishy going on. But when Xin Fei wanted to transfer the property to Xia Ziyun's name, her suspicions grew even stronger. Secretary Yin was completely convinced until the money arrived. Isn't this too fucking luxurious? A mansion worth more than 100 million yuan can be given away just like that. Is this how all the rich play nowadays? I'm afraid that Prince Qianda is not so arrogant, right? Bao Huang was also shocked. He had seen some extremely wealthy people before, but this was the first one like Xin Fei who casually gave a woman a mansion worth 100 million. Xia Ziyun, favorability 5. Xia Ziyun, favorability 5. Not only did Xin Fei buy a luxury house, he also said things like picking stars and picking the moon. Which girl wouldn't be moved by such a gesture and such sweet words? The system's sound suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host for reaching the target score of over 70. Reward host strategy level pack, Dance Mastery. And Xia Ziyun's favorability is now as high as 75 points. Chapter 28 The Goddess offers a kiss. Xin Fei, this gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. Faced with a mansion worth hundreds of millions, Xia Ziyun was happy but said she didn't want anything. The most important thing is that the two of them haven't even confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend yet, which makes Xia Ziyun even more unacceptable. What's more, Xia Ziyun felt bad about accepting the gift before, and now if Xin Fei asked for a villa worth hundreds of millions, she would not know how to face him. Xin Fei also knew that this would put a lot of psychological pressure on Xia Ziyun. But there is no way, the villa cannot be purchased without her name. Shinfei pulled Xia Ziyun aside and said, Ziyun, please help me. Ah? What do you mean? Xia Ziyun flashed her big eyes and couldn't help asking when she saw Shinfei's appearance. I have too many properties under my name. If I buy it under my own name, I'll have to pay a lot of tax. Besides, the policy doesn't allow one person to own too many properties. Oh. Xia Ziyun suddenly looked enlightened, and then said intelligently, I understand what you mean. Shinfei clasped his hands together and said, please help me. But Xia Ziyun was still a little hesitant. After all, this was not a small amount of money, but a mansion worth hundreds of millions. Ziyun, you heard what Bao Huang was talking to me just now. His funding chain is about to break down, so he asked me for help. If I don't buy it, he will lose everything and his family will be destroyed. Shinfei deliberately described Bao Huang's fate as tragic. Xia Ziyun suddenly showed a trace of sympathy in her eyes. Is it so serious? Shinfei nodded heavily. Finally, Xia Ziyun gritted her teeth and said, okay, then I'll help you this time. But I'm not a materialistic person. Xia Ziyun was afraid that she would leave a bad impression in Shinfei's mind. Shinfei smiled and said, how could that be? You accepted the house to help me. There are not many good girls like you. Xia Ziyun was very pleased after hearing this. Finally, the deal was made. Shinfei pulled Xia Ziyun over to Bao Huang and said, all right, the house deal is settled. We'll buy it in Ziyun's name. Secretary Yin smiled and said, Miss Xia, let's add each other as WeChat friends later. If I need your relevant documents, you will be able to cooperate with me. Okay. Xia Ziyun was leaning against Shinfei's side at this time, being very well behaved. Bao Huang, when can we move into this house? Boss Jian, this house has been put up for sale for a long time, so it has been cleaned in advance. There are no personal belongings in the house, and I have had it cleaned several times and disinfected. You can move in any time. The money had been transferred, so Bao Huang was naturally happy. Shinfei turned around and said, then Ziyun, go back to the dormitory and pack up and move in. Swish. Xia Ziyun's pretty face turned red all of a sudden. Move here, and live with Shinfei? She is not mentally prepared to be with Shinfei yet. Ha? Shinfei noticed that Xia Ziyun's face suddenly turned red, and asked in surprise, Ziyun, is it hot in the room? Why is your face red? Xia Ziyun shook her head shyly and did not answer. After leaving the villa, Xia Ziyun was still immersed in shock. Did you get a big villa for no apparent reason? This is simply unbelievable. At the same time, she also had a new understanding of Shinfei's financial resources. It was so shocking that it almost exploded through the earth. Originally, Xia Ziyun thought that Shinfei was just an ordinary rich second generation, but who knew that he was actually a super rich man? Give away a villa worth 100 million. How many people in the country can do this? Then she suddenly remembered that she had deliberately been late in the morning. Shinfei, I'm really sorry about this morning. I was late on purpose to test you. I was wrong. Isn't it a bit pretentious to do this? The simple-minded Xia Ziyun actually told the truth. She originally thought that Shinfei would be more or less unhappy after hearing this. But Shinfei actually laughed and said, silly girl, this is normal. This only means that you have me in your heart and you can't let me go, so you test me, right? Xia Ziyun nodded subconsciously. Well, did I pass the test? Xia Ziyun smiled brightly and said, yeah, and the performance was quite good. These words were absolutely sincere. Shinfei's generosity, magnanimity made Xia Ziyun like him even more. Bore. As she spoke, Xia Ziyun actually took the initiative to kiss Shinfei on the cheek. It was the first time that Shinfei was kissed by a goddess, and his heartbeat accelerated instantly. Although Xia Ziyun kissed Shinfei found that Xia Ziyun's favorability towards him did not increase. It can be seen that the further you go, the harder it is to increase your favorability. A score of 75 is already a very high score, even enough to make a girl act relatively intimately towards you. But Shinfei was not in a hurry. He is confident that sooner or later he will succeed in conquering the goddess. Xia Ziyun was not in a hurry to move into the villa, as she was still worried about what Shinfei would think. Shinfei didn't care about this either, as long as he could spend money on his goddess, it was enough. Back at school, everything returned to normal. Shinfei attended class as usual. It was not until noon 3 days later that Shinfei hurriedly took a taxi to the suburbs after lunch. today is the day I agreed with Tiger Lord to help him. According to the location sent by Lord Tiger, Shinfei found the location. A garden on the outskirts of the city. Lord Hu took Shinfei in, and the garden was full of ancient charm. Master Shun, follow me. Following Lord Tiger, Shinfei came to the hall in the garden. There is an octagonal table in the room. When Shinfei arrived, all the experts who were at the dinner table that day were already there. Luo Changtian, Master Luo, and Master Su sat on either side of the octagonal table, and 6 or 7 boxing assistants sat in 2 rows on both sides. In an inconspicuous corner, there was a chair left for Shinfei to sit on. Although Shinfei is not taken seriously, he doesn't care. I came here today just to open my eyes and see the world of martial artists. Therefore, he has a very stable mentality. Now that everyone is here, let's get down to business. Luo Changtian briefly explained the causes and consequences of the feud between him and his enemies. Shinfei was not interested in this and listened absent-mindedly. Luo Changtian did not elaborate, and simply explained the origin of the grudge before beginning to introduce his enemy. Let me briefly explain the situation of this enemy. According to the information I have, Li Feiyu has been studying martial arts overseas for over 10 years under the tutelage of Grandmaster Chen Haiyun, a leading figure in the Chinese martial arts community. I'm afraid he's determined to win this time. When they heard the 3 words Chen Haiyun, everyone around took a deep breath. What? Master Luo's enemy is actually Master Chen's disciple? Don't worry, he's just an outer disciple. Grandmaster Chen will definitely not return to the country because of him. After hearing Luo Changtian's explanation, everyone was no longer as nervous as before. Shinfei guessed that this Grandmaster Chen Haiyun must be very powerful, because just mentioning his name just now had frightened these people so much that their faces turned pale. He had received a level gift pack and was also at the Grandmaster level. So he was curious about who was more powerful, him or Grandmaster Chen. Luo Changtian didn't say much about Chen Haiyun. After all, he was not the protagonist today. Instead, he continued to talk about Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu came back to seek revenge on me. I'm afraid he has already developed internal strength. After hearing that Li Feiyu had developed internal strength, everyone looked solemn. Only a young man behind Master Su spoke arrogantly. Everyone, what are you afraid of? It's just a mere internal energy. My master will easily defeat him. Even if it's Chen Haiyun, what can he do? Although these words boosted morale, everyone was a warrior and naturally knew the gap between Master Su and Grandmaster Li. Xiao Wu, you haven't come into contact with warriors of a higher level yet. Don't underestimate the heroes of the world. Master Chen is such a great figure, I'm afraid even I, your master, am not qualified to be compared with him. But Xiao Wu was still very disdainful. Master, you are a master of internal energy. You will definitely be able to enter the Grandmaster level within 10 years. Then why would you be afraid of Chen Haiyun? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience's expressions changed immediately. What? Master Su, have you already reached the realm of great inner strength? Congratulations, Master Su. When this old man can finally reach the threshold of inner strength, I will be satisfied. When Su Huanfeng heard what others said, he smiled smugly, but pretended to be humble. A mere internal strength is not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. But the people present didn't think so. The only 2 people second only to Master Su in the field were Luo Changtian and Old Zhou. They were only in the initial stage of internal strength, and over the years, they had never reached the state of great perfection of internal strength. Luo Changtian said excitedly. Great! Master Su has achieved great inner strength. We don't need to be afraid of Li Feiyu anymore. With Master Su here, why should we be afraid of him? As soon as these words were spoken, the others burst into laughter, and the oppressive atmosphere just now disappeared. While everyone was complimenting Master Su, Master Hu glanced at Shinfei inadvertently. That day, Shinfei caught the bullet with his bare hands. In terms of strength, he should be quite impressive. Tiger Master is a rough guy, and the boxing masters he invited to help him were always ignored. Although Shinfei didn't care, Lord Tiger was still angry. So the impulsive Tiger Lord suddenly spoke. What's so great about having great internal strength? My brother Shin is stronger than him. Chapter 29, The Power of the Inner Strength Master. When everyone heard this, they all held back their laughter and remained silent. After all, Lord Hu was Luo Changtian's man, so he gave him some face. Finally, it was Master Luo who spoke up. All right, Tiger, please step back. Say less, or you'll embarrass yourself. Master Luo, why don't you let me speak? Brother Shin can fight 10 people alone and catch bullets with his bare hands. Luo Changtian said gloomily, you've never practiced martial arts, so you don't know anything. Ask yourself, who here can't do what you're saying? With a physical body resisting a bullet, huh? That's just peak external strength at best. Of course, Luo Changtian didn't look down on the peak of external strength. Although this strength was not the top among those present, it was not at the bottom either. But there is still some distance to become a true master. Master Luo, what will happen to a master who has truly cultivated internal energy? Zheng Chenghu was a complete layman in martial arts and asked in surprise. At this time, Xin Fei also became interested. He had only reached the Grandmaster level, but had never experienced actual combat. He was even very curious about the abilities of those with strong internal strength. So Xin Fei also asked, oh? I also want to know how the internal strength master is. When everyone saw that Xin Fei really looked like he knew nothing, they all smiled with disdain. Luo Changtian and Master Su looked at each other. Master Su said with a haughty look on his face, young man, since you are curious, let me open your eyes. Master Su slowly stood up. He said to Tiger Lord, young man, are you ready to take out your weapon? Shoot me. What? Tiger was stunned and thought he had heard it wrong. Master Su said sternly, what are you standing there for? Take out your gun and shoot me. Luo Changtian nodded, indicating that it was okay. Only then did Tiger Master pull out his gun. After all, he is a rough guy. Since he was asked to shoot, he didn't hesitate. He really fired a shot at Master Su. In an instant, everyone held their breath. Suddenly, Master Su moved as fast as lightning and pointed in the direction of the bullet. Then I heard a burst of energy bursting out from his body. With a swish. Bang. The bullet exploded in the air 1 meter in front of Master Su. Looking at Master Su again, he slowly sat down safely. This. Tiger Lord was already stunned. Everyone in the audience also showed expressions of amazement. Xiao Wu said proudly, did you see that? Boy, this is the demeanor of an internal energy master. Even Master Luo bowed and said, the power of internal energy is indeed formidable. Once the internal energy is released, it can even cut through bullets in mid-air. I'm afraid even I can't do that. Master Su lowered his head, took a sip of tea, and crossed his legs, looking like a master. Everyone in the room treated him with even more respect. Instead, Xin Fei shook his head, thinking it was nothing. After all, he is a master, and at the peak of the master level, much higher than the people in the field. The only difference between him and these warriors who live on the tip of a knife is practical combat experience. It's like Xin Fei is a Tsinghua PhD, and he goes back to do elementary school math problems. Can he be better than the elementary school students? It's just that he is not familiar with the problem-solving routine. As long as he is a little familiar with it, he will crush everyone. After Master Su showed off his skills, everyone put the matter behind them and no one cared about Xin Fei anymore. Even Mr. Luo looked at him with a bit of contempt. Afterwards, everyone drank tea and chatted, and the atmosphere remained calm. After all, Master Su's breakthrough to the great mastery of internal strength had given them greater confidence to face this battle. Everyone continued to discuss anecdotes and interesting stories in the martial arts world, but no one in the room tacitly paid any attention to Xin Fei anymore. In the eyes of others, Xin Fei is just an ignorant young man who doesn't know his place. As the time agreed with Li Feiyu approached, the atmosphere in the room became more and more tense. After all, a duel between warriors is a battle of life and death, and if one is not careful, he might die in the grudges of the martial arts world. A fighter in the field said anxiously. Is that guy surnamed Li coming yet? The agreed time is almost here, why hasn't he shown up yet? Xiao Wu said arrogantly. That guy probably knew my master had come out and didn't dare show his face anymore. Luo Changtian said hurriedly. That's best. According to the rules of the martial arts world, if we don't accept the challenge, he won't be able to cause us any more trouble, and it saves us a lot of trouble. Of course, this will also allow Luo Changtian to spend less money. On the one hand, this group of masters are helping out of Luo Changtian's face, and on the other hand, Luo Changtian also has to give out a generous reward. The world of martial arts, where people live on the edge of a knife, is by no means full of flying heroes who are detached from the world as in martial arts novels. Instead, it is a group of people who need to support their families and have wives, children, and daughters. Even though Luo Changtian was a master of internal energy, he still had to make money by opening a martial arts school, doing business, and running a club. That's why he had a group of subordinates like Tiger Lord. This time he invited many talented people to help, so he had to give out at least 2 million to distribute to everyone. Just when everyone was getting impatient, suddenly, a strong wind blew outside the hall. Everyone in the room immediately stopped discussing, and the room was instantly filled with dead silence. Several masters stared intently outside the house. The younger generations were full of anticipation. They could gain a lot of experience in the martial arts world by personally participating in such fights. After a while, the strong wind finally subsided. Then, a man appeared in the yard. The man was about 45 years old, with an ethereal aura. When he came to the center of the courtyard, he stopped and suddenly laughed out loud. Li Feiyu is here to challenge me. If you are not afraid of death, come and accept the challenge. The powerful words that came out of his mouth were so loud that they made my eardrums hurt. Chapter 30 The Real Master. Cover your ears quickly. Otherwise, you might get internal injuries from the internal energy. A warrior reminded several younger disciples behind him. The younger generations did not dare to delay and hurriedly did as they were told. Looking at Luo Changtian and other masters, there was a solemn look in their eyes. Master Su was also secretly shocked. Although Li Feiyu was young, he had strong internal strength. It seemed that today's idea was a bit difficult. After Li Feiyu fell silent, he stood alone in the yard with his arms folded, and continued to challenge. Luo Changtian, more than 10 years ago, you destroyed my junior brother's skills. Today, let's settle this grudge. Don't be a coward, come out and fight me. Luo Changtian was provoked and stood up to fight, but was dissuaded by Master Su. Just be patient. We've invited so many of you to help us today, so why would you need to do it yourself? Then, he spoke casually to the disciples behind him. Xiao Wu, go and experience this Li Feiyu's skills. Xiao Wu had been ready to go for a long time. When he heard his master calling his name, he jumped several meters and landed in the middle of the hall. He bowed to his master and several elders. Junior, go and check it out first. After saying that, Xiao Wu stepped over the threshold with confidence and walked out of the hall. Xiao Wu strode up to Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu crossed his arms and said coldly, "Why did they send a young boy like you to die? Is there no one inside?" Xiao Wu was young and hot-tempered. When he heard what the other party said, he immediately became furious. To deal with a scum like you, there's no need for others to help. I can just torture you. Humph, you're not very old, but you have such a big mouth. What did you say? You want to be beaten. Yu Xiaowu was hot-blooded and arrogant by nature, and he couldn't stand any words that irritated him. Yu Xiaowu suddenly rushed towards Li Feiyu. At this time, a younger generation in the room said with a little concern, "Master Su, can your disciple really do it?" Su Huanfeng said confidently, "Xiao Wu has been learning from me for 10 years. He has extraordinary talent and has mastered my true skills. Even if he can't defeat me, he can still test his opponent's strengths and weaknesses." Everyone nodded secretly when they heard this. This is a common tactic used in the martial arts world. When facing a powerful enemy, the most powerful person will not be sent out directly. Instead, the best among the younger generations will be allowed to test the enemy's strength first, and observe the opponent's methods and weaknesses through fighting. As Xiao Wu went into battle, everyone in the house turned their attention to the yard. At this time, Xiao Wu had already rushed towards his opponent like a tiger. Xiao Wu had indeed learned the true skills from Su Huanfeng, and his moves were steady and powerful. It's a pity that Xiao Wu's temper is too impatient. After being provoked by Li Feiyu before the battle, Xiao Wu was eager to defeat his opponent quickly. When making a move, he directly used 100% of his strength without leaving any room for fallback. Li Feiyu raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. Just having brute force is not enough, but it's hard to achieve great things with such a mentality. As he spoke, Li Feiyu deliberately avoided Xiao Wu's first fierce attack. Just when Xiao Wu was proudly thinking that his opponent was afraid of his strength and did not dare to accept it. Unexpectedly, the opponent Li Feiyu suddenly grabbed Xiao Wu's arm. Because Xiao Wu exerted too much force, he immediately lost his balance and fell forward. Li Feiyu slightly moved sideways to avoid his opponent and gently slapped Xiao Wu on the back. Boom! Xiao Wu didn't even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes, and was knocked to the ground by Li Feiyu with just one move. He was suddenly furious and wanted to get up and fight again. But Li Feiyu stepped on Xiao Wu's face and said coldly, "You useless piece of shit. Don't embarrass your master." Xiao Wu was killed instantly by Li Feiyu and was severely humiliated. Everyone in the room was filled with indignation when they saw Xiao Wu being defeated and humiliated. This guy is so cunning. As a senior and a junior, he doesn't dare to fight head-on. He uses such shady tricks. He is really shameless. The disciples behind Su Huanfeng shouted in dissatisfaction. Everyone in the room also looked down on Li Feiyu. Su Huanfeng's expression was extremely gloomy. Only Shen Fei nodded secretly. Li Feiyu looks rough, but his fighting skills are very delicate. With Yu Xiaowu's strength, he could indeed fight with his opponent for at least 10 moves, just as Su Huanfeng said, so that everyone in the room could observe his opponent's martial arts style. But Li Feiyu came up and deliberately mocked Xiao Wu, angering the young and aggressive Xiao Wu. When he attacked, he even used Xiao Wu's force to defeat him at the lowest cost, and then deliberately humiliated him. He easily achieved his goal of angering everyone. Today Li Feiyu came alone and had to face a round-robin battle, so how to conserve his energy was the key. After Xiao Wu was defeated, another young man from Master Su's school wanted to avenge his fellow apprentice. But he was stopped by Su Huanfeng. "You are no match for him." Although Su Huanfeng was arrogant, he had a good eye. Li Feiyu had just deliberately concealed his strength in order to make some ignorant guys continue to give away their heads. But Su Huanfeng noticed that when Li Feiyu breathed, his chest was deeply sunken, which was a sign of great internal strength. Just when Su Huanfeng was wondering whether he should take action himself, I saw an old man suddenly stand up and say, "That fellow actually dared to humiliate Master Su's disciples. I really can't stand it. I'm going to go meet him this time." The person who was speaking was called Mr. Zhou. His name was Zhou Yiding. Zhou Lao did this, naturally intending to establish a good relationship with Master Su. Seeing Su Huanfeng reach the peak of internal energy today, befriending him would definitely be beneficial in the future. As he spoke, Mr. Zhou also jumped out, flew directly out of the hall, and landed steadily on the ground. Li Feiyu saw that the person coming was an octogenarian, and he still folded his hands in front of his chest and said, "I just defeated a brat, and now here comes another old man looking for death? Well, I'll take care of you too. How arrogant of you." Although old Zhou's cultivation was ordinary, his status in the martial arts world was not low. He was considered a leading figure in Yuncheng. How could he have been looked down upon like this? Zhou Lao, whose eyes were wide open, and he was furious. Seeing this, Luo Changtian hurriedly reminded, "Mr. Zhou, this guy is very cunning. He is deliberately attacking your heart and wants to anger you." After hearing this, Mr. Zhou was shocked. Yes. Xiao Wu underestimated his enemy just now and was easily defeated in anger. He almost fell into this guy's trap again. Then, Mr. Zhou laughed coldly. "You cunning young man. I almost fell for your trick. If you have the guts, fight me with real swords and guns." After saying this, Mr. Zhou assumed the posture of Southern Tai Chi. Tai Chi is divided into Southern Tai Chi and Northern Tai Chi. Southern boxing has a low center of gravity and steady steps, and it also has the characteristics of Tai Chi, such as the combination of hardness and softness. Seeing Mr. Zhou preparing to fight, Li Feiyu did not dare to be negligent and lowered his hands to prepare to meet the enemy. Suddenly, both sides attacked at the same time without any warning. Li Feiyu took the lead in attacking, and with a push of his feet, he rushed out. Mr. Zhou stood steadily in place, ready to meet the enemy at any time. Li Feiyu jumped high like a big bird and went straight for old Zhou's head. A powerful punch, full of force. "Come on!" Old Zhou shouted loudly as he concentrated his energy into his dantian. Then, he opened his fist stance, intending to use Tai Chi's method of releasing force to remove the opponent's strength. Just when Mr. Zhou found the right moment and was ready to use Tai Chi push hands to stick to his opponent. However, he never expected that Li Feiyu's seemingly powerful fist was actually soft and powerless when it landed, and Mr. Zhou's plan was immediately dashed. Unable to gauge the opponent's strength, Li Feiyu easily pulled him out of the Tai Chi push hands. Old Zhou then used a Lan Ke Wei move, which hit the air with great force. Li Feiyu took advantage of the situation and moved behind Mr. Zhou, patting him lightly on the back. Mr. Zhou glared and took 3 steps forward. This scene seemed like a joke. Mr. Zhou instantly became furious and turned around to fight Li Feiyu. I saw Mr. Zhou pouring his internal strength into his arms, and suddenly attacked with Tai Chi Bagua chain palms. But Li Feiyu was not angry but happy, as if he had expected all this. With a smile on his lips, Li Feiyu rushed forward. This time he did not dodge but fought with Mr. Zhou in a fast manner. All of Zhou's disciples shouted excitedly. "Ha, you dare to compete with Master in internal strength? You are looking for death." Chapter 31. You are too weak. Master has mastered the Tai Chi Bagua chain palm technique to perfection. That kid will definitely die. Everyone present was excited. Mr. Zhou's famous skill was the Tai Chi Bagua chain palm. He was known for his powerful palm strength. To confront Mr. Zhou head-on was simply to seek death. Even Luo Chengtian shook his head slightly, thinking that Li Feiyu was doomed to fail. But at this time Shen Fei had a different opinion from others. This Li Feiyu is indeed quite capable. Tiger Lord asked in confusion. "Master Shen, what do you mean?" Elder Zhou is known for his powerful internal energy, and Li Feiyu dared to provoke him and make him unleash his unique skills. If he dares to compete with Elder Zhou in internal energy, I think he will be in trouble. Wrong, he just deliberately forced Mr. Zhou to use this trick. What? Tiger Lord looked surprised. Li Feiyu wanted to end this battle quickly. That's why he forced Elder Zhou to use his ultimate skills before defeating him. This not only saves energy but also intimidates everyone. He's facing a round-robin battle today, so reducing the number of rounds is the best strategy. Tiger Master was confused by what he heard, but when he turned around, he was shocked to find that Mr. Zhou was actually being beaten by his opponent. Even though he used the Tai Chi Bagua chain palm, he was still at a disadvantage. How so? At this moment, Mr. Zhou was about to collapse. He thought that he could easily defeat his opponent with his ultimate move. But who would have known that Li Feiyu's internal strength was far superior to his? After the two of them fought for dozens of palms, there was a loud thud. Mr. Zhou was actually knocked away by his opponent. This scene almost shocked everyone. Mr. Zhou is known for his strong internal strength, but in a battle of internal strength, he actually lost to Li Feiyu? Haha, old man. I told you, you're old now. How dare you stand up for others with such little ability? I advise you to go home and sell sweet potatoes. Mr. Zhou lowered his head in shame and got up from the ground in a panic. At this time, his hands were still shaking. It was obviously the result of the internal energy confrontation just now. I am inferior to you in skills, so I have to admit defeat. After saying that, Mr. Zhou had no face to stay any longer and ran back to the hall in shame. After this battle, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became solemn. Luo Chengtian's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He and old Zhou were equally strong. If he had taken the fight just now, the result would probably have been no better than old Zhou's. At this time, Li Feiyu stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "Who else is not afraid of death and wants to challenge me again?" This time, all those who had been clamoring before were silenced. In the second round of psychological warfare, Li Feiyu was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. And everyone's last hope can only be placed on Su Huanfeng. Luo Chengtian bowed. "Master Su, I'm afraid you'll need to take action yourself." Su Huanfeng slowly stood up and looked at everyone with a dignified look. "Okay, then let Su meet him." Then, Su Huanfeng strode out of the house. When Li Feiyu saw Su Huanfeng, a gleam of brilliance immediately flashed in his eyes. The last one. Master Su frowned slightly when he heard this. Everyone in the room was puzzled. Just listen to what Li Feiyu said. "I just defeated that old fellow, so you were bound to send out your strongest men. I just didn't expect that the strongest man would disappoint me so much. After defeating you, those losers in the room will no longer be able to resist. So, in this battle, I will not hold back, and there is no need to conserve my strength." Then, Li Feiyu looked directly at Su Huanfeng and spoke word by word. "With your strength, I will defeat you in one blow." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room gasped. This Li Feiyu is so arrogant. He actually boasted that he would defeat Su Huanfeng with one blow. But Su Huanfeng laughed wildly. "Haha, what did you say? Defeat me with one strike? Do you know how strong I am?" As he spoke, Su Huanfeng stepped on the ground. With a click, Master Su left a footprint about an inch deep on the bluestone floor. This scene made many people in the room gasp in amazement. What a great Master Su! Ha, the internal strength is really amazing. That fellow still dares to speak so arrogantly. Let him experience Master Su's methods. Facing Su Huanfeng's protest, Li Feiyu smiled even more brightly. With only a mere peak of internal strength, you dare to embarrass yourself in front of me? As he spoke, Li Feiyu also raised his foot and stepped down. I saw a burst of energy gushing out directly, and as Li Feiyu's foot landed, the entire bluestone floor under his feet shattered. This wasn't over yet, as a crack as thick as a wrist appeared, extending from Li Feiyu's feet directly to Su Huanfeng's feet. Even Su Huanfeng broke out in a cold sweat after seeing this scene. Master Su said foolishly. Are you, a master of the pinnacle of internal energy? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Feiyu rushed out like a ferocious beast. The speed was so fast that others could only vaguely see a shadow. In an instant, Li Feiyu came in front of Master Su. Su Huanfeng punched out hurriedly. Without even thinking, he raised his strength to its peak. But this time, Li Feiyu did not take shortcuts. Instead, he met Su Huanfeng's fist with a punch. After the two forces collided, Master Su's fist power immediately dissipated. And the next second, Master Su was also knocked 10 meters away by a punch. With one move, Master Su vomited blood and fell to the ground. The whole audience was in an uproar. It was difficult for people to describe the terror of Li Feiyu in words. Old Zhou stared at Li Feiyu with a face as pale as paper. It turned out that the man had been deliberately hiding his strength. Otherwise, with such strength, he would have been defeated by Li Feiyu with just one punch. All of Su Huanfeng's disciples fell silent, looking at the terrifying man in the yard in horror. After defeating Master Su, Li Feiyu said coldly, Mr. Luo, what do you have to rely on now? The room was dead silent. Li Feiyu continued, why don't you get out here? I'm going to kill you myself today. Avenge my brother. Luo Changtian slowly stood up. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Forget it. The grudges in the martial arts world are the martial arts world. I still have to make up for the mistakes I made back then. After saying that, Luo Changtian was about to go out of the house to fight. Tiger Lord said hurriedly, Master Shin, please help my brother. After hearing this, Shin Fei slowly stood up and said, forget it. Master Luo, I'll take this battle for you. You? Luo Changtian looked at Shin Fei in surprise. After seeing Li Feiyu's strength, no one in the room dared to step forward. Unexpectedly, the one who stood up in the end was Shin Fei. Luo Changtian said with a wry smile, little brother, I appreciate your kindness. But our opponent is too powerful. Please don't get involved in this mess. Mr. Zhou said unhappily. Boy, why don't you retreat? Don't you see that Master Su and I are no match for our opponent? If you, a lone warrior, go up there, aren't you courting death? Shin Fei ignored Mr. Zhou and strode towards the door. Before leaving the house, he said indifferently, you lost because you are weak. Chapter 32, just let you see my strength. You little brat, I'm just reminding you kindly, but you still dare to speak like that? You'll be beaten up later, don't blame me for not reminding you. Old Zhou shouted angrily. Although Su Huanfeng, who had just returned from a serious injury, no longer had the arrogance he had before, he was still speechless about Shin Fei's behavior. What an ignorant brat. He's a peak-level internal energy expert, 1 in a million. I couldn't even withstand a single blow from him, and he still dares to make sarcastic remarks? This ignorant and arrogant person deserves some punishment. No one in the room was optimistic about Shin Fei. I think this guy is crazy. After Shin Fei left the house, Li Feiyu said playfully, oh, there are still some fearless people who dare to come out and fight? Young man, if you think defeating me today will give you a chance to become famous, I'm afraid you're mistaken. I advise you to go back. Your limited strength is no match for me. Oh? Really? Then let's give it a try. Shin Fei said calmly. Seeing that Luo Changtian's situation was hopeless, Li Feiyu didn't bother to waste time with Shin Fei and strode towards the hall. Get out of here, you ignorant youngster! When passing by Shin Fei, Li Feiyu just flicked his hand casually, and a stream of energy came out from his palm. But who would have thought that the force that was thought to be able to easily knock Shin Fei away would instantly disappear into thin air the moment it touched the opponent? Li Feiyu was immediately shocked. What the hell? Why is it so weird? When he was fighting with Master Su just now, his energy was so powerful that the opponent couldn't weaken him at all. But how did a young man do it? Li Feiyu withdrew his contempt, stopped where he was, and looked at Shin Fei in surprise. At this time, Xin Fei pushed his opponent's arm away and smiled faintly. Now, can you fight me? Li Feiyu knew that even a lion would use all its strength to fight a rabbit. After sensing that Xin Fei was a little strange, Li Feiyu instantly took 2 steps back, raised his fists, and looked at his opponent vigilantly. Looking at Xin Fei again, he said casually with one hand behind his back. You just said you could defeat Master Su with one move, so I'll use one hand to deal with you. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room was stunned. Crazy. This kid is absolutely crazy. How dare he say such things? Humph, a lunatic who doesn't know what he's talking about. Although I don't know why Li Feiyu didn't kill him directly just now, I'm afraid that he will definitely not have a good result later if he is so arrogant. Xiao Wu was also unconvinced and said, he even gave me one hand. I think I can beat him with just my little finger. In the courtyard, Li Feiyu, who was originally afraid of Xin Fei, was secretly laughing in his heart. Although this kid is quite cunning, I am a martial artist at the peak of internal strength. Except for the masters, who would dare to let me help him? Did you say that? Li Feiyu showed a sinister smile. Xin Fei hooked his fingers and said, that's right, one hand is enough to deal with you. Good boy, watch this. Li Feiyu was afraid that Xin Fei would go back on his word. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards his opponent without hesitation, pouring violent internal energy into his palms. Li Feiyu exerted all his strength and slapped out directly. Immediately, a wave of air wrapped around Li Feiyu's right arm. He was confident that this palm was invincible under the master's power. Just as Li Feiyu rushed over, suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in Xin Fei's eyes. At that moment, Xin Fei seemed like a different person, and his aura rose rapidly like a tide. This scene made everyone in the room dumbfounded. What's with this kid's aura? Old Zhou was stunned. Su Huanfeng also stood up suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he stared at Xin Fei. Luo Changtian was so nervous that he had trouble breathing. Could it be that he is really a master? Xin Fei raised his arm lightly and slapped towards Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu, who was originally rushing over quickly, felt his heart pounding wildly the moment Xin Fei raised his hand. It was because, in the moment just now, Li Feiyu felt at close range a terrible power brewing in Xin Fei's body. It's like the momentum of a teacher taking action. A terrible word echoed repeatedly in Li Feiyu's mind, Grandmaster. Li Feiyu, who was originally agile, became extremely slow when he saw Xin Fei raise his hand. Li Feiyu gritted his teeth and rushed towards Xin Fei with all his strength. However, on the way, Li Feiyu fell into complete despair. From the moment Xin Fei began to gather all his strength, he knew that he would never be able to defeat this palm in this lifetime. Then, Li Feiyu's face turned from one of determination to victory to one of dejection in an instant, and his waving palm fell limply. Li Feiyu actually gave up in front of an opponent he was completely unbeatable. It's worth dying at the hands of such a master. Li admits defeat. Then, Li Feiyu actually closed his eyes and stood there waiting to die. This scene made many younger generations in the room dumbfounded. They didn't have the foresight of Master Su and the others, so they all looked at Li Feiyu, who had just been killing everyone, in great confusion. He actually admitted defeat like this? Even Xiao Wu couldn't understand Li Feiyu's actions and shouted excitedly, what kind of evil magic did this kid cast? But when he finished speaking, Xin Fei's palm slightly deviated and did not hit Li Feiyu, but hit the air instead. This time, the younger generations were even more furious. Can someone explain what's going on? How did that guy win? This palm strike was clearly off target. Just when the house was in chaos, there was a loud noise outside, shaking the whole hall. Then, everyone was stunned to see a scene that they would never forget. Xin Fei's palm strike missed and hit the pavilion 300 meters away. The pavilion on the hilltop exploded with a loud bang. In an instant, there was a dead silence inside and outside the hall. Chapter 33. Sorry to have kept you waiting. This scene is really too shocking. He shattered a pavilion with one palm, and from a distance of 300 meters, is he still a human? After a brief silence in the room, there was a burst of gasps. Xiao Wu looked towards the pavilion, trembling all over and saying, how terrifying. Mr. Zhou was also immersed in shock and could not calm down his inner excitement for a long time. Luo Changtian's eyes widened as if he saw a ghost. Master Su pondered for a long time, then uttered through gritted teeth, the power of a master is truly eye-opening. When the word Grandmaster came out, every young person in the room felt as if they were hit by a heavy hammer in the heart. Then, they all looked at the man of the same age as them in horror. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Grandmaster is like a lofty dragon from the sky. Click. Li Feiyu suddenly knelt on his knees and bowed. Thank you for not killing me. I didn't know you were a master. I was ignorant and dared to act rashly. I hope you can forgive me for any offense I may have caused. Faced with such a strong man, even Li Feiyu had no choice but to kneel down and beg for mercy. The master's deterrent and oppressive power on ordinary warriors was really too strong. At this moment, Xin Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, "It's better to resolve a feud than to create one. I didn't want to get involved in the feud between you and Mr. Luo, but since I promised my friend to help me, I can't break my promise. How about we just write off the past feud now?" Li Feiyu was completely subdued by Xin Fei and kowtowed repeatedly. "I am willing to follow your arrangements." When everyone saw Li Feiyu admit defeat, they also walked out of the house. Then, Luo Changtian walked towards Li Feiyu and said apologetically, "Your skills are exceptional, and I admire you. Back then, I was at fault, and the harm I caused your brother has been a source of worry for me all these years. Forget it, it's just that I'm too obsessed. Master has often warned me over the years that my obsession is hindering my cultivation. Today, thanks to Master Shin's wake-up call, I was finally woken up. Living in hatred is not a pleasant feeling." Li Feiyu smiled bitterly. The two finally reconciled. The rest of the people all gathered around Xin Fei. "Master Shin, I am honored to see you take action today. It is really an eye-opener for me." Old Zhou said with humility and sincerity, like a younger generation. "Master Shun, I never thought you were a genuine master." Then Master Tiger boasted, "I told you Master Shin was amazing. Do you believe me now?" Luo Changtian nodded repeatedly. "It's more than amazing. Grandmaster Shun's methods are simply astonishing. I, Luo, can die without regrets if I can witness such a miracle in my lifetime." Su Huanfeng said, "I am ignorant and I am embarrassed to show off my skills in front of the master today." All the disciples of Su Huanfeng looked ashamed. Xiao Wu also stepped forward and said, "Master Shin is a master of martial arts. Please forgive me for offending you with my previous words." Xin Fei waved his hand casually. Then, at Luo Changtian's enthusiastic invitation, everyone had dinner together. Compared with when everyone ignored Xin Fei when he came, during the meal, not only did he sit in the main seat, but everyone present also treated him like a star and kept complimenting him. Luo Changtian raised his glass and said, "Master Xin, I'm grateful for your help this time. I'd like to offer you a toast. Also, here's 3 million. I hope you'll accept it." Xin Fei was not polite and accepted the money with a smile. He did not stay at the banquet for too long. He simply sat with everyone and then returned to the city. It was getting dark when Xin Fei arrived in the city. After a simple dinner, he returned to the dormitory. "Xin Fei, what have you been busy with recently? Why are you so rare every day?" The roommates joked when they saw Xin Fei. Xin Fei chuckled and didn't explain anything. Going to help was too far away from the average person, so Xin Fei simply said nothing. He had just washed his hair and changed his clothes when WeChat rang. Xin Fei opened it and saw that it was a voice message from Xia Ziyun. "Xin Fei, are you in school? I'm going to attend a senior's birthday party today. I'm just downstairs from you. I'll be right downstairs now." However, several of his roommates were furious and gathered around him. They were worried that Xin Fei was feeling depressed because of his recent breakup, but they didn't expect him to get over it so quickly. "Hey, Lao San, who is this? Why does the voice sound so familiar? I'm waiting for you at the bottom of the dormitory building." Zhang Ziang came to Xin Fei's bed first and asked in a teasing tone, "Xia Ziyun, invite me to attend Yang Chenxi's birthday dinner." Xin Fei had turned on the expansion mode when listening to the voice chat just now. This was a normal thing for him, but his roommates were furious. "Listen to his nonsense, will Xia Ziyun be interested in people like us?" Lu Bo also came over at this time and said something in a self-deprecating manner. "No matter who you go out with, I'm glad you can get out of the shadows, brother. Drive my car." After Lu Bo finished speaking, he handed over a bunch of keys. After all, the last time he introduced a girlfriend to Xin Fei, something happened, and Lu Bo could not forget this incident for a long time. Xin Fei looked at Lu Bo's sincere eyes and did not reject his kindness. Although we now have such a powerful system, we cannot refuse the respect of these buddies, so we reached out and took the key handed over by Lu Bo. "Boss, don't worry, I will take good care of your girlfriend Eskar." Lu Bo usually takes good care of his car, and the fact that he lent it to Shinfei this time is enough to show how generous he is. Get lost. I'm telling you, if you shave me, I'll hold you responsible. There is no need for men to be too pretentious with each other. On the contrary, too pretentious words will make it easier to alienate each other. After Shinfei went downstairs, Xia Ziyun had not arrived yet. But after waiting for only 2 or 3 minutes, I saw a beautiful figure in the distance. Xia Ziyun was even more charming at this time. The black dress outlined her perfect figure, and with a pair of high heels on her feet, she immediately exuded a noble temperament. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Xia Ziyun walked closer and said with a faint smile. It's okay, I just arrived too. Shinfei said with a smile. Xia Ziyun smiled charmingly when she heard that. Shinfei's heart was moved. After all, no one could control himself when being stared at by such a beautiful woman. A moment later, Shinfei led Xia Ziyun to the parking lot. Shinfei took out Lu Bo's car key and pressed it. When Xia Ziyun saw the Toyota family sedan parked in the field, there was a hint of strangeness in his eyes. I never thought Shinfei was so low-key. He owns a Bugatti, but he deliberately drives this Volkswagen. This kind of self-restraint is something that ordinary rich second generations can't compare to. At this moment, in Xia Ziyun's heart, Shinfei was so different. The two drove straight to the hotel where Yang Chenxi was holding his birthday party. His birthday party was very luxurious, and the entire hotel was booked by Yang Chenxi. When he arrived at the hotel parking lot, Shinfei saw a large number of luxury cars. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Porsche, Land Rover, Range Rover, and in the middle of the parking lot, an extended version of the Hummer was parked. The car was covered with balloons and flowers, and it was clearly written on the car, "Happy birthday, Mr. Yang." Shinfei and Xia Ziyun arrived at the right time when a group of people were taking pictures next to the Hummer. After seeing this Toyota family sedan, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Shinfei and Xia Ziyun got out of the car. At this time, a woman in the crowd screamed and ran towards Xia Ziyun. Ziyun, I told you to come together, but you just didn't want to. After saying that, he looked at Shinfei with disdain. All the cars parked in the parking lot were worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan, but Shinfei's car was the only one that looked out of place. I don't know the name of the Toyota owner yet. Suddenly, an inopportune voice was heard. Chapter 34, Do you dare to compete with me? The person who was speaking was Xia Ziyun's friend, named Zhang Yuexin. Although she was not as beautiful as Xia Ziyun, she had a better figure. Her hot body looked extremely sexy in a hip-hugging outfit. This is Shinfei. This is my boyfriend, Zhao Whiting. His father is one of the most wealthy jewelry tycoons in this city. Before Xia Ziyun finished her introduction, Zhang Yuexin began to introduce her boyfriend, especially emphasizing the 4 words jewelry tycoon at the end. After Zhang Yuexin finished speaking, she looked at Shinfei with disdain, as if showing off. To be honest, Shinfei's outfit was really not very flattering. Because he was in a hurry to leave, Shinfei did not dress up properly. Wearing cheap street stall goods and having a Toyota car at home, Lu Bo made Zhang Yuexin think that he was a member of the lower class of society, so she was very disdainful of him. Hello, Miss Xia, my name is Zhao Whiting. At this time, Zhao Whiting extended his hand to Xia Ziyun. In fact, judging from his appearance alone, Zhao Whiting was definitely a handsome guy. He wore a pair of golden glasses, looked very handsome, and had a gentle and refined look. Xia Ziyun, Zhang Yuexin's classmate. Xia Ziyun looked at the hand in the air at a loss, turned her head to look at Shinfei, and then ignored the hand in the air. Xia Ziyun saw the disdain for Shinfei in Zhao Whiting's eyes, which made him very angry. He thought Shinfei bought a villa worth 130 million yuan without any hesitation. How could they compare with such financial resources? But Shinfei didn't act so high profile like them. All these rich second generations combined couldn't compare to Shinfei. After a brief greeting, he immediately took Shinfei's arm and walked around Zhang Yuexin, Zhao Whiting, and others. Looking at Xia Ziyun, who was extremely indifferent to him but passionate about Shinfei, Zhao Whiting's eyes gradually became cold and he stuck out his tongue to lick his thin lips. I feel very unhappy. How could this stinky loser win the favor of a goddess like Xia Ziyun? What kind of luck did that stinky loser have? When Yang Chenxi, who was surrounded by women next to the Hummer, saw Xia Ziyun, he immediately pushed away the 2 women beside him and walked straight towards Xia Ziyun. Ziyun, why didn't you tell me you were coming so I could go and greet you? Yang Chenxi came to Xia Ziyun and saw Xia Ziyun holding Shinfei's hand. A trace of displeasure flashed across his face. Then he looked at Shinfei's outfit, and the corners of his mouth were full of disdain. Xia Ziyun still held Shinfei's arm and said, "I'm just here for a walk, there's no need to pick me up." This nonchalant tone made Yang Chenxi very jealous. "I don't know what this brother's name is. I forgot to say hello when we met last time." As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Yang Chenxi is also very handsome and gives people a very sunny feeling, but his slightly upturned chin proves that he is not an easygoing person and is used to looking down on others. Shinfei. Shinfei didn't wait for Xia Ziyun to speak and replied to Yang Chenxi indifferently. "Oh? It's brother Shinfei. We are from the same school. Please take care of each other in the future." To others, it seemed that Yang Shichen was communicating with Shinfei in a friendly manner. But the look he gave Shinfei was full of threats. Yang Chenxi is the richest and most powerful second-generation rich man in their circle. He is tall and handsome, and very arrogant. He is secretly the boss of the circle. If Yang Shichen targets Shinfei in school in the future, he will probably be in big trouble. Several rich second generations around stared at Shinfei as if they were enjoying a good show. Shinfei turned a blind eye to this. He didn't take these guys seriously at all. I saw that the atmosphere was a little depressing. Suddenly Zhao Whiting said, "Young Master Yang, I think it's still early today, why don't we go to Changtian Dynasty to have some fun?" While speaking, he deliberately gave Yang Shichen a look. The two have always been in cahoots with each other, and Yang Shichen instantly understood with just one look. Changtian Dynasty is a nightclub frequented by this group of rich second generations. Yang Shichen has a good relationship with many of the people in the place, and can even talk to Mr. Hu, the boss of Changtian Dynasty. Zhao Whiting's meaning was obvious. He obviously saw that Yang Shichen wanted to seduce Xia Ziyun, but Shinfei got there first. Changtian Dynasty is also their territory. When the time comes, won't they be able to do whatever they want to Shinfei? Okay. Yang Shichen said lightly. "Okay, let's go to Changtian Dynasty. Ziyun, you can take my car." After saying that, Yang Shichen pressed the car key. The Hummer immediately roared. Yang Shichen had a smug look on his face. One is a Hummer worth millions, and the other is an old Toyota. Any woman with normal IQ would know which one to choose. But Xia Ziyun smiled faintly. "No need. Senior Yang, I'll just take Shinfei's car." After saying that, he actually followed Shinfei into the old, broken Toyota. Yang Shichen was stunned. I stood there in a daze for a long time without coming to my senses. WTF? What the hell is going on? A stinky loser who drives a broken Toyota worth hundreds of thousands of yuan actually stole his limelight and let the goddess drive away in his car? Grass. In anger, Yang Shichen threw the car keys on the ground. "Young Master Yang, calm down. Why bother with this kind of trash?" "Exactly. Isn't he just a loser?" Sister Xiangsu must have been fooled by his sweet talk for a while. Once Senior Ziyun realizes who the real boss is, she'll naturally throw herself into your arms. Several people around tried to comfort him, but Yang Shichen was still unhappy. Finally, it was Zhao Whiting who spoke up. "Young Master Yang, when we go to our place later, won't we just deal with that idiot casually?" Yang Shichen spat on the ground and said viciously in the direction where Shinfei left, "Damn it, I will definitely teach you a lesson tonight, you stinky idiot. Brothers, let's go." Yang Shichen picked up the car keys and got in the car. The rest of the rich second generation also got into their luxury cars and headed towards the Changtian Dynasty in a mighty manner. Because Shinfei drives an old Toyota, the car is not going very fast. Soon, this group of rich second generations caught up with Shinfei's car. Moreover, Yang Shichen deliberately drove in front of Shinfei to avoid him. Not only that, other rich second generations also surrounded his broken car with luxury cars, obviously targeting him deliberately. Xia Ziyun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said unhappily, "Are these guys crazy? Do they know how to drive?" This group of rich second generations usually love racing, and everyone's driving skills are very good, especially Zhao Whiting, who drives an Audi TT and makes various S-shapes in front of Shinfei's car. At this time, a rich second generation even rolled down the window and whistled at Shinfei. There was also a rich second generation who flicked his cigarette but directly at Shinfei's car window, causing a burst of sparks. But Shinfei didn't care and drove the car slowly. Yang Shichen said viciously, "Today I will embarrass you completely." He sent a voice message on WeChat, "Whiting, show that idiot some color." Soon, Yang Shichen received a voice message from the other party, just wait and see. Suddenly, Zhao Whiting drove the car and deliberately steered Xinfei away. At this time, they had already entered the overpass. If Xinfei had not reacted quickly, they would have been in danger. Xinfei couldn't help but frown. Xia Ziyun was so frightened that she screamed, "Is Zhao Whiting crazy? What on earth does he want to do?" As he was speaking, Zhao Whiting suddenly rolled down the car window and signaled Xinfei to roll down the window as well. Xia Ziyun was worried that something might happen to Xinfei, so she tried to persuade him. "Xinfei, ignore that lunatic." But Xinfei held the steering wheel with one hand and calmly rolled down the window. Zhao Whiting deliberately slowed down the car and drove side by side with Xinfei. He yelled at Xinfei, "Boy, if you have the guts, have a race with me? Whoever gets off the overpass first wins. The loser will get off the car and run naked. Do you dare?" Chapter 35: What to do if you become autistic. Several other rich second generations who were racing were in a voice group and heard Zhao Whiting's provocation at this time. There were bursts of booing sounds coming from the phone. Xia Ziyun quickly said, "Xinfei, don't be fooled. They often race cars, and they all drive luxury cars. There's no need to bother with these guys." But Xinfei ignored Xia Ziyun, turned his head and stared at Zhao Whiting and said, "Okay." The moment Xinfei agreed, Xia Ziyun just felt dizzy. Is Xinfei drunk? Why did you agree to him? This is too unfair. But Xia Ziyun could only worry. Because the game has already started. Zhao Whiting sneered and stepped on the accelerator. The engine roared and instantly left Xinfei far behind. "Xinfei, forget it, ignore him, let's get off the overpass and return to school." The corners of Xinfei's mouth curved into an arc. "Who said I would definitely lose? But you only drive an old Toyota." Who knew that Xia Ziyun hadn't finished speaking? Xinfei also stepped on the accelerator. "Hold on tight." Xia Ziyun felt a strong push on her back, and then she gripped the handlebars tightly. Xinfei looked serious at this time, as if he had become a different person. He held the steering wheel and quickly weaved in and out of the traffic. It was rush hour and the traffic was like a dragon. So the advantage of Zhao Whiting's luxury car was soon almost eliminated by a large truck blocking the way ahead. I saw from the rearview mirror that Xinfei's car was about to catch up. Zhao Whiting pressed the horn frantically in anger, but the truck could not give way to him in the narrow space. Zhao Whiting was so angry that he could only slap the steering wheel. Finally, the car on the right side of the truck made room for its body. Good opportunity. Zhao Whiting hurried to overtake. But he didn't have time to turn around. Whoosh! A white car sped past and quickly inserted itself into the gap. Zhao Whiting was shocked, and even he didn't dare to overtake at that speed. There is a car in front of the truck on the right side. Isn't Xinfei looking for death? But who would have thought that just as the Toyota was about to hit the car in front, Xinfei stepped on the brakes. The moment the white Toyota slowed down slightly, the large truck in front of it happened to make room. Xinfei quickly turned and overtook. When the tires rubbed against the ground, there were sonic booms. After seeing Xinfei's series of actions, Zhao Whiting was petrified on the spot. Xia Ziyun was so frightened that her face turned pale and her expression turned pale. Now Xinfei's physical strength has changed greatly and his reaction speed is also extremely amazing, so his driving skills are probably not inferior to those of professional players. When Zhao Whiting and other rich second generations drove down the overpass, Xinfei had already been waiting under the bridge for a long time. Xinfei did not take the initiative to provoke or mock this group of rich second generations. He just drove quietly at the end of the crowd, heading towards the nightclub in a low-key manner. Looking at Xia Ziyun again, her eyes looking at Xinfei became even more passionate. She never expected that Xinfei was not only rich and talented, but also drove such a cool car. It's simply stunning. It's like the god of cars is possessed. The most important thing is to keep a low profile. Compared with Xinfei, Zhao Whiting, Yang Shichen and others seem extremely childish. Xinfei, it turns out you're such a great driver. I was so worried about you. Oh, really? Were you worried about me just now? Hearing that Xinfei was deliberately teasing her, Xia Ziyun spat lightly, hateful. Looking at Xia Ziyun's blushing cheeks in the rearview mirror, Xinfei drove happily to Changtian Dynasty. At the same time, the small group of rich second generations had just been mocking Xinfei in various ways, but since they got off the overpass, they had been dead silent. Zhao Whiting lost. Zhao Whiting, the best driver among them, lost to a loser driving a Toyota while driving a sports car. Yang Shichen sat in the car, his expression becoming even gloomier. He originally wanted to embarrass Shin Fei, but unexpectedly he made him show off in front of Xia Ziyun again. "Mr. Yang, I'm sorry, I lost." Zhao Whiting sent a voice message. Yang Shichen wanted to smash his phone and angrily cursed Zhao Whiting as an idiot in his heart. But he finally said calmly, "It doesn't matter. Let him succeed for a while. He'll be in trouble when we return to our home ground." Zhao Whiting also exhaled a foul breath and said fiercely, "Damn it, wait and see how I deal with him later." Soon, the convoy finally arrived at the nightclub. Everyone parked their cars and gathered around Yang Shichen. Only Shin Fei and Xia Ziyun stood not far away, looking out of place. "Let's go." Yang Shichen smiled warmly and waved to Shin Fei and Xia Ziyun. Yang Shichen walked in front, and other rich second generations also entered the nightclub one after another. The decoration of this nightclub is very luxurious. No wonder Yang Shichen and others came here. It is several levels better than the ones near the school. After entering, I saw beautiful women in scantily clad clothes standing in 2 rows at the door to welcome guests. The looks of the girls at the door alone are enough to show that Changtian Dynasty is the top nightclub in Yuncheng. When Yang Shichen walked in, the manager took the initiative to greet him. "Young Master Yang is here." Yang Shichen nodded casually. "Have you reserved your seat?" "Ha, how dare I disobey young Master Yang's orders? I've already reserved a seat for you. Please follow me." Led by the manager, the group went to the booth on the 2nd floor. A leather sofa was placed in front of everyone, as well as a tempered glass wine table. The seat is spacious enough to accommodate more than a dozen people, and is much more upscale than the booths downstairs. The minimum consumption is several times higher than that downstairs. Today, Yang Shichen wanted to show off in front of Xia Ziyun. After everyone took their seats, Yang Shichen naturally sat in the middle, and the other rich second generations sat on both sides of him according to their status. In the end, only the corner was left for Shin Fei and Xia Ziyun. Yang Shichen knew very well that Xia Ziyun would not sit with him, so he did not invite her in a flattering manner. Instead, he took the drink menu and started consuming. Tonight, he will crush Shin Fei in all aspects. Let this stinky loser know the difference in strength between the two of us. Yang Shichen casually ordered expensive foreign liquor and red wine, and soon the bill had reached over 200,000 yuan. The bar manager's teeth were almost showing from laughing. "Young Master Yang, we've already ordered 270,000 worth of wine, that's almost enough." Of course the manager has to compliment an old customer like Yang Shichen. Yang Shichen deliberately put on a stern face and said, "What do you mean? Are you worried that I can't afford it?" "Young Master Yang, look at what you said. That's not what I meant. I'm just thinking about you." I'm just kidding. Let's go to the bar." Yang Shichen smiled, put his hands on the back of the sofa, and said casually. Then, he looked directly at Shin Fei. "Brother Shin Fei, have you never been to such a high-end place to spend money before? How is it? Is this okay?" "I've definitely never spent money in a place like this." Shin Fei told the truth. But Xia Ziyun felt that Shin Fei was just pretending to be low-key. People drive luxury cars worth tens of millions and give away luxury houses worth hundreds of millions. A mere 20 or 300,000 worth of alcohol and drinks is probably not even as much as Shin Fei's usual pocket money. Originally, Yang Shichen thought that after saying this, Xia Ziyun's attitude towards him would more or less change. Unexpectedly, when he looked at Xia Ziyun, he unexpectedly found that Xia Ziyun's attitude towards him was even more contemptuous. What's going on? Damn, even if I step on that stinky loser, will it offend the goddess? Seeing Xia Ziyun's reaction, Yang Shichen almost became autistic. Chapter 36 Self-Humiliation. Yang Shichen is an expert at picking up girls. As long as he spends tens of thousands of dollars, there is no girl who will not look at him differently. But only Xia Ziyun seemed to have been drugged by Shin Fei. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't beat Shin Fei. This made Yang Shichen even more depressed. Zhao Whiting saw that his brother was unhappy, so he spoke up for him and said, Shin Fei. To tell you the truth, you can only come here to play today because you followed us. If you were here by yourself at other times, I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to come in even if you were beaten to death." "Oh, really?" Shin Fei said indifferently. Zhao Whiting sneered, "Do you know who owns this nightclub? Master Tiger." There are a few newly arrived rich second generations around who don't know the inside story. When he heard Zhao Whiting say the word Tiger Lord, he was immediately shocked. Tiger Master, Zheng Chenghu. One of Yunqing's most notorious thugs, his connections and skills were far beyond the reach of these students. Yang Shichen stared at Xinfei and said, "By the way, Xinfei probably hasn't even heard of Master Tiger's name, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, bursts of laughter broke out all around. At first glance, Xinfei looks like an ordinary loser who usually stays at home and school. Only the rich second generation who often hang out together know Tiger Lord's status in the world. Zhao Whiting deliberately chimed in, "You might not know this, but young Master Yang has some connections with Master Tiger." Look around. Everyone turned their heads and looked around. I suddenly discovered that the people sitting on the sofas on the second floor were either rich or noble. The watch worn on anyone's wrist can buy an apartment. Those who are qualified to sit on the second floor are not ordinary people. When Xia Ziyun heard that this group of people were targeting Xinfei again, she finally couldn't help but say, "What's so great about Tiger Lord and Cat Lord?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically. Yang Shichen hurriedly said, "Ziyun, this is Master Tiger's territory, don't talk nonsense." Is Lord Tiger really that arrogant? Xia Ziyun still disagreed. Zhao Whiting said seriously, "Nonsense. Do you know who is behind Master Tiger? Master Luo." "Forget it, Whiting, just say less. We are not allowed to mention Mr. Luo's name." Yang Shichen hurriedly warned Zhao Whiting. Zhao Whiting also pursed his lips and didn't dare to mention the big boss. Luo Changtian was the true giant, with all powerful hands and eyes. He was definitely not something these students could even approach. Just then, a group of arrogant young people came from a distance. When Xia Ziyun saw this group of people, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Yang Shichen quickly said, "Ziyun, don't be afraid, those are my brothers." As he spoke, Yang Shichen waved towards the group of people. The leader was a young man wearing a leather jacket, jeans, and tattoos on his bare arms. He looked very fierce. Behind him were 6 or 7 younger brothers who were skilled in carving dragons and phoenixes. The young man staggered over. "Brother Yu." Yang Shichen took the initiative to greet him, and then proudly introduced him, "This is my brother Yu, from the Changtian dynasty." Yang Shichen gave a thumbs up. In fact, Yang Shichen was not bragging. This young man was called Li Yu, and he was the leader of the Changtian dynasty. He is the most popular man under Lord Tiger and is famous for his ruthless behavior. People in the circle jokingly call him Brother Haonan of Changtian dynasty. Sure enough, this guy had the same long hair as Chun Haonan. But her appearance is not flattering. Li Yu hugged Yang Shichen and said to everyone, "Young Master Yang, are these all your friends?" "That's right." Li Yu said arrogantly, "Young Master Yang is my brother, and his friends are my friends. If you have any trouble in this place, feel free to come to me. I'll show you how I can beat him up." Young people like Li Yu have a much stronger aura than students. Seeing that Yang Shichen could actually chat and laugh with a person like Brother Yu, everyone showed envy. At this time, Yang Shichen also felt very proud. He even looked at Xinfei with deliberate provocation. It was as if to say, "I know all the big brothers in society, who the hell are you? If you dare to mess with me again, I will beat you to death." Xinfei ignored this look. Soon, the drinks were served. Yu Gu and the others just went through the motions and left. Yang Shichen and Zhao Whiting exchanged glances, and Zhao Whiting secretly handed Yang Shichen a small packet of powder. When Yang Shichen poured the wine, he skillfully put some medicine into the wine with his little finger. Then he took the initiative to hold the wine glass and came to Xinfei. "Brother Shen, I toast you with this glass of wine." "Oh? Why are you toasting me for no reason?" Yang Shichen paused and said, "Brother Shen's driving skills today really opened my eyes. I admire you from the bottom of my heart, so I really want to make friends with you. Whiting and the others didn't mean to embarrass you before. They were just joking. I've brought them here to apologize on your behalf." Yang Shichen held the wine glass in mid-air, waiting for Xinfei to clink glasses with him. But Xinfei glanced at the wine on the table and said indifferently, "Sorry, I'm not interested in drinking with you." As soon as these words came out, the surroundings became quiet in an instant. "What the hell did you say? Don't be shameless." Zhao Whiting was already swearing in anger. Xia Ziyun also nervously tugged at the corner of Xinfei's clothes. "Why are you so disrespectful to Yang Shichen for no reason? He just took the initiative to toast me and was very humble. Several rich second generations around couldn't stand it anymore." "What the hell do you mean?" That's right, I gave you face, didn't I? Young Master Yang toasts, but you don't even accept? Damn, you're trying to stir up trouble, huh? Pop. Yang Shichen slammed his wine glass on the table, his face darkening as he asked, what does this mean? If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink a penalty? It's nothing. I just feel that my glass of wine is too little, and I want to exchange drinks with you, young Master Yang. Yang Shichen was slightly stunned. Shenfei calmly replaced the two people's drinks. Then, Shenfei picked up the wine glass in front of him and said with a smile, I was just joking, let's drink. When Yang Shichen saw Shenfei drink the wine in one gulp, he didn't think much about it. After he finished his wine, he smiled playfully, waiting for the show to begin. Zhao Whiting had drugged Yang Shichen just now. He originally intended to make Shenfei look bad. But after waiting for a while, Shenfei was fine. Instead, I felt hot all over, my mouth was dry, and I felt like I couldn't speak. Yang Shichen took a look at the wine stains on the table and was stunned for a moment. This medicine will leave a mark on the wine glass. Shenfei's cup was very clear, but there were faint marks on his own cup. Damn, when did I get into this trouble? At this time, Yang Shichen didn't care about anything else and stumbled towards the bathroom. Mr. Yang, are you okay? Seeing Yang Shichen's face flushed and his steps unsteadily, Zhang Yuexin kindly stepped forward and asked. But who knew that Yang Shichen would be like a wild beast, roaring with red eyes, get out of here, it's none of your business. Zhang Yuexin was so frightened that she quickly stepped aside. Whiting, why is young Master Yang yelling at me? Zhao Whiting naturally knew it very well. The look he gave Shenfei became even more resentful. This medicine was clearly intended for Shenfei, so how come Yang Shao took it by mistake? Although he didn't know what was going on, he guessed that it must be Shenfei's doing. Zhao Whiting hurriedly followed him to the bathroom. At this time, Yang Shichen slapped his face with cold water frantically. Yang Shichen hurriedly rummaged through his pockets and found a bottle of medicine. Young Master Yang, drink some of this to relieve the pain. Yang Shichen hurriedly grabbed the small bottle and drank the entire bottle of medicine in one gulp. After about 5 minutes, Yang Shichen finally felt much better. At this moment, he just felt sore all over, but fortunately the effect of the medicine had worn off. Yang Shichen was held on Zhao Whiting's shoulders and angrily said, fuck him. I'm not done with this bastard. Zhao Whiting also said sinisterly, young Master Yang, I told you long ago, just do it and be done with it. Why waste time with this idiot? Yes, get him. Yang Shichen was tortured by his own medicine and had a lot of anger but nowhere to vent it. He was finally completely enraged by Shenfei. Whiting, go get Brother Yu and ask him to bring a few more brothers. I don't believe we can't kill this bastard. Okay, young Master Yang, wait for me, I'll be back soon. Zhao Whiting walked down the stairs angrily. Yang Shichen washed his face again and returned to the booth filled with rage. Chapter 37 I know a few people. When Yang Shichen came back. With a dark face, even a fool could see that young Master Yang was unhappy. To be exact, I am very angry. I wanted to embarrass Shenfei, this loser, in front of the goddess. Who knew that the clown was actually himself? Yang Shichen, filled with shame and anger, had lost his mind. He no longer intends to maintain his image. Fuck that bullshit image. Yang Shichen now has only one thought in his mind, which is to kill Shenfei. If you can't kill him, you must cripple him. Shenfei, come out with me. Shenfei didn't care and walked out of the box calmly. Just at this time, Zhao Whiting also came back. The two men pushed Shenfei directly to the corner of the aisle. Zhao Whiting looked eager to try, but Yang Shichen didn't attack him directly. Instead, he warned, Stinky boy, I advise you to stay away from Xiaziyun. Don't blame me for not warning you, otherwise I will not let you leave this nightclub tonight. Really? Shenfei looked lazy. Zhao Whiting also wanted to give Shenfei some warnings. As a result, Xiaziyun walked out of the house at this time. She was worried about Shenfei when Yang Shichen brought Shenfei out just now. Seeing someone coming, Yang Shichen suppressed his anger and glanced at Shenfei with a warning look. Back in the private room, Xiaziyun asked worriedly, what did Yang Shichen say to you just now? Will they do anything to you? Don't worry, I'm fine. At the same time, Yang Shichen and Zhao Whiting were about to return to the private room when Brother Yu and others appeared at the end of the corridor. Young Master Yang, Brother Yu is here. Zhao Whiting went to call someone just now, but Li Yu happened to have something to do and couldn't leave. After finishing the work, he rushed over in a hurry. Young Master Yang, what happened? Oh, don't mention it. Some loser provoked our young Master Yang. Zhao Whiting spoke first. How dare someone mess with my brother? Brother Yu said with a murderous look on his face. Brother Yu, you have to help me vent my anger today. Yang Shichen begged. Of course, but don't make too much noise. How do you say that? Li Yu lowered his voice and said, my eldest brother and the more powerful bosses above are here today. Yang Shichen's heart trembled, as if he remembered something, and asked cautiously, Brother Yu, shouldn't? Yes, the ones who have reserved the imperial room upstairs are the big guys above you, right? Shoo. Li Yu made a shushing gesture and then lowered his voice and said, keep your voice down. Master Tiger, Master Luo, and other big guys are here today. If they hear us, and we're gossiping about it, we'll both be in big trouble. Yang Shichen took a deep breath and quickly shut his mouth. It is said that serving a king is like serving a tiger. Isn't it the same when serving someone like Luo Changtian? Even Li Yu was so cautious, so Yang Shichen did not dare to be negligent. After a while, Yang Shichen timidly said, okay, Brother Yu, I understand. Let's just keep the noise down. The loser who provoked me is in the private room. Why don't you help me teach him a lesson? Give me a lesson? Li Yu smiled wryly, paused, and then said, that's not impossible, but it might not be convenient for me right now. People are just standing here chatting with me, so there's nothing inconvenient about it. Yang Shichen and Li Yu have known each other for a long time, so how could he not understand what he meant? It's just about money. After all, the relationship between him and Li Yu is based on money. I understand, Brother Yu, don't worry. As long as you help me teach that guy a lesson today and make him stay in the hospital for a year or two, I will immediately transfer 50,000 yuan to Brother Yu to drink. Yang Shichen reported a number. But Li Yu still looked embarrassed. This is not a question of money. Do we still care about this little money? The main thing is that the bosses have recently instructed us that the situation outside is a bit tense. They don't allow us to do anything casually. I am also helpless. 100,000. Is 100,000 okay? Brother Yu, even if you don't care about the money, you should also consider the relationship between us. Yang Shichen gritted his teeth and decisively raised the price. Li Yu really relaxed a little, I know that, but 150,000. Brother Yu, I'm really short of money lately. This is already the maximum. Oh, young Master Yang, you're being so formal. Money or not is really not important. What's important is that someone actually dared to provoke our young Master Yang. How dare they eat bear heart and leopard courage? Come, take me to meet that person. Yang Shichen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the 150,000 yuan did hurt him, when he thought about the loss of face that Xin Fei had caused him today, it was worth it even if it hurt. Yang Shichen transferred 150,000 yuan to Li Yu on the spot. As soon as he got the money, Li Yu smiled widely, turned around, took his 4 younger brothers, and entered the private room with Yang Shichen. A group of rich second generations were having fun in the private room, but when they saw several burly, unfriendly-looking men covered in various tattoos walk in, they were all shocked and thought something had happened. After recognizing that the person was the Yu brother from before, everyone present quickly greeted Brother Yu. Hello, Brother Yu. Yang Shichen looked arrogant at this moment. Li Yu was even more arrogant. However, Xin Fei never even looked at the so-called Brother Yu, let alone came up to say hello. Yang Shichen gritted his teeth and immediately leaned close to Li Yu's ear and said, Brother Yu, that kid is called Xin Fei. He's so arrogant. You have to help me vent my anger. Young Master Yang, are you still uneasy about me doing things? Li Yu smiled sullenly and walked forward, looking at Xin Fei. Are you Xin Fei? You are quite capable, you even dare to provoke young Master Yang? You don't even stand up when you see me, what kind of gang are you in? I'm not a gangster, and I'm not from any gang, but I do know a few people from your gang. Xin Fei responded, but still made no move to stand up. Li Yu smiled coldly and said disapprovingly, Who? Who do you know? Tell me about it. Luo Changtian and Zhang Chenghu. Luo Changtian and Zhang Chenghu? Aren't these Master Luo and Master Hu? Upon hearing this, Li Yu and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if they had just heard a huge joke. Chapter 38, Low-key is more than just wealth. Laughter filled the entire private room. Although Yang Shichen and others didn't understand what they were laughing at, they laughed alone. Among them, some people couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Xin Fei. Some people don't even know that death is approaching. In such a situation, Xia Ziyan, who was standing by, understood the purpose of this group of people coming here and felt anxious. However, she was quite surprised that even in the face of such a scene, Shenfei could still remain so calm. Could it be that he had some confidence? She was thinking. Liu in front of him suddenly put away his smile and said jokingly, "Not bad, you even know our boss and the boss's boss. Well, I might as well tell you that you happen to be there today. Both bosses are upstairs. How about I go and tell them to come over and toast you a few more glasses of wine?" As soon as the words fell, everyone present burst into laughter. In their eyes, no matter how capable Shenfei was, he was just a student. How could he really know Master Hu and Master Luo? He was just bragging. After Liu said this, Shenfei must be panicking. However, the imagined panic did not happen. Looking closely, Shenfei just waved his hand lightly. "No need to toast, I'm just playing around, there's no need to alarm them." Are there really such shameless people in the world? Liu sneered and stopped talking to Shenfei. He immediately glared at his 4 younger brothers. "What are you still standing there for? This little brother seems to have drunk too much. Why don't you sober him up quickly? If he gets drunk and runs into Tiger Lord and the others, can you handle it? I can't bear it." The 4 younger brothers all showed ferocious expressions and walked towards Shenfei with their hands rubbed, ready to fight. "You, what are you doing? Don't hit him." When everyone wanted to stay away from him, Xia Ziyun suddenly stepped forward and protected Shenfei. Seeing this situation, the 4 younger brothers stopped and turned to look at Liu. But all he saw was Liu staring straight at Xia Ziyun's face, his eyes full of greed. However, as there were so many people around, he quickly adjusted his expression and shifted his gaze to Yang Shichen. This obviously involves women, and he wants to see what Yang Shichen will do. Yang Shichen was irritated and stepped forward to pull Xia Ziyun away. "Ziyun, what are you doing? Who the hell is this kid? Is he worthy of your protecting him like this? Come here quickly. If we start fighting, it would be terrible if I get hurt. Don't touch me." Xia Ziyan shook off Yang Shichen's outstretched hand and turned to apologize to Shenfei. "I'm so sorry for causing you trouble. Let me handle this. You leave first." "It's okay, it's just a little bit unpleasant, it's no big deal." Shenfei smiled confidently, stretched out his hand and pulled Xia Ziyan behind him, facing Liu and others alone. Yang Shichen was immediately delighted. "Boy, not bad, you still have some backbone, but that's all. If you mess with me, you must pay the price. Shouldn't I be the one saying this to you? Or rather, it should be you, whether it's you or this brother you." Shenfei shrugged, looking disapproving. "Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. How can this be tolerated?" Liu was instantly enraged, and immediately revealed a ruthless look. "No, kid, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant." "Okay, you want to be arrogant, right? Well, let's see how long you can be arrogant. Brothers, beat him to death." The 4 big men had been ready to go. At the command, they immediately rushed towards Shenfei. However, in just the next second, only a few muffled sounds were heard, and the 4 big men flew out simultaneously. No one saw how Shenfei made his move. In fact, no one saw whether Shenfei took action. The only thing that could be seen were 4 people flying backwards. In an instant, everyone present was dumbfounded, staring at Shenfei in amazement. This person is so terrifying. Could it be that he is some legendary martial arts master? Everyone gasped. Xia Ziyun was no exception. She stared up at Shenfei with wide eyes. Originally, she thought Shenfei was just a low-key rich man, but now it seems that Shenfei is low-key about more than just his wealth. Still have such strength. Seeing this scene, Yang Shichen and Zhao Whiting were both secretly shocked. When they thought about how they had wanted to touch Shenfei before, they couldn't help but want to slap themselves in the face. Does this look like someone who can move on his own? He subdued 4 big men in the blink of an eye. If they had attacked him, the 2 of them couldn't imagine it, and they just felt regretful. However, once some things are done, it is too late to regret them. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Shenfei slowly walked in front of Yang Shichen and Liu. His faint voice was like thunder at this moment, striking the 2 people's hearts. "If you apologize to me now, it's not too late. I've never been one to make a big fuss, but if you're still stubborn, I don't mind stretching my muscles." Yang Shichen was so frightened that he dared not speak, while Liu was even more angry. "But how dare a young boy who only knows a little kung fu talk to me? Under normal circumstances, Li Yu might have slapped his brother in the face, but at this moment, seeing the four brothers lying on the ground and wailing, he had to suppress his emotions. You, don't be so arrogant. You only know a little bit of kung fu, don't you? The bosses above me are all martial arts masters. If you have the guts, come with me to the Imperial Hall. Whether I have guts or not is not up to you to decide. You are not qualified yet. It seems that you will not give up until you reach the Yellow River. In that case, call Luo Chengtian and Zheng Qinghu to see me. Xin Fei spoke lightly, as if he was explaining a very ordinary matter, then turned around and returned to his seat as if nothing had happened, and even took a sip of wine leisurely. Mad. It's really crazy. This Xin Fei, doesn't he think that just because he has some fighting skills, he can really challenge Tiger Lord and others, right? Li Yu would never believe it. Therefore, at this moment, he hesitated for a moment, turned around and ran out of the private room, heading straight upstairs. It didn't matter that Xin Fei looked down on him, but he also looked down on Hu Yi and others. On this path, people are particularly concerned about reputation issues. He just couldn't believe that after this happened and Tiger Lord and others knew about it, Xin Fei could still act recklessly. As long as Lord Tiger picks out anyone, Xin Fei will be in big trouble. Chapter 39. I think his name is Xin Fei. Seeing Li Yu running upstairs excitedly, Yang Shichen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The reputations of Tiger Lord and others are not just for fun. How dare Xin Fei, a mere student, provoke them like this? Are you tired of living? He immediately sneered and said to Xin Fei, "You're finished. It's fine if you provoke me, but you actually dare to provoke Tiger Lord and the others. You're simply courting death." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around nodded in agreement, and even the way they looked at Xin Fei changed, as if they were looking at a dead person. What can a person do even if he is a good fighter? Can it still withstand bullets? If you reach Tiger Lord's level, wouldn't this kind of thing be easy to get? Some people are destined not to be provoked. Although these rich second generations have family backgrounds, when they really arrive in the territory of such a superboss, don't they have to keep their tails between their legs? Only Xin Fei, right from the start, beat up Brother Yu's men, and also offended Brother Yu's boss by speaking without restraint. Isn't this just too much for him? Everyone shook their heads and felt that after tonight, there would probably be no more Xin Fei in the world, and he would disappear quietly. Xia Ziyan was extremely anxious, knowing the seriousness of the situation, but when she turned to look at Xin Fei, she saw Xin Fei still sipping his wine as if nothing had happened. She was anxious and angry, and immediately stepped forward to push Xin Fei. "Xin Fei, you'd better leave quickly. Tiger Lord and his group are really not people you can mess with. It's not too late to leave while they are still here." However, Xin Fei only smiled slightly and even handed over a glass of untapped wine. "Whether I can provoke him or not, you will know in a moment. Don't worry, don't you still don't believe me? Come, have a drink to calm your nerves." So is this a question of belief? Even if I believe it, will the things I worry about not happen? Xia Ziyan was about to continue persuading him, but she saw that the wine glass had been handed to her, as if to shut her up. She could only smile bitterly and drink the wine in the glass. Seeing this, Yang Shichen felt indescribably uncomfortable and could only sneer. "Drink, if you like, drink more. Anyway, after today, no one knows if you will have the chance to drink again." At the same time, on the other side, Li Yu stumbled into the Imperial Hall. The big guys among them were having fun when suddenly a man rushed in, which made them all look annoyed. "You. What are you doing? If you disturb Mr. Luo and the others, can you bear the consequences? Get out of here." Zheng Qinghu, who was sitting at the edge, roared angrily. Li Yu was his subordinate, so if Li Yu angered the big guys present, he would be to blame. Hearing this, Li Yu panicked for a moment, but remembering Xin Fei's arrogant expression, he gradually calmed down. Master Tiger, Master Luo, please calm down. I was indeed rude, but I also had my reasons." "What's the reason? Tell me. If this doesn't help you guys calm down, you know what to do, right?" Luo Chengtian said this lightly, and Zhang Qinghu suddenly broke out in a sweat and nodded repeatedly. Li Yu didn't dare to neglect it and quickly told the story. "In a private room downstairs, there was a guy with great skills who injured a few of our brothers. He was very arrogant." "Then what?" Zhang Qinghu's expression suddenly turned cold. For him, hurting his brother was certainly intolerable, but it was definitely not a reason for Li Yu to break in. If that were all, he wouldn't mind dealing with Li Yu secretly to eliminate the resentment of the big guys present. Li Yu obviously sensed Zhang Chenghu's thoughts and did not dare to neglect them. He continued, then the brothers announced the names of Master Hu and Master Luo, hoping to intimidate that man. But to their surprise, that man didn't care at all and even let. What else are you giving into? Stop wasting your time. And let Lord Tiger and Lord Luo go over to meet him and toast him. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. After a while, everyone burst into laughter. Toast? How dare that person say that? Zhang Chenghu is fine, perhaps, in the eyes of some people, Zhang Chenghu can indeed be called over for a toast. But who is Luo Changtian? Who else is qualified to have Luo Changtian toast him? Even if it's the Lord of Heaven, it's impossible. Amidst the laughter, Luo Changtian was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hands at Zhang Chenghu and said, all right, he's just a clown. Ahu, just let him go and see what happens. Don't let this kind of thing spoil our fun tonight. I see. Zhang Chenghu nodded, stood up, and let Li Yu lead the way. As they walked, he asked with great interest, by the way, who was that kid? How much did he drink? How could he say such a thing? I don't know exactly who he is. I only know that he was brought here by young Master Yang, and he doesn't get along with young Master Yang. He's trying to steal a woman. His name seems to be Shen Fei. Shen Fei? Zhang Chenghu muttered something and his expression suddenly changed. Before he could ask, Luo Changtian stood up from his seat. What did you say? Say it again. What's that person's name? Li Yu's heart trembled. He had followed Luo Changtian for so many years, but he had never seen Luo Changtian lose his composure like this. He immediately stammered in response, his name is Shen Fei. After confirming again, Luo Changtian and Zhang Chenghu's expressions became even more embarrassed. They looked at each other and made a decision immediately. Let's go. Everyone follow me, we're going to that private room now. Everyone? Except for Zhang Chenghu and the other person, everyone else was stunned. Isn't he just a young boy? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Even when we destroyed other big guys' territories before, there was no such scene. However, Luo Changtian did not give them a chance to think. After saying that, Luo Changtian took the lead and rushed out of the private room. The others didn't dare to hesitate and quickly followed, leaving Li Yu completely stunned. It was not until Zhang Chenghu hit him with a slap that he came back to his senses. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and lead the way. A group of people approached in a mighty manner, and the noisy sound of leather shoes stepping on the ground immediately reached Shen Fei and his companions. The rich second generations all looked over and were immediately shocked beyond words. Luo Changtian took the lead, followed by a group of big men in black suits. They all looked ferocious and had unfriendly expressions, as if they would be eaten alive if they looked at them for even one more moment. Very oppressive. Just like the big boss in movies and TV dramas. Chapter 40. A young man with a powerful background. The rich second generation had never seen such a scene before. Their faces turned pale and they dared not even breathe. Although Yang Shichen had never seen Luo Changtian's appearance, from this position, everyone knew who was the C position. Seeing this scene, he dared not neglect it. Even if he was afraid in his heart, he had to bite the bullet and move forward. You must be Mr. Luo, right? My name is Yang Shichen, and I'm Brother Yu's. Get out of here. However, before he could finish his words, Luo Changtian slapped him in the face with his backhand, making him lose his balance and see stars. Zhao Whiting rushed forward to support him, barely saving him from the embarrassment of collapsing. Luo Changtian's attack was not light. Luo Changtian's purpose was very clear. He walked around the two of them and went straight to Shen Fei, bowed and saluted. Hello, Mr. Shen. Master Shen. Hearing this, the big guys following behind him were all stunned. Who is Luo Changtian? How could you call a little kid master like that? What is going on in this world? However, seeing Luo Changtian acting like this, they did not dare to be negligent and shouted at Shen Fei together. Hello, Mr. Shen. This group of people were originally martial artists, so their shouting was deafening. This shocked everyone who was watching the show nearby. Among them, Yang Shichen's face turned even paler. He originally thought that this group of people were called by Li Yu to help him. But I didn't expect that something like this would happen. Thinking back to what Shen Fei had said before, he couldn't help but shudder. Could it be that Shen Fei really knows Luo Yi and others? Is he really someone that Mr. Luo and others have to toast to? If not, how could Mr. Luo and his group behave like this at this time? Can't even afford to offend Master Luo? What kind of person is this Shin Fei? At the same time, the expressions of the other rich second generations were not much better than his. Everyone was stunned and looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. They had all heard more or less about how terrifying Luo Changtian's power was. And now, Luo Changtian, who is so powerful and can call the wind and rain, actually behaved like this towards a young man in his 20s. How could everyone not be surprised? And in the midst of astonishment, Shin Fei's next words made everyone even more stunned. Luo Changtian, you don't need to bring so many people with you to see me, right? If someone doesn't know you, they might think you're going to beat someone up. You'll scare them to death. Shin Fei was helpless and leaned on the sofa complaining. Can't you just be more low-key? Why make such a big scene? Feeling his complaints, Luo Changtian's face suddenly darkened, and he quickly said with a smile, Master Shin is right, I was not thoughtful enough. However, these brothers do need to come and see Master Shin's magnificent face. If we meet him somewhere in the future, we can help Master Shin with some support. Carry shoes? It's a good thing that Luo Changtian could think of this. Shin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and waved his hands repeatedly, forget it, it's not a big deal to carry shoes. Just don't let your men bother me. When Luo Changtian heard the words, he knew what they meant. He immediately frowned, turned his head, and looked at Liu, who was huddled in the corner with a pale face, and shouted angrily, You are so bold that you even dared to offend Master Shin. Why don't you come over here and admit your mistake? Liu trembled all over, and he rushed forward while rolling and crawling. He fell to his knees with a thud, completely losing his previous arrogance. I was wrong. I didn't know that Master Shin. Master Shin was acquainted with Master Luo. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have dared to offend Master Shin even if I had 100 guts. Please, Master Shin, I beg you, just treat me like a fart and let me go. A grown man was crying at this moment. However, even so, Zhang Qinghu on the side couldn't help but rush forward and slapped him hard, You blind idiot. Are you still begging for mercy, or are you still teaching Master Shin how to do things? Apologize to me. I really know I was wrong. Liu was already frightened and kept apologizing frantically. However, Shin Fei did not say anything and continued to drink. Suddenly, Liu seemed to remember something and stopped apologizing. He turned around abruptly and looked at Yang Shichen with extreme resentment. I understand, Master Shin, Master Luo, Master Hu, everything that happened today was caused by that brat Yang Shichen. I'm going to deal with him right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu picked up the wine bottle on the table and rushed towards Yang Shichen like a mad dog. The wine bottle broke with a sound, and Yang Shichen immediately curled up on the ground with traces of blood on his head. When Liu took action, Yang Shichen didn't dare to resist at all. He could only wail repeatedly, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Brother Yu, please forgive me. I've forgiven you, but who's going to forgive me? Damn it. Every punch hits the flesh. In just a few breaths, Yang Shichen was covered in blood. The rich second generation who were standing by saw this scene, but they didn't even dare to think of stepping forward to stop it. They are just drinking buddies with Yang Shichen. Faced with this situation, not only do they not add insult to injury, but they also want them to stop it? Is this just a foolish dream? The wailing continued for a long time. Shin Fei took a quick glance, then put his hands down and said loudly, That's enough. Don't beat him to death. I can't stand this kind of bad luck. When Shin Fei speaks, who dares not listen? Liu quickly stopped his fist. Shin Fei then slowly stood up and asked, Yang Shichen, do you know where you went wrong now? I know. My mistake was that I shouldn't have competed with Master Shin for the woman. I really don't know what's good for me. Puff. Hearing this, Shin Fei almost spit out the wine in his mouth and stared at Yang Shichen in surprise. Isn't this kid's train of thought too amazing? How could I think of these things? At the same time, Xia Ziyun, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but blush when she heard this. For some reason, when she heard others say that she was Shin Fei's woman, she actually felt a little happy in her heart. Luo Changtian had been listening to what they were saying. At this moment, seeing Xia Ziyun's figure, he immediately came to his senses. Oh, so this is my sister-in-law. I didn't recognize her at first because I didn't have good eyesight. I hope you can calm down. What, sister-in-law? No, Shin Fei and I are just ordinary friends. Don't call me that. Xia Ziyun blushed and quickly rejected it. Shinfei smiled but didn't explain too much. Only then did Luo Changtian glance at the two of them meaningfully. Then, he raised his glass and said, "This matter today has indeed caused trouble for Master Shen. Here, I, Luo Changtian, apologize to Master Shen. I hope Master Shen will not blame me." After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Shinfei waved his hands repeatedly. "Luo Changtian, don't be so polite, these are just trivial matters, and they are over. If there is nothing else, you can go back and continue eating and drinking, don't worry about me." Luo Changtian knew Shinfei's temper, nodded repeatedly, said some polite words, and then did not stay any longer. After he left, the rest of the people breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but feel a little more wary of Shinfei. After this incident, I'm afraid no one will dare to look down on this young man with such a powerful background anymore. Chapter 41. Isn't it just a Porsche? Although the incident was over, everyone in the private room was still in shock and fell silent for a while. It took a long time for this group of rich second generations to come to their senses. They held their wineglasses and moved towards Shinfei. Shinfei originally disdained to deal with this group of people, but seeing their smiling faces, he couldn't bear to do it, so he just picked up the wineglass casually. However, just as he was about to raise his glass, his cell phone rang. Shinfei naturally looked at his phone first. Just then, a familiar name appeared on the caller ID. Zhang Ziang. Although he was wondering why the call came at this time, Shinfei pressed the answer button. "Shinfei, what are you doing now?" Zhang Ziang's voice came. "I didn't do anything. I was just with Xia Ziyun." "What's wrong?" Shinfei answered truthfully. Zhang Ziang paused, as if he had something to hide, and did not respond. Noticing this, Shinfei said again, "Don't worry, it won't affect you. If you have any questions, just tell me directly. We are brothers, so we are friends." "Real?" "Of course it's true." Zhang Ziang then murmured softly, "I'm just in a bad mood, I want to ask you to come out and drink with me, but I don't know if you have." "Of course I'm free. I'm always available. Just tell me the location and I'll be there right away." Shinfei interrupted Zhang Ziang directly. After being together for such a long time, he already knew each other's temperament very well. Zhang Ziang's tone was obviously much more relaxed. "Okay, I'll wait for you at the old place." Do. The phone was hung up. Xia Ziyun, who was standing by, also hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Shinfei shook his head. "It's okay, I'm just a brother who wants to drink. I'll leave first." Xia Ziyun hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded with a smile and said, "Okay, then be careful on the road." Although Xia Ziyun was full of questions, Shinfei had important things to do, so she didn't say much. After Shinfei left, Xia Ziyun's beautiful eyes sparkled. With Shinfei's wealth and background, it shouldn't be difficult for a big shot like Luo Yi to bow down. Shinfei's mind was still full of how to justify what happened today, but he had no idea that Xia Ziyun had already justified it for him. "I left the private room and took a taxi back to school. The so-called old place is nothing more than a barbecue restaurant near the school. The prices are affordable and the drinks are delicious. My roommates all liked the food after trying it, so we often visit this restaurant. Take a taxi and arrive in a hurry." As soon as I arrived at the door, the shop owner came up to me with a frown on his face. "Xiaofei, you're finally here. Go check on your good brother. I think he might be having some trouble here." As the boss spoke, he pointed to his chest. Obviously, it means that Zhang Ziang can't get over it. Shinfei nodded, rushed into the store, and saw Zhang Ziang sitting alone and drunk in the corner. Although his face was red and his eyes were blurry, he never stopped drinking. Shinfei rushed forward and snatched the bottle from his hand. "What are you doing? You asked me to drink, and I'm not even here yet, and you're almost done. Do you want me to get drunk alone later? Leave me alone and give me the wine." Zhang Ziang hesitated and reached out to grab the wine, but how could Shinfei let him do as he wished? He immediately drank the remaining wine in the bottle. "It's gone, it's empty, don't even think about drinking it." "No. Boss, take another one and go ahead. Tonight, no one can stop me. I just want to get drunk." Shinfei was full of helplessness. After signaling his boss not to take it, he sat down next to Zhang Ziang and said, "What happened? Tell me, if it's a big deal, we can solve it together." "It can't be solved. It can't be solved." Zhang Ziang kept muttering to himself, but he had no intention of elaborating. Seeing this scene, Shinfei inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. Doesn't this look exactly like my previous self? Could it be that? Shinfei immediately asked, "Did you break up with Zhao Ran? Weren't you only together for a week? Don't mention that name to me. I don't even want to hear it right now. If you mention it again, don't blame me for getting mad at you." As expected, it was all because of Zhao Ran. It would have been better if it hadn't been mentioned. Zhang Ziang was just getting drunk. But when this was mentioned, Zhang Ziang burst into tears and couldn't stop. Perhaps it was the effect of alcohol, but Zhang Ziang no longer cared about his image. He hugged Shinfei and cried, "Shinfei, I'm so angry, so angry. You know how much I've paid to pursue Zhao Ran. Why does she treat me like this? She was hungry in the middle of the night, so I ran for 3 hours to buy her a midnight snack and brought it to her dormitory. When she had a nightmare and called me, no matter how sleepy I was, I would immediately cheer her up and comfort her. I've never refused her anything she wants. When she starts a live stream, I'm the first one to give her gifts. After all, haven't I done enough? Can't I let her know how much I love her? Why? Why do you treat me like this?" Snap. As he was speaking, there was a loud bang, and Zhang Ziang slammed something on the table. Looking closely, it was a necklace. She's always wanted this necklace. I saved up money for it for a long time and finally bought it today. I was so excited to give it to her as a surprise. And then what? Do you know what happened next? Oh my god. I actually saw that bitch get into someone else's car. A Porsche. It's just a Porsche. I was still hoping for a lucky break, so I didn't go up right away. I just took a taxi and followed closely. Do you know where I ended up? Do you know? Although Zhang Ziang did not continue speaking at this point, those who understood would understand. Amidst the sobs, Zhang Ziang calmed down a bit before continuing. I called her and asked her what she was doing. She said she was at a relative's house. What the hell, a relative's house? This relative is called Godfather. After saying that, Zhang Ziang cried even harder. Shinfei kept patting his back and comforting him. It's okay, it's not too late to see clearly now. At least you won't be kept in the dark forever. This is a good thing, you should be happy. It's better than being deceived by her all the time. I'm happy, super happy, but what I can't understand is all my years of hard work really not worth as much as a Porsche? Zhang Ziang shook his head repeatedly, full of resentment. In fact, his family background was not bad, but it was not so poor that he could afford a Porsche to go to school. Seeing him like this, Shinfei felt really bad. After thinking for a long time, Shinfei's eyes suddenly lit up. You said it too, isn't it just a Porsche? It's not a big deal, second brother. If you are willing to believe me and listen to my arrangements, I promise to make Zhao Ran regret doing such a thing. Regret, later? What do you want to do? Zhang Ziang stopped crying and became a little more sober. Shinfei just shook his head mysteriously. Don't worry about this, just listen to me. Chapter 42, Humble to the Extreme. Zhang Ziang was still confused, but Shinfei did not explain any further. He just took out his cell phone and opened the Super Emperor group. People are still discussing it heatedly in the group. Once you've been through the vast ocean, it's hard to be impressed by the water. After seeing Boss Jian giving out gifts, now when I see these so-called bosses, they all look like poor bastards. Are you crazy? You have to compete with Boss Jian? Do you think you can compare? Boss Bao said that some time ago, Boss Jian bought a villa worth 130 million yuan for a girl without blinking an eye. Hiss, 130 million? Are you sure you heard it right? Is it such a big deal? What Mr. Bao said, could it be false? Judging from the situation, I guess this 130 million is just pocket money for others. Oh, people are really incomparable. Although I am no longer in the world is full of my legends. Looking at the discussion in the group, Shinfei couldn't help but laugh. His hands moved quickly, a message appeared quickly, and he pressed send decisively. Who among you has a cool car in Yuncheng? Take as many as you can get. Tomorrow is all day. If everything goes well, I'll consider it a favor to you. As soon as this message was sent out, the heated discussions in the group were temporarily paused. Obviously, Shinfei, who almost never spoke on weekdays, suddenly spoke, which really scared everyone. But soon, everyone reacted and started replying. Boss Jian, let's not talk about whether to lend it or not. If you want to use it, just take it and drive it. But, I guess my Maserati is not presentable enough. Boss Jian, what's your rough estimate? I have a Porsche 911 here. Would you mind taking a look? Boss Jian, I have a Bentley here, do you think it can work? Maserati, Porsche, Bentley. Information about luxury cars appeared in front of Xinfei one after another. However, Xinfei couldn't stop shaking his head. Although these cars are worth a lot of money and are enough for showing off on a daily basis, they are still not luxurious enough in his eyes at this moment. Others also have Porsches, so how can a car that is slightly more valuable than others have the effect of slapping them in the face? Xinfei felt helpless and was about to give in. But at this moment, a piece of information suddenly made his eyes light up. Boss Jian, although I'm not in Yuncheng, I do have friends in the luxury car club. If you need me, Boss Jian, you can easily call 10 or 20 people. You can also drive my Lamborghini Veneno Roadster parked at the club over. The price outside is not too high, about $4.5 million. $4.5 million is equivalent to $27 million. Although it is still not as valuable as your own car, it is definitely powerful for others. Xinfei immediately looked at the man SID, which was a guy called Poseidon. He immediately replied, "See King, private chat." Seeing this scene, Poseidon was extremely excited and quickly sent a friend request. Whether it was the lavish spending of money on major live streaming platforms or the villa legends told by Bao Huang, Xinfei's status in the group was extremely high. Although the group was full of wealthy people, compared with Xinfei, they were immediately eclipsed. Therefore, everyone in the group wanted to make friends with Xinfei. However, they were not familiar with Xinfei's situation and did not dare to please him easily. If they appeared abrupt or too purposeful, it would be counterproductive and the gain would not outweigh the loss. Now, after finally waiting for Xinfei to speak, everyone naturally would not let it go. This is how Xinfei stands in the group. In today's society, where interests prevail and material desires run rampant, friendship sometimes seems cheap. If your own strength has reached a certain level, let alone lending you a car, others will not hesitate to lend you a yacht, a plane, or even your wife. But if you have nothing, I'm afraid no one will give up on you even if you have a broken old bicycle. It is said to be reality, but it is indeed reality. With the support of our own strength, the matter of borrowing a car was quickly settled. Poseidon simply asked for a phone number and when the call could be made, and that was the end of it. After doing all this, Xinfei glanced at Zhang Ziang. Zhang Ziang was seen lying on the table in a daze, still muttering Zhaoran's name. Xinfei was filled with mixed feelings and felt very distressed. He sighed helplessly, "Don't worry, good brother, with me here, no one can bully you." After saying that, Xinfei also thought, if he already has a luxury car, how can he lack a beautiful woman? He thought about it for a moment, and then decisively sent a message to Zhang Ningning. "Are you there? Are you free tomorrow?" Zhang Ningning had just finished the live broadcast and was about to take a break, but suddenly she caught a glimpse of Xinfei's message and was immediately overjoyed. "Asking me if I have time, isn't Mr. Jian trying to make an appointment with me?" With her beautiful eyes rolling and a smile on her face, Zhang Ningning quickly replied, "If others ask, I may not be free, but if Boss Jian asks, I must be free." Xinfei smiled and quickly explained his purpose. "This is what I mean. A good friend of mine was cheated on by someone else. I want to help him vent his anger and put on a show to get back at him. I want you to temporarily pretend to be his girlfriend. Are you willing?" Xinfei didn't force her. If Zhang Ningning didn't want to, he would have to find a way to replace her. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ningning couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. It turned out that Xinfei just wanted to help me, not to make an appointment with me. However, with 70 points of favorability, she couldn't possibly refuse Xinfei's request. However, in her reply, she also mixed in some personal opinions. "Of course, I can, but it would be better if this brother was you." Her pretty face turned red, and she even felt a little secretly happy in her heart. After all, this was a naked hint. However, Xinfei's reply really surprised her. "What do you mean? Do you want me to be cheated on too?" Zhang Ningning hurried to explain, but Xinfei just briefly mentioned the time and place and did not respond. This time, Zhang Ningning suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. It's over, it's over. Could it be that Mr. Jian is angry? Feeling at a loss, she even wanted to call Mr. Jian on WeChat, but when her hand reached for the phone, she stopped. What if Mr. Jian is busy and I attack him myself? Wouldn't that make him even angrier? No fighting. No fighting. For a moment, Zhang Ningning was extremely humble. However, she didn't know that Shenfei didn't seem angry at all. That reply was originally a joke, and Shenfei didn't think too much about it. I didn't reply just because of Zhang Ziyang. I drank too much and vomited, and I couldn't stop. Shenfei had no choice but to put away his phone and deal with the mess Zhang Ziyang had created. After finally cleaning up, I couldn't go back to the dormitory. Shenfei had to carry Zhang Ziyang to a nearby hotel to stay temporarily. Naturally, I forgot to reply. Only Zhang Ningning was left unable to sleep all night. Chapter 43. I'm really not good at that. The next morning, the Sea King called, but the caller was a young man. Hello? Is this Mr. Jian? I'm a friend of the Sea King, Chen Shang'an. Mr. Jian, you can just call me Xiao Chan or Anan. I'm Mr. Jian, Anan, right? You're from the luxury car club, right? Shenfei yawned and responded casually. Chen Shang'an on the other end of the phone was extremely excited. Is it really Mr. Jian? Oh my god, I'm actually talking to Mr. Jian, I must be dreaming. In fact, to be able to become a friend of the Sea King, how could Chen Shang'an's wealth be that bad? In Yunqing, his family is one of the most powerful. Just move your feet and the whole Yunqing will shake. However, at this moment, in front of President Jian, he did not have any temper at all. On weekdays, he also likes to browse the live broadcast platform. If he is happy with the flattery, he will spend hundreds of thousands. After all, hundreds of thousands of dollars are nothing to him, just a drop in the bucket. But compared with Jianzong's operations, his operations are nothing. When Mr. Jian makes a move, he spends tens of millions and hundreds of millions without even blinking an eye, showing no respect for money at all. From this we can see that Mr. Jian doesn't take this money seriously at all. His subsequent wealth and fortune are unimaginable. He is definitely a well-known and wealthy person. How could Chen Shang'an dare to lose his temper in front of such a wealthy man? Ahem, sorry, I lost control when I heard Mr. Jian's magnetic voice. I hope Mr. Jian doesn't mind. I just wanted to ask, can I drive the car over now so I can inspect the goods for you? Okay, just drive over here. Poseidon has already given you the address, right? Yes, I have. Don't worry, Mr. Jian. I will take care of this little thing for you. Please wait for me for 20 minutes. I will be there soon. Do. The call was quickly hung up. Zhang Ziyang, who was standing by, finally opened his sleepy eyes. When he saw the hotel and then saw Shenfei sitting beside the bed, his heart suddenly tightened. Fuck. Third brother. What the hell did you do to me? What? Shenfei turned his head in confusion and saw Zhang Ziyang covering himself with the quilt tightly. He burst out laughing. Second brother, are you crazy? What happened last night, you can't remember? Zhang Ziyang shook his head. Shenfei explained helplessly, you drank so late, and the dormitory was closed. What could I do? I had no choice but to carry you here. I asked you at the time, and didn't you agree happily? I can't remember. Zhang Ziyang was confused, his panic still unabated, and he asked again, then why did you stay in the same room with me? It's not like you can't afford to. Shenfei's face was filled with black lines. He then explained, isn't it because I'm worried that something might happen to you at night? You've lived under the same roof with me for so many years, don't you know me? I really don't like that. Are you confused? What are you thinking? That's right. Only then did Zhang Ziyang let down his guard. Shenfei stood up and dressed, then continued without turning his head, hurry up, I borrowed a convoy for you, and it will be here soon. Borrow a fleet? What for? Zhang Ziyang was confused again. Shenfei was speechless for a moment. You haven't forgotten even this, have you? Didn't we agree to make Xiao Ran regret it? Don't tell me you're not going now. Make Xiao Ran regret it? Zhang Ziyang muttered something and tried hard to recall what happened last night. For a moment, a trace of sadness rose in his heart, but it was completely different from his state after drinking last night. At this moment, he had some intention of retreating. I remember now, but, is this really a good idea? Maybe she has something to hide? What if her relative happens to own a hotel? I'm used to licking, how can I change it in an instant? Shenfei was filled with rage and slapped her backhand. Wake up, you've been cheated on like this, and you're still defending her. No, I'm just speaking the truth. Okay, if you want to discuss the matter objectively, I'll discuss it with you. Let me ask you, is she a native of Yuncheng? No. Did she tell you before that she has any relatives here? No. What the hell are you talking about? It didn't exist before, but it suddenly pops up now? Are you insulting my intelligence, or are you insulting yourself? Xinfei roared, trying to wake up Zhang Ziang. As brothers for so many years, Zhang Ziang and he already know each other very well, and he absolutely does not want Zhang Ziang to follow in his footsteps. However, he ultimately underestimated Zhang Ziang's servile character. Even after saying this, Zhang Ziang still hesitated and said, I'm serious, what if? Okay, you want to be in a safe situation, right? Anyway, the hotel check-in records are all backed up. I'll call a friend to check her hotel check-in records right now. Just wait. Don't. Don't. Zhang Ziang panicked and quickly stood up to stop Xinfei. Xinfei was furious and yelled again, look. You clearly know the truth, but you just don't want to face it. She's already like this, and you still want to protect her? Do you really have to let a wave of Xianjiang appear on your head before you are satisfied? Only then did Zhang Ziang slowly lower his head. Sometimes, it's not that the bootlickers don't know the truth, but that even if they know the truth, they are unwilling to face it and will choose to ignore it, leaving only those good impressions. Impressions can always be beautiful, but they are not reality after all. Reality often just cruelly stabs them again. Face. This is a topic that must be faced head-on to change. If you want to save Zhang Ziang, you must help him take this step. Xinfei paused, then grabbed Zhang Ziang and said, now, put on your clothes and come downstairs with me. But, do you want me to help you get dressed? That's not what I meant. Then hurry up, I'll wait for you at the door. Full of domineering power. Zhang Ziang will not be allowed to disobey at all. After saying that, Xinfei turned around and walked out of the room. Zhang Ziang sighed and then picked up his clothes. It takes no time at all for a man to get dressed. After just a moment, Zhang Ziang walked out of the room. Xinfei took him downstairs, found a street stall, ordered a few baskets of buns and fried dough sticks, and started eating. After a while, the roar of cars bombarding the street rang in Xinfei's ears, and the phone rang as expected. Boss Jian, I'm here. Where are you now? Look to your left in front. There's a breakfast shop. Do you see it? I saw it, but... Chen Shangnan was about to say something, but he only saw two losers. One of the two losers answered the phone and waved at him. Chapter 44 I'm afraid it's not cow's milk. I'm waving at you, did you see it? Listening to the words on the phone and looking at the waving hands, Chen Shangnan's eyes suddenly widened. Am I dreaming? This kind of loser is actually Mr. Jian? The guy whose clothes cost less than 200 yuan in total was actually the swordmaster who spent a ton of money in the live broadcast room. Chen Shangnan was shocked, but he walked up slowly. The other luxury car owners did not come forward. You are Mr. Jian? It's me, what's wrong? Doesn't it look like me? Xinfei nodded. No, sir, I just couldn't accept it for the time being. You're too low-key. Chen Shangnan smiled bitterly, looked at Xinfei, then looked at his own clothes, and shook his head repeatedly. However, he reacted quickly. When wealth reaches a certain level, appearance and other things are just skin and shell. A true big boss cannot shake his huge wealth even if he wears beggar's clothes. He is the boss, that's all. Why do they need to prove to others that they are the boss? This makes no sense at all. Be low-key when you should be low-key, and be domineering when you should be domineering. This is the true highest realm. Thinking of this, he scratched his head and said, it seems that I have to learn more from Mr. Jian in the future. My outfit is too exaggerated. Standing in front of you makes me feel a little embarrassed. Puff. Xinfei didn't expect that Chen Shangnan had so much on his mind, and he almost spit out the soy milk in his mouth. However, Chen Shangnan's words did remind Xinfei. In addition to luxury cars and beautiful women, dressing is also particularly important. So he immediately looked at Chen Shangnan. He is wearing a Versace suit, and the Patek Philippe on his wrist is particularly eye-catching. Even strangers can feel the heroic aura he exudes at a glance. He nodded with satisfaction, then said, your outfit is quite nice. You've come to see Boss Jian, so you should try it out. If Boss Jian likes it, I'll buy him a set later. Chen Shangnan was particularly happy to be praised by Xinfei, and subconsciously said a polite remark. Unexpectedly, Shinfei nodded immediately and said, "Forget about the whole set. Just do it today. You can take it all off later and lend it to my friend for a day. I'll treat you to dinner later when I have time." Take it off? Chen Shangnan was stunned. It turns out that this is the first time we meet, and Mr. Jian is not polite to me at all. But he soon calmed down. After all, isn't this kind of behavior in line with Mr. Jian's identity? If you act hypocritically and try to please him in every way, that would be a problem. Thinking of this, he also noticed Zhang Ziang standing beside him. Zhang Ziang's clothes were much better than his sword, but they definitely didn't catch his eye. Perhaps he was just an ordinary student. He understood instantly. I see, it seems that Boss Jian's friend is in some trouble, so Boss Jian wants to help him get back on track, right? That's roughly how it can be understood. Shinfei did not hide it. Chen Shangnan seemed to be thinking about it. Is that so? Don't worry, Boss Jian. Boss Jian's friends are our friends. When friends are in trouble, we must help them with all our might. I will call a few more strong men over to you now. After Chen Shangnan finished speaking, he took out his cell phone on the spot. Hello? Xiao Zhang? What are you doing? Tell us guys, there's an event going on today, and I want to introduce you to someone. Who does he know? Don't be surprised if I tell you. I'll introduce you to Mr. Jian. Yes, the Mr. Jian from the live broadcast room. Of course I know him. Now you know how prestigious I am, right? Ha, stop talking nonsense and hurry up. If you miss this village, you'll miss this store. I'll send you the address later. After a while, Chen Shangnan hung up the phone, looking as if to take credit for it, and said to Shinfei with a smile, Boss Jian, it's done. So where are we going now? But Shinfei did not respond, but just pointed in a direction. Chen Shangnan followed his gaze and took in the hotel. He couldn't help but tense up. That. Mr. Jian. I don't like that, but, if you really want to. What are you thinking about? I said go change clothes. Shinfei gave Chen Shangnan a slap on the spot. What are the young people of today thinking about every day? After changing his clothes, Shinfei hesitated for a while and let him leave the car. Although he also has a car, he will have to drive it frequently in the future. If it is exposed, it will not be good for anyone. Chen Shangnan is busy with the fleet affairs. Only Shinfei and Zhang Ziang were left in the room. Looking at Zhang Ziang, who had just changed his clothes, Shinfei paused, then took out his phone and asked, Are you going or should I? You know, if I come, no one knows what I will say. No. I'll do it. Zhang Ziang was in a panic. He held Shinfei down and took out his cell phone. It was a familiar number, so I dialed it without even looking at it. Why are you calling me so early in the morning? Didn't I tell you? I'm at my relative's house, it's not convenient. There was obvious anger on the other end of the phone. Zhang Ziang paused and replied timidly, I just want to ask if you are free at noon today. I want to ask you out. No time. Let's talk about it when I get back to school. Ouch. Don't move. The latter sentence was obviously not meant for Zhang Ziang. Zhang Ziang suddenly panicked. What's wrong? What happened? It's okay. It's just my niece moving around. It's okay. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Why would I lie to you? Well, that's it. My niece wants some milk, I'll go get her some. Milk? I'm afraid it's not cow's milk. Shinfei sneered, but when he saw Zhang Ziang nodding like a chicken pecking at rice, he became angry on the spot. This kid Zhang Ziang actually believed it? He couldn't bear it anymore. He took a step forward and snatched the phone. Hello? Zhao Ran, this is Shinfei. I won't say more. Who doesn't know about your little troubles? I advise you to come to Shiga restaurant at noon and resolve the matter. It will be better for everyone. From now on, you can go on your own way. Shinfei? You? If you don't come over, I have 100 ways to make you come over. Don't take my words lightly. Do. Without giving Zhao Ran a chance to speak, Shinfei hung up the phone. Shinfei, why did you just hang up the phone? I've never hung up on her before. How sad she must have been when she heard the hang up sound. You're so sad. Are you used to licking her? It's come to this, and you're still helping her. Shenfei responded with an angry shout. Zhang Ziang finally regained consciousness and answered the phone, then he said worriedly, "But, if you hang up directly, what if she doesn't come?" "Don't worry, she will definitely come," Shenfei said with absolute determination. Chapter 45. Are you here to see the luxury cars too? On the other side, inside a hotel, Zhao Ran was half lying on the bed, and next to him was a naked middle-aged man. "What's wrong? What did your boyfriend say?" the man murmured. Zhao Ran stared at the phone screen, lost in thought. "Nothing. They just asked me to come over at noon to sort out the issue between him and me." "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave?" The man smiled and put his hand deep into the quilt, which made Zhao Ran shy. Hateful. He's trying to do something bad so early in the morning. That guy is just a poor guy. Why should I be reluctant to let him go? He's nothing compared to you, Uncle Lu. Slap your face. Call me Daddy. Dad. The man nodded with satisfaction, then said, "Okay, then let's rest for a while and then go together. By the way, let's make that kid give up and see the gap between him and me." Good. Noon. Inside Sig's restaurant. Shenfei and Zhang Ziang had been looking forward to it. Shiga Restaurant is a famous Western restaurant. Although it is not far from the school, it is definitely a high consumption place for students. Even ordering a cup of coffee would cost 1 or 200 yuan, not to mention eating. Which student can afford it? Therefore, most of the time, there were very few customers in the entire restaurant, and Shenfei and the others were happy to have some peace and quiet. About half an hour later, accompanied by a high-pitched roar, a Porsche Cayenne slowly came into view of the two. The familiar figure walked out and headed towards Shenfei and the others. Behind him was a middle-aged man with a big belly. Seeing Zhao Ran approaching, Zhang Ziang couldn't hold back any longer. Ran, you really came? I ordered your favorite mocha, come and try it and see if it tastes good." Zhao Ran sat down, glanced at him with disdain, and said directly, "Ziyang, I won't say more. If I tell you, you won't be able to save your face. Let's break up." Break up? Why? Why break up? Did I do something wrong? If I did, tell me, I can change. If you don't tell me, how would I know? Is it because of this man? It doesn't matter, I don't mind. What happened happened. As long as you cut off all ties with him in the future, I can forgive you. Zhang Ziang's eyes were red, and he didn't care about his image at all. He walked forward and grabbed Zhao Ran's hand. "How can you just let go of a relationship that has lasted this long? It doesn't matter if she gets cheated on, as long as she is still willing to stay by my side. This is what a dog licks to the extreme." However, even though Zhang Ziang was so humble, Zhao Ran still had a look of disgust on his face and shook off Zhang Ziang's hand. "Don't touch me. Do I need you to forgive me? I'm afraid you don't understand the situation. It's not you who broke up with me, it's me who broke up with you. We are just boyfriend and girlfriend. I have the right to choose, and you are not my choice, do you understand? I'm about to graduate, and you can't give me what I want." Zhao Ran was very determined. Zhang Ziang gritted his teeth, suppressed his anger, and pointed at the Porsche outside the door. "Is this what you want?" "Yes." "What's wrong? This world is so realistic. Your family has a little money, but it's not your money. How much can you, a college student who just entered the society, earn in a month? 2,000, 3,000? Can you support yourself?" I can try my best." "Work hard? You're talking to me about working hard? Do you know how high the housing prices are in Yunqing right now? Do you know how expensive it is to live together? House, car, betrothal gift, which one of them doesn't cost money? You say you're going to work hard? How long will it take? Do you want me to spend my precious youth waiting?" Hearing this, Shenfei couldn't hold back any longer. Her youth is precious, but isn't Zhang Ziang's youth precious too? Both of them have nothing, but Zhang Ziang is willing to fight for everything for her. And what about her? Nothing but complaints. Is it possible that Zhang Ziang owes her all this? Why? Shenfei was about to speak when Zhang Ziang's voice sounded first. "No. Ran, that's not what I meant. That's enough. Stop talking. I don't want to waste time talking to you. That's all." I'm tired. Let's stop here. It's good for both you and me. After saying that, Zhao Ran glanced at Xin Fei, turned around and walked out the door. The middle-aged man watched all this quietly, and couldn't help but sneered, "Young man, accept your fate. Once you have material things, you will be worthy of having feelings. Give up your thoughts on Ran as soon as possible, otherwise, I will kill you." Material, emotional. Looking at the two people leaving, Zhang Ziang was distraught and fell into Xin Fei's arms, his body unstable. However, Xin Fei suddenly slapped him awake. "Wake up. The fun has just begun, cheer up." Aye. If you fail at this critical moment, don't even think of me as your brother." Xin Fei's words were very decisive. After all, if he didn't say it decisively, he would not be able to wake up Zhang Ziang at this moment. As expected, after hearing this voice, Zhang Ziang finally regained a bit of vitality. Ran, you forced me to do this, you will regret it, you will regret it." Taking out the Lamborghini keys from his arms, he resolutely followed out. Outside the door. In addition to the Cayenne, there is also a Lamborghini Veneno Roadster parked not far away. At this time, a large group of young people were gathered around. "Oh my god, this is a Lamborghini supercar. It's so cool. I wish I could have one too. Wake up, it's daytime now, stop dreaming. Do you know how much this car is worth? How much? Can it be 5 million? 5 million? Who are you kidding? This car is a Lamborghini Veneno Roadster. You can't buy it without more than 20 million. Oh my god, more than 20 million. I've never seen so much money in my life." As soon as he heard the name of Lamborghini, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. As a man, who doesn't like luxury cars? He is no exception. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw the car and suggested, Ran, there's a car worth over 20 million over there. Let's go take a look." Zhao Ran was a money worshipper, and when he heard the number of more than 20 million, he nodded repeatedly. The two of them came to the crowd and watched. Coincidentally, Xin Fei and the other man also came out. Zhao Ran sneered immediately, "What's wrong? Pauper, you also come to see luxury cars? Don't look, you can't afford it in your lifetime." However, unlike before, this time, Zhang Ziang acted very calmly. He didn't even glance at Zhao Ran, but just walked towards the Lamborghini Veneno Roadster. Only when he got close to it did he press the key in his hand. Ding ding! The Lamborghini's scissor doors suddenly rose up. Zhao Ran was stunned on the spot. This. Chapter 46. Tell me, this is not true. I'm not here to look at cars, I'm here to drive them. Zhang Ziang responded indifferently, which made Zhao Ran even more shocked. But soon, she reacted. Although she and Zhang Ziang had not been together for a long time, she had been pursued by him for several years. In recent years, she already knew everything about Zhang Ziang's family background. How could she not know what was going on? If Zhang Ziang really had a car like this and drove it out earlier, why would she have to cheat on him with someone who could be her father? Rented. Definitely renting. That's the only way it can be explained. A cold laugh rang out from her mouth on the spot. Do you think that renting a luxury car can make me change my mind? I can tell you very clearly that it's impossible. How can I not know your tricks? Don't you know your own weight? After the words fell, Zhang Ziang was stunned at first, and then he smiled bitterly. As expected, they knew each other too well, and this trick would be seen through in an instant. This time, instead of showing off, he ended up losing face. Zhang Ziang lowered his head, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Seeing this, the middle-aged man beside him also came up to add insult to injury. So it's a rental car. Then you better be careful. If you scratch this car, you won't be able to pay for it in your lifetime. After saying that, he and Zhao Ran looked at each other and laughed at each other. However, it was at this time. From not far away, a beautiful woman with a tall figure approached. Seeing them, she immediately smiled. Brother Ziang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm putting on makeup and it takes some time. Don't be angry, take me for a ride, just like we used to. Zhang Ningning's coquettish voice gradually rang out, making the men present unable to hold back. The person she was acting coquettishly to was Zhang Ziang. Seeing this scene, Zhao Ran's face suddenly changed. Where did you come from, you slutty bitch? Get out of here. Go away? I was talking to my brother Ziyang, did you offend me? How can you be so unreasonable? Unreasonable? Ha, ha, ha. Zhao Ran snorted coldly several times, obviously very angry. But she quickly realized, Zhang Ziang, not bad. You know how to put on a good show. Not only did you rent a car, you even rented a person? Do you think I'll go with you just like that? Wishful thinking. You say I can do it, but what gives you the right to say Brother Ziang is renting it? A 27 million car, why don't you rent it to me and let me see? I think you are the one who rented it, everything about you is rented. You. Zhao Ran was speechless. After all, there was nothing wrong with what Zhang Ningning said. Cars worth millions can indeed be rented on the market. But you can't rent a car worth 26 million even if you want to. How can a car owner who can afford to buy such a car rent it out? Isn't this just devaluing yourself? Therefore, the car is definitely not rented. But if she was asked to believe that the car really belonged to Zhang Ziang, she was unwilling to do so. A while ago, my cell phone broke and I wanted to replace it. Zhang Ziang had to save money for several months and wait until it was on sale before he was willing to buy it for himself. How could such a person afford to drive such a car? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Ran shook his head repeatedly. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a roar in his ears. Supercars are blowing up the streets. As soon as this thought came to my mind, I heard the constant exclamations of the onlookers. Wow! Maserati, Ferrari 488, and Maybach. Oh my God, what's going on? I've never seen so many luxury cars in my life. There must be at least 20 of them. No, I have to post this on WeChat Moments right away. This scene is too shocking. I really like the guy who drives the Ferrari with one hand. Look at his eyes, they are so charming. Are those eyes charming? I'm embarrassed to point it out to you. Amidst the exclamations, Zhao Ran also looked over. But see! All these luxury cars were parked in front of the coffee shop, blocking the entire street. What is going on? Just as I was wondering, a man wearing black sunglasses got out of one of the cars. The man glanced around and quickly trotted over to the group, stopping only when he reached Zhang Ziang. Young Master Yang, I heard someone made you angry? Who was it? Where is that person? See if we brothers can't take care of him. As soon as the words fell, the other rich second generations who were driving supercars got out of their cars and rushed in front of the few people. Hello, young Master Yang. Hello, young Master Yang. Hello, young Master Yang. In an instant, the cheers of greetings rose to the sky. The whole audience was silent. No one dared to speak, but just timidly turned their gaze to Zhang Ziang. This young man is so terrifying. It's quite impressive. Of course, unlike the amazement of the onlookers, Zhao Ran was just stunned. Impossible. How could Zhang Ziang? How could it be possible? She murmured, full of disbelief, but everything in front of her was right there in front of her. At this moment, she suddenly began to doubt her life. Could it be that Zhang Ziang himself is a hidden rich second generation and a super rich second generation? Being with yourself is just a way of testing yourself? After all, it is easy to hire an actor and rent a luxury car, but it is impossible to rent more than 20 people and more than 20 cars at one time. Even if all of this is rented, isn't it awesome to be able to put it all together? Her expression gradually became bitter. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from the group of rich second-generation people. Fuck! Lao Lu! What the hell are you doing here? Old Lu? Everyone followed the rich second generation's gaze and took in the middle-aged man next to Zhao Ran. Before anyone could ask, the middle-aged man flashed a hint of embarrassment, then slowly walked up to the rich second generation and respectfully called out, "Hello, young master." Young master! When they heard this, everyone was surprised, and Zhao Ran's eyes widened. The rich second generation muttered to himself, "This guy is our family's driver, Lao Lu. I won't introduce him to you in detail, but, Lao Lu, what are you doing here?" Aye. Old Lu was obviously a little flustered and couldn't say a word for a long time. The second-generation rich man didn't suspect anything and subconsciously glanced around before noticing the Porsche Cayenne. Hey, shouldn't this car be left in the garage? Why did you drive it out, Old Lu? Driver. Garage. Every word hit Zhao Ran's nerves. Zhao Ran immediately questioned Old Lu. "Uncle Lu, this isn't true. Tell me now. This isn't true." however, respond to her. But there was only Lao Lu's angry scolding. Chapter 47. Will you still love him? Don't look at me, it's true, just as you think. After hearing the roar, Zhao Ran felt as if the world had collapsed. The rich man I finally hooked up with turned out to be someone else's driver? The loser that I finally got rid of turned out to be a hidden super rich second generation? Each event was like a bolt from the blue, shocking her nerves and causing her to go limp and fall to the ground. Slowly. How can the nature of a bootlicker be changed just like that? Zhang Ziang exclaimed and wanted to go forward to help. But how could Shen Fei just stand by and watch? He stopped him immediately. This is all her own fault. It has nothing to do with you. If you're a man, you should be a little more ruthless. Snap. Fell to the ground. There was no one to support him, not even a trace of pity. Zhao Ran just fell to the ground, stunned. Seeing this scene, the rich second generation was dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? Old Lu couldn't put it into words, so Shen Fei had to explain it vaguely. Although it is not clear, the rich second generation can guess the general idea when they hear it. For a moment, the rich second generation were all furious and glared at Lao Lu. I didn't expect that, Lao Lu. You seem so honest on weekdays, but I never thought you would do something like this. Look at you, you did it, why don't you open your eyes? You dare to touch Brother Yang's woman? You must be tired of living. There's nothing much to say. From now on, you're fired. Don't show up in front of us again. Not only did you fail to pick up the girl, you also lost your job? Old Lu immediately panicked and fell to his knees with a thud. Master, please listen to my explanation. I will never dare to do it again. Please don't fire me. Give me another chance. Leave me the fuck alone. Do you really think you can have multiple chances for anything? No way. Drop your car keys and get out of here right now. The rich second generation was so angry that he was paying attention to Zhang Ziang's expression while dealing with the situation. In their eyes, Zhang Ziang is now President Jian. If he offends President Jian because of such a thing, he would be extremely reluctant. Not to mention firing him, as long as Boss Jian can vent his anger, he would be willing to do so even if it means making Old Lu disappear completely. This is the reality. Don't talk about past relationships. As long as the balance of interests is involved, unimportant things will be discarded. Obviously, he had this idea in mind, and no matter how much trouble Old Lu made, he would not be shaken. So, at this moment, Old Lu immediately vented his anger on Zhao Ran. It's you! You stinky woman! I'll kill you! With a roar, Lao Lu jumped up and rushed straight towards Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran was already in a daze and had no time to react, so he was grabbed by the hair. Ah! Sorrow gradually arises. How could Zhang Ziang bear it any longer? He shook off Shen Fei's pull and stood in front of Zhao Ran. What kind of man is it to hit a woman? If you have the guts, come at me. Zi Yang. A friend in need is a friend indeed. At this moment, Zhao Ran fully realized how stupid his actions were. Regardless of whether Zhang Ziang is really a super rich second generation, his act of standing up like this is enough for her to entrust her life to him. What on earth have I done? Even such a good man is turned a blind eye. All kinds of regrets instantly filled her mind. Old Lu, on the other hand, stood there awkwardly with his hands raised. Yang. Brother Yang, please let me go. I'm just teaching this bitch a lesson. I have no intention of opposing Brother Yang. Smelly bitch? Zhang Ziang sneered, his eyes furious, almost spitting fire. The bitch you're calling a bitch is actually a goddess in my eyes, and the person I've ever loved the most. Say it again if you dare. If someone scolded Zhang Ziang, maybe Zhang Ziang could tolerate it, but why should Zhang Ziang tolerate Zhao Ran being scolded? After saying that, he slapped Lao Lu. Snap. So relieved. Old Lu subconsciously resisted, but this actually caused the people around him to rush over. What do you want to do? Do you still want to attack my brother Yang? Are you so bold? Are you going to die? Do you think we're just decorations? Damn it! The rich second generation are not easy to deal with, let alone there are more than 20 of them. Old Lu was sweating profusely and fell to his knees again. No. I'm not this. What I mean is, everyone, I was wrong, I was really wrong. As long as you can forgive me, I will do anything. Anything is fine? Okay, then slap yourself 100 times, not one less. Zhang Ziang said. Old Lu didn't dare to be negligent and slapped himself hard in the face. Snap. You know what, he actually used quite a bit of force. The crisp sounds continued to ring out, and the situation finally calmed down. Being protected behind him, Zhao Ran's eyes gradually regained clarity. Looking at Zhang Ziang's back, she finally spoke, Ziang, can we go back to the way we were before? Zhang Ziang paused, not knowing how to respond for a moment. It was Xinfei who stepped forward and responded for him, that's enough, stop harming my brother. Before, you betrayed him for money, and now you can come back to him for money. In the future, you will still have other people for money. What you like is just money, not him. This kind of woman really has no right to enjoy the right to love and be loved. At least, that's what Xinfei thought. But what he didn't expect was that after hearing this, Zhao Ran shook his head repeatedly. No. It's not like that. Before, it was indeed my fault, but now I have come to my senses. I feel Ziyang's feelings for me, and I also have feelings for him. The scene of crying and sobbing would be a truly touching one if it were put into a film or TV series. However, reality is always more cruel than movies and TV dramas. Xinfei immediately asked in a cold voice, what if everything that happened today was fake? Will you still love him? I. Zhao Ran hesitated. There was no need to listen to her response. Xinfei turned around and gave Zhang Ningning a wink. Zhang Ningning understood what he meant, took Zhang Ziang's arm and headed towards the Lamborghini. Come on, brother Ziang, let's go for a ride. Zhang Ziang was already in a daze, at a loss, and when Zhang Ningning pulled him, he subconsciously got into the car. The roar of the sports car sounded, and in the blink of an eye, it completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Zhao Ran left in a daze, and Lao Lu was even more scared. In front of the entire Western restaurant, only Xinfei and Chen Xiangnan were left. Boss Jian, our performance just now was pretty good, wasn't it? Mr. Sword? This is Boss Jian. At this time, this group of rich second generations were dumbfounded and began to look at the unremarkable man in front of them again. Chapter 48 Goldfish Team. Zhang Ziang has been packaged and everyone will believe it if they say he is the swordmaster. But the person in front of me? The man whose entire possessions only cost about 200 yuan was actually Mr. Jian? People have some doubts. Chen Xiangnan wasn't surprised and quickly explained, surprised, right? When I first met Boss Jian, I felt like you guys did, thinking he was a bit too low-key. But then I thought about it, it wasn't Boss Jian who was low-key, it was us who were too high-profile. We have a little money, and we can't wait to show it off. I'm so ashamed, so ashamed. Hearing this, the rich second generations all lowered their heads in shame. It's like the comparison between the newly rich and the wealthy. The suddenly rich can't wait to tell everyone in the world that they are rich. But the wealthy families simply disdain to do so. I guess this is the situation that Mr. Jian is in right now. You have never seen the world, yet you still have doubts? The rich second generation shook their heads repeatedly, and for a moment, even the way they looked at Xinfei changed, making Xinfei feel embarrassed. No, brothers, you're too kind. Let's not talk about that. Since we're here, why don't we go in and have a meal together? It happens to be dinner time. Okay, it's our honor to share lunch with Mr. Jian. This trip was worth it. I actually got to have lunch with Mr. Jian. I'll have something to brag about when I get back. Surrounded by the rich second generation and praised by them, Xinfei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, you get used to this kind of thing after it happens a few times. The black crowd rushed into the restaurant, and the restaurant owner was shocked. However, when they saw the luxury cars outside the door, they also perked up. Big business. Must be entertained. Several large tables were put together, and the rich second generations did not mind at all. They squeezed together and sat next to Xinfei. Out of curiosity about Xinfei, various questions came up one after another, and Xinfei just answered them casually. Anyway, no matter what you say, others can guess the reason and you don't even need to explain. After all, your identity is there, and explaining too much would be a loss of identity. As a result, the atmosphere among everyone became more and more harmonious, just like the reunion of old friends who had not seen each other for many years. Suddenly, Chen Xiangnan remembered something. By the way, Mr. Jian, every time you go live or something like that, you always do it alone. Actually, there's a fleet system in Goldfish. Are you interested in learning about it? Convoy? What is that? Xinfei looked confused. On weekdays, he is busy giving out gifts and has no time to study these functions. Seeing that Shenfei didn't know, Chen Shangnan explained, it's similar to a group, but unlike a group, the team has a summoning system. As long as you go to the live broadcast room and summon the team members, they will respond. The system will prompt you, which is very impressive. Ordinary motorcades, such as those running S, rely on numbers to maintain their presence. But with Mr. Jin's status, if we really want to get one, perhaps it won't just be a matter of numbers. Just imagine, if Boss Jin gave an order, dozens, hundreds of emperors and kings would descend upon the live stream room. What a magnificent scene that would be. The more Chen Shangnan spoke, the more excited he became, and the eyes of the people around him lit up. As he said, just thinking about this scene is enough to make people excited. Shenfei nodded immediately. Okay, how do we set up this convoy? Teach me. The group of people in front of him were the top second-generation rich people in Yuncheng. If you make friends with them, it will definitely bring about a qualitative improvement in your own network of contacts. Anyway, I will have plenty of time to get gifts in the future, so it's okay to build a fleet like this for fun. When Chen Shangnan heard this, he immediately took out his cell phone and asked for some rights from his exclusive super administrator. Within a few minutes, the fleet was built and named One Sword Determines the Universe. The prefix icon was a sword. Encouraged by everyone, Shenfei had to find a live broadcast room to practice first. Zhang Ningning didn't start the broadcast, so Shenfei looked around and clicked on a live broadcast room at random. Small meatballs that one tea make you fat. At this time, Xia Wanzi was chatting with her fans, and suddenly she saw a prompt for VIP entry. The Emperor, with his sword, has entered this live broadcast room. Xia Wanzi's eyes lit up, and she quickly said coquettishly, "Welcome Brother Jianuwang back to this live broadcast room. When we last met, I thought I would never see Brother Jianuwang again in this life." This coquettish sound completely confused Shenfei. And last time? Have you been here by yourself last time? After flipping through his memories, Shenfei shook his head repeatedly and replied, "I don't remember." That's right, Brother Jianuwang is very busy with his work. He has to come to Goldfish and go to other places. With so many young ladies, it's normal that he can't remember. I understand. Chibi Maruko pouted, looking aggrieved. Shenfei smiled, "Okay, since you seem so aggrieved, I'll choose you today. Are you ready?" Ready? Chibi Maruko was stunned, then she felt happy. The last time the Sword Emperor came in a hurry, he didn't give any gifts. Could it be that the Sword Emperor is going to take action this time? The legend about the Sword Emperor has long been known throughout the live broadcast industry, and Chibi Maruko also knows about it. Every time the Sword Emperor takes action, the starting amount is tens of millions. Could it be that this moment will also come to him? For a moment, even her breathing became rapid. However, despite the wait, the gift did not appear. Being fooled? Is the Sword Emperor also someone who plays tricks on others? I haven't heard of it before. Although the Sword Emperor did not leave, the disappointment on Maruko's face became more and more intense. In her mind, she also lost interest in the gifts and just thought humbly that having more emperors in the live broadcast room would increase the popularity. Well. With a sigh, she was about to continue the previous topic with her friends. But just at this moment, a reminder caught her eye. The Emperor summoned the convoy with a single blow of his sword. Fleet? I've never heard that the Sword Emperor has a motorcade. Chibi Maruko looked confused. The next scene completely shocked her. I am overwhelmed by the endless reminder messages. Emperor Shangnan entered this live broadcast room. Emperor Berbuer has entered this live broadcast room. The Emperor's fog has not dissipated and he has entered this live broadcast room. Emperors came in one after another, and yellow light swept across the entire live broadcast room. Chibi Maruko-chan is stupid. Since the live broadcast, when has she ever seen such a scene? Staring blankly at the screen in front of him, he saw many Emperor barrages lighting up on the screen. Good afternoon, Sword Emperor. Good afternoon, Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor? The barrage of comments once again left the entire live broadcast room audience dumbfounded. Chapter 49, How Can I Not Be Angry? The team's call is no stranger to the fans. It was the first time they had ever seen someone summon 20 or 30 emperors. Fuck, the Sword Emperor is so impressive. Just summon him and there are so many emperors. My god, every emperor is so respectful. The Sword Emperor is awesome. What Sword Emperor? In my opinion, he should be the Emperor of Emperors. Just being awesome is enough. There was shock in the live broadcast room. Outside the live broadcast room, Chen Xiangnan and others were also laughing out loud. Boss Jian, how is it? This feels pretty good, right? Shenfei nodded. It's okay, but I still think giving gifts is more interesting. Shenfei spoke directly, but other people misinterpreted his words in a different way. Chen Xiangnan and the others looked at each other and their expressions became firm. I head south and send out a super rocket. Fujimoto, send out a super rocket. The fog 1T dissipate. Not only are there all emperors, but there are also all gifts. This time, everyone in the live broadcast room was cheering. Even if each person has one super fire, that's more than 20 super fires rising to the sky. Chibi Maruko was so excited that she was incoherent. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Southern Emperor. Thank you. Anyway, thank you to all the fathers. I love you guys so much. However, Chen Xiangnan and others ignored her and just looked at Shenfei flatteringly. Boss Jian, is this all right now? Is this a bit interesting now? Shenfei was speechless for a while, feeling both angry and amused. These little bastards actually thought I was hinting at them. Shaking his head helplessly, Shenfei also noticed the fan card in front of Chen Xiangnan's ID and immediately smiled. Wow, your fan card level is quite high, it's actually over level 30. Chen Xiangnan rarely showed a hint of shyness. I was just playing around, yes, just playing around. These 30+ level fan cards don't look like they're just for fun, do they? Hey, Mr. Jian, please stop teasing me. Yes, I'm telling you straight up, I do like this person, but it's just my wishful thinking. I haven't even touched her hand. Chen Xiangnan looked aggrieved. Shenfei smiled and decisively clicked on the live broadcast room associated with the fan card. At this moment, it is being broadcast live. Since Chen Xiangnan and the others have given me enough face, how could I let them suffer any loss? There has to be some reciprocity. Are you the girl that the Southern Emperor likes? That's great. Add a comment and send it. Then, he clicked the super rocket button. One sword decides the outcome, send out a super rocket. One sword decides the outcome, send out a super rocket. One sword decides the outcome, send out a super rocket. It started. In the blink of an eye, Shenfei fired dozens of super rockets, and judging from his posture, he had no intention of stopping. This scene was naturally seen by Chen Xiangnan. Fuck, Mr. Jian, you don't have to be like this. How can I feel comfortable with you like this? We're all friends. Besides, didn't you help me so much today? It's normal for me to give you a little return gift. It is normal to return the favor a little. But this is a bit too scary. As he was speaking, the number of super fires reached hundreds, and Chen Xiangnan took a breath. What is a tycoon? This is what a rich person is. Super fire seems to be free in his hands. Seeing Shenfei spending money like water, the second generation of rich people began to doubt their lives. It's the same live streaming software, so why do Shenfei and I seem to be playing different things? Could it be that in his phone, super hot is just a free gift like a glow stick? 10 minutes. More than 1,500 rounds, super hot. More than 30 million. There's no intention of stopping yet. Even though the second generation of rich people have high standards, they still couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. For a moment, except for Chen Xiangnan who occasionally spoke out to stop it, everyone else held their breath and witnessed the miracle. 40 million. 50 million. When it reached 50 million, Shenfei finally stopped. It should be almost done, right? Everyone was thinking this, but they only saw Shenfei rubbing his fingers and saying apologetically, "Oh, it's fun to give gifts, but it's a bit tiring. My fingers are sore. I'll take a break before I give gifts again." It's not over yet. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Chen Xiangnan could no longer sit still and stepped forward to stop Shenfei. Boss Jian, your return gift is enough. You already have more. Don't give more. The pain is in your hands, but it hurts in our hearts. The others also nodded. Shenfei was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, oh, right, why did I let my hands get sore? As he said that, Shenfei handed the phone to Chen Xiangnan. You're woman, you can do it yourself. I'm going to get some fresh air outside. Don't stop until I come back, otherwise I won't forgive you. Ah. Chen Xiangnan was stunned and subconsciously took the phone. Shenfei walked out of the store directly, leaving the rich second generation with a look of surprise. Brother Nan, what should we do? Should we brush it? What Mr. Jian said seems to be quite serious. What if we don't brush it and he gets angry when he comes back? How about just brushing slower? Everyone expressed their opinions, but unexpectedly, Chen Xiangnan was already staring at his phone screen, stunned in shock. Be good. There are more than 300 million shark fins in this account. The 50 million I just spent is not even a fraction of what I had before. In fact, this is just the goldfish platform. Who knows how many wings other platforms have? How generous is Mr. Jian? How could it be so? Chen Xiangnan began to doubt his life again, and after some hesitation, he showed the screen to everyone. After all, I can't be the only one shocked. I have to let these guys see the world. The scene was silent for a while. After a while, Chen Xiangnan lit the super rocket again. 1 shot, 10 shots, 100 shots. This is just the beginning. 10 minutes passed and Xinfei didn't come back. 20 minutes passed, 30 minutes passed, but Xinfei still didn't come back. 50 million suddenly became 150 million. Chen Xiangnan's hands couldn't help but tremble as he handed out the gifts. From childhood to adulthood, I've never received so many gifts. Damn, Mr. Jian is my big brother. I've decided on him. Take me with you. I've never seen anyone so generous. I estimate that the Jianuan family must have at least hundreds of millions of dollars. Otherwise, how could they dare to squander like this? Pa, in my opinion, it must be at least hundreds of billions, okay. Under the influence of money, everyone admired Xinfei even more. Finally, when the amount reached 180 million, Xinfei came back. Chen Xiangnan suddenly felt relieved. Mr. Jian, why are you back so late? I've already spent 180 million. You're not going to be angry? 180 million? Xinfei muttered something, and everyone's hearts suddenly rose to their throat. Then, he angrily scolded, that's all? You're giving birth? Your hand speed is so slow? How can I not be angry? Chapter 50. How could Mr. Jian escape the bill? Everyone was speechless. Who would have thought that the reason why Xinfei was angry was not because he brushed too much, but because he brushed too little? Chen Xiangnan had no choice but to apologize repeatedly, which made Xinfei calm down a little. After a good meal and a good drink, Xinfei went to the bathroom and came back to say to everyone has almost finished eating. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. We'll get together again later. No problem. Everyone was delighted. After watching Xinfei leave, everyone stood up and prepared to leave. But just at this moment, a call suddenly came from behind. Hey guys, wait a minute, can you guys settle the bill? Bill, please? Didn't Mr. Jian pay the bill? Run away from paying? A flash of doubt flashed through everyone's mind, and then they were relieved. Mr. Jian must have been busy with something and forgot about it. After all, with someone of Mr. Jian's status, how could he possibly run away from paying? Right. Absolutely. I just forgot. They all explained it this way. However, how could they know that Xinfei, who left in a hurry, was indeed leaving with the intention of running away without paying? A meal costs 100,000 yuan. I might as well just rob them. Is rice made of gold? This is a scam. A completely rigged place. Only a fool would pay for it. Driving the Bugatti Veyron, Xinfei was full of complaints. He whistled back into the dormitory, but the other roommates had not returned yet. As soon as Xinfei sat down, Zhang Ningning's WeChat message came. I performed well today, didn't I? How would you like to reward me? This little girl is actually trying to take credit for it? However, it must be said that the acting skills of today's actors are all online, which makes Xinfei particularly satisfied. So, after glancing at the more than 100 million shark fins, Xinfei said, log in and start a live broadcast. I'll give you some gifts. But Zhang Ningning didn't seem very willing. No, is this the only reward I can get? I don't want it. Xinfei really couldn't understand these girls. You don't even want the money that's delivered to your door? Is it floating? He shook his head helplessly, then asked, then what do you want? The reply came quickly. I don't want much, so how about treating me to a meal tomorrow? I know a really delicious restaurant that I've always wanted to try. That's it? That's it. Okay then, I'll contact you tomorrow. Shinfei agreed immediately, feeling helpless. This girl, she doesn't want to give up 100 million and actually wants to have a meal with me? When did the price of eating out become so high? Shinfei shook his head and put down his phone. Suddenly, there was a roar of a sports car outside the door. There is no doubt that Zhang Ziang is back. Although the problem was resolved, Zhang Ziang still looked unhappy. After entering the dormitory, he directly threw the car keys to Shinfei. I'll wash the clothes and return them to him tomorrow. I really don't feel comfortable wearing these clothes. It's not yourself, it's not yours after all. Shinfei also knew about it, so he naturally didn't say much. However, Zhang Ziang could no longer control his emotions. As soon as he took off his clothes, he couldn't help but burst into sobs. Shinfei hurried forward and patted him on the back. What's wrong? It's okay, I'm fine. I just feel bad when I think about how Ran completely changed her attitude towards me when I was wearing this outfit and driving that sports car. Shinfei, tell me, is money really that important? Haven't you ever heard the saying, money isn't everything, but without money, you can do nothing? To be honest, she just texted me, trying to reconcile with me. She said that even though I might not agree right now, she would try. Such words really hurt me to hear them. As he was speaking, Zhang Ziang slowly squatted down. Shinfei couldn't help but sigh, and after a while, he comforted her, think positively. These things are all experiences. Only after going through them can you become stronger. If she really said that and you can't let it go, listen to me. Don't lick her like you did before. If she wants to reconcile, then let her chase you and let her pay for this relationship. Come after me? Zhang Ziang was still a little confused. Shinfei nodded, that's right, things change. Since she can't let go, let her experience what you felt like before. Don't agree too quickly, otherwise, she still won't value you. Just treat her like she treated you before. But? Okay, stop thinking about it. Come on, log in, let's play some games and stop thinking about all these annoying things. No matter how decisive the words and actions are, the feelings are always there. As long as it exists, it will not be discarded so easily. Shinfei understands Zhang Ziang. However, he would never let Zhang Ziang get hurt in this relationship again. It is said that choosing a university is just to change a place to play games. The same is true for Shinfei and others. Everyone had a computer, and during my freshman year, every night was a happy time of playing games. However, as we get older, we have less and less time to play games. Either for women or for reality. This kind of leisure time really touched Shinfei. The second day. Early morning. Shinfei got up early. First, I called Chen Xiangnan to ask about the time to return the car. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiangnan suddenly left Yunqing last night for something and would not be back for some time. I 1T returned the car for now. Helplessly, Shinfei had to throw the car keys to Zhang Ziang first. Not long after, Zhang Ningning called. Obviously, she had already put on makeup and dressed up in advance in order to meet Shinfei. They drove directly there and picked up Zhang Ningning, and then they arrived at a unique courtyard in the suburbs of Yuncheng. Yanya Pavilion. According to Zhang Ningning, this place has not been open for very long. However, it became an instant hit due to its delicious food and elegant and quiet atmosphere, and became a must-visit check-in destination for internet celebrities in Yuncheng. Walking in, Shinfei couldn't help but marvel at it. A stream flows through, dividing the entire courtyard into two parts. One on the left is furnished with stone tables for guests to dine on, and the other on the right is a stage with all kinds of music, from classical instruments to Western music. Completely different from the hustle and bustle of the world, coming here feels like coming to a paradise. Shinfei was also quite satisfied, not bad, but I don't know how good your cooking skills are. Don't worry, the cooking skills here are definitely not inferior to those of Michelin masters. Zhang Ningning responded with a smile. And at this time, waves of elegant piano melodies slowly sounded. Chapter 51. The piano you play has no emotion. The quiet and elegant environment, coupled with the melodious piano music, and if you add delicious food and wine, it is truly a kind of enjoyment. Shinfei sat down slowly and couldn't help but immerse himself in it. Shinfei, who already had the piano skills provided by the system, was quite moved when he listened to it. He commented, "No, it doesn't feel right. This person's piano playing is actually like playing the piano. There is no emotion at all. What's wrong? Could it be that Mr. Jian is also a piano master? But, this time, Mr. Jian, you are wrong. The person playing now is a famous pianist in our Yuncheng. Coincidentally, she is famous for her emotional sound. Zhang Ningning concealed her smile, as if she was laughing at Xin Fei. Xin Fei was immediately displeased. Being famous for her emotional sound doesn't mean this piece of music has no problems. I'm not targeting her, I'm just targeting the piece of music at this moment. Yes, Mr. Jian, you are right. You're just trying to fool me. No, how dare I treat our brother Jian perfunctorily. Zhang Ningning denied it with her words, but the slightly raised corners of her mouth had already betrayed her. Xin Fei couldn't bear it any longer, so he stood up and walked towards the piano. Zhang Ningning was stunned and a little panicked. Boss Jian, where are you going? I won't laugh anymore, is that okay? Come back soon. However, once Xin Fei decided to do it, how could others change? As I approached the piano, the performer immediately came into view. The so-called piano master turned out to be a young and beautiful woman. Judging from her face alone, her appearance was almost 9 points, and with the added bonus of her playing temperament, she was definitely a beauty with a score of 9 points or above. However, Xin Fei was not here to admire the beauty. Miss, if you don't want to play, then don't play. You can please yourself and the audience, but can you please the music? Each note of theirs wants to be a chapter with emotion, not what it is now. Dang. As Xin Fei spoke, the music stopped abruptly. The woman's eyes immediately met Xin Fei's. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to point fingers at me? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I heard your disrespect for music, and that's enough. Xin Fei spoke slowly, surprising everyone around him. That's the renowned pianist Xin Yunmeng. How dare this guy go up and challenge me like this? Is he trying to kill himself? I guess this young man wants to strike up a conversation, but doesn't he know that Xin Yunmeng is also known for her bad temper? This young man is being careless. For a moment, everyone shook their heads. However, they did not notice that there was not anger in Xin Yunmeng's eyes, but shock. She looked incredulous. Long before, her father asked her to perform here, but she was extremely reluctant. After all, with her status, the stage here is not worthy of her. That's why she played this kind of emotionless music. Anyway, these people don't understand music and can't hear it. But what she didn't expect was that Xin Fei appeared. He even came up and started to criticize her. Although what Xin Fei said was not wrong, it would be embarrassing for her to admit her mistake. If it got out and her father found out, she would be even more embarrassed. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, she knew that she absolutely could not recognize the other party. Well, sir, since you say I don't respect music, what about you? Since you can say such things, I guess you can play the piano, right? The piano is right here, why don't you teach me what it means to respect music? When it comes to art, attainments are often closely related to age. There are very few people like her who are recognized by the world in their 20s. Xin Fei looked even younger than her, so she naturally didn't think Xin Fei was that powerful, which was why she deliberately made things difficult for him. As expected, after hearing this, Xin Fei really showed an embarrassed expression. This isn't quite appropriate. I know a little bit, but this is your special performance after all. It wouldn't be nice if I played it myself. Reject? You want to leave after pretending to be cool? Xin Yunmeng snorted and immediately laughed coldly. What's wrong with that? You said it yourself, this is my special show, and I asked you to play. If you don't play, it would be too disrespectful to me, right? Or, you are simply making up stories and slandering me. Changing the subject, Xin Yunmeng immediately defended her reputation. Xin Fei smiled bitterly. I didn't want to slap her in the face in public, but she was still showing off? Okay. Since she asked so, I won refuse. You said it, don't blame me if you feel too embarrassed later. Oh, everyone can brag, but playing the piano? It's never just about talking. Come on, just come on. Xin Yunmeng still didn't agree. Xin Fei had no choice but to sit on the piano chair. Dang. Gently pressing the piano keys, in an instant, various melodies emerged in Xin Fei's mind one after another. He closed his eyes slightly, and the movements of his hands gradually became faster and faster as his mood changed. Everyone on the side looked up at the joke, but what they didn't expect was that they were the ones who became the joke. Melodious music floated out, resounding in everyone's ears, and immediately immersed everyone in it. Even Xin Yunmeng, who didn't take it seriously, suddenly whitened her eyes. No. Impossible. How can you play the piano, Better than me. Shinfei ignored the exclamations and continued to immerse himself in the music, tapping the keys continuously. When the song ended, the place was already silent, and everyone looked at Shinfei in amazement. After a while, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Good. Good playing. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. I thought Shin Yunmeng was already the best among young people, but I didn't expect that there are always people better than her. No wonder you dare to say Shin Yunmeng's piano playing is emotionless. She has real skills. So what if I say a few words? Amidst the exclamations, Shin Yunmeng felt particularly uncomfortable. He wanted to take advantage of Shinfei's embarrassment to restore his reputation, but he didn't expect that he would end up slapping himself in the face. At this moment, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. However, Shinfei did not give her this opportunity. So, am I wrong when I say you play the piano without emotion? Is there anything wrong? Is there? Shin Yunmeng kept questioning herself, but was unwilling to admit it, and suddenly stood there at a loss. I don't know either. Shinfei smiled coldly and was about to return to his seat, but he didn't expect that the voice of the system suddenly rang in his ears. Ding, automatically captured the target character, Shin Yunmeng. Chapter 52, The Unspeakable Secret. Name, Shin Yunmeng. Age, 26 years old. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Appearance, 8.9. Favorability, 30. Is this bound? The favorability level starts at 30? It's just a slap in the face, is it that serious? Shinfei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, since we are already bound together, we might as well give it a try. He stopped and turned around again. Seeing that Shin Yunmeng was still confused, Shinfei comforted her and said, "Don't take it too seriously. In fact, for an ordinary person, you are already very powerful. Better than ordinary people? Just not as good as you?" The words of comfort suddenly changed their meaning in Shin Yunmeng's ears. Shin Yunmeng, favorability 5. Shinfei was stunned. I didn't expect that instead of comforting her, I lost her favorability. Shinfei was helpless and simply ignored it. Okay, think whatever you want, I don't care about you anymore. Doesn't the meaning of no matter what mean to just let yourself continue to be embarrassed? Shin Yunmeng, favorability 5. Shin Yunmeng, favorability 5. This woman is really unreasonable. She gets points for comforting others and she gets points for not comforting others. It seems like she is just a negative points machine, right? Shinfei couldn't stand it anymore, so he returned to Zhang Ningning with a sullen face. Zhang Ningning came up to him immediately and took his arm. So handsome. I didn't expect that you, Mr. Jian, can actually play the piano. Do children from your big family have to be multi-talented from a young age? Zhang Ningning, favorability 5. At this time, Zhang Ningning's favorability has reached 75. It's better to get along with Zhang Ningning. At least, you never need to worry about things like favorability, it will increase on its own. Shinfei waved his hand. No, what big family? There is no big family. Well, if Mr. Jian doesn't want to say anything, then I won't ask. It makes me look like I'm investigating the household registration. Look. This is called worry-free. Shinfei was very satisfied. However, at this moment, a familiar cry suddenly sounded from not far away. Shinfei. You. Shinfei looked in the direction of the voice and was stunned. Xia Ziyun? Why are you here? Xia Ziyan did not respond, but just stared at Shinfei's arm, which was held by Zhang Ningning. It's so intimate. In just a moment, her face turned pale. The scenes of her past interactions with Shinfei came to her mind one after another. Very sweet. As sweet as it was then, it was as painful now, like a knife cutting into her heart. Unexpectedly, Shinfei turned out to be a scumbag. He was clearly showing his affection to me before, but now he has another woman. A trace of mist suddenly appeared in her eyes. I wish you happiness. After uttering these words, Xia Ziyun covered her face and ran out. Shinfei was stunned, then he noticed that his arm was being held, and he suddenly came to his senses. It's over. Isn't this a failure? As I was thinking, a series of prompt sounds kept ringing in my mind. Xia Ziyun, favorability 10. Xia Ziyun, favorability 10. Xia Ziyun, favorability 10. In the blink of an eye, the favorability level that was originally 75 dropped below 50, and even showed signs of continuing to decline. Shin Fei panicked. He quickly withdrew his arm and chased after Xia Ziyun. Ziyun, listen to my explanation. It's not what you imagined. What am I thinking? Tell me. If you dare to do it, don't you dare to admit it? You've been caught on the spot, and it's proven that you cheated. What else do you have to explain? Xia Ziyun was in tears, perhaps because she was tired from running, so she lowered her head and squatted on the side of the road. Shin Fei felt distressed. However, he also knew that the more times like this, the more he had to deal with it calmly. Blindly explaining will not only fail to make others understand, but will make them even more disgusted. To explain, we must analyze rationally from both sides' perspectives. Xia Ziyun's perspective. It's nothing more than that she caught me with other women, cheated on me, felt betrayed, and thought that I didn't love her. So, what if there was no cheating from the beginning? Ahem, Ziyun, I think you've misinterpreted something. Shouldn't cheating have a premise? For example, a husband-wife relationship, at the very least, should be a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but we don't seem to be in that kind of relationship. No, isn't it? Xia Ziyun muttered something before she reacted. When did I start dating Shin Fei? It seems that the two of them have never confirmed their relationship. Since they are not in a relationship and the other person is single, how can there be any talk of cheating? So, all of this is just me adding drama to myself? At this moment, Xia Ziyun felt a little guilty. Yes, it is self-blame. Although Shin Fei treated her very well, they were not yet in a relationship. She even felt a little regretful. With such a nice guy, why didn't she take the initiative and establish a relationship first? He is a single young man, a wealthy bachelor. Why is it your business to control who he wants to interact with? Behaving like this will only make Shin Fei think you are stingy. For Shin Fei, it was a relief. At least, the downward trend in favorability has stopped. The next step is to find a way to make it go up again. Shin Fei's eyes rolled, and then he sighed, alas, some things are really not what you imagine. Could it be that in your eyes, I am the kind of person who is fickle and would play two women at the same time? No. It's not. Xia Ziyun responded, and all the things that happened to Shin Fei before came to her mind. After being together for such a long time, she might still not be very clear about what kind of person Shin Fei is. But she knew very well what kind of person Shin Fei was. Otherwise, how could she continue to get along with Shin Fei? Could it be that I really misunderstood Shin Fei? Just as he was thinking about it, Shin Fei's voice sounded again. If you really think so, then I have nothing to say. I'll go back first. Don't cry. It's so heartbreaking when you cry. Heartbroken? Is his heart broken for me? Inadvertently, Xia Ziyun was touched. If this is really a misunderstanding, how sad Shin Fei must feel. Shin Fei sighed faintly and said, Hey, actually, that girl. Never mind, why am I telling you this? Wait, is that girl suffering from a chronic illness and not long for life? So you stayed with her to comfort her? Shin Fei, I didn't expect you to be so great. Shin Fei? I was just being careless, how could you make up so much stuff? This is all your own words, it has nothing to do with me. Worried that he would be exposed, Shin Fei quickly turned around and pretended to leave. Looking at Shin Fei's receding figure, Xia Ziyun paused, and finally called out, Shin Fei. Anything else? Shin Fei turned around. Xia Ziyun pursed her lips, as if she had made a great decision. I'm sorry, I may have really misunderstood you. Aren't you eating in there too? Can you take me with you? Xia Ziyun, favorability 10. Xia Ziyun, favorability 10. Obviously, his strategy worked. Are you not angry anymore? I'm angry, but I want to hear your explanation. Gazing at Xia Ziyun's face full of anticipation, Shin Fei rubbed her head affectionately. There are some things that I can't quite bring myself to say, but I have a secret that I can't tell you right now. If you're willing to trust me, I'll tell you everything later when I have time, and only you. He actually hadn't figured out the so-called unspeakable secret, but at least he could use it to fool Xia Ziyun. As expected. After listening to Shin Fei's words, Xia Ziyun gradually forced out a smile. Okay. I believe you. Favorability returns to 75. Shin Fei finally nodded with satisfaction. Okay, it's just an ordinary meal. More people will make it more lively. Let's go, wipe your tears and come back with me. Xia Ziyun smiled, wiped away her tears, and followed him. Chapter 53 Still throbbing. The other side. Accompanied by the occurrence of a rollover incident. Shen Yunmeng and Zhang Ningning both have their own thoughts. Shen Yunmeng's favorability towards Shen Fei continued to decline, and he was even labeled as a scumbag. While Shen Fei was away, she also left in a hurry with hatred. Zhang Ningning's face was full of worry. After all, in that situation, no matter how you looked at it, she seemed to have become a mistress, which was bad news for both her and Shen Fei. Although, Zhang Ningning did have that kind of thoughts about Shen Fei. But if Shen Fei had a girlfriend, she would never interfere. She couldn't help but blame herself. Why didn't she ask more questions before taking action? Now, no one can have an easy time. He was pouting, full of self-blame. But at this moment, Shen Fei and Xia Ziyun appeared in front of her. She was completely stunned. What's going on? Didn't it flip over? Is that enough? Is it so easy to coax a girl? Surprised, Shen Fei also walked up to her. What's wrong? Aren't you hungry? Come sit down and eat. Eat? Is she coming too? Zhang Ningning pointed at Xia Ziyun. Before Shen Fei could speak, Xia Ziyun spoke first. What's wrong? Isn't this young lady unwilling? I am willing, but between you two. Just friends. Aren't you? Xia Ziyun responded, her eyes fixed on Zhang Ningning. If you want to know whether Shen Fei is two-timing, it is obviously not enough to just listen to Shen Fei's words. If she could find clues from Zhang Ningning, Xia Ziyun would no longer believe anything Shen Fei said. However, it turned out that there was nothing wrong with Zhang Ningning. I'm just an ordinary friend. Hearing this, Xia Ziyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief, smiled happily, and sat next to Shen Fei. That's great, let's eat together. In name, they were having a meal, but in reality, how could they hide their little thoughts from others? For Xia Ziyun, Shen Fei is the person she likes. Even if they have not established a formal relationship yet, she will never let other women get there first. For Zhang Ningning, this invitation was originally intended to cultivate a relationship with Shen Fei. After knowing that the other party's identity was the same as hers, she naturally could not give up Shen Fei. So, the two women sat on both sides of Shen Fei, one on the left and one on the right. With Shen Fei as the core, a silent battle broke out between the two women. When the dishes were served, Shen Fei was immediately treated like an emperor. Brother Shen Fei, the fish-flavored shredded pork here is delicious. Come, I'll pick it up for you. Brother Jian, try this county liver, it's the signature dish here. Brother Shen Fei, open your eyes and let me feed you. Brother Jian, why are you so careless? Come, let me wipe your mouth for you. The two women are the kind of people who attract a lot of attention when they walk on the street. Now that they are gathered together, they are even more eye-catching. The actions of the two were naturally watched by other men, which immediately aroused envy. I'm so damn lucky. When can I enjoy this kind of treatment? You? Are you worthy? Others are handsome and talented, and it seems that the sports car at the door is also his. But you, don't you take a piss and look at yourself? If you have half of his qualities, I can feed you. If I had half the qualities he has, would I still be here with you? For a time, everyone present saw couples' relationships break down and families nearly fall apart. However, the perpetrators of all this are still unaware of it. Shen Fei was caught in the middle and felt like he was being spoiled like a giant baby. Being favored by a beautiful goddess is a happy thing, let alone two of them. After the meal, the two of them wished they could take charge of all the chewing and swallowing. This made Shen Fei feel helpless, but he was happy even though he was in pain. After lunch, Xia Ziyun came here to take care of family matters, so she reluctantly said goodbye to the two of them. Shen Fei didn't stay long. After sending Zhang Ningning home, he returned to the dormitory alone. The dormitory was empty. Shen Fei was bored and was about to take out his phone to play with the live streaming platform. But at this moment, the phone rang. Li Bai. My best friend in high school. No doubt about it. Shen Fei couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, when boys do not live in the same circle, they are unlikely to contact each other, and once they do, it is almost always about borrowing money. Could it be that Li Bai is having financial difficulties? Shen Fei did not hesitate and answered the phone decisively. He still had the 3 million yuan that Luo Changtian had given him before. Considering his past friendship with Li Bai, he would definitely not refuse even if he wanted to borrow money. However, after the call was connected, Shin Fei realized that he had overthought. "Brother Fei, how are you doing lately? Have you heard about that incident? What is it?" Shin Fei was a little confused. "You didn't know about the class reunion? Didn't Lu Hai say that he reminded you when he saw you? Don't you usually pay attention to the Q group?" Shin Fei shook his head decisively. "Oh, you're talking about this. I remember now. What's the matter? Did you give the time and place?" "Yes, I have already given it to you. However, there is one more thing you must want to hear." The person on the other end of the phone said mysteriously. "What's up?" "Someone is also going to attend this class reunion. I heard that she is even more beautiful now and is still single. Now is your chance." "Someone?" Shin Fei immediately reacted to the teasing tone. Who else could this person be except Su Xilan? In that time when he was under constant academic pressure, didn't Su Xilan's presence help him through countless sleepless nights? During that time, apart from studying, the image of the goddess was all in his mind. Su Xilan's figure was deeply engraved in Shin Fei's heart. For this, he was severely beaten by Lu Huayang. It can be said that the three words Su Xilan represent his entire high school youth. Even when I mention it now, I still feel a palpitation. There is no shortage of women around him, but the women who leave traces have a different meaning. When Shin Fei thought of this, he was overwhelmed with emotions. After a while, he slowly replied, "Okay, just tell me when to go. Anyway, we haven't been together for a long time, so we can get together by the way. I knew you were going to use this as an excuse. Just look at the girl. We all know what's going on. This Saturday, in 4 days, we'll meet at the Nanshan Hotel." Okay, I got it. There is no need for too much small talk between two grown men. After finishing the business, he hung up the phone. Chapter 54, asked for WeChat. 4 days is not a long time. During this period of time, Shin Fei watched live broadcasts every day, had meals with Xia Ziyun and others, and played games with his roommates. He was very happy. Shin Fei also enjoys this. It wasn't until the evening of the third day that the uneventful days began to break up. That afternoon, while the sun was shining brightly, Lu Bo found a basketball from somewhere and urged everyone to go to the basketball court, saying, "We can't be so decadent. We still need to exercise." The players were divided into groups of 4 and played a 2-on-2 match. At the beginning, they didn't attract too much attention. After all, they were not professionals, so the show was not that entertaining. But as time went on, more and more people gathered together. The reason is simple, it's just because of Shin Fei's existence. Shin Fei doesn't play basketball often, but with the system's support for his body, it's easy for him to put the ball into the basket. Ultra long-range 3-point shots, handsome aerial slam dunks, and ghostly dribbling past opponents, etc. The series of operations were so smooth that it really caused others to exclaim in surprise. Fuck, Shin Fei is so good at basketball too? He usually doesn't show off, but I didn't expect him to be so good. God, with his skills, it's a shame he didn't join the school team. Maybe he could develop into a professional in the future. What do you know? He's handsome, rich, and has a beauty like Xia Ziyun by his side. Why would he need to play basketball? It may be out of amazement, envy, or worship. In short, the spotlight of the entire basketball court was focused on Shin Fei. Feeling these gazes, Shin Fei began to get used to it. It's not as uncomfortable as before. The first time is strange, the second time is familiar. Isn't this just daily operation? Shin Fei didn't care at all. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory, Wang Yufei's eyes lit up as she stared at the screen of her mobile phone, and from time to time, a smile appeared on her face. Seeing this, the roommate took a glance and immediately teased, Yufei, I think you've lost your mind. This video has been out for several days, why do you watch it every day? You watch it every day, and you're not tired of it, but we are. What's wrong? You are allowed to have idols, but I am not allowed to have one? Wang Yufei pouted, not caring at all. My roommate was helpless, we are idols, what are you doing? You are a girl, and you watch this kind of fighting and killing all day long, how can you be so shameless? If you ask me, why don't you join us in chasing idols? No, I think he's pretty good, handsome, and good at fighting. Wang Yufei refused outright and focused her eyes on her phone again. Looking closely, it was showing the scene of Shinfei fighting Li Feiyu. Apparently, the battle plan had been posted online by someone with ulterior motives. As soon as the picture froze on Shinfei's figure, Wang Yufei couldn't help but smile. She knew this person. Isn't this the man who had a story with me in the Taekwondo gym before? Although the image was blurry, Wang Yufei immediately recognized that the man was Shinfei. His clothes and figure were unmistakable. It's a pity that I didn't get WeChat at that time, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to spend my days watching videos here now. Feelings are a strange thing. At first, I only had a little bit of good impression of her, but as time went by, this good impression not only did not dissipate, but became stronger. Especially after seeing these videos. Which girl doesn't want her man to be a hero? Wang Yufei is naturally no exception. At this moment, in her eyes, Shinfei is the hero of her life. The girl's feelings gradually arose, and Wang Yufei started laughing again. Suddenly, my roommate came running over in a hurry. Yufei, the captain of the basketball team is here to confess his love again. Judging from his posture, it seems that he is standing downstairs and has no intention of leaving. Again? Haven't I already rejected you? Wang Yufei frowned. The roommate then explained, don't you know that men are like this? The more you can't get, the more they get. Wang Yufei was helpless. I put away my phone and looked out the window, and saw the captain of the basketball team, Li Xiang. Wang Yufei. I like you. Be my girlfriend. It has to be said that as the captain of the basketball team, Li Xiang is second to none in terms of appearance and figure. If it was before she met Shinfei, perhaps Wang Yufei would really be attracted to him. But after meeting Shinfei, Wang Yufei actually had some thoughts that nothing else could compare to the past. Apart from Shinfei, no other man could arouse her affection at all. Wang Yufei shook her head and was thinking about how to refuse, but suddenly she caught a glimpse of a figure on the basketball court not far away. That familiar figure. He is Shinfei? Colors danced in her eyes, and she turned around and rushed downstairs. I can't do it anymore. It's halftime. Rest. Shinfei, you don't usually play basketball. Why are you so fierce now? After several rounds of fighting, Lu Bo and others, as Shinfei's opponents, were under great pressure. This is not a contest of the same level at all. Shinfei abused them like a king in Bronze Warriors. Who could withstand it? At least, they couldn't, and they kept waving their hands. Okay, then take a break and come back later. Shinfei said with a smile as he came to where his personal belongings were. I wanted to find a bottle of water to drink, but unexpectedly, as soon as this thought came to my mind, a bottle of mineral water appeared in front of me. Shinfei, can we add each other on WeChat? Someone asked for your WeChat? Could it be that his performance attracted some little fans? Shinfei was surprised. He raised his head and saw the person coming. He was stunned on the spot. Ha! You are not that king. Wang Yufei. After Wang Yufei reminded him, Shinfei suddenly realized. I vaguely remember that the last time I met her was in the Taekwondo gym. At that time, I personally taught her boyfriend Lu Huoyan a lesson. Thinking of this, Shinfei couldn't help but feel a little confused. Doesn't Wang Yufei have a boyfriend? Why are you bringing me water? Just as doubts were arising, Shinfei glanced at Wang Yufei and became even more confused. Wang Yufei, favorability 55. 55 favorability? What the hell is this? You know, even though I tried my best to maintain my relationship with Xiaoyun, it was only 75. And Wang Yufei. Apart from the last time we met, I have never had any contact with her again. How come her favorability level has reached 55? Does it mean that even if I don't contact them, their favorability towards me will automatically increase? Isn't this too much of a bug? Shinfei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, how could he know that from his perspective, he had only met Wang Yufei once? In Wang Yufei's eyes, he has already been completely integrated into her life. When I wake up in the morning, eat lunch, before going to bed at night, and even in my dreams, I can see his figure everywhere. That's how the favorability level of 55 came about. Shinfei became excited instantly. Once you break through level 60, doesn't that mean you can get another level gift pack? There are still 5 points of favorability left, but how should Shinfei gain it? Chapter 55, Is it necessary to improve my brother's charm? Wang Yufei was very excited to see Shinfei again, but she also noticed that Shinfei was still not getting water. She couldn't help but let her thoughts wander, and a trace of panic flashed across her face. I'm single now, it doesn't matter. A shy look, the water handed over, and the words of explanation. All of this caught the attention of the surrounding audience and immediately caused a lot of discussion. No way? Isn't Wang Yufei with Lu Huayang? Why did she come to give Shinfei some water? And she even asked for his WeChat. She's too frivolous. What are you talking about? Others have said that he's single. This is just a normal display of affection. Besides, Lu Huayang dropped out of school a long time ago. You shouldn't know that, right? But doesn't she know about the relationship between Xia Ziyun and Shinfei? She actually wants to interfere. You don't understand. Although Shinfei and Xia Ziyun are close, they have never been together publicly. Everyone has a chance. Everyone has one? Really? I'm going to buy a bottle of water from the store before I come back. I want to give birth to a baby for Shinfei, too. At this moment, there was a clear difference in opinions between boys and girls. In the eyes of boys, most of them sneered at him, thinking that Shinfei was just handsome, had some money, could play basketball, had superb martial arts skills, and was talented, so what was so great about him? In the eyes of girls, it is completely the opposite. They think that Shinfei is amazing. They had only one thought, which was to imitate Wang Yufei's behavior and show goodwill to Shinfei. As a result, for a while, the campus was in turmoil. And in the crowd, a pair of angry eyes never left Shinfei. Steal a woman from me? Ha, you dare to steal a woman from me? Are you really tired of living? One of the boys clenched his fists as he spoke with gritted teeth. Isn't this the basketball team captain Li Xiang? Just now. He confessed his love to Wang Yufei, but received no response. He was very disappointed and was about to go back. But what was unexpected was that Wang Yufei actually showed up. He thought there was hope, so he rushed forward, but unexpectedly, it only caused greater damage. Wang Yufei was indifferent and ignored him completely. Instead, she hurried towards the basketball court. He followed and saw the scene. Heartache. Extremely heartache. Not only did his beloved woman reject him, but she also showed her affection to other men in front of him. Any man would never tolerate this. Staring at Shinfei closely, he immediately took out his cell phone. Hello? Is that Huang Mao? Call all the brothers over here, I have something to take care of here. Shinfei naturally didn't know that he had gotten into trouble without doing anything. At this time, he just added WeChat, took the water and started drinking. Since the favorability has already developed to 55 on its own, Shinfei certainly wouldn't mind it growing a little more. Thank you for the water. I'll treat you to dinner later. Smiling warmly, Shinfei handed the empty bottle back, turned around and walked towards the basketball court again. Combined with the sunshine, it is very sunny. Staring blankly at the back, a trace of shyness appeared on Wang Yufei's cheek again. Did he take the initiative to ask me out? Could it be that he has begun to accept me? Although she is no longer a little girl at this moment, she still looks like a little girl. Looking at Shinfei flying freely on the court, her eyes were full of little stars. Oh my god, who would have thought that Shinfei's ball skills are so good? Too manly, isn't he? Wang Yufei, favorability 5. Shinfei was stunned again. What's wrong with this woman? I just played basketball for a while, and her favorability increased? Shinfei hadn't even started his planned series of flirting moves when the level gift package arrived. At this moment, an electronic prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for scoring more than 60 points in the target. Reward host strategy level gift pack, Esports Technical Mastery. Proficient in esports technology? This reward is quite interesting. It's just right to improve the losing streak when playing games in the dormitory. Shinfei nodded and immediately thought of going back to play a game. But just at this moment, a shrill voice rang out. Wang Yufei. I like you so much, but you'd rather be someone else's mistress than be with me? Shinfei frowned slightly and turned his head to look, and saw Li Xiang walking towards him aggressively, followed by a group of boys with unfriendly faces. Li Xiang, you have to understand clearly, if I don't like you, then I don't like you. I have already rejected you, can you please stop bothering me? Wang Yufei spoke coldly, full of displeasure. Li Xiang became even more angry and pointed his finger at Shinfei. So, it's because of this bitch? Don't talk about Shinfei like that. Wang Yufei's face darkened and she tried her best to defend him. He really deserves the favorability rating of 60. Even when facing the aggressive Li Xiang, he is not afraid at all. Xinfei felt very relieved. Naturally, he couldn't let Wang Yufei face Li Xiang alone. Ahem, classmate, why are you so angry? If you have something to say, why can't you just talk it out calmly? Why are you so rude to a girl? If you have something to say, come to me. After a light cough, Xinfei took a few steps forward and pulled Wang Yufei behind him. Domineering, strong and handsome. Wang Yufei, favorability 5. 5 more points were added, bringing the total to 65 points. Xinfei was a little surprised, but his face was extremely determined. Li Xiang immediately revealed a cruel smile. Classmates? Who are you classmates with? Stop trying to get close to me. How dare you snatch a woman from me? I will kill you. Li Xiang is tall and strong, and he is also the captain of the basketball team. He thought it would be easy to beat a weakling like Xinfei. But who would have thought that as soon as he approached Xinfei, he was kicked hard in the vitals by the other party? Bang! The voice was not loud, but it was extremely insulting. Feeling the pain in his vitals, Li Xiang's veins popped up immediately. Ah! It hurts so much. Beat him. Beat him to death. At the command, the group of boys he brought with him could no longer hold back and rushed toward Xinfei. Xinfei was not in a hurry. He quickly pushed Wang Yufei and said, "Hide for a while. Give me a few minutes to deal with this." How many minutes? Wang Yufei was a little surprised, but Xinfei didn't explain too much and went straight to meet him. Chapter 56. This is what a man is. Seeing this scene, the roommates nearby naturally would not stand idly by. Brothers, come on, dare you touch our third brother? Do you really think we are vegetarians? What the hell, you think you're so great? I'll beat you to death. Don't be afraid, third brother, we are here. The two groups immediately engaged in a fight. The scene was very chaotic for a while, with all kinds of screams and wails everywhere. It lasted for a full 10 minutes. The situation did not subside until Director Zhang arrived. After the last incident, Director Zhang was nearly fired, but he paid a heavy price to avoid being fired. Later, Xinfei helped him speak a few words in front of the principal, which helped him keep his position as director. Perhaps it was because of Stockholm Syndrome, or perhaps he was afraid of Xinfei's background, so he was particularly nice to Xinfei. Hey, Director Zhang, you have to stand up for us. This guy is totally unreasonable. Not only did he steal my girlfriend, but he even beat me up. Look how badly we've been beaten. Seeing Director Zhang appear, Li Xiang, who was already hurt, started crying. Being able to become the captain of the basketball team, in addition to his own strength, his family background is also formidable. It is said that Li Xiang's family is in the building materials business and is worth billions. Therefore, Director Zhang usually protects Li Xiang. Li Xiang's troublemaking personality always makes him fight with others, but he has never suffered any loss in school. Director Zhang was furious when he saw Li Xiang being beaten like this. Who did this? Stand up. It's me. Xinfei shouted and walked forward. Director Zhang turned around suddenly and saw Xinfei, and was stunned on the spot. Director Zhang, yes, it's him. You must make the decision for me. I can't take this beating in vain. Look at the injuries on my body, look at them. What injury? Where is the injury? I don't see anything. Director Zhang lied without blushing or beating his heart. Clam? Li Xiang was stunned for a moment, then brought his injury closer. Director Zhang, I've put my injury right in front of you, and you still can't see it? Ahem, Li Xiang, I advise you not to talk nonsense. Where is the injury? What's more, even if there is an injury, it has absolutely nothing to do with Xinfei. Xinfei is a good student and would never do such a thing. Xinfei is a good student? As soon as these words came out, Xinfei burst out laughing. I never expected that Director Zhang had such a lovely side. Xinfei suppressed his laughter and agreed, yes, Director Zhang is right. I'm a good student. How could I possibly hit someone? You definitely fell down accidentally. Yes. It must be your own problem. Director Zhang also agreed. The two of them sang in unison, which made Li Xiang dumbfounded for a moment. Isn't Director Zhang one of us? Don't you show me all kinds of courtesy on weekdays? Why are you still speaking up for others? Is there something wrong? Li Xiang looked at Director Zhang with a confused expression, muttering in a deep voice, Director Zhang, do you know what you're doing? If you offend my parents, can you bear it? Student Li Xiang, are you threatening the teacher? Believe it or not, I will tell the principal about this and see how the school handles you. Li Xiang never expected that Director Zhang was usually very honest in taking the money, but when it was his turn to do the work, he was such a mess. What benefits did Shen Fei give him that he would protect that kid so much? Doubts gradually arose, but Director Zhang was eager to deal with everything and didn't waste any more time talking to him. Those two students over there quickly helped these students who fell to the infirmary. Everyone else, please stop watching. Dismiss, it's okay, disperse. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiang was dragged to the infirmary under surprised gazes. Director Zhang then smiled and looked at Shen Fei, Master Shen, is this handling okay? That's good. Keep developing it. Shen Fei nodded with satisfaction. Director Zhang was overjoyed. After giving some compliments, he left. Suddenly, only Shen Fei and a few others were left on the scene. Wang Yufei finally had the opportunity to step forward and ask with concern, Shen Fei, are you okay? Don't worry, with their limited strength, I can beat 100 of them. Shen Fei spoke the truth, but when Wang Yufei heard it, it became a spice and she immediately burst out laughing. Although she had seen Shen Fei's fighting videos online, unfortunately, she was a novice in martial arts and had no idea how brave Shen Fei was. I'm relieved to see you can still joke around. However, I'm still very sorry. It's all because of me that Li Xiang treated you so hostilely, and even almost got you into trouble. Don't always take the blame on yourself. Even without you, what's going to happen will eventually happen. Don't overthink it, or you'll get wrinkles. No, I don't want wrinkles. Then don't think too much. Just eat more, sleep more, and be happy. Isn't that wonderful? Shen Fei smiled again, which really warmed Wang Yufei's heart. What is a man? This is what a man is. He is capable, responsible, considerate and protective of girls, and sometimes a little humorous. Just being together is enough to make you happy. In comparison, people like Li Xiang are simply terrible. There was a firmness in Wang Yufei's eyes. Wang Yufei, favorability 2. Added again. At this time, Wang Yufei's favorability reached 67. Shen Fei's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but sigh at how easy it was to improve his favorability towards Wang Yufei. However, he also noticed that the rate of increase in favorability seemed to be gradually slowing down. As I was deep in thought, I suddenly heard coughing sounds in my ears. Ahem. Third brother, stop focusing on picking up girls. Take a look at us. You're good at fighting, so you're fine. But we can't. Turning around, I saw that my 3 roommates all had bitter expressions on their faces. After all, they were fighting with bare hands. Even with Shen Fei's fighting power, the 3 roommates were unable to gain any advantage from it. They all sat weakly on the floor. In fact, Shen Fei deliberately let it go just now. After all, this is a school, so Shen Fei didn't dare to use his full strength, which resulted in his roommates getting hit a few times. However, Shen Fei knew what he was doing and would never let his brothers suffer any loss. Shen Fei was a little touched and also full of apologies. He quickly stepped forward to help the 3 people up. I forgot for a moment, I'm sorry. The 3 of them rolled their eyes. This guy really forgot his brothers when he had a woman. Shen Fei laughed heartily, then rolled his eyes and said, how about this? To express my apology, I'll cover all the expenses for tonight's event. Are you serious? The 3 of them's eyes lit up. In fact, after being stuck in school for the past few days, they could no longer contain their inner restlessness and had long wanted to go out and have some fun. But it's the end of the month and I'm really short of money. Now, Shen Fei's suggestion is exactly what they want. But everyone was very curious. How come you suddenly have money? Could it be that he was spotted by some rich woman? Shen Fei smiled and said, I got some money from the demolition of my house, and now I'm not short of money anymore. Shen Fei's explanation was reasonable and his roommates had no doubts. At this moment, Zhang Ziang beside him showed a hint of hesitation, then, well, can we bring family members? Family members? Shen Fei was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. After what happened last time, Zhao Ran's attitude towards Zhang Ziang really changed dramatically. He actually turned into a bootlicker and started chasing Zhang Ziang. Even after Zhang Ziang told her that everything was fake, she remained unshaken. This actually surprised Shinfei. Shinfei said, okay, if you want to shout, then shout. Anyway, more girls, more life. Boss, you too, if you have family members, feel free to bring them. Brother, I have a lot of money now, I can do whatever I want. Cut. Everyone smiled and took out their phones. Chapter 57. I'm not familiar. At the same time, Wang Yufei behind him also came up. Shinfei, look, can I also help you get more angry? In fact, Shinfei originally wanted to call Xia Ziyun and cultivate some favorability at the same time. But unexpectedly, Wang Yufei took the initiative to ask. The last fight between the two women was still vivid in Shinfei's mind, so he naturally gave up the idea of having both of them. Sure, we're all friends anyway, so let's just go out and have some fun together. Okay. Then wait for me for a moment. I'll go back to the dormitory and change my clothes and come back. Wang Yufei was delighted, turned around and disappeared from everyone's sight. In the evening, at the school gate, except for Shinfei, the other three people dressed up carefully. With the support of Shinfei's good looks, it can indeed be regarded as a beautiful scenery. The four of them waited eagerly, looking inside the school gate. After a while, beautiful figures appeared one after another. Ran. Here, we are here. As soon as he saw Zhao Ran, Zheng Ziang waved his hand. Zhao Ran also rushed forward happily. There is nothing wrong with this in itself, but the problem is that there is another woman following Zhao Ran. Suing. Suing actually followed along. Everyone in the dormitory was a little surprised and looked at Shinfei. Just then they saw Shinfei and Suing looking at each other. Shinfei, I came here uninvited. You shouldn't mind, right? How do you know I don't mind? What if I say I do mind? The scene became awkward for a while. Zheng Ziang glared at Zhao Ran. What do you mean? I only called you here, why did you bring her along? I. Forget it, don't go either. Zheng Ziang waved his hand firmly. It has to be said that after regaining his dominant position, Zheng Ziang is now becoming more and more manly. Hearing this, Zhao Ran's face changed on the spot. Ziyang. I was wrong. I won't take her with me anymore. Is that okay? Don't be angry. I'll send her back now. After that, Zhao Ran glared at Suing angrily, causing her to panic. She quickly asked Shinfei, don't you really want to see me? That's right. Shinfei said firmly. Why should I give face to someone who has no shame? At the beginning, when I had nothing, she ignored me. Now that I have everything, why would I care about her anymore? People are relative. How you treat me is how I treat you. The original bootlicker is dead. Looking at Suing with a look of surprise, Shinfei felt no emotion in his heart. Just then Wang Yufei appeared, and Shinfei went to greet her with a smile. You're dressed so beautifully, are you going on a date? Wang Yufei was stunned for a moment, then smiled happily and said, yeah, you too, so handsome, are you going on a date? No, I'm always this handsome. A simple greeting seemed like flirting to Suing. The most important thing is that the girl who flirts is a top grade one. Ever since he abandoned Shinfei, he has never been out of luck with women, and every girl he chooses is so outstanding. Su Ying's angry eyes seemed to be spitting fire. But she also knew that getting angry at this time would be tantamount to completely losing Shinfei. How could she accept this? She was already at a disadvantage, and at this moment, she couldn't become strong at all. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile. Okay, since you don't want to see me so much, then I'll leave first. You guys have fun drinking. With a smile on her face, she glanced around and then slowly left. Wang Yufei saw this scene. Shinfei, that person is. If you're really not familiar with me, don't ask. Shinfei smiled, but felt very surprised in his heart. Having been Su Ying's bootlicker for such a long time, he naturally understood her character very well. If something like this happened to the usual Suing, she would have been furious a long time ago. At this time, Suing actually endured it, which really surprised him. Could it be that my brother's charm is just this great? He shook his head and decisively put it behind him. Feelings are mutual. If I no longer have any feelings for her, then I have no feelings for her. This relationship can never be strong enough. It was around 5 o'clock, time for dinner. After discussion, everyone finally chose Sichuan hot pot. A group of people went away in a mighty procession. The business of the chosen store was pretty good, but there wasn't a long queue, so everyone got a seat as soon as they arrived. Just when everyone was eating enthusiastically, a figure suddenly appeared at the door of the store. It was Li Xiang. Lu Bo saw him at a glance. He was originally planning to continue fighting, but when he saw several burly men following Li Xiang, he instantly became scared. "Brothers, we've almost finished eating, why don't we just leave first?" Zheng Ziang waved his hand. "Boss, are you scared? You've only had a few drinks. This isn't like your usual self. Aren't you usually the loudest? Today is special, very special. Otherwise, we can go to KTV for a drink later. Let's go first." Lu Bo winked at Zheng Ziang frantically. But Zheng Ziang didn't notice anything unusual at all. At the same time, a young man at the door said, "Brother Xiang, my people saw with their own eyes that guy bringing a few girls into this hot pot restaurant." Li Xiang sneered, "Fuck you, Xinfei, you actually made me lose face today. I'm going to kill you." After saying that, Li Xiang and a group of people walked into the store aggressively. The shop owner saw a group of people rushing in and quickly stepped forward and asked, "Would you like to eat, brothers? Get out of the way." A man yelled rudely. Xinfei looked over when he heard the voice and met Li Xiang's eyes. Wang Yufei, who was standing by, exclaimed, "Li Xiang. Why is he here?" And he brought a group of people with him. Everyone also noticed Li Xiang and his gang and panicked instantly. Only then did Zheng Ziang understand why Lu Bo was in a hurry to leave. There were 7 or 8 people on the other side. Except for Xinfei, the other 3 people all had gloomy expressions. "It's over. We're trapped here by Li Xiang. I'm afraid we're in trouble. Brothers, what should we do? Or run away?" Seeing that the situation was not right, the 3 people in the dormitory wanted to escape. However, Xinfei just smiled and shook his head. "Don't be so nervous, eat when you should eat and drink when you should drink." Chapter 58 Master Shin, am I here in time? What are you eating? Who has the mood to eat now? Feezy, don't be impulsive. They are so powerful in numbers, there is no need for us to fight them head on. Yeah, a real man can bend and stretch. How about I go over and offer them a glass of wine? We are from the same school, they shouldn't do anything rash. Zheng Ziang was the first to back down. Xinfei just sneered. "I am not afraid of anything. If Li Shangxiang is depressed, I don't mind teaching him a profound lesson." Xinfei smiled and asked the waiter to order more food, showing no intention of leaving. However, the other people were not able to be as relaxed as he was. The atmosphere changed, and the hot pot and beer in front of me no longer smelled good. As expected, Li Xiang walked over with a group of people in a swagger. Li Xiang said arrogantly, "Do you think Director Zhang is here to protect you?" "Ha, from childhood to adulthood, I have always been the one bullying others. When have you ever suffered such injustice? You guys, you all have to get down on your feet today." Xinfei glanced at the burly man standing beside him. Completely different from the group of students in the afternoon, these people are obviously martial artists. Xinfei frowned and was about to speak when Wang Yufei beside him shouted, "Li Xiang. Just give up on that idea. No matter what you do, I will never be with you. While you haven't become so bad in my heart that we can't even be ordinary friends, I advise you to leave as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiang sneered. "You? Who do you think you are? You don't really think I like you, do you? I just want to play with you. This is your honor. Since you are so ungrateful, why should I give you a chance? No one can leave today." As he spoke, he winked at the burly man beside him. The strong man understood what he meant and was about to attack and hurt the man. "What are you going to do?" Wang Yufei exclaimed. Lu Bo was closest to the strong man, so without saying a word, he stood in front of him. "I advise you not to mess around." However, before he could finish his words, the burly man simply waved his hand and pushed him several meters away. "Boss! Honey!" Amidst exclamations of surprise, Li Xiang burst into laughter. "You're overestimating yourself. Do you think my brothers are the same as those students? Ugh, to tell you the truth, every one of them is a martial arts master. Strangling you to death would be as easy as strangling an ant. You really think so?" Suddenly, Xinfei asked in doubt. Li Xiang laughed arrogantly and said, "You don't believe me, do you? I spent a lot of money to hire these guys from Hongwei Martial Arts School. Brother Changwei, it's this little bastard who made me lose face during the day. Please loosen his bones for me first. No problem. The burly man grinned, ignored Wang Yufei for the time being, clenched his fists and attacked Xin Fei. Xin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at his fist, and couldn't help laughing. That's it? Bang. There was a loud noise and everyone was stunned. The strong man actually fell to the ground. Brother Wei. Senior brother. The other strong men exclaimed and rushed forward to check it out. The man fell to the ground, groaning, obviously seriously injured. Then, he glared at Xin Fei fiercely. You must die for us. As they spoke, a handful of shiny objects appeared in their hands. They held them tightly and rushed towards Xin Fei. You guys go ahead and leave this to me. Xin Fei frowned slightly and quickly pushed Wang Yufei in front of Lu Bo and others. Lu Bo and the others were stunned, then their expressions became firm. Let's go, brothers, let's fight side by side. Damn, these bastards, Grandpa Lu must teach them a lesson. Do I need help from others to deal with this bunch of trash? What's more, Wang Yufei likes boys who are good at martial arts and have strong athletic abilities. Xin Fei's mouth corners rose slightly. It's time to show real skills. At this moment, Xin Fei was full of hope that as long as he took action, he would definitely gain a lot of favor in front of Wang Yufei. Suddenly, an angry shout was heard from not far away. Hey! What are you doing here? The scolding was full of energy, and even if you couldn't see the person, you could still feel his power. Even a group of strong men had to look over. Master Tiger. Why are you here? One of them said excitedly. The person who came was Zhang Qinghu. Hongwei Martial Arts School was originally Tiger Lord's property. Now that their boss had arrived, the few strong men temporarily quieted down. Xin Fei was speechless. Why do I keep meeting Zhang Qinghu everywhere? Did this guy install a tracker on himself? I really want to do it myself, show off my skills in front of Wang Yufei and increase my favorability. Why are you coming out here to ruin things? Xin Fei's expression suddenly turned ugly. How could Lord Hu know what Xin Fei was thinking? Seeing his men provoking Xin Fei again in Xin Fei's gloomy face, he instantly became furious. Xin Fei didn't even need to say anything. Zhang Qinghu slapped the strong man hard in the face. Snap. The crisp sound of slaps is particularly loud in the night. The man covered his face and looked at Zhang Qinghu in surprise. Master Hu, what do you mean? How dare you ask me what I mean? Master Shen, you dare to touch me? Do you think your life is too long? Mr. Shen? The strong man muttered, in shock. Li Xiang on the side was even more surprised. Mr. Shen again? This afternoon it was Director Zhang, and now it's Lord Tiger. What is the background of this Xin Fei? Shouldn't he be just an ordinary poor student? Just as he was surprised, Zhang Qinghu's gaze also fell on him. After so many years in the underworld, how could Zhang Qinghu not guess what was going on when he saw the situation? He took only 3 or 2 steps to reach Li Xiang, picked him up, and threw him hard in front of Xin Fei. Master Shen, this kid is the one who caused this trouble, right? Do you want to deal with it, Master Shen, or leave it to us? Leave it to Lord Tiger? Upon hearing this, Li Xiang on the ground couldn't help but shiver. The fact that Lord Hu and others were able to gain a foothold in Yunqing was undoubtedly due to their approach and methods. What is the difference between falling into their hands and death? The more Li wanted to know, the deeper his fear became. With a blank expression on his face, he quickly kowtowed to Xin Fei. Master Shen. Master Shen. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I was blind and didn't recognize the true master. I dared to offend Master Shen. Please, let me go. Go away. Xin Fei didn't want to waste time with this kind of trash. After Lord Tiger finished his work, he ran over and said, Lord Shen, am I lucky enough to have arrived on time today? It would be fine if we didn't talk about this, but my stomach starts to hurt when I talk about Xin Fei. Chapter 59 Attending a Party. He ruined his efforts to build up Wang Yufei's favorability, and now he's trying to take credit for it? You came at a really bad time. Take your people and go. Xin Fei said with a stern face. Zhang Qinghu was terrified. Why did I make Master Shen angry for no reason? Since the other party was unhappy, he didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly retreated with his men. After the storm, the group walked quietly. On the way, Lu Bo couldn't help but say, Xin Fei, what's going on? How can you make Tiger Lord obey your orders? Living under the same roof, They have known each other very well over the years. Lu Bo and others can understand the money issue, and it is also possible that they can suddenly become rich through demolition. But this kind of social relationship cannot be established overnight. What exactly did Shen Fei hide from them? At this moment, Shen Fei suddenly became a stranger in their eyes. Feeling these gazes, Shen Fei was stunned. He thought for a moment in his mind, then grinned and replied, "It's okay, there are some things that I really can't tell you, but we are brothers, isn't that enough?" We are brothers. We are brothers. These few simple words instantly dispelled the doubts of several people. Everyone has their own secrets, and these things may not be good to share with others. But with these words, what does it matter if there are many secrets? Once a brother, always a brother. No matter what Shen Fei becomes, he's still their brother? A relieved smile gradually blossomed, and the few people stopped asking questions. He just took a step forward and put his arm around Shen Fei's neck. "Okay, brother, you've made it, haven't you? You have to protect us more in the future. Okay. Just remember to wash your socks next time you go to bed. The smell is so sour and refreshing." Lu Bo was speechless, and everyone burst into laughter. Next, everyone found a KTV and continued drinking. After a whole night, no one was able to stand up. It was still the women who helped them back to the dormitory. As for why it was the dormitory, we have to blame Lu Bo. He kept yelling that he wanted to go back to wash his socks, and insisted that the other 3 people watch him. Wait until you wake up the next day. It was almost noon. Shen Fei's head still hurt a little. After rubbing his temples, he finally woke up a little. "MD, these gentlemen really don't treat alcohol as wine." Shen Fei felt helpless and glanced at his phone. His face suddenly changed. 17 missed calls. Who? He quickly opened his phone and saw Li Bai's name displayed on it. Shen Fei came back to his senses. Isn't today the day for the class reunion? I drank too much last night and actually forgot about this. He quickly got up and dressed, and was about to call back when his cell phone rang first. Connected. Li Bai's voice suddenly rang out. "Fuck, brother, you finally answered the phone. What time is it now? I thought you weren't coming. If you didn't go, I wouldn't have gone anyway. I drank too much last night. My, I'll have one more drink with you later. Are you going over now? I'll come directly over? No, 3 cups. Okay, 3 cups. Shen Fei agreed reluctantly, and Li Bai let him go. Where are you now? Should I come pick you up? Should we go together? Shen Fei wanted to say that he would drive over, but suddenly he smelled alcohol on the person. Although a night had passed, the smell of alcohol still lingered. For safety reasons, he gave up the idea. Okay, you know my school, right? Call me when you get here, and I'll get up, pack, and come right over. Li Bai agreed. After hanging up the phone, Shen Fei waited in the dormitory. The other 3 people in the dormitory were still sleeping like dead pigs, with no intention of waking up at all. Shen Fei was bored and took a look at the system panel. Name, Xia Ziyun. Age, 20 years old. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 8.9. Favorability, 75. Reward items, Master of Piano Skills, Grandmaster of Fighting Skills, Dance Mastery. Name, Zhang Ningning Kir. Age, 22. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 43 kilograms. Appearance, 8.3. Favorability, 70. Rewards, a 50 million limited edition Bugatti Veyron, proficiency in 4 languages. Name, Lu Yike Xianwan. Age, 25 years old. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 8.5. Favorability, 40. Name, Wang Yufei. Age, 21 years old. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Appearance, 8.3. Favorability, 67. Reward item, Master of Esports Skills. The highest one is Xia Ziyun, and the lowest ones are some unknown small anchors who were originally bound together to select tools. Because there is no operation, there is no growth. Of course, Zhao Ran had also been bound, but Shen Fei had crossed her out in his mind. This kind of person wasn't even qualified to be a tool. After a while, Li Bai arrived and he stopped thinking. The time is set at 12 noon. It was the peak season for going out, and the journey was extremely difficult. When we arrived, we were already 3 minutes past the time limit. GGG, I'm 3 minutes over time. I'll probably be scolded by that group for half an hour. Li Bai rushed into the hotel while speaking helplessly. Shinfei smiled. Why? Didn't you already master the art of letting things go in one ear and out the other when you were in school? Why don't you do it now? I can do it, but I don't know if you can. Li Bai shrugged and pushed open the door of the hotel private room. Inside, a group of familiar faces had already started eating. When the door opened, everyone looked towards it. Li Bai, why are you so late? How come you have no sense of time? Lu Hai spoke with considerable dissatisfaction, acting like a master. There's a traffic jam, what can I do? Li Bai shrugged and pulled Shinfei towards the empty seat. Only then did Lu Hai see Shinfei. Hey, isn't this Shinfei? Could it be that you don't even have a car and you're stuck in traffic? There was a burst of laughter at the scene. Chapter 60. The goddess helped me out. I'm sorry, Shinfei, it was just a joke, don't mind it. Lu Hai pretended to be magnanimous. But the sarcasm between his brows was obvious. If you really want to take care of your emotions, why would you say such things? Is it still a good thing to be a virtuous woman if she doesn't want to be a whore anymore? Shinfei was speechless and could only tell the truth. I drank a little last night, so I couldn't drive, so I asked Li Bai to pick me up. If you want to accuse someone of a crime, you can always find a pretext. It was clearly the truth, but when Lu Hai heard it, it had a different meaning. Oh, I was wrong. I shouldn't have disregarded your dignity. But, what are you doing? We may be poor, but lying is not an option. Isn't it? This is the basic principle of life. His earnest words of advice drew the approval of others. Yes, Lu Hai is right. Shinfei, we all know about your family situation, but you can't lie. That's right, it's just that you don't have a car. We won't laugh at you. We're all classmates, so it's not shameful not to have a car. I know a few people who deal in used cars. Would you like me to introduce you to some? Just when everyone was criticizing Shinfei. Sorry, the traffic was so bad, I didn't expect to be late. When a clear female voice came, Shinfei was shocked all over. This voice. Isn't it Su Xilan? Shinfei looked over quickly and saw Su Xilan. After not seeing each other for many years, Su Xilan didn't look ugly at all. Instead, she looked more charming and graceful than before. Even strangers would be attracted by her. The feelings that were once almost forgotten resurfaced, and even there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes. This is youth. Naturally, the rest of the people also saw Su Xilan appear. However, their attitudes towards Shinfei and the others were completely different. It's a blessing for us that Xilan can come. It's just a delay of a few minutes. It's no big deal. That's right, there has indeed been some traffic congestion in Cloud City recently. We can all understand that. Don't worry about these details. Come, Xilan, I've reserved a seat for you. Classic double standard scene. We are all late, but why is there such a big gap between people? Shinfei jokingly said, Miss Su, there must be a punishment for being late. I'm late too, so I'll punish everyone by drinking 3 cups. Shinfei was just joking. He never persuaded anyone to drink, let alone a woman. But others were not happy. They all started to denounce Shinfei. Shinfei, how come you don't know how to be gentle with women? You drink all day long and have a good alcohol tolerance, so you can punish yourself with 3 cups, but Xilan is a girl, maybe she won't even drink. Exactly. You're so petty, it's a shame you're still a man. I've never met such a shameless man. No wonder he can't even afford a car. Faced with everyone's accusations, Shinfei was too lazy to pay any attention. Su Xilan couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He actually stood up and said, Okay, stop talking. We're all the same. He was punished, and I should be punished too. Here, this glass of wine, I'll make amends to everyone. The situation then eased. Look at Xilan, this is what we call magnanimity. That's right, unlike some men who would hold on to any little flaw. You deserve to be poor. People like this should be single for the rest of their lives. Shinfei only felt that the voices of others were noisy. What he really cares about is whether Su Xilan has a good impression of him because she helped him out. Just as Shinfei was daydreaming, he didn't notice that through the gap of the half-open door, a young man was looking at him in surprise. What the hell? Am I seeing right? Is that Mr. Jian? Mr. Jian is here to spend money? Zhao Zirong was dumbfounded. I vaguely remember that the last time I met President Jian was through Chen Xiangnan's relationship. Now that Mr. Jian has come to his own store to consume, isn't that just bringing relationships to his doorstep? His eyes lit up immediately. He took out his mobile phone and opened the Goldfish platform. Because he didn't have Shinfei's WeChat, he could only try to contact Shinfei in this way. But Shinfei didn't pay attention to his phone, so how could he see the private message on Goldfish? After sending the message, Zhao Zirong was extremely anxious. The world of the rich second generation is not as beautiful as ordinary people think, and there are also conflicts between brothers. However, he was in a disadvantageous position in the fight, and the only way to improve the situation was to find a backer. The appearance of Shinfei gave him new hope. Shinfei can easily spend hundreds of millions of yuan. If he is willing to lend him a helping hand, why worry about the instability of the family business? Must win today. Never let hope slip away. He made up his mind secretly. After waiting for a long time without receiving a reply, he finally turned to the branch manager beside him and asked, "Where's that bottle of 47 Cheval Blanc? Is it in the store?" "Yes, third young master." "Do you want to ship it to other stores now?" "No." "Now, send this bottle of wine to that private room and give it to me as a gift." "Gift? Young master." The manager looked surprised. But Zhao Zirong was even more determined. "Don't talk nonsense, don't tell me to do things, I tell you to do it, you do it." The manager didn't dare to be negligent. He nodded repeatedly and went to the backstage. "If you like After the School Bell Falls in Love with Me, please bookmark it, After the School Bell Falls in Love with Me." Chapter 61. Who are you? Inside the private room. Everyone was bragging and talking as if they wanted to recount all the glory they had achieved in the past few years. Isn't a class reunion just this kind of occasion? What are you doing recently? How much money did you make? Do you have a car? Do you have a house? Do you have any savings? Questions were thrown out one after another, just like the interrogation by relatives during the Chinese New Year. Nature. After asking these questions, they will also smugly report their achievements. It makes you feel frustrated and also makes him feel a sense of accomplishment, so he can do it with all his might. Compared with them, Shinfei and Li Bai are more like outsiders. In fact, Li Bai's family background is not bad, but he really can't get along with those people. Tisk, it's just a few houses, they act like they earned it themselves, but they still have to rely on their family. My family already had 4 houses 10 years ago. Am I proud? Shinfei, don't just focus on drinking. You finally get to meet Su Xilan, don't you want to show some appreciation? Shinfei shrugged and drank another glass of wine. What does that mean? Although I still have some feelings, they have faded. I don't have the same impulse as before. TSK, you haven't seen too many beauties, so you don't feel cold anymore, right? How do you know? Li Bai said it casually, but he didn't expect Shinfei to actually admit it, which made him speechless. However, he didn't know that this response was truly from Shinfei's heart. Although Su Xilan is very beautiful, Xia Ziyun and the others are also pretty good looking. These people are around me all day long, and my concept of beauty has also risen. What still attracted him to Su Xilan was nothing more than the feelings he had for her in the past. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Beauty is only for other people. Thinking of this, Shinfei also smiled at Li Bai. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and the manager walked in with a bottle of red wine and a smile on his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, we heard that you have distinguished guests gathering here, so our hotel specially gave you this bottle of red wine. We hope you all have a good time and enjoy your meal." Gift red wine? After hearing this, everyone present was bewildered. Why are you giving me red wine for no reason? I have never heard of such a service before. In the confusion, only Lu Hai noticed the word distinguished guest in the conversation, and his eyes lit up immediately. "Oh, the free drinks are because you're a distinguished guest, right?" "Yes." The manager responded. Lu Hai was delighted and took the drink. "Okay, the distinguished guest already knows about this. You can go back now. By the way, tell your boss that the distinguished guest is very happy." The manager didn't suspect anything, nodded and left. When the door was closed, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from the crowd. Oh. I see. The distinguished guest that person was talking about must be Mr. Liu. After all, among all of us, you are the most prestigious one. So that's how it is. Those people must have wanted to curry favor with Master Liu, so they did this. Then we really gain honor by following young Master Liu? Ha ha. Isn't this the reason why Liu Hai stepped forward? Seeing everyone's reaction, Liu Hai was very satisfied. Although he didn't understand the situation, as his classmates said, who else present could have such a presence besides him? It must be because my father has some connection with this hotel that this scene happened. He was secretly determined. Suddenly, Su Xilan exclaimed, "Wow, I know this wine. Isn't this the 1947 White Horse? How could it be given away like this? White Horse from 47? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Although people don't know much about red wine, they also know that the older the wine is, the more expensive it is. 47 years? It lasted for more than 70 years. How expensive is this price? Moreover, it was delivered directly? Liu Hai couldn't help but be a little surprised, but he quickly calmed down. Oh? The 47 White Horse? Then I really have to thank them very much. I feel a little embarrassed. Su Xilan nodded. Indeed, this kind of wine, not to mention the price alone, starts at $1 million, but more importantly, it's always been in short supply. They're really giving you a lot of face by giving it away. Millions. Still out of stock. Everyone present gasped. Even the look in his eyes when he looked at Liu Hai changed slightly. Mr. Liu, come here. I offended you quite a bit when we were in school. Although it's all old news, I still have to apologize. I hope Mr. Liu won't be angry with me. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Mr. Liu, I know you already have Xin Lily, but since Xin Lily didn't come today, why don't you take a closer look at me? Shameless. You're flirting with Mr. Liu so blatantly. Is Mr. Liu that kind of person? Humph, Mr. Liu, why don't you leave me your contact information later? I live alone. The men began to build a brotherhood. The woman began to show off her beauty. For a moment, a class reunion was turned into a gathering of bootlickers. However, Liu Hai is obviously enjoying it. Glancing at everyone, he immediately picked up the bottle opener. Okay, we're all here to have fun. Now, let me open this bottle of wine for everyone. Bang! The cork rose and the aroma of wine immediately filled the entire private room. Everyone was intoxicated by it, and then began to praise Liu Hai even more enthusiastically. However, unexpectedly, at this moment, the door opened again. Everyone, have you had your drinks? Are you satisfied? Zhao Zirong walked in with a smile, his eyes directly looking in the direction of Xinfei. However, Xinfei had no intention of watching these scenes, and was not even looking in his direction at this time. Your eyes meant nothing? Zhao Zirong frowned slightly. Liu Hai, who was standing by, came over cordially and said, "Brother, this is the bottle of wine you gave me, right?" Yeah, how's it going? Okay, right? Of course. The aroma of this wine alone is enough to make everyone salivate. We can all feel the brotherhood. Because of Xinfei's presence, Zhao Zirong was relatively respectful to these people. Until Liu Hai suddenly pointed his finger at Xinfei. This kind of fine wine is probably something these people will never be able to drink in their lifetime. This is a gift from the boss. People like you, don't even think about having a sip. Xinfei still didn't look up, so naturally he couldn't see this scene. But this was clearly seen by Zhao Zirong. Zhao Zirong was stunned, obviously not expecting such a situation to happen. He looked at the two of them, then immediately changed his expression decisively and snatched the white horse from Liu Hai. Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at our Jianzong like that? If you like After the School Bell Falls in Love with Me, please bookmark it, After the School Bell Falls in Love with Me. Chapter 62. You believe this? Sword. Mr. Sword? Everyone present was confused. Could it be that this bottle of wine worth millions is not dedicated to Liu Hai? Who is Mr. Jian? There is no one here with the word sword in his name. Confused, Xinfei finally raised his head and looked at the person coming over. You? I seem to have some impression of you. Zhao Zirong's eyes lit up and he came forward with drinks in hand. Boss Jian, that's right. We met last time at the Western restaurant with Brother Chen and the others. I'm Zhao Zirong, the son of the owner of this hotel chain. Oh, this is your shop. The food is pretty good. Xinfei suddenly realized, but a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. But, what can I do for you? Zhao Zirong was stunned, then he realized that Xinfei seemed to be unaware of the gift of wine, so he quickly offered him the wine. It's like this. I just saw Mr. Jian spending money here. I didn't have much to offer him, so I brought this bottle of our treasure. I hope Mr. Jian will accept it. The store's treasure? Xinfei glanced at the bottle of red wine and shook his head repeatedly. I don't like drinking red wine very much. You should drink this wine yourself. That's true. Once upon a time, Xinfei was just a poor boy. Most of the alcoholic beverages we come into contact with are beer. I have hardly ever touched something like red wine, so naturally I can't say that I like it. When I heard the words treasure of the store, I knew how precious this wine was, so I didn't want to waste it on myself. However, when these words fell into Zhao Zirong's ears, they took on another meaning. Xinfei rejected his kindness. A flash of panic crossed his face. Jian, Boss Jian, did I do something wrong? No, I just really don't like drinking red wine. Okay. Then, Mr. Jian, what do you want to drink? Just tell the manager. As long as we have it, we'll definitely satisfy you. At the same time, I'll cover all your expenses in this hotel. It's free for everyone. Free for all. You know, in order to better demonstrate their financial strength, the organizers of this reunion did not choose a remote place. The cost of this hotel starts at least 5 figures. If you add some outrageous things, I'm afraid the price will be even higher. The price will be higher. However, Zhao Zirong said at this time that it was free for everyone. How could everyone present not be surprised? However, while they were surprised, they were relieved after taking a glimpse of the bottle of wine worth millions. Millions of bottles of wine have been given away, so what is the harm in giving one bottle for free? Just a small amount. In an instant, everyone came back to their senses from the shock, but the expressions on their faces when they looked at Xinfei were no longer the same as before. Brother Shen, I'm Xiao Jiang. I bought you some water back then. I wonder if Brother Shen still remembers me. Brother Shen, we used to sit at the same table, do you remember? Brother Shen, I haven't seen you for a few years. You're getting more and more handsome now. A fence sitter will lean to the side of the wind. Seeing that Zhao Zirong was trying so hard to curry favor with Xinfei, the students present all started to have bad thoughts. But they didn't notice that the more they spoke like this, the more embarrassed Lu Hai next to them became. It seemed as if Lu Hai had become a person abandoned by everyone. He was the center of attention before, but in the blink of an eye he became an outsider. How could he swallow this? He hesitated for a few seconds, not knowing what was wrong with him. Without thinking deeply, he just sneered, don't think that just because others call him Boss Jian, he's the boss. He can't even afford a car, and he's still pretending. Car? As soon as these words came out, before Xinfei could say anything, Zhao Zirong was the first to express his doubts. Boss Jian, didn't you drive out your 50 million Bugatti Veyron today? Bugatti Veyron worth 50 million. Both the value in front and the name in the back shocked everyone present. Even Lu Hai widened his eyes. What Bugatti Veyron? How could he, a poor loser who can only wait tables in a restaurant, possibly afford a car like that? Impossible. You must be bragging. You must be bragging together. He roared, finding it hard to accept all this. Zhao Zirong couldn't help himself when he heard it. Don't worry, Mr. Jian. I've seen this kind of scene many times. Please sit down and watch me perform. After saying this, Zhao Zirong stepped forward and came to Lu Hai on the spot. Poor loser? Who are you calling a poor loser? If even Mr. Jian is called a poor loser, then what are you? Things? Judging from your outfit, I think Mr. Jian's spending in 1 hour is more than your entire net worth. How dare you say that to Mr. Jian? Let's not talk about whether President Jian works as a waiter in a restaurant. Even if he does, he's definitely there to experience life. You country bumpkins, do you know what it means to be low-key? President Jian pursues a low profile. Do you really think he has no money? You're stupid. Also, you're calling me a liar? It just so happens that I'm just about to prove my identity, Manager Zhao. Get the hell over here. As soon as he finished speaking, the manager who had delivered the wine came running in hurriedly. Facing the angry Zhao Zirong, he immediately broke out in a sweat. Master, what's wrong with you? Zhao Zirong waved his hand. It's okay. This guy said I was a liar and wanted to verify my identity. I'll ask him to verify it and then throw him out. He'll be blacklisted from now on. Our Zhao family hotel will refuse to accept any orders from him. Yes. Manager Zhao spoke in a firm and decisive manner and immediately called a few security guards. Lu Hai was full of surprise, and was still shouting words like impossible until the last second before he disappeared. After the voice completely faded away, Zhao Zirong turned around with a smile. Boss Jian, do you think this is appropriate? You're not bad, kid. You even helped us get rid of those annoying flies. Okay, what did you say your name was? Zhao Zirong. Zhao Zirong. Zhao as in Zhao Yun, Z as in sun, Rong as in glory. Zhao Zirong seemed very excited and almost shouted out. Xin Fei was filled with embarrassment and said with disdain, Your image, please pay attention to your image. You are the young master here, but you don't care about your image at all. Hee, I was just too excited and couldn't hold it back for a moment. It was Boss Jian who taught me a lesson. I'll control my expression right now. Zhao Zirong is about the same age as Xin Fei, so there is no obstacle in communication between them. After a brief exchange and adding each other on WeChat, Zhao Zirong left contentedly. Everyone then turned their gazes towards Xin Fei. Xin Fei, are you really a low-key rich second generation? You believe this? If I were a rich second generation, would I still be this poor? If you like After the School Bell Falls in Love with Me, please bookmark it, After the School Bell Falls in Love with Me. Chapter 63, Diverting the Trouble. Only a fool would admit that he is rich. Admitting it can certainly make you look cool, but in this kind of relationship with classmates, it will undoubtedly only cause you more trouble. Taking advantage of this classmate relationship, who knows what demands they will make? Xin Fei is a person who dislikes trouble, so he naturally tries to avoid it if possible. At the same time, he was not wrong. No matter how much money he has, he is definitely not a rich second generation. After the words were spoken, everyone present gradually felt relieved. There are many people who pretend to be poor, but they have never seen anyone pretending to be poor for 5 or 6 years. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frug. Rich people can exude an aura of wealth in their every move, and they would never look like Xin Fei. However, Su Xilan has a different opinion from others. She stared at Xin Fei, as if trying to find out something. That person just called you Boss Jian, but your name doesn't contain the word Jian. So, this name is most likely a code name or something like that. As far as I know, recently, there seems to be a wealthy person appearing on the live streaming platform, and his name contains the word Jian. Could this person be you? One sword decides everything. In recent days, he has been spending lavishly, with various media outlets competing to report on the matter. Even people outside the circle have heard of it. Everyone exclaimed on the spot. No way? That sword that decides everything, couldn't it be you? The wealthy man who gives out hundreds of millions of dollars in rewards at every turn, is actually you? My classmate is so awesome. No wonder that guy just said that Xin Fei's daily expenses are higher than Lu Hai's. I thought he was joking. That makes sense. No wonder others can just give away millions of dollars worth of wine. Every sound is pleasant to the ears. Even Li Bai beside him looked at Xin Fei in surprise. Xin Fei was full of helplessness. Why is it so difficult to keep a low profile these days? Everything has been explained, but Su Xilan insists on digging into the matter. With a little resentment, Xin Fei quietly glared at Su Xilan, but unexpectedly, this glance immediately triggered the sound of the system. Ding, the strategy mission starts. Name, Su Xilan. Age, 22 years old. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 9.1. Favorability, 20. Xin Fei was stunned and his face suddenly turned black. It turns out that this system is determined to turn me into a scumbag. Although Su Xilan was his goddess before, times have changed and things are different now. The feeling he had back then has long faded. Even if it is a throbbing sensation, it is just a memory of the past. Even because her name contains the word Z, Xin Fei couldn't help but think of Xia Ziyun when he saw her at this time. Have no choice. Shenfei shook his head repeatedly, and then he explained, how can that be possible? How can I compare to that Jianzone? I heard that his net worth is over $1 trillion. Do I look like someone who can have a net worth over $1 trillion? In order to demonstrate his persuasiveness, Shenfei spread out his clothes while speaking. What does trillions mean? For a young person, let alone trillions, even if it is hundreds of millions, he is definitely a top young talent. And Shenfei, no matter from which angle you look at him, doesn't seem like that kind of person. Everyone looked at it carefully, full of doubts. The same is true for Su Xilan. But she still refused to give up her guess. Okay, then tell me, why did that person just now call you Mr. Jian? And why was he so respectful to you? Although improvisation is Shenfei's strong point, it is not an easy task to suddenly make up a believable story. Shenfei was a little embarrassed. But soon, his eyes lit up. Since it's so difficult to make up excuses, why bother making them up? It's better to solve it in another way. Su Xilan, you ask so many questions and are so aggressive. Could it be that you're trying to make trouble for me because I told you were late and you're holding a grudge against me? Ah? Su Xilan was stunned. She obviously didn't expect Shenfei to suddenly change the subject. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. At the same time, the rest of the people looked over with questioning eyes. It seemed as if to say, Su Xilan is such a petty person. Feeling this, Su Xilan felt aggrieved and denied it repeatedly. No, I'm not that kind of person. I just want to know the truth. Isn't what I'm saying the truth? People like Jianzong are simply not people our class can interact with. You insist on tying me to him. Aren't you setting me up? What if a classmate has problems in the future and asks me for help? I obviously can't help. If I refuse, others will still say bad things about me. If I don't even help with this little thing, wouldn't I be dumb and swallow my bitter pills? After the conversation ended, everyone nodded. Yeah, Xilan, how could that person who can decide everything with one sword be our classmate? We can't get in touch with people like that. Xilan, we know you're not a petty person, but please don't embarrass Shenfei like this. No matter what, today's meal is Shenfei's treat. We're just having a class reunion, why are you asking so many questions? Isn't it nice for everyone to eat and drink well? Perhaps due to Zhao Ziron's influence, everyone's stance has obviously changed. Su Xilan had never been spoken of like this before. She felt so wrong that tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing this scene, Shenfei couldn't bear it anymore. All right, everyone, stop talking. How could our Xilan be the kind of person I just described? I was just trying to liven up the atmosphere, haha. Shenfei laughed awkwardly. But I have to say that when your words have a certain authority, even an awkward laugh is enough to break the deadlock. Hearing the laughter, Li Bai took the lead in laughing along, which led to more people laughing. Amidst bursts of laughter, people finally moved on from the incident and no one blamed Su Xilan anymore. Su Xilan sat in the corner, staring blankly at Shenfei's face, and was actually moved in an instant. Although the incident was caused by Shenfei, he seems to be a man who really cares about women. People are sometimes such complicated things. When she thinks good of you, she will automatically ignore the bad things you do. Su Xilan, favorability +5. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was full. This class reunion finally ended with laughter and joy. Where are we going later? Singing? How about it? Why go sing in the afternoon? Why not go play mahjong? My hands are itching to play. No, Mom said we can't participate in this kind of activity. Everyone discussed and came to the hall together. However, the scene in the hall really shocked everyone. If you like After the School Bell Falls in Love with Me, please bookmark it, After the School Bell Falls in Love with Me. Chapter 64, Still Saying He Can't Chat. Dozens of hotel employees stood upright in 2 rows, leaving only a path for people to pass through. Seeing the crowd approaching, dozens of people bowed and shouted. We cordially send off President Jian. We welcome you to visit us next time. What? Isn't free enough? Do we have to go through this farewell ceremony? Everyone was surprised and turned their eyes to Shenfei. Shenfei was filled with embarrassment. You can tell with your ass that this is Zhao Zirong's masterpiece. Presumably, after what happened before, Zhao Zirong realized that he was attending a class reunion and just wanted to give himself some face. However, this is too embarrassing. Are you sure you want to give yourself face, not embarrass yourself? Where's the promise of keeping a low profile? Can this still be called low-key? Shinfei shook his head repeatedly, then turned to the crowd and said, "Well, I have something else to do this afternoon, so I'll be leaving first." After saying this, Shinfei hurriedly took a step forward, ignoring the surprised looks of others. Li Bai followed closely behind. The two arrived at the hotel gate one after the other, and the sound of fireworks suddenly rang out from both sides of the gate. "Farewell, Mr. Jian." The orderly voice rang out again, and Shinfei walked faster. "No. After returning, I must teach Zhao Zirong a lesson. This guy is so uncultured." He fled back to the car, and Li Bai got in. He finally couldn't help laughing out loud. "Ha, Mr. Jian, you have a pretty good lineup. Please stop teasing me. This has nothing to do with me. It was all done by Zhao Zirong." "Yeah, that's what I was saying. You watch so much online, but how could you act like such a loser? Turns out it was that guy who did it." Li Bai teased, then gradually became serious. "But, Shinfei, are you hiding something from me? Others can't see it, but how can I not see it? Were the 3 years of high school together wasted? I can tell you have diarrhea just by sticking your butt out. There's clearly something wrong with you regarding what happened today." "Fuck, did you find out?" Shinfei pretended to be surprised, but it was just an act. Li Bai understands him, and doesn't he understand Li Bai too? How could I hide it from his eyes if I changed my attitude of being a bootlicker? Shinfei smiled and gradually straightened his expression. "Since you have discovered me, I will reveal my cards. In fact, I am the hidden rich man. God of wealth. Holy shit, you're really good, I didn't even notice it after all these years. With your acting skills, you deserve a Best Actor award. Be low-key, low-key. People always say that boys should be raised in poverty. I'm actually the same way." Li Bai suddenly realized, but didn't say anything more. Different from others who want to curry favor with Shinfei. On the one hand, his own family background is not bad, so he doesn't have to curry favor with others. On the other hand, given his relationship with Shinfei, why would he need to curry favor with him? When he heard that Shinfei was rich now, he was just happy for Shinfei. Apart from that, he had no other thoughts. For someone like him, isn't what he wants a relationship that is not tied down by money? Otherwise, how could he have gotten so close to Shinfei? Coincidentally, Shinfei was also happy with this. Seeing that Li Bai did not ask any further questions, Shinfei felt relieved. This brother, there is no intersection. He was sent back to school and to the dormitory, where Zhang Ziang was the only one left. As I walked in, Zhang Ziang's face full of sorrow caught my eye. "What's wrong? Are you arguing again?" Shinfei frowned and asked. Zhang Ziang shook his head repeatedly. "No, but it seems to be more serious than quarreling." "How do you say that?" After I stopped being a bootlicker, I feel like I don't know how to get along with her anymore. I'm so unaccustomed to it. Now, she and I don't even know how to chat about the day." Zhang Ziang's face was full of embarrassment. When he said this, he even glanced outside the door, fearing that it would be embarrassing if it got out. Shinfei was at a loss for words, but also relieved. Living like that for a long time has become a habit, and sudden changes will indeed bring a sense of discomfort. However, although there is some discomfort, it does not mean that there is anything wrong with this change. What's wrong is that we shouldn't have formed that habit before. Shinfei paused, thinking about how to persuade him, when he suddenly heard a noise in his pocket. I took out my phone and saw a friend request on it. Su Xilan. Although he didn't know how she knew his WeChat, when he saw the scene, Shinfei immediately came up with a plan. Here we are, the opportunity for an experiment has arrived. Don't you know how to chat? Come, there's someone here who can give you an experiment. Just treat her as Zhao Ran and talk to her in a cool and dominant manner. As Shinfei spoke, he handed the phone to Zhang Ziang. Zhang Ziang was stunned for a moment and waved his hands repeatedly. No, this will work. This is your WeChat. How can I use your WeChat to conduct experiments? Absolutely not. Why are you being so polite to me? I told you to chat, so just chat. Don't talk to me about all that nonsense. I'm drunk and feeling terrible. I'm going to the bathhouse to take a shower. Can you please do me a favor while you're at it? But I really don't know how to chat. Zhang Ziang was still hesitating, but Shinfei directly stuffed the phone into his hand. He grabbed a towel, soap, and other items, then turned around and left the dormitory. Staring blankly at the phone in front of him, Zhang Ziang was at a loss. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Sue's Island, Shinfei, I heard from others that you had a crush on me for 3 years. Is that true? Secret crush? Can I conduct experiments in this situation? Zhang Ziang was stunned. The next second, the message rang again. Sue's Island, what are you doing? You should be back to school by now, right? I'm sorry about what happened today, I really didn't think too much about it. Sue's Island, are you there? Messages came one after another, and each one struck Zhang Ziang's heart. A few minutes later. Only then did Zhang Ziang resolutely pick up the phone. Okay, this is your own request. If the conversation really breaks down, please don't blame me. After saying that, he rolled his eyes and replied, It's okay, it's all over. Sue's Island, then you, aren't you angry with me? Zhang Ziang, you also said that I had a crush on you for so long, how could I be angry with you? Sue's Island, then are we still friends? Zhang Ziang, either is fine. Although he was playing the role of Shinfei, it had to be said that Zhang Ziang was a little excited during this conversation. This made Shinfei in the bathhouse feel very surprised. Sue's Island, favorability 5. Sue's Island, favorability 5. Just by taking a shower, Sue's Island's favorability towards him increased from 25 points to 40 points. Although it still pales in comparison with others, you have to know that this is equivalent to training from scratch. He said he couldn't chat, but he was pretty good at it. Chapter 65 Idol Scout. Back in the dormitory, Zhang Ziang was lying on the bed with one leg crossed. On each side of him was a mobile phone, obviously trying to do both. Shinfei burst out laughing, You said you can't chat, but I think you are quite talented. Oh, stop teasing me. I'm not under any pressure. The phone is yours anyway, and others will think it's you. You can say whatever you want. Zhang Ziang sighed, then looked at Shinfei with a smirk on his face, But, Shinfei, there are quite a lot of girls in your phone list. I didn't notice it before, but now I see, are you starting to become a scumbag? What scumbag? Don't talk nonsense. I don't usually chat with others. Shinfei looked serious, which really made Zhang Ziang laugh. Oh, we didn't chat much. It was just someone looking for you. It took me a while to take a shower. Come, let me read you 6 messages from Xia Ziyan, 4 from Zhang Ningning, 3 from Wang Yufei, and Lu Yike. Shinfei's face was filled with black lines. He rushed forward and blocked his mouth. Stop. Stop right there. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Zhang Ziang smiled and returned the phone to Shinfei. Shinfei rolled his eyes, glanced at his phone, replied one by one, then stood up and walked outside again. I'm going to the cafeteria to eat. Do you want to take me? No, Zhaoran said he wanted to treat me to a meal. Shinfei gave a middle finger and disappeared into the dormitory. After taking a shower, Shinfei's overall appearance was fully revealed. Although she was wearing slippers and was dressed casually, she still created a beautiful scene, and people around her kept looking at her in amazement. Wow! Is he Shinfei? He's so handsome. I can't take it anymore. I want his looks. Which class is he in? I want his contact information. I want to give birth to a baby boy for him. My baby's father needs this kind of appearance gene. He is much more handsome than those oppas who stole the country. Every sound is pleasant to the ears. Shinfei had no choice but to suppress his smile and quicken his pace. It seems that I have to buy a mask when I go out in the future. Who can resist this attraction? What if some crazy fan comes out and gives you a surprise? At this moment, although I am not a star, I also have the worries of a star. Shinfei shook his head repeatedly. But at this moment, a figure suddenly blocked his way. Handsome boy, I see you have amazing bones, it's really. I won't buy it. I don't want to learn more. I won't sign up for swimming and fitness. The sudden 3 denials really surprised the person in front of him. However, she quickly recovered and burst out laughing, Handsome boy, you misunderstood. I'm not that kind of person. In fact, I'm a campus scout who specializes in discovering people on campus who are suitable to be idols. Scout? Idol? Shinfei was surprised, and only then could he see the face of the person in front of him clearly. Dressed in a professional outfit and wearing bright makeup, she exudes mature charm in every gesture. Just one look at her is enough to make ordinary people unable to stop. Except Shinfei. Not only was Shinfei not impressed by her beauty, he even took a step back, fearing that the system would bind him. Little did they know that this scene was surprising the visitor. This young man has great concentration. Ji Zixin nodded with satisfaction. I'm Ji Zixin from Pinduan Media. I see that you're very good looking and have good character. Listen to me, if you debut, you'll definitely beat those popular young idols. Beat up the young handsome guy? Shinfei couldn't help but frown, and the images of those young handsome men appeared in his mind, and he shuddered suddenly. It's not that he thinks anything of young handsome guys, but he really can't praise the behavior of some of them. A man should act like a man. He shook his head and refused decisively. Forget it, I'm not interested in those things, go find someone else. After saying that, he walked around Ji Zixin and continued walking towards the cafeteria. Ji Zixin was stunned on the spot. I was rejected just like that. Having been in the industry for several years, Ji Zixin has had almost no obstacles on this path thanks to his outstanding appearance. For someone she likes, she rarely hesitates, let alone rejects him. After all, if there is, she can use her own advantages to dispel their concerns and make them follow her. But today, I was rejected like this? She couldn't help but frown. Turning her head to look at Shinfei's back, she gritted her teeth and followed him decisively. I just don't believe that there is still someone I can't handle these days. After she finished speaking, she also chased to Shinfei. Classmate, wait for me. Tell me if you have any concerns. Is it about salary? Or career? We can discuss it. There's nothing to discuss. If you're not interested, then you're not interested. There's no way to cultivate someone who's not interested. 500,000. 500,000 a year, and this is just the probation period. You have to know that with your ability, this is just the beginning. In Ji Zixin's eyes, for a college student who has not yet been born, 500,000 is definitely an irresistible temptation. Whenever she mentions this, she can't help but feel proud. 500,000? Is money really that easy to make? In fact, the 500,000 yuan she mentioned was just a blank check. Even if the contract states that there is 500,000 yuan, when it reaches the recipient, there will inevitably be various restrictions. In the end, it would be a blessing to be able to get 100,000 yuan. This method of defrauding college students has always worked. However, Shinfei just gave him a blank look. Do you think I'm short of money? Ji Zixin was stunned, and immediately looked Shinfei up and down, shaking his head repeatedly. I thought this guy had good character, but I didn't expect he could brag without blushing. The way he's dressed doesn't look like someone from a wealthy family. After a slight hesitation, she continued, handsome boy, it's okay for you to reject me, but how can you say such lies? This is wrong. Why don't you add me on WeChat and give me some more consideration? I said, I'm not going, don't bother me, I'm eating. Shinfei was getting a little impatient. Haven't I been clear enough? Why can't this person understand what people say? After saying that, he quickened his pace without paying any attention to the man's expression. After being rejected again, Ji Zixin got angry. How could she, who had had a smooth life, tolerate such grievance? Hey! Handsome boy, are you really not going to think about it again? No. Ji Zixin was also a little annoyed at this time. Why wouldn't this kid listen to any good or bad words? She's such a beautiful woman and has been begging him for so long, but he's completely indifferent? How despicable. What kind of person are you? You have such a great opportunity, but you still refuse it. Do you think I'm a liar? I can tell you're from a poor village. Your parents didn't raise you well, so you think everyone is a liar. Ha, you're such a poor loser, who would care about the money you have? I'm a girl, what can I cheat you of? It's really funny. Hearing this, Shinfei stopped in his tracks and turned around. I'm warning you, you can talk and complain, but don't bring it up to your family. And don't insult the farmers casually. Without them, can you have enough to eat and still make trouble for me? Chapter 66, Internet Ban. Perhaps it was the bonus of his fighting skills, but this warning made Ji Zixin tremble all over, and for a moment, he couldn't even utter a word. When Shinfei walked away and entered the cafeteria, she finally came to her senses and muttered in disbelief, I was actually intimidated by a little brat? As she grumbled, a hint of pride emerged, and she immediately gritted her teeth. Instead of leaving, he waited there, waiting for Shinfei to come out after finishing his meal. Shinfei did not expect Ji Zixin to do this. After dinner, he did not think too much about it and returned the same way. Unexpectedly, as soon as I walked out of the cafeteria door, Ji Zixin's voice suddenly came from the side. Classmate, I'm giving you one last piece of advice. Promise me that debuting with us will definitely be a turning point in your life. Otherwise, what do you want? Shenfei frowned and turned his head to question. Ji Zixin sneered, do you really have to ask so much? I hope you know that some things, when said out loud, are a bit embarrassing for both you and me. I'd like to hear what you said that made you so confident. Shenfei couldn't help but sneer. Ji Zixin was stunned and gritted his teeth. My dear classmate, don't you know how powerful people like us are in this information age? Believe it or not, with just one word from me, people like you will be banned from the entire internet. As the last 4 words were uttered, Ji Zixin gradually revealed a hint of ferocity. Little did he know, Shenfei burst out laughing, that's it? Just you? What? You don't believe it? Ji Zixin sneered, and then said, I'm not afraid to tell you, Mr. Jian, the hottest topic on the internet lately. You know, our company has a great relationship with Mr. Jian. You may not believe that I have the ability, but what if it's Mr. Jian? Huh, killing a little brat like you is as easy as pinching an ant. Boss Jian? Shenfei was stunned on the spot. This sword master, isn't he just me? When did I become so powerful? When did I have anything to do with this kind of person's company? A look of confusion. But when Ji Zixin saw the scene, she thought that Shenfei was scared. Well, do you want to think about it more now? I wouldn't tell Mr. Jian's information to ordinary people. Now that you know it, you should also know how bright your future financial prospects will be. Shenfei felt awkward for a moment, but still waved his hand. No, I'll tell you this for the last time, no. Why are you so stubborn? Do you have to provoke us? It's obviously you who's provoking me. You. Ji Zixin couldn't stand still, stammered a few times, and decisively gave up refusing, and just took out his cell phone. Okay, you won't give up until you see the Yellow River, right? Then I'll let you know what society's cruelty is. After saying that, the phone dialed a number. Boss, yes, I'm Ji Zixin. It's nothing serious. I just ran into a little trouble here and need your help. No, he's just a college student. He probably doesn't have any background. He was so mean to me. I was scared, so I told my boss about it. Okay. Let's do this. I'll send his information to you, boss, later. Shenfei suddenly became interested. He didn't run away or try to stop it. He just stood there and watched quietly. After he finished the call, he murmured, Are you done? Ji Zixin nodded, What? Then it's my turn now. Shenfei sneered and took out his cell phone. Under Ji Zixin's surprised gaze, Shenfei dialed one of the numbers. The other side of the city. Inside a high-rise building, in the council hall. A group of people were holding a meeting with frowns on their faces, trying hard to suppress their hunger. A middle-aged man was walking around. If Shenfei were here, he would definitely not be unfamiliar with it. Isn't this Bao Huang? So, whether our group can rise from now on depends on our attention to these details. Do you understand? I understand. Okay, then, let's move on to the next question. Actually, this. Ding-ling-ling. A cell phone rang. Hearing this, Bao Huang was furious. Whose phone is on silent? Don't you know we're in a meeting now? Mr. Bao. Mr. Bao, it looks like this is your phone. Bao Huang was very embarrassed and quickly reached out to turn off the ringtone, but the name displayed on it really made him tremble all over. Mr. Sword. It's Mr. Jian calling. Although he didn't know why Mr. Jian called at this time, he definitely didn't dare to neglect it. He hurriedly took the phone, looked at everyone, and made a shushing gesture. Just digest it quietly for a moment, I'm going to take a call. The call is connected. Bao Huang, do you know Pingduan Media? I heard that this company is amazing, so I wanted to ask you about it. Pingduan Media? Mr. Bao was obviously stunned and looked up at everyone present. One of them quickly responded, Boss Bao, that's one of our subsidiaries. They specialize in discovering idol seeds on campus. They've been doing pretty well lately, and their performance is... Alright, stop talking. Mr. Bao frowned, his face full of impatience, and then he asked timidly, Mr. Jian, you should have heard it too, right? Mr. Jian, is there anything I can help you with? Is it the company under you? Yes, what happened to Mr. Jian? Ha, not bad, Bao Huang. Just now, the company under you told me that they want to ban me from the entire internet. It turns out that they have Bao Huang as their backer. No wonder they are so arrogant. Banned across the entire network? Ban Boss Jian? Upon hearing this, Bao Huang's expression darkened, and he repeatedly denied it. Impossible, Boss Jian, is there some misunderstanding? How could they ban you online? It must be a misunderstanding. There's no misunderstanding. Others have made it very clear. As long as my ears are fine, there's no misunderstanding. Bao Huang's face changed drastically. President Jian is obviously angry. There was even a hint of him taking his anger out on himself. No, President Jian, even if this is true, it has absolutely nothing to do with me. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. How dare you mess with President Jian? You must be tired of living. How could Emperor Bao dare to neglect his duty? He kept making promises with solemn oaths. After the call ended, he said firmly to the person in front of him, who manages Pingduan Media, I. Disband this immediately. Immediately. With a roar, the whole audience was shocked. The person being yelled at seemed a little dumbfounded, still hesitating, but Pingduan Media's recent performance. Disband. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Do you want to disband me too? No. I dare not. Don't dare to do it now. At this moment, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Anyone who can sit here is a veteran of the group. But they had followed Bao Huang for so many years, and this was the first time they saw Bao Huang so angry. For a moment, they all looked at the phone in Bao Huang's hand. I couldn't help but wonder, who on earth was that person who made that call? How could Bao Huang be so upset? Chapter 67. The company is gone. After the call was hung up, Ji Zixin still looked ignorant of the immensity of the world. What? You finished the call? Ha, do you think I'll be scared of you just because you pretend to make a phone call? If you say we're banning it across the entire internet, then we're banning it across the entire internet. You can't imagine our strength. Can you imagine my strength? Shunfei asked back expressionlessly. Ji Zixin snorted coldly. You? What kind of strength can a college student have? You really don't know your own limitations. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang. Ji Zixin looked down and saw that it was his boss. Hello? Boss, I'll give you that person's information in a moment, don't be so impatient. What the hell are you doing? Boss, I. After hearing the roar, Ji Zixin was obviously a little stunned. The person on the other end of the line didn't change because of his surprise. He continued to roar, I don't care what you did, stop what you're doing right now. And you're blocking others? Do you know who you're blocking? Who is it? Isn't it just a college student? A college student? Ha, that's Boss Jian. A college student? Why don't you just say he's a pauper? Sword. Mr. Sword? When Ji Zixin heard these two words, he was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Shunfei in front of him with his eyes wide open, and for a moment, he was at a loss. Is this young man Mr. Jian? How is this possible? Obviously, everything he's wearing costs less than 200 yuan in total. He doesn't look like a rich man at all. Mr. Jian, who spends hundreds of millions of dollars lavishly, is actually a college student? Are you kidding me? Boss, is this true? Is there something wrong? You're wrong. I won't say any more. You're fired. Fire. Fire me? Boss, you can't fire me. I've made a lot of contributions to the company. Give me another chance. I gave you a chance? Then who gave me a chance? Do you think I fired you? No. We were all fired. The company is gone. It's disbanded. The company is gone? Ji Zixin was even more surprised. If she was fired based on a phone call, perhaps the other party was indeed a very powerful person. But if it is based on, who could be the person who ruined the company just by borrowing a phone? Mr. Sword? No matter how unwilling she was to believe it, at this moment, she had to associate the name of Mr. Jian with the young man in front of her. After all, apart from President Jian, she really couldn't think of anyone else who could have this ability. Do. The cold sound of hanging up was heard, but her heart was even colder. Slowly putting down her phone, she looked at Shinfei in a daze. Jian. Mr. Jian, I was wrong. Is it okay if I'm wrong? Can I? Cannot. Shinfei said firmly, then added coldly, I have already given you a chance, and you didn't take it. You can't blame others. If you make a mistake, you should bear the consequences of your mistakes. If no one bears the consequences, then the world will be in chaos. Bear? How can we afford this? Since entering society, Ji Zixin has worked as a waiter, worked in an electronics factory, and done all kinds of dirty and tiring work. I finally got this job thanks to my own advantages, and it seemed that my life would change and my career would be successful. But at this moment, I told her that her dream was shattered. It's like trying your best to climb out of the abyss, but falling back into the abyss at the last step. How could she accept it? Tears of grievance suddenly welled up in Ji Zixin's eyes. Without caring about anything else, she fell to her knees with a thud. Boss Jian. Boss Jian. I didn't recognize you as Boss Jian. Seriously, I know I was wrong now. Please, can you please show some mercy and spare me? I'm willing to do anything for you to spare me. As she spoke, she slowly pulled down her shoulder straps. This scene is indeed not suitable for children. Stop. That's it. Am I that kind of person in your eyes? No. That's not what I meant. But your actions tell me that this is what you mean. Let me ask you, if I were not Boss Jian, how would you deal with me, a young man who has offended you? I. Ji Zixin hesitated and couldn't make out what he was saying for a long time. But Shinfei was satisfied after seeing this scene. If I were not Mr. Jian, I might have been. The entire network has been blocked. Although today's incident has little impact on me, if I let it run rampant, how many college students will be harmed? How many sword masters are there in the world? There is no one else but yourself. Therefore, Shinfei was particularly resolute at this time. Okay, you already understand. I won't say more. I'm going back to bed now. If you want to see my strength again, feel free to come with me. Having said this coldly, Shinfei turned around and walked towards the dormitory, leaving Ji Zixin lying weakly on the spot. It's over. It's all over. Why don't you do something else instead of provoking this ancestor? Ji Zixin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. His gaze moved to Shinfei's back. So what if it's Mr. Jian? Doesn't that make him less of a man? Ji Zixin, absolutely don't believe that there's no man I can't handle. Shinfei didn't care about Ji Zixin's situation. Back in the dormitory, the other three were playing online games, typing away on their keyboards frantically, very involved. Second brother, don't be scared, I'm coming to gank you, what are you afraid of? What the hell are you talking about? Can't you see I'm out of health? And you're still ganking? Where are you ganking your dad? Son, if you keep scolding me, I will never come to see you again. The harmonious scene really made Shinfei very happy. He suddenly remembered that he had received a reward for his esports skills before. Isn't this a good opportunity to show off? Sons, looking at your battle record, it doesn't look optimistic. It seems that Dad has to come and save you. Tisk, with your bronze skills? Are you worthy of it? You'll know whether it's a good match or not later. If you succeed, remember your father's kindness. Okay, if you take me flying, I'll call you Daddy, if not, you call me Daddy, how about that? What's your name? Father. Hey. Good boy. In the dormitory, a debate about family suddenly broke out. On the other side of the city. In a villa, a woman was sitting by the windowsill, looking worried. Along with the sound of hurried footsteps approaching, a call also rang in her ears. Zylan, how is that young man today? This person is Su Zylan. Su Zylan looked disgusted and responded without turning her head, disgusting. Mom, didn't you see the way he looked at me? Chapter 68 The Last Hope. Mom saw it, but isn't it because my daughter is so charming? Don't be angry, think on the bright side. His behavior just shows that he likes you very much. The mother smiled and walked to Su Zylan. Su Zylan pouted, looking even more aggrieved. What do you mean by liking? That's clearly discrimination. I feel uncomfortable when he looks at me. Mom, I know what you mean, but can you please think about me a little more? I, your daughter, really don't like him. Daughter, how many couples these days are truly in love with each other? Aren't most just getting by? That kid is actually quite good. He's not bad looking, speaks fluently, and knows how to care for others. His family is also wealthy. The last sentence is the key point. Sue Zyland said it all, with an expression of inexpressible grievance on her face. She shook her head repeatedly and said more firmly, "No. I don't want to settle for anything less, and I don't want to marry him." Upon hearing this, the mother's face clearly lost her patience, and she immediately roared, "You child. Why don't you think about things? You are already an adult, are you still hoping for some bullshit love? No. I don't have any extravagant expectations, but I also don't want to give my whole life to this kind of person. I don't want it. Your father and I have raised you for over 20 years. We always try to give you the best things we can, providing you with food, clothes, and even money to study abroad. What else are you dissatisfied with? Now that I'm asking you to help me out, are you so embarrassed? I know it's not easy for my parents, but I really don't want to live with that kind of person for the rest of my life. Mom, if things aren't going well at home, I can still go out and make money. We can work together to change the situation. We don't have to do this." "No? You said no, then you don't need it? You think it's so simple." The mother snorted coldly, and tears welled up in her eyes. After a while, she continued tearfully, "Last year, countless small and medium-sized businesses went bankrupt. Even those that didn't were severely damaged. Your dad was no exception. From last year until now, your father's company has been in a slump. He's tried every possible way to get loans and cash flow, but do you know how big the gap is? 80 million. A full 80 million. And that's just the most conservative estimate. Can you make money? How much can you make? What parent doesn't want their child to live a good life? If I hadn't been completely desperate, how could I have chosen to sacrifice you? Child. We've always thought about you, so could you please have some mercy and consider us too? As long as you are willing to marry him, they are willing to give us 100 million to help us through this difficult time. We really have no other choice but to rely on you." Sue Zyland couldn't help but burst into tears as she spoke her heart out. She knows everything about the family situation. Otherwise, I would not have returned to China this year. Marriage. This is not uncommon in the business circle. In fact, if you come from such a family, you have to be mentally prepared for it. The same is true for Sue Zyland. So, even though she has good conditions, she has never had a relationship since she started school. It's not that there is no adolescent restlessness. But she understood that no matter how she talked, it would all be in vain when she faced these things in the end. Since there is no future, she would rather never start. So she had already made preparations for this. But when she was actually faced with the marriage proposal, she still found it difficult to accept it. She didn't mind the other person's appearance or personality, but she couldn't accept the other person's unscrupulous eyes. It was as if he was looking at a piece of food, and he wanted to eat her right then and there. Nausea. Disgusted. Even to the point of disgust from the bottom of my heart. When she thought about the fact that Lee would have to be with such a person for the next few decades, she shook her head again and again. Mom, I know everything, but isn't there any other choice? Even if it's just changing someone, it's okay, as long as I don't feel so disgusted. Change? Do you think you have a choice now? Not only you, but we have no choice either. The mother spoke, then slowly stood up with an indifferent look on her face. We've already agreed to get engaged at noon tomorrow. Your father will need to get the funds in a few days. We can't put this off any longer. You should get up early tomorrow, dress yourself, and go to bed early. After saying that, she left without looking back, completely ignoring Sue Zyland, who was crying heartbreakingly. Bang! The door closed with a sound. Sue Zyland was filled with despair. Can someone help me? Who can? As she murmured, Shin Fei's figure appeared in her mind. Mr. Sword. If he is really that Jianzong, then wouldn't he be? At this moment, she seemed to see a ray of hope, and quickly took out her cell phone and asked. Shin Fei, are you really not Mr. Jian? On the other hand, human joys and sorrows are not all the same. Shin Fei was having a great time with his roommates. In a perfect team battle victory, Shinfei instantly got a triple kill. Holy crap! Third brother, you're definitely good at this. Have you been secretly practicing your skills without telling us? No way? You became so aggressive when you heard you had to call me dad after losing? Were you just pretending to be a loser before? No, I've been fooled, brothers. I absolutely cannot accept this. Glancing at his brilliant battle record, Shinfei couldn't stop smiling, and then he saw the message of inquiry. He didn't suspect anything and thought it was just a casual question from Su Xilan, so he rejected it hastily. However, unexpectedly, this rejection directly cut off Su Xilan's extravagant hopes. The game was a bit addictive, and the joy of fighting and victory made everyone in the dormitory unable to extricate themselves, and they played until late at night. When I woke up the next day, it was almost noon. A phone call suddenly made Shinfei alert. Shinfei, I have some shocking news for you. Although it may not be good news for you, I've thought about it and feel that you should be informed. Su Xilan's family seems to have been devastated by the epidemic and is on the verge of bankruptcy. In order to improve this situation, Su Xilan seems to be forced into marriage. They will be engaged at noon today. I'm not saying anything bad, but the guy she's engaged to is such a loser, ugly and lecherous. He's just relying on his family's wealth and has ruined countless beautiful girls. Li Bai came in an endless stream. As Shinfei listened, he suddenly remembered the message from last night. Perhaps, at that time, Su Xilan was not asking casually, but was asking for help from herself. My rejection was tantamount to severing her last shred of hope. Chapter 69. How dare you say such words? Perhaps, because of Xia Ziyun's existence, he no longer has the same feeling towards his first love. But it is undeniable that it is still an indelible memory. It was because of Su Xilan that I had this memory. Su Xilan must be a special existence. Now, realizing that his rejection had plunged Su Xilan into complete despair, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't sad. Only Shinfei himself knows the pain in his heart. After Li Bai finished speaking, Shinfei hurriedly hung up the phone. After finding the dialogue box, he agreed decisively. Yes. I'm the Jian Zone you were thinking of. Are you in any trouble? Once the message is sent, a long wait follows. 10 minutes. Half an hour. 1 hour. Every minute and every second was tormenting for Shinfei. Even after waiting no longer, he made a voice call. But the response from the other side was just busy. The engagement may have already begun. Shinfei was extremely anxious and quickly dialed Li Bai's number, turned around and drove away with the car keys. Inside the Jindu Hotel. In the meeting room on the top floor. The two families were gathered together with smiles on their faces. Except Su Xilan. She stared blankly at everything in front of her, like a walking corpse. Boss Dong, being able to become your in-laws is truly a blessing from my past life. Okay, as long as we sign this agreement, we will be a family from now on. Boss Dong smiled faintly and handed over an agreement. It was as if, at this moment, they were not getting engaged, but talking about work. Father Su forced a smile and accepted the agreement. I saw that there were some jaw-dropping treaties written clearly on it. Not only did it lower Su Xilan's status after she joined the Dong family, turning her into a slave, but it also made their company a subsidiary. Even the promised 100 million must be exchanged for an equal amount of shares. Fair? What is it? As long as this treaty is signed, not only Su Xilan, but also Su's father and his wife, and even the entire company will become subordinates. It's simply cannibalism. Even though Mr. Su desperately wanted the funds to save the day, he still couldn't help but feel angry at this moment. Boss Dong, what do you mean? Didn't we agree on a marriage? This. It's clearly annexation. Although Father Su had not finished speaking, everyone present understood what he meant. Boss Dong suddenly laughed and patted Father Su's shoulder. Brother Su, you're a sensible person. You know that in your situation, there aren't many people willing to take over. I'm the only one who's kind enough to do this. Do you want to spend the rest of your life in jail? You have no choice. The 4 words no choice were like sharp needles, piercing Su's father's heart. His expression was complicated, but for a moment, he couldn't say no. This is the reality. The so-called friendship is completely shattered in the face of interests. After weighing all the pros and cons, in the end, he could only let out a long sigh. Oh, I sign. If he wasn't really at his wit's end, why would he be here? He gritted his teeth and resolutely reached out to pick up the pen. The Dong family members nearby were all smiling happily. Among them, Dong Ziming, who was engaged to Su Xilan, also excitedly extended his hand to Su Xilan. One touch. Su Xilan felt a huge sense of nausea and slapped his hand away with her backhand. "Do not touch me." The angry shout was so loud that it made everyone in the Dong family look gloomy. "You little girl, how could you be so ungrateful? After signing this agreement, you are a member of my Dong family, you are my daughter-in-law, so what if my son touches you? Do you think you are so precious?" Dong's mother scolded and pushed Dong Ziming towards Su Xilan. Su Xilan panicked and looked at her mother for help. But her mother's reaction really made her feel disappointed. Turn a blind eye. Her own daughter was being bullied like this, and she turned a blind eye. Su Xilan couldn't accept it. When Dong Ziming's dirty hands attacked her again, she opened her mouth and bit him. "Oh mom, she bit me. Bit me." Feeling the pain, Dong Ziming withdrew his hand. The Dong family members' expressions became even more gloomy. "What do you mean by that? If you don't want to sign, then don't sign. Are you doing this to highlight our viciousness? How can you be such a family? Mrs. Dong, don't be angry. It's our fault for not disciplining her properly." Father Su apologized repeatedly, then turned around and yelled at Su Xilan, "Are you crazy? He's your future husband. What's wrong with him touching you?" "Father, I..." Faced with Su's father's scolding, Su Xilan felt even more aggrieved. She stammered and tears fell from her eyes. Seeing this, Father Su couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. He quickly said with a smile, "Mrs. Dong, maybe the little girl isn't used to it, but don't worry. After we go back, we will do a good job of ideological work. This kind of thing will never happen again. What can you guarantee?" Mrs. Dong still refused to give in, but halfway through her words, Boss Dong reached out and stopped her. "All right. We're all family from now on, so just keep quiet. Also, Ziming, you can't be so anxious, okay? After you officially marry someone, you can do whatever you want, right? There's no need to rush, okay?" From the words alone, one might be able to sense a hint of kindness, but while saying this, Boss Dong was looking at Su Xilan with greed on his face. Su Xilan saw this and immediately became flustered. This kind of look is definitely not just looking at the daughter-in-law. There must be something fishy. Su Xilan paused, turned around and knelt down in front of her parents. "Dad, Mom, I beg you, please don't marry me to that family, okay? I really don't want to marry that family." Su's father and his wife didn't see the look in their eyes. They just thought their daughter was being ignorant and turned around to scold her angrily, "Not marrying? If you don't marry him, who will fill this nearly 100 million yuan gap? Who will? You? What gives you the right? How dare you say such things?" Su Xilan even wanted to die after hearing the angry cry. She was stunned for a while and even turned her head to look at the floor-to-ceiling window not far away. "If I jump from here, will I be free?" She couldn't help but think so, and subconsciously moved a little closer to the window. However, just at this moment, a voice like the sound of nature suddenly rang out. "Then tell me, why do you treat Xilan like this? How dare you say such things?" Chapter 7300 million arrived. Familiar voice. It's that person. Hearing this voice, Su Xilan's already desperate heart was ignited again, and she turned her head to look towards the door. "Shen Fei. You're here?" A cry of surprise made everyone present look towards Shen Fei. A young man dressed in cheap clothes came into view. Boss Dong snorted coldly, "Who are you? Do you think you can just come into a place like this? Where are the security guards? Are all the security guards vegetarians? Security? Oh, you mean those burly guys who don't understand what we're saying? They insisted on stopping me, and I had no choice but to let them get some sleep." Shen Fei shrugged, walked quickly forward, and pulled Su Xilan behind him. Su Xilan was stunned, and finally tears of emotion welled up in her eyes. "Thank you. Su Xilan, favorability 10. Shen Fei nodded with satisfaction. Father Su's anger rose. "Xilan, what are you doing? Who is this person? Is he your boyfriend? Tell him to get out." "No, it's not." Su Xilan was about to explain, but Shen Fei suddenly interrupted her. "I just had a crush on her before, that's all. Are you satisfied with this answer? Secret love? Hearing this word, everyone present couldn't help laughing. However, after looking up and down at Shinfei's outfit, they were relieved. This kind of person doesn't seem to have a good family background. Even if you like him, it can only be a secret crush. Boss Dong looked at Shinfei with disdain, then turned his head away. Boss Su, it seems that this agreement is not going to be easy to sign. How about we talk about it next time? Father Su was struck by lightning, and quickly forced a smile. No, Boss Dong, don't worry, it's absolutely fine. Give me a few minutes and let me take care of it, okay? Boss Dong didn't say anything, which was equivalent to his agreement. Father Su then glared at Shinfei with resentment. Young man, no matter how much you like our daughter, as her father, I now order you to get out. As her father? How could you say such a thing without blushing? When she was so desperate just now, why didn't you say you were her father? Does that mean that as a father, selling your daughter is the natural thing to do? Shinfei is the right person for the job. Father Su was stunned, and the anger on his face became even stronger. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't get out of here, I'm going to report you. By then, even the gods won't be able to save you. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone. Seeing this scene, Su Xilan couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. Shinfei, thank you for coming. However, this place is beyond your control. You should leave first. Otherwise, if you anger them, it will be difficult for you. I don't want to implicate you. Su Xilan hadn't looked at her phone yet, so she naturally didn't know that Shinfei was Mr. Jian. At this time, she still regarded him as an ordinary person. I have to say, Shinfei felt a warm feeling in his heart when he heard this. Su Xilan is such a good girl. Even at this point, she still cares about others. Doesn't she know what she will face once this person leaves? Shinfei gave a bitter smile, then turned around and gave a confident smile. Don't worry, since I dare to come, there must be a way to solve it. Just leave it to me. Give it to him? Su Xilan was a little stunned. Looking at Shinfei's back, she felt inexplicably at peace for a moment. What women most want to hear men say is not I love you, but leave it to me. What could be more reassuring than this? Su Xilan, favorability 5. Shinfei was stunned for a moment, but soon straightened his expression and asked, You are Xilan's father, right? Are you facing any difficulties in your career? How much money do you need? Tell me, maybe I can help you. You? Just you? Father Su sneered. How can a young man with less than 200 yuan on him say this to himself? He smiled coldly and replied, Humph, young man, you have to know when to show off. Do you think you can solve this problem with just a few hundred or a few $1,000s? 100 million. Do you understand? I'm afraid you've never seen so much money in your life. As soon as the words fell, everyone sneered. Obviously, no one would think that Shinfei has this ability. But Shinfei remained calm and murmured, 300 million. I'll give you 300 million. Do you think this is okay? 300 million? Ha, what do you think that is? How much did you say? As Father Su spoke, his expression suddenly changed. Shinfei said more firmly, You heard it right, it's 300 million. Don't be so quick to doubt my strength. Just tell me, if I give you 300 million, can this situation change? After he finished speaking, Father Su fell into deep thought. Although he did not believe that Shinfei in front of him could pay the fee, the contract given by the Dong family was too harsh. It was so harsh that even at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little shaken. Maybe, this young man in front of me can really come up with 300 million? Boss Dong frowned slightly and immediately teased Su's father, Boss Su, you don't really think this kid can come up with 300 million, do you? Do you think that's 300 yuan? Anyone can come up with that? Don't be delusional. Just sign the agreement honestly. You have no choice. No other choice. Is there really no choice? Father Su gritted his teeth and finally looked up at Shinfei, Young man, if you can really come up with 300 million, you can do whatever you want. You said it. Shinfei smiled and turned to look at Su Xilan. I only have one request. That is, convert these 300 million into shares and transfer them all to Su Xilan's name. What? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like setting off a huge wave of shock. Everyone looked at Shinfei in disbelief. Spent 300 million and then wanted nothing? Is this something a human can do? If Su Xilan turns against us in the future, perhaps these 300 million will be wasted. Everyone was in disbelief, and at the same time, they began to doubt the authenticity of Shinfei's words. Only Father Su responded emphatically, "Okay. As long as you can come up with 300 million, let alone exchanging it for shares, I'd even give all my property to Xylan. Just your words will do. Now, give me your bank card number." Shinfei smiled, pretended to take out his cell phone, and came to Su's father. With the mentality of giving it a try, Su's father directly submitted his bank card. In just a moment, a loud message alert sound rang in everyone's ears. Father Su quickly took out his cell phone and his eyes widened. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100 million. 300 million. It's really 300 million that has arrived. Chapter 71. If you want to eat and drink for free, just tell me. This, so fast? How is it possible? Boss Dong suddenly exclaimed. Just as they have always emphasized, 300 million is not 300 yuan. How could such a thing as instant payment happen? Even though the Dong family's assets have reached billions, it is still just assets. Not to mention the 300 million in working capital, even the 80 million needed for signing the contract would have to go through layers of checkpoints at the board of directors. This young man in front of me can easily come up with 300 million? How could he accept this? Naturally, the Su family and their group couldn't accept it either. The two of them wiped their eyes repeatedly, as if they were dreaming. After a while, he turned to Su Xylan and asked, Xylan, who is this friend of yours? I. Su Xylan stood there in shock, looking at Shinfei, but felt a sense of strangeness. However, Shinfei gave him a knowing smile. Didn't I just say that? I just had a crush on Xylan. However, if you ask me about my identity, perhaps people outside prefer to call me President Jian. Mr. Sword. Others may not understand it very well, but how could Su Xylan not understand it? Hearing this address, Su Xylan's eyes suddenly lit up. Didn't you say that you are not Boss Jian? If I say I'm not, then I'm not? Just like if I say I'm not handsome, would you believe it? Shinfei shrugged. Seeing him like this, Su Xylan could no longer control her emotions and threw herself into Shinfei's arms. Woohoo! So glad I have you. So glad I have you. She started crying again. However, this time, I was crying with joy. Father Su and the other man looked bewildered and quickly asked, "Who is this Jianzong?" Before Shinfei could answer, Dong Ziming suddenly exclaimed. One sword decides everything. You are the sword master? Son? Do you know Mr. Jian? Dong Ziming took a deep breath and answered truthfully, recently, a wealthy man has appeared online, lavishly giving out gifts on major live streaming platforms, donating tens of millions at a time. All in all, it's worth hundreds of millions. This wealthy man is Boss Jian. Several hundred million. Reward? They recognize each word individually, but when they are put together, they don't recognize it. Can you just give out hundreds of millions of dollars as a reward? Everyone looked at each other and held their breath. If what Dong Ziming said was true, and this person was really Boss Jian, then he was definitely not someone he could afford to provoke. Boss Dong, who is worth billions, is also a smart man. Realizing this, he immediately greeted him with a smile. So it's Boss Jian. I've heard of your great name for a long time. Seeing you today, I can see you're truly extraordinary. Heroes emerge young. Amidst the laughter, Shinfei gave a cold look back. Are we familiar with each other? Maybe they are not familiar with each other yet. Then can you please go away? You look like it makes me sick. Shinfei showed him no mercy and turned to Su's father and said, remember what you just said. The atmosphere here makes me uncomfortable. I'll leave first. After saying that, he walked out the door without looking back, leaving everyone in shock. After showing off, he waved goodbye without taking away a cloud. Shinfei is such a low-key person. After a moment of surprise, Father Su was the first to come to his senses and yelled at Su Xylan, "What are you doing? Hurry up and chase her out." Chase them out? Su Xylan still didn't react. She's our family's savior. Don't you want to get married? Then don't get married. Only a fool would sign such an agreement. Father Su responded and pretended to tear up the agreement. Ignoring the surprised looks of the Dong family, he pulled his family and hurried away. Only the Dong family and their group were left on the scene. Dad, that guy is too arrogant. He's so arrogant that he doesn't even take us seriously. I'm going to find someone to kill him right now. Dong Ziming shouted and immediately took out his cell phone. However, what responded to him was a slap from Boss Dong. Shut up. If you hadn't just made a move, this agreement would have been signed long ago. Why would there be so much trouble? And you're still looking for trouble with others? If what you said is true, then what gives you the right to cause trouble for others? Aye. Dong Ziming was so confused that he stood there in a daze. Boss Dong then lowered his eyes slightly. Even if we want to look for him, we must understand his strength and background before we go looking. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Do you understand? After walking out of the conference room, Shinfei felt refreshed and went straight to the underground garage. As for the fact that he spent 300 million, he didn't take it to heart at all. After all, when all this was blamed on Sue's Island, the money naturally became money for picking up girls, and he didn't feel bad at all. Not to mention 300 million, even if it cost 3 billion, he wouldn't blink an eye. Just numbers. He thought and walked. Suddenly, a hurried call came from behind. Shinfei. Shinfei turned his head and looked. If it wasn't Sue's Island, who else could it be? Sue's Island, who came in a hurry, kept panting, causing the greatness to fluctuate continuously. After just one glance, Shinfei quickly turned his eyes away. Useless. This is unbearable. Sue's Island obviously didn't notice what was happening. After taking a breath, she asked, Are you going to do something now? No, everything has been resolved. I don't think there's any need for me to stay. Why wouldn't it be necessary? Don't you want to have a meal together or something? After saying this, Sue's Island couldn't help but blush. After all, this was the first time she took the initiative to make such an invitation to a boy. Shinfei touched his belly and indeed felt a little hungry, so he nodded. Okay, what should I eat? What do you like to eat? How about we eat some bird? I say. Spicy chicken. What are you thinking about? Sometimes, people are just so double standard. Facing Dong Ziming, even just a glance would make Sue's Island uncomfortable. But at this time, Shinfei made a joke, and Sue's Island felt only joy in her heart. I even thought in my heart, is this kind of joke only played between lovers? Sue's Island, favorability 5. Congratulations to the host for reaching the target score of over 60. The reward for the host is a strategy level gift package and a bodybuilding pill. A pill to strengthen your body? Shinfei paused, and suddenly felt like there was an extra candy in his pocket. Just as he was about to take it out and take a look, Sue's Island suddenly took his arm. Let's go. Eat whatever you want. Today, I'm yours. You are mine? Shinfei was full of surprise. Sue's Island nodded heavily. Shinfei's expression changed immediately. If you want to eat and drink for free, just tell me. Don't think I don't know. Chapter 72 Favorability Too High. The hotel where Sue's Island got engaged already had catering services, and Shinfei and Sue's Island did not go far, so they went downstairs to eat chicken. At the dinner table, Sue's Island looked even more nervous than Shinfei. Not only did she eat slowly, she also thought twice before speaking, as if she was afraid that something she said would be wrong and anger Shinfei. It has to be said that this atmosphere really made Shinfei feel a little uncomfortable. So, he decisively brought back his memories. By the way, do you remember? When we changed seats in our third year of high school, there was a love letter in your drawer. It started with, I've had my eye on you for a long time. Oh, yes, I remember now. I was so scared at the time. I thought it was something serious. But why are you talking about this? Could it be? Yes, that's me. I didn't understand anything at the time. I just thought that if I liked someone, I had to say it out loud. It was my first time too, and I didn't know how to put it. I scared you. As the embarrassing past events were read one by one, the atmosphere gradually became cheerful. Sue's Island couldn't stop smiling. After all, this series of past events were all about her. Regarding this, Shinfei likes her. Her eyes gradually softened, and she couldn't help but slowly stare at Shinfei, murmuring, So, now? Do you still like me? Shinfei was moving incessantly, but suddenly stopped. Looking at Sue's Island's face full of anticipation, he smiled in vain. What do you think? I think. Sue's Island couldn't help feeling a little lost. They are not children anymore, there is no need to clearly state a response like this. Even if I still like you, it won't be as good as before. Su Xilan knew it, so she was sensible and didn't ask any further questions, but just moved towards Shinfei. A kiss. Thank you for helping me so much. I have no way to repay you, I can only. Shinfei covered his face in astonishment, then laughed and said, don't you think a kiss is worth 300 million? So what else do you want? Su Xilan pouted and crossed her arms across her chest, looking so adorable that Shinfei burst into laughter. After lunch, Shinfei did not stay any longer. He said goodbye and returned to the dormitory. As soon as I arrived, before I even had time to sit down, my phone rang with a reminder. Sound. When I looked down, I saw that it was the little meatball that never gets fat. She had become Shinfei's good friend when the team was formed, but they had never chatted for such a long time. The message she sent at this time really surprised Shinfei. Click to take a look. Xia Wanzi, brother Jian, you are in Yunqing, right? I should be there soon. Do you want to come out and meet me or something? Invitation. Attached below the information was a plane ticket, which stated that it would arrive in Yunqing at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Shinfei frowned immediately. He really didn't like this sudden feeling and was about to refuse it, but then he thought, after all, he had nothing to do in the afternoon, and it would be nice to have more tools to improve his favorability. Compared with the system's rewards, what does my unhappiness matter? With a helpless sigh, he hurriedly replied, okay, I'll pick you up later. After agreeing, I glanced at the time and it was already a little after 3 o'clock, which was not much time left until the agreed time. Shinfei did not dare to hesitate, he stood up and left in a hurry. When we arrived at the airport, the plane arrived just in time. A girl with a baby face was standing hesitantly in front of Shinfei. You are Mr. Jian? It's me, why? Doesn't it look like it? Shinfei smiled and responded. The girl looked him up and down, then smiled sweetly. Yes, I never thought that Boss Jian would be so low-key. She also looked down on Shinfei's outfit, but the girl acted very naturally and did not make Shinfei feel uncomfortable at all. Shinfei nodded with satisfaction, stared at the girl, and wanted to bind her. However, the system's voice really made Shinfei stand there in a daze. System activated, automatic capture of target character failed. Reason for failure: the target's favorability is too high. You can rebind when the target's favorability drops below 20. Due to binding failure, spending pickup money on this target is temporarily prohibited. Name: Gu Lily. Age: 21. Height: 161 centimeters. Weight: 41 kilograms. Appearance: 8.1. Favorability: 50. Favorability is too high. Still can't bind? What a broken rule. That is fine, but the key point is, can't I use the money to pick up girls on her? What a lousy system. Shinfei's face suddenly turned black, and he looked at Gu Lily, not knowing what to do. At this time, Gu Lily asked, Boss Jian, where is your car? Should we go to the hotel first or? My car. Shinfei responded subconsciously, but when the words came to his lips, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. The system said that it's not that the binding is impossible, but the target's favorability is too high. What if I lower my favorability? I don't have much communication with Gu Lily, but my favorability towards her is so high. There can only be one reason. Money. Strictly speaking, the person she has a crush on is not herself. It's Boss Jian's ID, it's Boss Jian's money. So, why not start with the money? Shinfei's eyes suddenly lit up. He did what he said, and the words on his lips suddenly changed. I don't have a car, I can't afford one, there's nothing I can do, I'm poor. Gu Lily burst out laughing. Boss Jian is really a joker. If Boss Jian was poor, there would be no rich people in this world. I am really poor, please don't disbelieve me. Shinfei shrugged and glanced at Gu Lily's suitcase. Is the luggage heavy? It's not heavy. It's just a little troublesome to drag. Gu Lily was very happy and thought that Shinfei wanted to help her carry her luggage, so she responded subconsciously. However, what she didn't expect was that after hearing her answer, Shinfei just nodded. Then. Well, please bother me then. Gu Lily was completely confused. Didn't you say you would help me carry my luggage? Why just asking? Could it be that I misunderstood? But the question is, shouldn't helping girls with their luggage be the most basic gentlemanly behavior? Gu Lily shook her head repeatedly, but saw Shinfei walking out the door without looking back. Not to mention being a gentleman, he doesn't even have the slightest intention of paying attention to me. Feeling a little aggrieved, she had no choice but to drag her luggage and chase after him. Gu Lily, favorability 5. As I heard the favorability decrease, my thoughts became more firm. After getting in a taxi, Shinfei turned around and asked, "Why don't we go get something to eat first? It's almost dinner time anyway." Since the host was speaking, Gu Lily naturally would not refuse. Shinfei smiled evilly and took out his cell phone to search the store with the most negative reviews. The worst store environment. The cheapest store. At least 2 of the 3 must be met in order to catch Shinfei's eye at this moment. Anyway, it's right to disappoint Gu Lily. Chapter 73, Billionaire is just like this? Master, why are you charging so much? $62 for just this short distance. Are you extorting me? Ahem. Young man, let's be reasonable. The airport isn't far from here. Besides, we've been using meters all the way here. I definitely didn't charge you a single cent. Doesn't the meter say 61.4? Okay, then it's 61.4. How could you, young man, not even let go of these 60 cents? The driver was speechless, and Gu Lily in the back of the car was even more dumbfounded. Others may not know, but doesn't she know? Although Boss Jian had never given her any rewards, the legend about Boss Jian was already well known to every anchor. Whenever they visit a live broadcast room, they spend tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars without treating the money as money at all. But at this time, he was still chattering about 60 cents? Is this definitely Mr. Jian? Am I really not seeing the wrong person? She shook her head repeatedly. Shinfei, who was under the car, was waving at her excitedly. What are you still standing there for? Come down quickly. Gu Lily listened, glanced at the closed car door, and immediately frowned. Is Mr. Jian a straight man? You don't even want to open the car door for yourself? Despite all kinds of doubts in her mind, she had no choice but to open the door and get out of the car. Little did she know that as soon as she got off the car, the foul-smelling air hit her in the face, which immediately made her feel nauseous. Boss Jian, where is this place? A place to eat. Shinfei responded with a suppressed smile, glancing at the shabby surroundings, feeling quite satisfied. After glancing at a Chinese restaurant not far away, he walked straight over. Come here quickly, let me tell you, this restaurant is really cheap. But it's cheap? Gu Lily once doubted her life, but seeing how enthusiastic Mr. Jian was, she couldn't get angry and had to hurry forward. The dining table is covered with grease, there is a worn-out fan hanging on the side, and the environment is deserted. Gu Lily stood there in a daze and immediately wanted to turn around and leave. But Shinfei didn't give her the chance at all and pushed her down on the chair. Don't be polite to me, what would you like to eat? Gu Lily frowned and shook her head repeatedly. Shinfei didn't hesitate and ordered a plate of shredded pork with green peppers. 2 people, 1 dish. It further refreshed Gu Lily's understanding. Jian, Boss Jian, 1 plate of food for the 2 of us, is that enough? Do you have a big appetite? As a girl, how can I have the nerve to say that I have a big appetite? Especially in front of someone you want to make a good impression on. Gu Lily could only shake her head in grievance. Shinfei smiled and ordered the menu directly. When the dishes were served, Gu Lily hesitated for a long time before reluctantly picking up her chopsticks. However, when she looked closely, there was no trace of shredded pork in the dish of green peppers in front of her. All that's left are green peppers. All the shredded meat was swallowed by Shinfei alone. How can I eat this? What is there to eat? The grievance gradually turned into resentment. Favorability also decreased. Gu Lily, favorability 5. Feeling this, Shinfei felt very relieved. He picked up a piece of green pepper with chopsticks and put it into Gu Lily's bowl. Don't be polite with me. Just eat it. Although you have gained a little weight, you don't need to lose weight. Are you fat? Gu Lily was surprised. This was the first time she heard someone say such words to her. I'm 161 centimeters tall, 51 kilograms, and have a cup size that's almost D. Am I fat? Are you fat? She repeatedly denied it and couldn't help but retort, how am I fat? Fat everywhere. Gu Lily's favorability is 5. Shinfei felt very relieved. After finally finishing the meal, Shinfei was still not satisfied. Where are you staying tonight? Have you booked a hotel yet? Not yet, I'm thinking about it. Don't think about it. Since you've come to my place, I have to do my best to be your host. Leave it to me. If it were before, Gu Lily would not only agree immediately, but would even be secretly happy in her heart. After all, it was President Jian who arranged the hotel for him. But after going through all of this, for some reason, she still felt a vague sense of unease when she heard these words. Naturally, this unease became a reality a few minutes later. Staring at the shabby little hotel in front of her, Gu Lily finally couldn't hold back her anger. Boss Jian. If you don't like me, you can just say it directly. Do you think it's fun to tease me like this? She said this harshly, glaring at him with angry eyes. Shen Fei smiled secretly, but on the surface he looked helpless. What are you doing? Why do I dislike you? When I heard you were coming, I ran to pick you up at the airport, treated you to a meal, and even helped you find accommodation. What else are you not satisfied with? I. Gu Lily was speechless. After all, there was nothing wrong with what others said, it was just that these contents chose the worst existence for her. For a moment, Gu Lily was overwhelmed with emotions. Looking at Shen Fei's innocent face, she couldn't say anything. Endless grievances turned into tears, and she turned around and ran outside dragging her luggage. Gu Lily, favorability 5. Gu Lily, favorability 5. How can 50 points of favorability withstand such a toss? In just a moment, it fell below 20 points. Shen Fei was delighted and quickly chased after him. He fixed his eyes on Gu Lily's back again, and finally the binding was successful. System activated, automatically capturing target character, Gu Lily. Name, Gu Lily. Age, 21 years old. Height, 161 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 8.1. Favorability, 10. Since the binding is successful, you don't need to install it yourself. Shen Fei let out a long sigh and came to Gu Lily. At this time, she was squatting on the side of the road crying bitterly. The crying sound really made Shen Fei feel distressed. Let's go. Those were just jokes. How could I let you stay in these places? I'll take you to a good hotel. However, what Shen Fei did not expect was that this series of events could not be revealed with just a joke. Gu Lily tearfully refused, go away. Are you kidding? Is it fun to tease me? I don't want to pay attention to you. Let me cry alone for a while. I came to Yunqing with great joy, but faced all this. No matter who it is, I'm afraid no one would be able to accept it. This is especially true for Gu Lily. In fact, her trip to Yunqing was to please these bigwigs and prepare for the annual meeting a month later. But now, not only did she suffer such injustice, but more importantly, President Jian's image was also affected. The legendary Master Jian is actually such a person? Billionaire? That's it? Gu Lily was extremely disappointed. I even thought about leaving right there. Shen Fei, who was standing aside, watched quietly, feeling even more heartbroken. After a while, he rolled his eyes and sighed, hey, don't be too angry. Actually, there is a reason why I did everything today. Chapter 74 I treat you as a brother, you actually. Original, reason? Gu Lily stopped sobbing. Shen Fei nodded heavily, and there was a hint of compassion in his eyes. Yes, didn't you notice? In fact, the places I took you to were all the worst places in this city. Behind prosperity, these places still exist, just like light and darkness always coexist. I take you to these places because I want you to know these truths. You know, money is just a bunch of numbers to me. Could it be that I really took you to those places because I was poor? This question left Gu Lily confused. Is it really because of poverty? No. She would never believe that Jian would be so poor. So, is all this really to tell myself this truth? Gu Lily was a little surprised. Shen Fei continued to strike while the iron was hot. You only see me spending money lavishly, but you never see what I have paid for it. Every penny is hard-earned. Today's society is too impetuous, and it makes people impetuous too. I am rich, but I don't want others to befriend me just for money. That's why I do these things. I'm not teasing you, I just want to see how you react. Can you understand me? Gu Lily was deeply moved by the tender confession at this moment. Girls are inherently emotional. Seeing Shen Fei like this, Gu Lily couldn't help but murmur in response, I can understand. I'm glad you understand. Now, come with me. I've done what I need to do to you. Now leave here with me. It's time to show some true hospitality. Gu Lily was still a little hesitant, but Shinfei didn't give her any chance to hesitate. He pulled it up, grabbed the suitcase with one hand, and rushed to the taxi on the side of the road. Extremely domineering. Looking at the back and being led away, at this moment, Gu Lily's face turned a little red. Gu Lily, favorability 5. Shinfei smiled and took Gu Lily into a taxi. Airport. Gu Lily was immediately confused when she heard the place name. What are we going to the airport for? Are you going to send me away? Don't ask, you'll know when you get there. Shinfei smiled mysteriously. After arriving at the airport, Shinfei and Gu Lily went to the parking lot together. The Bugatti Veyron worth 50 million is parked there quietly. With a press of the key in her hand, the car light suddenly lit up, and Gu Lily was stunned where she stood. Is this your car? Shinfei nodded, of course, otherwise, do you really think I came here by taxi? 60 yuan per trip, that's 120 yuan round trip, it really hurts me. If this had been said before Shinfei revealed his cards, Gu Lily would have definitely agreed with it. But at this moment, when Gu Lily heard Shinfei's words, she just felt funny. Okay, you pretended to do it before, but do you still want to do it now? Boss, this car of yours probably costs more than 120 yuan. Shinfei shrugged his shoulders, waved his hand, and let Gu Lily get in the car. It was Gu Lily's first time riding in this kind of car, so she couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and even put her luggage away carefully. Seeing this, Shinfei took the luggage and threw it casually into the back seat. Don't take it too seriously. It's just a means of transportation. Why should you be so gentle about it? But, what if it gets scratched? Then go get it fixed. It's not a big deal. If it doesn't work, just get a new one. A car worth 50 million yuan can be sold or replaced at will. I'm afraid Shinfei is the only one who can say such words. Gu Lily was full of helplessness, and she couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards Shinfei. Gu Lily, favorability 5. Feeling this, Shinfei also started the engine, and this time, he headed straight for the largest hotel in Yuncheng. After pretending to be poor, you naturally have to be generous. Anyway, after rebinding, the money for picking up girls can be used again. After driving to the largest presidential suite and helping to move the luggage in, Gu Lily's favorability rating soared. After she finished all this, she gradually asked in a soft voice, Boss Jian, you've worked hard today. Are you tired? Do you want to rest here for a while? Shinfei looked up and saw Gu Lily staring at him with her eyes slightly closed. Her eyes were full of attraction. Gurgle. Shinfei couldn't help swallowing and quickly turned away. No, it's not a good influence for a man and a woman alone. Boss Jian, if you don't tell me and I don't tell you, who would know? Well, I just happen to have something to tell you. Be good. Is this the power of money? Shinfei couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and then he decisively refused with a serious face. Xiaowanzi, I treat you as a brother, and you actually have improper thoughts about me? I am so disappointed. Gu Lily was stunned and stared at Shinfei blankly. Shinfei didn't hesitate. After saying this, he turned around and left the room. Bang! Only when the door was closed did Gu Lily come to her senses. Am I being rejected? She was actually a little disappointed, but at the same time, her affection for Shinfei became stronger. In the live streaming industry, doing these things with the boss is an unspoken rule. She has also made preparations for the annual meeting next month. However, she never expected that Shinfei would respond in this way. Isn't it true that Shinfei is making money just to do these things? Or maybe, I'm not charming enough? Thoughts gradually arose in her mind. For her, perhaps this would be another sleepless night because of Shinfei. But she didn't know that Shinfei, who rushed out of the room, had already been practicing controlling the gun. Oh my god, who can handle this? If it weren't for the problem in the dormitory, I wouldn't want to leave either. Looking down helplessly, Shinfei had to take out his cell phone. There were a few big words written on it. Xia Ziyun is at the dormitory door, as if waiting for you. If I don't come back all night, I'll feel comfortable, but what about Xia Ziyun? Shinfei couldn't think of a solution, so he just left. Before returning to the dormitory, Xia Ziyun's slightly lost expression really caught his eye. Shinfei rushed forward with a smile. It's so late, why are you here? Which handsome guy are you waiting for? Hearing the voice, Xia Ziyun was delighted and raised her head, waiting for you, handsome guy. The two looked at each other, smiling, like a couple in love. After a while, Xia Ziyun took out a key from his pocket. Look, the villa has been renovated. Although it is nominally given to me, we also know that it is actually yours. Here is the key. Even if you can't live there, take it. Chapter 75, Really Fragrance. As Xia Ziyun spoke, a blush rose on her cheeks. Xinfei smiled, but pushed it back. Forget it. The villa over there is too far away, and I don't usually live there. There's no need. After all, you're a girl, you should have some security awareness. Don't give keys to others. But, you are not someone else. What if I lose my key? Or if someone steals it? If they knew I had your key, wouldn't I become a target of public criticism? Goodbye, beautiful lady, I don't dare take this key. The words beautiful woman really made Xia Ziyun smile. Seeing Xinfei's worried look, she smiled and said, okay, since you said so, I won't force you. However, if you want to come anytime in the future, just tell me. No problem. Xinfei agreed. After strolling around the campus with Xia Ziyun, he hurried back to the dormitory. As soon as I entered the dormitory, my roommates exclaimed. Xinfei, come here quickly, you're so hot. Become popular? Could it be that his identity as Mr. Jian has been exposed? Xinfei was stunned and hurried forward. Lubo handed the phone to Xinfei, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that someone had recorded a video of him playing basketball and posted it online. With Xinfei's current physical fitness, I'm not bragging, he can easily defeat top NBA players with one hand, so it's understandable that he became popular. I'm so scared. It turns out to be a school forum. I thought. What do you think it is? In an instant, the three men's eyes were focused on Xinfei, causing Xinfei to frown. No, nothing. Don't look at me like that. I'm getting scared. Everyone laughed, and the awkwardness was resolved. Then they explained to Xinfei, didn't we play basketball last time? Someone recorded it and posted it directly on the school forum. It's been on the front page for the past 2 days. You're the most famous person in the school now. Then what? Xinfei didn't agree at all. Having seen the sea, nothing else can compare to it. Now that he has a bigger stage, he really doesn't care about this kind of school-level honor. But the three roommates were enjoying it and kept reading the discussions on the forum to Xinfei. Xinfei is so handsome, isn't he? He's handsome, rich, and a great basketball player. He's simply the perfect man. With his skills, if he joins the basketball team, next month's basketball game will be something to watch. That's right, how about we all sign a petition in blood and ask the school teachers to take a look? He spoke with great emotion while suppressing his laughter, which made Xinfei, who was always known for his shamelessness, feel a little shy. He immediately slapped a few people and said, that's enough. Joining the basketball team? I'd never join that kind of thing. Wouldn't it be better to eat and flirt with girls instead of just this much time? As soon as the words fell, the whole dormitory burst into laughter. However, at this moment, a phone call suddenly rang. Xinfei looked down and saw that it was his counselor, Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang, what's wrong? Xinfei, I believe you have also seen the tens of thousands of blood letters on the forum, right? Young man, don't be too proud. The gap between professionals and ordinary people is not small. I'm afraid your basketball skills are really not good enough for professional teams. I know, and I'm not proud of it. Xinfei responded helplessly. Little did he know that Teacher Wang's next sentence would completely freeze him in place. Well, it's good that you're not so proud. Next month, there's the city basketball tournament. How about taking this opportunity to see the level of a professional team? Mr. Wang is the head coach of this school basketball team. With just one word from me, you can go. It turns out that telling myself not to be proud is fake, and inviting myself to join the team is real. Xinfei's face was filled with black lines, and he refused repeatedly. That won't do, Teacher Wang, you also said that I am only a half-baked player, how can I fight against these professionals? Please spare me, I really can't do it. How can a boy say he can't do it? Teacher Wang thinks you can do it, so you can do it. Really, Mr. Wang, I actually have something else to do, and I can't participate in these things. Suddenly, Teacher Wang changed the subject. Ahem, Xinfei, I heard from the subject teachers that you've been absent from classes quite a lot recently. You know, attendance will affect your credits. If you don't have enough credits, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to graduate. Shenfei's face turned dark. This teacher Wang. In order to get himself into the basketball team, he actually said such things. What happened to being a role model? Teacher Wang, actually, I'm also a little interested in basketball. As long as you're interested. Come report to the basketball team in a while. The captain of the team is injured and can't play, so you can take his place. Oh, and don't worry about those credits I just mentioned. If you join our basketball team, your leave will be clearly arranged for you. It seems like we've gotten on a pirate ship? Shenfei was full of bitterness. He listened to Teacher Wang talk a lot in a hurry before hanging up the phone. At this moment, the eyes of the entire dormitory were focused on him. He shrugged, looking like he really smelled good. I joined the basketball team. The next morning, Shenfei just woke up from his sleep and received a call from Gu Lily. Obviously, for Gu Lily, Shenfei is her only target. Boss Jian, are you free today? Can you take me around Yuncheng? I'm a girl and I'm unfamiliar with the place. I don't think you'd be at ease if I wandered around alone. I'm relieved. Gu Lily was speechless for a moment, but she did not give up and continued to beg. I have to say, a girl's pleas are always hard to refuse. Shenfei had no choice but to agree to his request. In fact, for the locals, there is really not much desire to have fun in their hometown. Those eye-catching tourist projects are not worth mentioning at all in the eyes of locals. Even the locals don't understand why outsiders are so obsessed with those tourist projects. After getting up from the bed and putting on some simple clothes, Shenfei set off yawning. Just as he walked out of the campus, two familiar figures got on a truck carrying large and small bags. Huhu, Ziyun, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but with so many things to move, why don't you call some boys? Aren't those bootlickers there to do this kind of thing? It was Xia Ziyun and Wang Yuan. Both of them were holding large and small bags, and just loading them onto the truck almost exhausted all their strength. Xia Ziyun was also panting and shaking her head. No, those licking dogs are not what I like. Why should I ask them to do anything? Wang Yuan was puzzled and asked, who do you like then? Xia Ziyun smiled without saying a word, and the figure of Shenfei appeared in her mind. Chapter 76. Does Shenfei still need a dog to lick his boots? As for why he didn't call Shenfei, it was because Xia Ziyun had already felt indebted for the villa incident, so she didn't want to bother him again. After loading the goods onto the truck and driving slowly towards Yuhai-Heshan County, Wang Yuan was so shocked that her jaw dropped to the ground. Ziyun! Is this the villa you want to move to? Yeah, what's wrong? How can you afford a villa like this? Did you do something bad? Yuhai-Heshan County. As the top villa in Yuncheng, Wang Yuan is naturally familiar with it. Xia Ziyun's family does have some financial resources, but they are definitely not wealthy enough to buy a villa in a place like this. You know, any villa here costs tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. How could Xia Ziyun afford it? Could it be that Xia Ziyun is hooking up with a rich man? In the end, couldn't escape becoming a slave to money? At this moment, Wang Yuan was thinking a lot and staring at Xia Ziyun with a complicated expression. From that look, Xia Ziyun also noticed what Wang Yuan meant, and quickly rejected it. No, it's not what you think. We have been best friends for such a long time. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Then tell me, what's going on with this villa? If you weren't hooking up with a rich man, I absolutely don't believe you could afford it. It's Shenfei. Shenfei gave it to me. Xia Ziyun smiled slightly, a look of happiness on her face. Little did she know that these words immediately set off a huge wave of shock in Wang Yuan's heart. Shenfei? Can Shenfei afford the villa here? And it was used as a gift? Although she had seen Shenfei's financial resources before, that level was incomparable to what she had now. Wang Yuan felt like she had discovered a new world. After a while, she asked again, so you are together? Xia Ziyun shook her head. Wang Yuan was even more confused. If the family has enough money, it is reasonable to give a villa like this to your girlfriend. But now, she is not even his girlfriend. How could Shenfei be like this? Confused, Xia Ziyun murmured, I would like to be his girlfriend, but he seems to have something to hide. The slightly upturned corners of the mouth, the flushed cheeks, and the words full of longing. When Wang Yuan saw this, she was stunned. This is not the first time she has seen this situation. Isn't this what a dog licker looks like? But at this time, it actually appeared on Xia Ziyun's body? Is there still justice in the world? What kind of person is the dignified Xia Ziyun? Whether at school or anywhere else, he is the center of attention, but now, he has become Xinfei's bootlicker? Wang Yuan was stunned. At this time, the truck also arrived at its destination, which was the most expensive Song Yunju in Yuhai Heshan County. Shock resurfaces. Oh my god, it's Song Yunju? It's Song Yunju? Ziyun, do you know how much it costs here? I know. 130 million. 130 million. Wang Yuan's expression gradually became numb. She stared at Xia Ziyun blankly, lost in thought. After a while, she couldn't help but murmur, is Xinfei still in need of a bootlicker? On the other side, Xinfei was meeting Gu Lily. As soon as they met, he couldn't help but sneeze, which made Gu Lily look panicked. What's wrong with you? Did you catch a cold last night because you didn't cover yourself properly? No, I don't have a cold. I don't know why I started sneezing all of a sudden. Maybe someone missed me. Xinfei smiled back. Gu Lily finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then she looked at Xinfei with ambiguity. You don't take good care of yourself all day. I asked you to stay yesterday, but you insisted on leaving. Look, you almost caught a cold. I'm so distressed. Xinfei was speechless. He smiled foolishly and changed the subject, talking about the tourist attractions in Yuncheng. The entire Yuncheng is not an ancient capital, and its tourist projects are all artificially created, so most of them are amusement parks. After a discussion, Gu Lily chose a fairy tale park with the beautiful name of Want to Meet Her Prince. Xinfei didn't say much, after all, he was just a tour guide. Yuncheng Fairy Tale Park is located in the suburbs. There are not too many people visiting on weekdays, and there is no traffic jam along the way. Dozens of minutes later, the two arrived in front of the paradise. Gu Lily was full of joy and jumped to stand in front of Xinfei. Come on, Mr. Jian, please take a picture for me and leave our traces. Check in. This was something almost everyone would do, so Xinfei was not surprised. He took out his cell phone and started taking pictures. However, what he didn't expect was that in addition to Gu Lily's beautiful figure, there was another familiar face in the shot. And this face was staring at him. Xinfei was stunned and felt a little embarrassed. He quickly put away his phone and greeted the man. Ningning, why are you here? Isn't the person in front of me Zhang Ningning? Zhang Ningning was full of resentment, and a hint of hostility rose in her eyes as she looked at Xinfei and Gu Lily. He quickly rushed forward, smiled, and asked, Boss Jian, who is she? Xinfei smiled awkwardly, just an anchor, similar to you. Almost? Hearing this, Zhang Ningning felt even more resentful. Which girl wants to hear the boy she likes say that he is the same as other girls? How is it almost there? With a comparative mind, Zhang Ningning immediately looked at Gu Lily. When she saw her huge appearance, her heart trembled. This is obviously quite different. Zhang Ningning was stunned and quickly looked away. After a while, she turned her eyes and looked at Xinfei. Boss Jian, are you going to play in the park? Otherwise, take me with you? I want to go in and play too. Sure, one more person will make it more lively. Xinfei had no doubts and agreed immediately. After all, Zhang Ningning is different from Xia Ziyun. She is just a tool to gain favorability. For him, what is the difference between one tool and two tools? If it is handled well, both sides can grow together. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Xinfei had a beautiful idea. But I never thought that taking two approaches at the same time would not be as simple as I imagined. When Gu Lily heard Xinfei's agreement, her expression changed immediately. He walked forward and stared at Zhang Ningning with hostility. Who are you? Why, you look so familiar. So familiar? Zhang Ningning frowned, then looked at Gu Lily carefully, and couldn't help but said in a lost voice, Chibi Maruko. You are Chibi Maruko. Are you Ning Kor? Gu Lily remembered Zhang Ningning's identity, and the hostility in her eyes became even stronger. She came here just to take down Boss Jian, but at this moment, a female anchor appeared on the same stage. How could she not panic? More importantly, this female anchor on the same stage, unlike her who didn't get a penny, was once rewarded by President Jian. Sense of crisis. It just came to me. Chapter 77, If we both fall into the water, who will you save? Perhaps because of Gu Lily, Zhang Ningning was very proactive and immediately held Xinfei's arm. Gu Lily saw it all and was anxious, but she didn't dare to do the same blatantly. She had an idea and put her hand on her forehead. "Ah, the weather is a bit hot. I feel like I have heat stroke." As she spoke, she gradually made a falling posture, which made Shinfei's heart tighten, and he stepped forward to support her. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" "It's okay, I'm fine, I just might faint easily." Gu Lily glanced at Zhang Ningning with considerable pride, which made Zhang Ningning feel a little aggrieved. This little dumpling. It was obviously intentional. How can there be such green tea in the world? No, Mr. Jian is so naive. If this goes on, he will definitely be fooled. We can't let Mr. Jian fall into our trap. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and whimpered, "Boss Jian, I feel a little dizzy too. This damn weather, how could it be like this? Are you feeling dizzy too?" Zhang Ningning nodded heavily. This time, it was Shinfei's turn to be surprised. Could it be that I am still a virus carrier? How come there are two people when I faint? In recent years, epidemics have occurred frequently, and such things cannot be ignored. He immediately looked gloomy. Since everyone is feeling unwell, let's go to the hospital immediately. It's not too late to come back and play later. We still have plenty of time anyway, and health is important. Taking the virus to the amusement park for fun is not only irresponsible to yourself, but also to the general public. Shinfei will never allow such a thing to happen. However, just as he said this, the two people beside him were stunned and stood up straight. No. No. No need to go to the hospital, I feel fine now, let's continue playing, it's okay. Yes, I'm fine now too. If you don't believe me, let's go get a test. It's mandatory when entering these places anyway. The two reached a consensus at this moment, which left Shinfei confused again. Is that it? As soon as they said they were going to the hospital, their illnesses were cured? Shinfei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, under the insistence of the two, he reluctantly gave up the idea of going to the hospital. After successfully passing the test, the group entered the amusement park. Because it has fairy tale elements, most of the tourists are families or couples. It is rare to see someone like Shinfei coming with two girls. In particular, both the two girls and he were good looking, and they attracted people's attention along the way. When they reached the edge of a pond, Gu Lily suddenly had an idea. "Boss Jian, let me ask you, if Ning Kur and I fell into the water together, who would you save first?" The fatal questions have begun. Shinfei's face was filled with black lines. How could he possibly fall for such a rash move? He quickly changed the subject. "Hey, look, there seems to be some marshmallows for sale over there. Do you like marshmallows?" Zhang Ningning smiled without saying anything, and could naturally see Shinfei's intention to change the subject. But the key point is that she actually wants to know Shinfei's answer. She knew that her position in Shinfei's heart might be inferior to Xia Ziyun's. But how could she be timid when facing an anchor who didn't even receive a single gift from President Jian? After a brief thought, she also asked, "Boss Jian, let's eat the marshmallows later. Tell me first, if the two of us fell into the water, who would you save first?" This. Shinfei was full of helplessness and wanted to escape, but looking at the expectant eyes of the two people, he knew that there was no way he could escape this time. Actually. However. Just as he was about to respond tactfully, a scream suddenly rang in his ears. Looking closely, there was no trace of Gu Lily in front of me. Gu Lily! Chibi Maruko-chan! There was a splash, and when I looked again, Gu Lily had actually fallen into the water. I can't swim. Gu Lily was splashing in the water and shouting, and Shinfei and the others suddenly looked panicked. "Ningning, go call for help first." But before she could utter the word member, Zhang Ningning had already run to the edge of the pond and stretched out her hand as if she wanted to grab Gu Lily. Shinfei frowned even more and rushed forward. "Don't try to catch him. You can't catch him in this situation." After the roar, it was too late. Zhang Ningning grabbed Gu Lily's struggling hand. When he was on the verge of drowning, how could he? If you have any sense, once you grab something, you will pull it hard. Little did they know that Zhang Ningning, who was standing by the pond, could not withstand such a pull. Thump! Zhang Ningning was also pulled into the water. After flapping its wings twice, it actually shouted the same words. "Jian! Mr. Jian, I can't swim either." Shinfei was a little dumbfounded. These two women really spent a lot of money to get the answers to their questions. If they couldn't swim, wouldn't they be dead? For a moment, human lives are at stake. After glancing at the lifeguard who was nowhere to be seen, Shinfei had no choice but to grit his teeth and jump into the water. Going to the rescue without any precautions may not be a good thing, but at this critical moment, he could not wait for the lifeguard to appear. Fortunately, he is an excellent swimmer, and with the physical enhancement given by the system, rescue is not difficult at this time. He held onto the two women's waists tightly and swam hard towards the shore. When he was close to the shore, he threw them up and finally rescued them. The three people, all wet, sat cross-legged by the pond, Shinfei full of resentment. Next time if you have a question, just ask directly. How can I not answer? Is it necessary to go to such lengths? I didn't expect it myself. It was too slippery here, and there were no safety measures, so I accidentally fell in. It really wasn't intentional. Gu Lily's face was full of apology. As she spoke, she looked at Zhang Ningning and said, "I'm sorry, Ningning, I almost got you involved." Zhang Ningning pouted, full of reluctance. Even after hearing Gu Lily's apology, she kept silent and turned her head away. This is understandable. He almost lost his life, how could it be solved with just a simple apology? Gu Lily was full of bitterness and kept thinking in her mind how to deal with her relationship with Zhang Ningning. But just at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang in the ears of several people. You bunch of young people. Why are you learning how to commit suicide at such a young age? If you want to die, go somewhere else. Stop interrupting my business. It's really bad luck. Looking in the direction of the sound, a middle-aged man with a big belly came into view. Shinfei frowned slightly and quickly explained, "We are not committing suicide, it's just that you didn't set up any safety measures here, and we accidentally slipped down. You want us to pay for your carelessness? Then why don't you be more careful? I've seen a lot of people like you. You don't live well when you are alive, and you still make us worry when you die. Did your parents raise you for so many years, just to let you die?" Chapter 78 I want to acquire the amusement park. When someone dies in an amusement park, it is a difficult matter to deal with for both the business and the person in charge. Shinfei could understand why the administrator was furious. But there is really no need to say it in such a harsh way. Since the story did not lead to any accidents, shouldn't everyone be happy? Shinfei led the two women back to safety and pointed to the place where they fell into the water. It's not that we were careless, but there were no warning signs or protective measures on your side. The edge of the pond is already quite damp, so accidents are prone to happen. Are you teaching me how to do things? No one else here has had an accident, but you guys did. Why don't you look for the reasons in yourselves instead of blaming us? I'm not blaming you, I'm just suggesting that if I hadn't been here today, no one knows what would have happened. If you weren't here today, nothing would have happened. Go! Leave now and don't ever come to our amusement park again. We don't need people like you here. When we open our mouths, we keep saying people like you. I want to ask you, what kind of people are we? Shinfei's face gradually darkened. He was able to understand the other person, but the other person seemed unwilling to understand him at all. People are mutual. If the other party is unwilling to communicate normally, he will not indulge the other party. Listening to his words, the middle-aged man was obviously angry. After looking Shinfei up and down, he sneered, "Do I need to say it? Aren't you the kind of person who is always looking for death, afraid that you won't be taken seriously, and wants to use death to attract other people's attention? If I were to say, if you want to die, die away quickly and don't affect me. An accident happened at your place, and you blame us? Of course. How could an accident happen if you didn't go to the pond by yourselves? You're kidding me. Get out of here now." The middle-aged man lost all his patience, and Shinfei and the other two also looked gloomy. Because there were no protective measures, an accident happened. After finally saving myself, I was actually scolded by the person in charge? Why do you want to go to a dangerous place? Why are you in trouble while others are fine? Why do you blame the lack of protective measures when something happens to you? Why each of them pricks the victim's heart like a needle, as if they were the ones who did something wrong? This kind of thing happens all the time, just like a woman being raped when she goes out, and some people even blame the woman for dressing too attractively? What is going on in this world? Why is there still the theory of victim blaming? Shinfei held their trembling hands tightly and made up his mind. Are you the owner of this amusement park? What's it to you? So what if it is, so what if it isn't? If you're not, I want your boss to fire you. If you're right, I want your amusement park to close down. Xinfei was firm and resolute. This immediately caused the onlookers to be stunned. Even the middle-aged man widened his eyes. But soon, the middle-aged man couldn't help laughing. Just you? Xinfei stepped forward. Just me. The middle-aged man laughed even more happily. Young man, are you kidding me? Have you watched too much on the internet and learned all those pretentious tricks? Wake up. This is reality, not a place for your fantasies. You can fire me just because you say so? Why don't you just say you're in heaven? The laughter was shrill. Xinfei's eyes were slightly dim, and he didn't say much to him. He just took out his cell phone silently. Fortunately, most mobile phones nowadays are waterproof, so the impact of short-term water exposure is not significant. The call was connected quickly. Bao Huan, I want to ask, do you know the amusement park on the outskirts of the South City? Yes, it's Changnan Fairy Tale. I'd like to ask if you have their contact information. I'd like to buy it. Okay, please help me contact them now, immediately, right away, it's urgent. Xinfei kept talking without lowering his voice at all. The middle-aged man watched quietly and couldn't help laughing out loud. Young man, do you think you're the protagonist? You can just buy it if you say so? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? What gives you the right? Xinfei was on the phone and had no time to respond, but even the two women beside him could not stand it anymore. Do you know who he is? Talking to him like that? If President Jian gets angry, it won't take him long to buy your amusement park. Oh, it only takes a few minutes? Okay, go ahead and buy it. If you can buy it, I'll show you how to eat shit right there. At this time, Xinfei just hung up the phone. You said it, and everyone heard it. Even though it might have a bad influence with children present, you have to do what you said. The middle-aged man got angry and took the lead. Okay. What about you? What if you can't do it? Whatever you perform, I will perform for you. It's a deal. The two hit it off immediately and started to rest on the spot. After a while, another middle-aged man came hurriedly. The man who had been arguing with Xinfei quickly stood up and asked, Director Luo, why are you here? Director Luo ignored him completely and looked straight at Xinfei. He took a few steps forward and said with a smile, little brother, are you Boss Jian? Mr. Sword. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. Being able to live to this age and sit in this position, how could he not have some vision? Seeing the principal acting like this, he panicked on the spot. But the arrow is on the string and must be shot. Even if you regret it now, it is too late. Xinfei nodded and pointed at him, fire him, and I will buy your amusement park right away. If Xinfei had said this before, the middle-aged man would have just sneered. But at this time, when I heard it again, the middle-aged man's face was pale. Headmaster. No, you can't do this. Are you teaching me how to do things? Director Luo's face was filled with anger. He turned around and glared at the middle-aged man, with thoughts constantly running through his mind. This paradise is my father's legacy, and he poured almost all his efforts into it. But in recent years, with the arrival of many well-known amusement park manufacturers, the amusement park business has been getting worse day by day, and only the older generation comes here. Coupled with the impact of last year's epidemic, the economy of the entire amusement park is now on the verge of bankruptcy. In order to overcome the difficulties, Director Luo even began to humble himself and ask other bosses for help. But the reality is that no one would care about an amusement park that has no profit at all. No matter how hard he begged, it was to no avail. Until today. A phone call completely woke him up. Someone actually wants to buy his amusement park. Chapter 79, it's actually very simple to please two women. It was almost dinner time, but how could he care about dinner? He hurried to Xinfei. Little brother, although the value of our amusement park here is not high, it is still worth about 50 million. Are you sure you want to buy it? If you can buy it, let alone firing him, even firing me is no problem. You are the boss. Xinfei nodded, full of determination. Forget it, I'll have to let you manage it in the future. The acquisition is no problem, I only have one condition. What conditions? That is, everything in the amusement park belongs to these two people. As Xinfei spoke, he pointed at Zhang Ningning and the other person. The two of them suddenly widened their eyes. Jian, Boss Jian, what are you doing? What are you doing for us? This is 50 million. That's right. Besides, I'm not from here. What do I need this amusement park for? Shinfei smiled, his eyes rolling. Just consider this my response to you. Didn't you just insist on arguing about who was better? Actually, what I want to say is that there is no such thing as superiority or inferiority. In my eyes, you are all treasures. They are all treasures. So, the 50 million worth of amusement park was given directly to the two of them? The two of them couldn't help but stand there in shock. Gu Lily, favorability 5. Zhang Ningning, favorability 2. Only then did Shinfei breathe a sigh of relief. It's actually very simple to please two women at the same time. As long as you have 50 million. Of course, for Shinfei, if it can continue to grow, let alone 50 million, even 500 million would be no problem. Anyway, as long as the money is spent on them, it is the system's money, and I don't feel sorry at all. Thinking of this, Shinfei also took Director Luo's bank card. One swipe. 50 million will be credited immediately. Dean Luo was still a little confused and looked incredulous. When he first arrived, he was even a little skeptical when he saw how young Shinfei was. But with these 50 million in his hands, how could he dare to doubt it? A young man who can casually throw away 50 million, shouldn't I try my best to please such a person? For a moment, Dean Luo's eyes changed when he looked at Shinfei. After just a moment, he suddenly glared at the middle-aged man beside him. See? There are some people you can't afford to offend. Get out of here. After hearing the shout, the middle-aged man came back to his senses, frowned, and turned around reluctantly. But what was unexpected was that at this moment, Shinfei spoke again. Wait a minute. Have you forgotten the promise you just made? Promise? The promise of eating shit? The middle-aged man shuddered all over, his face bitter, little. Boss, do you really have to do this? What else do you think? For this kind of person, if he is not taught a lesson, he will continue to do the same in the future. Shinfei did not give in at all. The middle-aged man looked at Director Luo for help, but all he saw was anger in Director Luo's eyes. There is no escape. Just have to face it. The middle-aged man sighed, gradually looked towards a pile of dog shit not far away, and resolutely stepped forward. The stench was so strong that he closed his eyes tightly and opened his mouth. However, a hand suddenly grabbed his head. That's enough. I just want you to know that the victim is never guilty. I understand. The middle-aged man seemed to have lost all his strength and sat down on the ground with a thud. After handling the handover of the amusement park, the three of them did not leave the park until late at night. When they got in the car, both women were exhausted. Boss Jian, aren't you afraid of regretting it later by treating us like this? For a moment, both women looked at Shinfei. Shinfei just shook his head. If you need to consider everything before doing anything, then life would be too tiring, right? As long as it doesn't affect your bottom line, just do it if you want to. It is easy to say that you should do it if you want to, but how easy is it to actually implement it? Perhaps only a wealthy man like Shinfei could say such words so calmly. Hearing this, both women sighed. After a while, Gu Lily took a deep breath and said to Shinfei, Boss Jian, I won't hide it from you. In fact, I came here with a purpose, it's not that pure. I'm sorry. What's there to be sorry about? Shinfei said disapprovingly, then asked, Tell me, what is your purpose? Gu Lily opened her mouth, but shook her head and finally closed it. Seeing this, Shinfei urged again, Speak now, I asked you to speak, don't be embarrassed, our relationship is who. Gu Lily burst out laughing, What is the relationship between us? When this question was asked, Zhang Ningning became alert and looked at Shinfei with a vigilant look. Shinfei felt a chill on his back and shook his head repeatedly. What I mean is, when a friend is in trouble, all sides come to his aid. That's just friendship, haha. The two women then smiled at each other. Then, Gu Lily made a plea, it's the annual event of the Goldfish platform. I just want to please you and ask you to help me get a good ranking. This will also help my live broadcast career next year. Year? Shinfei was puzzled. Zhang Ningning quickly introduced Shinfei. After listening, Shinfei suddenly realized, oh, I understand, it's PK, but this time it's a site-wide PK, is that what you mean? You can understand it that way. The two nodded in unison. It's a small matter, no problem. You two just need to watch my performance. I will definitely not let you down. Shinfei agreed immediately. After all, as long as it has something to do with money, it's a trivial matter in his eyes. Isn't it just money? Not much. After agreeing, the two of them returned to their resting place contentedly, leaving Shinfei alone to return to the dormitory. It's not that the two of them didn't hint, but Shinfei refused. Putting feelings over money is something Shinfei dislikes, let alone doing it. I hurried back to the dormitory, but just as I reached the door, my cell phone rang. Shinfei picked up the phone, and it was Su Xilan. Xilan, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Why are you calling me so late at night? No, Shinfei, I just want to ask you a favor. Although my family asked me not to bother you, I thought about it carefully. If you don't come, if something goes wrong, it may be difficult for us to solve it. What's the matter? Shinfei's expression suddenly became serious. Su Xilan then said, it's a birthday party. It's my dad's birthday party. We never celebrated birthdays before, but the situation is a little different now, so we've invited a lot of business people. Maybe the situation will be a little complicated. A little more complicated? Shinfei was puzzled, and after a moment of thought, he finally realized. Chapter 80. Is this a game? The biggest characteristic of a businessman is that he will not do useless things. Maximizing profits is what they pursue. Take Su's father's move for example. In name, it was to celebrate his birthday, but in reality, it was to show off his muscles. He wants to demonstrate his strength in front of many manufacturers so that they will cooperate with him more loyally. Shinfei has never eaten pork, but has he never seen a pig run? Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and agreed immediately. After a tiring day, Shinfei returned to the dormitory and wanted to go to bed early, but he didn't expect that as soon as he walked in, his roommate's call rang out. Throw the grenade. Go ahead and throw the grenade. He's right behind that container. Don't be scared. You didn't kill anyone even if they didn't move? Don't play this game, just uninstall it. Oh my god, I'm going to lose again. How come I have teammates like you? Come closer and take a look. They were playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, which was very popular a few years ago. The gray screen gradually appeared, and the ranking number 25 was really eye-catching. You know, there are only 100 people in the whole game, divided into 25 teams. The 25th person at this time is equivalent to the last person. Shinfei immediately laughed out loud. The three of them turned their heads away with a hint of anger. Third brother, I'm not saying this to you, but this is hilarious. If you can do it, come on in. Do you think we're playing a regular ranked match? This is a bonus match. It's the quality of a professional league for the common people. If you don't have some talent, you don't even qualify to join. Yes, you are qualified. You are qualified to send money. Shinfei responded with a suppressed laugh. The other three people all had bitter expressions and were full of resentment. The so-called Red Envelope Bureau, as its name suggests, is linked to money. Participation requires an entrance fee, and if you achieve good results, you will also receive monetary rewards. The quality is self-evident. After all, no one is willing to give money to others blindly, and there are even some professional players involved. Shinfei also knew this, but when he saw the number 25, he really couldn't help it. After a while, he sighed and said to the others, looks like I, your father, have to take you flying. Come on, wait for me to get on board. However, the other three just sneered. Third brother, this is PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, not League of Legends. We admit that you're somewhat good at League of Legends, but the two games are completely different. Do you usually play this game? I see the icons on your computer are almost covered in dust. I have played it, but I just didn't play it much. How often do you play if you don't play much? Let's play once a year, what's wrong? The three of them were speechless for a while and sighed in unison. Forget it, if you really want to play, let's just play the regular ranked match. This red envelope match requires a ticket of 10 yuan per person. It's not much, but I don't want to give it away for free. That's right, with these $10, I might as well eat a few more buns tomorrow. There are 4 of us, so that's 40. Forget it, it's really unnecessary. Shinfei laughed as he saw everyone not believing him. It's just $40 a round, isn't it? It's no big deal. I said I'd take you flying, and I can take you flying. Don't you still trust me? How about this, I'll pay for all the expenses tonight. All you have to do is call me daddy while I'm playing PUBG. Cut. However, even though they didn't believe it, after Shinfei promised to pay the fee, the three of them were very happy and soon found another red envelope game. The four of them officially entered the game. As soon as they dropped their parachutes, the expressions of the other three people became gloomy. It's over. This team wants to compete with us. I can't parachute fast enough. Run first, it will be too late if you slow down. No, they are coming after me. If I die, you guys should leave. In every conversation, not a single word was good. Less than a minute after they parachuted down, accompanied by the sound of several gunshots, the three roommates, without exception, turned into boxes. Lu Bo was so angry that he slammed his computer desk. I'm not playing this anymore. This is a rubbish game. I've never even seen what the second circle looks like. Forget about winning the game, even searching for resources seems like a luxury. Zhang Ziang echoed, sighing repeatedly. However, the fourth child was completely different from them. He was still looking at the screen with a lively look. Hey, don't be so depressed, don't we still have one person? Who? The two responded subconsciously, then they remembered that they had an additional player, Shinfei, in this round. However, they soon shook their heads. A person who only plays once a year may not even be as good as me. What can I expect from him? Until. Bang bang bang. Several gunshots rang out in their headphones, and they all looked towards the screen. Shinfei actually cheated. 4 in a row. Directly wipe out the team that was trying to destroy them. The whole process took only a few tens of seconds. How is this possible? Both of them were surprised and looked at Shinfei. But Shinfei only looked calm and composed. Dare to attack my brothers? I'm afraid they don't know what it feels like to die. Suddenly, Shinfei's back seemed to become taller in an instant. As they stared at him, the two of them couldn't help but walk behind him. Shinfei, you're not lying to us, are you? You can still play 4 games in a row like this, how can you be someone who only plays this game once a year? That is, what good is there in lying to us? Shinfei shrugged, feeling helpless. It's unfair, I really only play once a year, it's just that I have a stronger talent. Cut. Talent can certainly help you reach great heights, but the problem is, how can talent compensate for only playing once a year? The three people in the dormitory naturally wouldn't believe it. At the same time, as an excellent box, seeing that Shinfei was still fighting, they were not idle either. They all started to give Shinfei advice. Shinfei, don't run around. Go straight to the center now. You're alone anyway, so it's not easy to be discovered. If we're lucky, we might even get a good ranking. If we get third, we won't even have to pay for the next round. Hold on. The whole village's hope rests on you. There is an endless stream of suggestions. However, Shinfei acted as if he didn't hear it at all. He just drove a car by himself and wandered around, honking the horn while driving. He was so arrogant to the extreme. The three people in the dormitory were all dumbfounded, staring at the scene in a daze. At first, they wanted to speak out to stop it, but everything that happened next made them completely doubt their lives. Is Shinfei playing the same game as them? Is this game still playable like this? Chapter 81: The Shock of the Chicken-Eating World. What is the biggest gap between professional players and ordinary players? It's nothing more than coordinating pulling and shooting. But they had never heard of Shinfei's unreasonable harassment. Isn't this how the fish pond game is played? How dare he use it in front of them? Who is he looking down on? So, hearing the sound of the horn, they all stuck their heads out and started firing. Unexpectedly, Shinfei made a perfect cut shot and Ibiza counterattacked. Bang! The 7mm bullet seemed to have an automatic following function, and every bullet hit its target. Every shot hit their head. What kind of magical shooting skill is this? They all found it hard to accept, and the three people standing behind Shinfei exclaimed in surprise. Fuck, third brother, how did you develop such amazing marksmanship? Are you treating the professional players like fish? No way? You're hiding it so well? It's okay to be good at League of Legends, but you're also so good at PUBG? In response to this exclamation, Shinfei looked helpless. There's nothing I can do. My gaming talent is just that strong. I'm helpless too. With wave after wave of Ibiza, the number of people on the scene is getting smaller and smaller, and in sharp contrast is the number of kills by Shinfei. Looking closely, there were already as many as 40 people. Even if converted into teams, there are a total of 10. This completely dumbfounded everyone. You know, this kind of game is not an ordinary ranking game. How high a gaming talent does Shinfei have to achieve such a record? The three roommates gasped in surprise, looked at Shinfei, and gritted their teeth together. Dad. From now on, as long as we play PUBG, you are our dad. Shinfei felt very pleased. While operating, he touched the heads of several people with his backhand, which really made them laugh and cry. We are all human beings, so why is there such a big difference between us? But they didn't know that these scenes, in addition to shocking them, also made some people in the chicken eating club excited. At first, they thought Shinfei was using cheats. After all, they didn't believe anyone could achieve such a record without cheats. But after observing him, they had to rule out the possibility of cheats. The agile movements, the calm handling of the battlefield, the strategy for the house area and the control of the safe zone cannot be achieved by cheating. Without years of extensive practice, it is simply impossible. At least, that's what they all thought. Go! Go find this person's information quickly. Tonight, I must get all the information about him. Our 5 and teen needs such talent. Fuck, brother Ma, come and see, this guy is crazy, even more powerful than me, quickly dig him up, is he a passerby or something? Go and investigate, if this kind of talent falls into the hands of others, it will be a headache. We must find this guy at all costs. No matter how many demands he makes, we must agree to them all. Budget, 20 million. Oh no, 50 million. The PGI's competition is coming up soon, and we have to win. Perhaps, even Shinfei didn't know that his ordinary game would cause such a sensation in the entire PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds world. After a while, when he saw the words good luck appear, he stretched lazily with satisfaction. Seeing this, the three people behind him hurried forward, pinching his shoulders, asking about his well-being, and some even brought water directly to Shinfei's mouth. Shinfei suddenly couldn't stop smiling, and pulled a few people together to play a few more games. This is destined to be a sleepless night. When Shinfei woke up in the early morning of the next day, he suddenly saw several missed calls on his mobile phone, including a text message. When I opened it, I saw that it was sent by Xia Ziyun. Shinfei, I bought you breakfast, it's downstairs. The sending time was 7 o'clock, and now it was already around 9 o'clock. Shinfei was stunned and hurried to the window, where he saw Xia Ziyun standing with her feet together. Wow, I've been waiting for 2 hours? Shinfei frowned slightly, quickly got up, dressed, and went downstairs. What are you doing? If I don't reply, I must be sleeping. You can just go back earlier and don't have to wait for me like this. It's okay, I just waited a little while. Xia Ziyun's sweet smile, accompanied by the faint sunlight on her cheeks, really made Shinfei feel a little bit emotional. For a moment, he was a little distracted. After a while, Shinfei smiled and joked, 2 hours is just a little bit? Then your little bit might be a bit too much. Xia Ziyun still smiled and handed over the hamburger and milk in her hand, but halfway through, she suddenly realized, oh, it's cold. Wait for me, I'll find a place to heat it up. No need. Shinfei took a step forward, took it directly, and rubbed her head, as long as it's you who gives it to me, I will feel warm when I eat it. It doesn't matter whether it's cold or not. How about this, do you have time at noon? Why don't we go eat something together? Good. Xia Ziyun agreed immediately. The reason why they came so early to deliver breakfast and waited for 2 hours was just for a sentence like this, right? Ever since she moved into the villa, her mind has been full of Shinfei's figure. Every corner of the villa seems to reflect Shinfei's face. As long as she lives there, she can't help but think of Shinfei. In addition, she had very little communication with Shinfei in recent days, which led to her actions today. Shinfei didn't know all this, but he knew that among so many women, only Xia Ziyun gave him the most special feeling. There are some feelings that only exist when you are with her. The two of them smiled at each other at the same time, and then started walking together. Walking on the campus, we talked and laughed as we walked. Their relationship has long become a legend on campus. Almost everyone knows that the man is talented and the woman is beautiful. However, knowing is one thing, and seeing it with your own eyes is another. When the two men walked to the teaching building, a beautiful woman just walked out of the building. When she saw the two of them, she froze in place. Shinfei, you. Shinfei looked at it and frowned. Su Ying? What's wrong? Su Ying's expression was complicated, and for a moment, she couldn't help but shed a tear. What originally belonged to her now belongs to someone else in a better way. Seeing this, wasn't it like a needle pricking her? In the waves of pain, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is it really hopeless for us? Even if I pursue you again, it's impossible, isn't it? Certainly. Shinfei had no doubts and was about to respond. However, Xia Ziyun on the side was even more anxious than him. My female classmate, no matter what kind of relationship you had before, it doesn't matter. What matters is that he has nothing to do with you now, do you understand? Chapter 82 Overturned. Understand? I'm talking to Shinfei, what are you answering? Who do you think you are? After Shinfei was taken away, Suing always had a prejudice against Xia Ziyun, and once thought that it was Xia Ziyun's appearance that made her have no chance. Therefore, after being retorted by Xia Ziyun, she immediately responded sharply. Although Xia Ziyun had a good temper and never argued with anyone, she did not seem unfamiliar at all when it came to the issue of men. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I'm standing next to Shinfei now, and I can hold his arm like this. How about it? Xia Ziyun held Shinfei's arm with her backhand, looking very proud. You. Hit the mark. Suing stammered, pointed her finger, and her face turned red with anger. Xia Ziyun was even more proud, and she moved her face close to Shinfei and kissed him. You can still do this? Can you do it? Aye. Suing was so angry that she subconsciously moved closer to Shinfei. Seeing this, Shinfei quickly took a step back. What do you want to do? Suing was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that her behavior was inappropriate, and her face became even redder. However, before she could say anything, Xia Ziyun beside her spoke again. As a boy, you must learn to protect yourself when you go out. Otherwise, some irrational people will always try to take advantage of you. As she spoke, she glared at Suing fiercely. There is no doubt that the irrational person in the words is Suing. Suing never expected that Xia Ziyun could be so sharp in her words, and she was panicked for a moment. Seeing this scene, Shinfei was not idle either. He rubbed Xia Ziyun's head with his backhand and said softly, I know, I will protect myself. Only you can take advantage of me. Every sound is a critical hit. Like a needle prick. Every blow caused Suing unbearable pain. Staring at the loving scene of the two, Suing was furious, but in the end, she could only leave in a hurry, leaving behind a harsh word in the air. All right. You two bastards, just wait for me. You forced me to do this. Feeling the anger, Xia Ziyun couldn't help but feel a little worried. Shinfei, are we going too far? What if she really panics and has no other choice? Don't worry. This isn't something we need to worry about. We didn't do anything wrong. She's just being stubborn. Shinfei shrugged, full of helplessness, and then gradually hardened his expression. If she really still hasn't come to her senses and has done something bad, then I don't mind doing it a little more. Being indecisive has never been Shinfei's style. Some people, the more they can't get something, the more they want it. For this type of person, you must be decisive, otherwise, as long as you give her a little sweetness, she will continue to make demands. If you don't have any feelings, you don't have any feelings. If you don't make a decision, it will not only affect Suing, but also yourself. What's more, Suing had gone 10 times too far in the past. What Shinfei did was nothing compared to what Suing did. Thinking of this, Shinfei also smiled. Let's go, walk around for a while, and then we'll go to the cafeteria to eat. Good. Xia Ziyun agreed. As long as the relationship reaches a certain level, there will be no special requirements for the location of the meal. It doesn't matter where you eat, what matters is who you eat with. If you can eat with someone you love, even if it is at a street stall, it will taste much better. Arriving at the cafeteria, I casually ordered some food and found a seat to sit down. I became a beautiful scenery and attracted the attention of others. However, for the two of them, this kind of sidelong glances has already become a daily routine. By the way, Shinfei, you know Jojo, right? He's coming to Yunqing for a concert in a couple of days. That was my youth, I really want to see it. Just go if you want to. Jojo is getting older. If you don't go now, it might be difficult in the future. Xia Ziyun nodded, but a wave of resentment washed over her. I know that, but do you know how hard it is to buy his tickets? Last time, they were sold out in seconds. With my old age, I guess there's no chance. Hand speed? For something like that, you should come to me. I've been single for so many years, so hand speed is a piece of cake for me. You are so bad. Xia Ziyun said coquettishly. Ha ha ha. While eating, I had a great chat with Xia Ziyun, and it was so joyful. Happiness, sometimes it is really simple. However, fortunately, happiness also seems short-lived. Xinfei was smiling when an uninvited guest came to the seat next to him. Ziyun, why didn't you invite me to dinner? It turns out you have an appointment. I'm just joining you. Shouldn't it bother you guys? Looking closely, the person coming was Xia Ziyun's best friend Wang Yuan. As soon as he saw Wang Yuan, Xinfei couldn't help but recall the scene when they first met, and couldn't help laughing a few more times. However, unexpectedly, amidst the laughter, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in my ears. System activated, automatic capture of target character failed. Reason for failure: the target's favorability is too high. You can rebind when the target's favorability drops below 20. Due to binding failure, spending pickup money on this target is temporarily prohibited. Name: Wang Yuan. Age: 20. Height: 167 centimeters. Weight: 53 kilograms. Appearance: 7.6. Favorability: 50. Favorability is too high. What the hell is this? Gu Lilia's previous behavior was understandable, after all, it was for the money. But what about Wang Yuan? Could it be that Wang Yuan also knows her identity? Xinfei was suddenly confused. At this time, Wang Yuan also forced a sweet smile. Xinfei, I was blind to your talent before and actually mistook you for a loser. I'm really sorry. Is it too late to say sorry to you now? You are blind to the greatness of Mount Tai. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? In an instant, Xinfei became more certain of his guess. He frowned slightly before asking, You know everything? Know what? My identity. I guess I know a little bit. Wang Yuan recalled the appearance of the villa in her mind and nodded heavily. Xinfei sighed. Now that Wang Yuan knows, it means Xia Ziyun will also know soon. Should she come clean? If we hide it now, won't it be even more embarrassing when it's exposed later? Trust is something that is extremely difficult to cultivate, but extremely easy to lose. It would be better to hide fewer things from Xia Ziyun. After a brief hesitation, Xinfei gritted his teeth and said to the two women, Okay, since you all know, I won't hide it. In fact, the wealthy Jianzong who has been all over the internet recently is me. Boss Jian. Is that you? The two women exclaimed in unison, which made Xinfei confused again. What's wrong? You guys already know, right? Know what? If you don't tell us, how can we know? So you just said that you knew my identity. At this point, Wang Yuan burst out laughing and pointed at Xia Ziyun and explained, I'm talking about buying a villa for Ziyun. What are you thinking about? Xinfei was speechless for a while. It turns out I was overthinking it. Isn't this embarrassing? Her brows frowned instantly, and just as Xinfei was embarrassed, Xia Ziyun's expression gradually changed. In other words, you've been going to watch female anchors recently? Xinfei felt a chill in his heart. Damn it. The car flipped over. Chapter 83 Awesome, I can't even make this up myself. Cough cough. This, let me tell you something, let me explain it to you. The sudden rollover caught Xinfei off guard, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Fortunately, Wang Yuan on the side cooperated surprisingly and hugged Xia Ziyun. What explanation do you need? I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Xia Ziyun felt wronged and wanted to cry. It turns out that Xinfei is this kind of person. Ziyun, don't take it so seriously. Isn't that what boys like when they're lonely? You should understand. As long as his heart is still with you, that's all that matters. When these words were spoken, not only Xinfei was dumbfounded, but Xia Ziyun was even more stunned. Didn't Wang Yuan remind herself before not to become a bootlicker? Why are her words now even more like a bootlicker's than mine? Could it be that what Wang Yuan said before was true? Does she also want to be Xinfei's bootlicker? As the saying goes, beware of fire, theft, and best friends. At this moment, Xia Ziyun couldn't help but become a little alert. Well, I know. I won't be angry with Xinfei because of these things. I'm not the kind of unreasonable person. But, Wang Yuan, why are you suddenly speaking up for Xinfei? Could something have happened between you two? No. Xinfei and Wang Yuan said in unison. This is even more embarrassing. Shinfei's face was filled with black lines, and he quickly explained, Ziyun, there are some things that I really can't say out loud, but there's really nothing between Wang Yuan and me. We haven't even added each other on WeChat. That's right, Ziyun, how can you not trust me? What's wrong with you? You actually doubted your best friend. Am I that kind of person? Wang Yuan also agreed. Xia Ziyun's expression looked a little better. Okay, I'll trust you for now. But, having said that, even if something does happen to you, it doesn't matter to me. But you must not hide it from me. I don't like the feeling of being deceived by others. Shinfei breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, then he suddenly realized that these words did not mean what they said literally. This is simply a trap. It's not that Xia Ziyun thinks it's okay, but she wants to use this sentence to test whether the two of them have such thoughts. Shinfei felt like he was facing a formidable enemy, and quickly saved himself by saying, Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. This kind of thing will never happen. That's good, but what about you giving gifts to the female anchor? Hey, this girl hasn't forgotten about this. Seeing that he couldn't get around it, Shinfei took a deep breath and said, Ziyun, I want to talk to you alone. Ah? Before Xia Ziyun could come to her senses, Shinfei pulled her aside. Ziyun, have you heard of Irving syndrome? What disease? Shinfei looked up at the sky with a melancholic 45-degree angle and said, This is a neurotic syndrome. Simply put, it means you can't be alone. Xia Ziyun suddenly realized, so you watched the live broadcast just to relieve your illness? For a moment, Xia Ziyun actually felt a little sympathy for Shinfei. A rich young man actually got such a strange disease. Isn't it a strange disease? The name of this disease was made up by Shinfei. But why do you still reward others? Shinfei said seriously, the conflicts of interest within a large family are not as simple as you think. In fact, I have an older brother. At this point, Xia Ziyun said with a look of sudden enlightenment, I see. You and your brother are fighting for the family fortune, right? Shinfei nodded hurriedly. I have to say that women's imagination is really powerful. At the same time, Shinfei gave her an approving look and signaled Xia Ziyun to continue. After receiving the affirmation, Xia Ziyun suddenly felt that she was quite clever and continued her serious analysis. Your brother is strong and overbearing and doesn't want you to compete with him for his property. And since you don't like competing with others, you can only pretend to be a playboy and deliberately spend money recklessly online to make him less hostile towards you. So, all your online spending is for self-protection. Pa. Shinfei couldn't help but applaud Xia Ziyun. Absolutely amazing. That's awesome. I couldn't even make up such a perfect story myself. Seeing Shinfei applauding her, Xia Ziyun smiled and said modestly, I'm just making random inferences. That's all right, dear. So do you understand my dilemma? Xia Ziyun's eyes were full of sympathy. I see, it turns out that you did this deliberately as a disguise, and you had no choice. Then don't be unhappy, okay, baby? Baby, Shinfei actually called himself baby. Xia Ziyun was delighted. That's good, let's have dinner together. Xia Ziyun smiled sweetly. After Xia Ziyun came back, Wang Yuan thought that Shinfei was bound to fail today, and was ready to take advantage of the opportunity and take over. But when she saw the two of them holding hands, talking and laughing, Wang Yuan was dumbfounded. This is unscientific. After finishing their meal, the three of them left the cafeteria together. As soon as they left the cafeteria, Xia Ziyun made a request, by the way, Shinfei, I want to go back to the villa later. Are you free? Can you give me a ride? No problem, I don't have anything to do anyway. By the way, Ziyun, why haven't I seen you driving recently? The car was borrowed by my uncle's son. Anyway, the villa is close to the school, so I don't need the car. Xia Ziyun thought for a moment, why do you suddenly ask this? Oh, that's fine, I'm just asking. Shinfei seemed to be thinking about something, and got into the car with the two women. The car whizzed along, and after a while, Xia Ziyun and the others suddenly noticed the problem with the driving route. Shinfei, you're driving in the wrong direction. Where are you taking us? No way? Shinfei, you are that kind of person. It's fine if you attack Xia Ziyun, but why do you attack me? I'm still young, please give me a way out. Wang Yuan said shamelessly. Hearing this voice, Shinfei's face suddenly turned black. After arriving at a forest shop in the suburbs, Shinfei turned around and explained helplessly, Wang Yuan, what were you talking about just now? I don't understand a word you said. I just wanted to bring Ziyun here to buy a means of transportation. Why are you making such a fuss? Huh? A means of transportation? Wang Yuan was surprised and turned her head, only then did she see the forest shop next to her. Her face turned red for a moment. I'm not thinking about anything. Let's go, get off the car. After making a subtle excuse, Wang Yuan pulled Xia Ziyun out of the car. After Xinfei parked the car, he walked inside with the two women, but when he was halfway there, Xia Ziyun grabbed Xinfei. Xinfei, why don't you just forget it? I've already accepted the villa you gave me, and now I'm accepting the car you gave me. How can I feel comfortable doing this? Besides, it's not like I don't have a car. I can just wait a few days and my uncle will return it. It's okay, I'll give it to you, just keep it, it's just a small matter. Xinfei waved his hand. Xia Ziyun was still a little hesitant. Until Wang Yuan's voice sounded beside him. Ziyun, don't refuse. Think about it, how much money has Boss Jian given to those female anchors online? It's often tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. How could Xinfei be short of such a small amount? If I were to say, if you don't accept it, he will turn around and give it to the female anchors. Would you be willing to do that? Wang Yuan originally wanted to sow discord. Unexpectedly, Xia Ziyun said firmly, you are not allowed to say that about Xinfei. He has his reasons. Puff. Wang Yuan almost vomited blood. Difficulties? Xia Ziyun, have you been brainwashed by Xinfei? He gave tips to other women. Xia Ziyun recalled Xinfei's difficulties and said decisively, Xinfei, buy me a car, I accept it. These words were spoken righteously, as if to help Xinfei. Yes, it was indeed to help Xinfei earn money to flirt with girls. Xinfei smiled and pulled Xia Ziyun into the store. A salesperson came up to me excitedly with a sweet smile. Hello, sir. Are you planning to buy a car? What is your budget? We are having a promotion recently. If you pay in full, you can enjoy certain discounts. Xinfei nodded, and without hesitation, he said loudly, what is the most expensive car you have here? Bring it to us and show it to us. We want it in stock. The most expensive car? The salesperson was obviously a little surprised. He looked Xinfei up and down, and the suspicion in his eyes was obvious. However, she did not look down on others like Zhong did. Adhering to her good professional ethics, she still smiled and nodded. Okay, everyone, please follow me. The most expensive car we have in stock is right here. It's a Rolls-Royce Phantom Series 2 Extended Edition, and the current price is 12 million. 12 million. Hearing this, Xia Ziyun stopped immediately. Where is the promised means of transportation? A means of transportation worth 12 million? This means of transportation is really expensive. Even though Xia Ziyun's family was well off, she couldn't help but feel a little distressed for Xinfei, and immediately looked at Xinfei. Chapter 84. He has always been charming. Xinfei, didn't we agree to buy a means of transportation? 12 million is really unnecessary. I'm not a good driver, and if I accidentally scratch or bump into something. There was worry in his eyes. It's okay. If you get hurt later, just take it from me. Xinfei smiled and didn't take it seriously. However, Xia Ziyun still shook her head. No. I'm not that kind of person. There's really no need to buy such an expensive car. Just listen to me, okay? Xia Ziyun looked at Xinfei very seriously. Feeling this, Xinfei did not become obsessed. Although the money is not his, if he spends it and not only fails to please Xia Ziyun, but instead makes her uncomfortable, then that would go against his original intention. Whether it's pretending to be cool or spending money, isn't it all for the sake of serving Xia Ziyun? Xinfei nodded and said, okay, miss, you heard it too. 12 million is too expensive. Please replace it with a cheaper car for us, preferably one that is suitable for girls to drive. The salesperson watched quietly, with an inevitable sneer on his face. He turned around and took a few people to a place with a budget of about 100,000 yuan. These models are actually quite suitable for girls to drive, both in terms of appearance and performance. If a man buys one for his girlfriend, it would be perfect. She continued to introduce things one after another, without noticing Xinfei's increasingly gloomy expression. After a while, Xinfei asked again, are these the only cars you have in your forest store? The salesperson was stunned and couldn't help but sneer. Yes, there are other options, but they are too expensive and really unnecessary. There was a hint of contempt in his words. Shenfei frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong? Do you think I can't afford it? How could that be? We're all professional salespeople, how could we possibly question the boss? Didn't the boss's girlfriend just say she didn't want such an expensive car? I'm just providing a car according to his needs. Is there anything wrong with that?" The salesperson said this with a look of sarcasm on his face. He brought two girls to show off, and when they met, he wanted to see the most expensive car, and then pretended to say it was expensive. She had seen this kind of people many times. Xia Ziyan naturally knew that Shenfei was angry, so she hurried over to smooth things over. "Yes, Shenfei, don't be angry. She's right. I think the cars here are actually pretty good. They don't need to be so expensive. Look, your girlfriend said the same thing. Just buy it here and don't look at those more expensive cars." The salesperson looked impatient. "Are you sure you don't want to show me some of your more expensive cars? Boss, please be reasonable. It's not that I don't want to show it to you, but your request is like this, and I'm in a difficult position." The salesperson didn't say anything, but she was thinking, even if I show you around, can you afford it? Isn't that a waste of my time? They have to show the necessary manners when facing every customer, which is the basis of their industry. She did the same thing when she first took a few people to see Rolls-Royce. But when he was halfway there, he stopped looking as soon as he heard the price. Isn't this a sign of exceeding his budget? In addition, Shenfei's dressing style did not look like a young master from a wealthy family, so she really couldn't bring herself to serve him. There are endless young people who come here just to look at the luxury cars and take pictures. She has seen a lot of people like this. How could Shenfei not see the sales idea? Look down on yourself? Shenfei frowned tightly, glanced outside, and asked without turning his head, "Is there a 4S store next door?" "Yes, I do, but I say, it's the same wherever you go, so just save yourself the trouble. Next time you take a girl out to show off, just tell her that you saw the most expensive car but can't afford it. Aren't you ashamed?" Seeing that the customer was about to leave, the salesperson stopped pretending. Shenfei didn't say much, turned around and left the 4S store with the two women. Sales also returned to the forefront. The receptionist immediately asked excitedly, "How's it going? Did that guy just book a car? You have to treat me to dinner tonight. You've landed another big deal." "What big business? I don't know what you're talking about. It's just a few young people who wanted to come here to take pictures." When they heard the price of the car, they were discouraged. "Forget it, let's not talk about it. It's obvious that they are just here to take pictures and post them on WeChat Moments to show off." The salesperson looked helpless. Unexpectedly, after hearing her words, the girl at the front desk was stunned. "What? He was persuaded to quit? That shouldn't be the case. Doesn't that guy drive a Bugatti Veyron? Isn't that car worth 50 million? He drives that car himself, so why would he be persuaded to quit buy the car in our store? So what if it's a Bugatti Veyron? It's still, what? A Bugatti Veyron. 50 million. The salesperson suddenly exclaimed and looked outside, only to see the Bugatti Veyron parked quietly by the roadside. As the receptionist said, how could someone who can afford a Bugatti Veyron be dissuaded from driving a Rolls-Royce? This is totally unscientific. So, I really misunderstood just now. So, I really just missed out on a high commission? At this moment, she only felt that she had missed out on 100 million. Her face gradually darkened, and without hesitation, she hurried out the door, trying to win back Shenfei. When they arrived at the 4S store next door, Shenfei was having a pleasant conversation with a salesperson. Seeing her approaching, the salesperson waved and greeted her. "Xiaoli, do you want to come over and play? Let me tell you, this boss is really generous. He bought his girlfriend a Koenigsegg Agera 20 million, and he paid in full. He's really generous. Koenigsegg Agera. 20 million. Pay in full." Each word hit Xiaoli's nerves. You know, all this should have belonged to her a few minutes ago. But she gave it up with her own hands. How could she overcome the hurdle in her heart? At that moment, she seemed to have lost all her strength and collapsed weakly, forcing the other salesperson to rush forward to support her. However, Shenfei and others did not care about her condition. After ignoring them completely, they completed the formalities, hung up the temporary license plate, and left the store together, leaving Xiaoli alone with regret. As they escorted the two back to the villa, the system's sound rang in Shinfei's mind. Xia Ziyun, favorability 5. Congratulations to the host for reaching the goal of 80 points. Reward host strategy level gift package singing skills master level. Singing technique? ISNT this just singing? Shinfei was slightly stunned, and Xia Ziyun beside him also came to him excitedly, and without saying a word, gave him a kiss. Thank you. I can't repay you, so I'll give you some interest first. Her sweet smile made Shinfei feel warm in his heart. Okay, if you don't have anything else to do, I'll go back first. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Good. After agreeing, Shinfei also left the villa. The two women watched Shinfei leave. After he disappeared, Wang Yuan couldn't help but murmur, Ziyun, have you noticed that Shinfei's voice seems to have changed and become more charming? Xia Ziyun smiled, he has always been charming. Chapter 85 You all come together. After driving slowly back to the school, Shinfei parked the car and headed towards the dormitory. Sons! Your daddy is back. Shouting subconsciously, Shinfei stepped into the dormitory. However, the imagined retort from the three people in the dormitory did not happen. Instead, all they saw was a look of indifference. What's wrong? Shinfei was full of confusion. The three of them then pointed to a location inside the dormitory. Shinfei looked over and his face immediately darkened. Teacher Wang, why are you here? In the dormitory, besides three roommates, there is also Teacher Wang. In other words, the phrase sons just now. Shinfei just felt embarrassed. Fortunately, Teacher Wang obviously didn't care. I couldn't get through to you on the phone, so I had no choice but to come to the dormitory to invite you. Oh, I was driving just now and may not have noticed. Teacher Wang, is there anything I can help you with? What else could it be? Have you forgotten what you promised me last time? Promise you? Shinfei pondered for a moment before remembering the basketball team. He slapped his thigh and suddenly realized, how could this be possible? I promised Teacher Wang, how could I forget? The main reason I haven't reported is because I've been too busy lately. Yeah, I'm really too busy. There are too many girls to pick up. How can I have the energy to play basketball? Right. No. Teacher Wang, what are you talking about? Shinfei laughed and felt that the whole dormitory was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Teacher Wang snorted coldly, said no more, and pulled him out. Let's go. I see you have nothing to do now, so come with me to the basketball court. After being caught, Shinfei had no choice but to follow him. I don't know if the news was leaked by the three people in the dormitory, but when I was dragged to the basketball court, spectators had already appeared around. Some of them even held Shinfei's fan cards. As soon as they saw Shinfei appear, the group immediately started cheering. Shinfei, take off instantly. I love Shinfei. Long live Shinfei. The shouting made Shinfei's face turn black. So this is the impact of being famous in school? Isn't this really embarrassing? With no intention of enjoying himself at all, Shinfei lowered his head and came to the side of the school basketball team with Teacher Wang like a primary school student who had made a mistake. This is classmate Shinfei. Teacher Wang gave a brief introduction. As a result, several team members looked at each other with sneers in their eyes. Shinfei. How could they not know each other? Isn't he just the guy who beat up his captain? I didn't expect this guy to dare to come here. Xiaolon, should we find a chance to torture him? Nonsense, this idiot dared to mess with our captain, we must deal with him. What are you two doing whispering to each other? The city basketball game is coming up soon, so you two can't let me down. Pay attention. After Teacher Wang scolded them, the two dared not say anything more. Soon the tactics were arranged and training was about to begin. The tall and thin Alin suddenly said, Coach Wang, what is Shinfei doing here? Is he a cheerleader? Suddenly everyone around burst into laughter. Teacher Wang rolled his eyes at Alin and said, Li Xiang can't play for the time being. I've specially found a good seedling. I'll let Shinfei train with you guys later to see if he can replace Li Xiang. Replacing Li Xiang? Shinfei and several team members said in unison. At this time, Shinfei felt that he had been tricked. Before coming, Coach Wang clearly said that he was just coming to take a look, so why did he suddenly change his mind and want to train, and even replace Li Xiang? But several team members were naturally dissatisfied. Teacher Wang, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I can say it. Why did Shinfei let him play as a starter? Even if the captain is not here, you can't just pull in a random guy to replace him. This caused a huge uproar, and the other team members expressed their opinions one after another. That's right. Shinfei isn't very familiar with his profession. What if something unexpected happens? Teacher Wang, don't we have several substitutes? They've been training for so many years, can't they be even better than an amateur? That's right, no matter who it is, even a dog, Shinfei won't be allowed to fight. Hey, I have a bad temper. Shinfei originally wanted to keep a low profile and it would be best if he could get away with it. He didn't want to be a slam dunk master, but being looked down upon by these guys instantly made Shinfei angry. Shinfei soon calmed down. Although he is at the grandmaster level, his combat power is extremely strong and his physical fitness is also amazing. But basketball is a competitive sport after all. Shinfei also played a few days ago, and he was better than ordinary people. However, when he played against professional players, they were very skilled, and Shinfei could rely on his physical fitness to win, but it was a little difficult. Forget it, I won't bother with these guys. Shinfei didn't have to argue about this. If you expose your cultivation level, it will be more harmful than beneficial. He also wanted to use the money he earned from picking up girls to make money in a low-key manner. Being too ostentatious and too famous would be detrimental to picking up girls. And those team members were even more unhappy than Shinfei. Each of them who was able to join the school team was once the best of their respective high school basketball teams, and they naturally have confidence in their own skills. They would have no objection to having the former basketball team captain Li Xiang as the main player. After all, Li Xiang had already conquered them with his skills in previous training. But Shinfei is different. He's just an airborne player. Why can he replace the captain? Li Xiang is God in their hearts. More importantly, according to the information they obtained, Shinfei had not even been on the school team before. How can they accept this? Teacher Wang immediately frowned. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with my decision? Do you think I did something wrong? No. That's it, I said treat him as the main force, then play like this, if anything goes wrong, I will bear all the responsibility. Full of domineering power. Teacher Wang's decisive words immediately stunned the basketball team members. However, calming them down is one thing, but making them willing is another. Although they agreed verbally, they all stared at Shinfei with their eyes, as if they were taking all the anger they had suffered out on him. Shinfei felt helpless. He wanted to just muddle through, deal with it casually, and be done with it. Anyway, he had no heart to play basketball. I'll just let him go later and let Coach Wang kick him out. However, as soon as he turned his head, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Wang Yufei. Standing at the front of the audience, Wang Yufei was looking at him expectantly. Seeing his gaze, she made a cheering gesture. Shinfei smiled back and then looked away, but unexpectedly, a basketball suddenly flew towards him. Fortunately, Shinfei reacted quickly and caught the basketball with one hand. Although this action is instinctive, it is very handsome. Wang Yufei's eyes widened instantly. Wang Yufei, Favorability 3. Congratulations to the host for reaching the goal of 70 points. Reward host strategy level gift package, master level of sports talent. Shinfei held the basketball in one hand, and an electronic prompt sounded in his mind. Athletic talent? Doesn't this just solve the urgent problem? Shinfei was very happy. Oh, sorry, training has just started and I forgot to call you. Xiaolong, who was not far away, was trying to hold back his laughter, but there was no hint of apology in his words. Obviously. He did it on purpose. He clearly wanted to see Shinfei embarrassed. It seemed that only in this way could they confirm that Teacher Wang had misjudged the person. Shinfei couldn't help but frown. You just don't accept it, right? How could that be, Shinfei? What are you talking about? Teacher Wang has already protected you like this, how dare we disobey? Xiaolong shrugged sarcastically. Under normal circumstances, Shinfei might not bother to argue with these people. But at this moment, Wang Yufei's gaze was behind him. How could he allow others to stand over him and get carried away? After a brief thought, he said coldly, "All right, since you don't accept it, I'll beat you until you do." As he was speaking, he threw the basketball in his hand again, straight towards Xiaolong. Xiaolong didn't take it seriously and subconsciously caught the basketball, but unexpectedly, as soon as the ball fell into his hands, he felt a strong momentum. Thump. Under the force, Xiaolong sat down on the floor, his face flushed. You. What do you mean by me? You can't even catch the ball properly. Is this your professional level? Xinfei sneered, glanced at the other team members, and said, "Come on, all of you come together. Since you are all unwilling to accept it, then don't just stand there and watch. Let me see what you are really capable of. Let us go together." As soon as those 3 words came out, the basketball team members were all stunned. Chapter 8699:5. One picks a group? Arrogant. Who are you looking down on? A wave of anger also arose spontaneously. Everyone walked onto the court. Wang Yufei naturally saw this scene, and a hint of panic inevitably flashed across her face. "Xinfei, why don't you just admit your mistake and let it go? They're not weak. If they bump into you later and they hit you without restraint, it won't be good for you." Xinfei felt warm in his heart and smiled back, "Don't worry, I will be gentle." After saying that, Xinfei walked onto the court without looking back. Confident men are always popular, and this is no exception. That back. That confidence. All of this was reflected in Wang Yufei's eyes. She trembled all over and couldn't help but blush. Is this the man I like? What a man! Open it, let's get started. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaolong took the basketball first and rushed towards Xinfei. Xinfei reacted quickly and defended himself, but in the end his defense was broken by Xiaolong's fake move. One ball, into the basket. Xiaolong sneered, "That's all? You think you're worthy of being a starter? If you can't even defend that, what's the point of playing basketball? Go home and play games." The sarcasm is even more harsh. However, Xinfei just smiled thoughtfully and then said loudly, "Come on, come again, continue." Another goal. Xiaolong and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Wang Yufei, who was in the audience, felt a little unhappy when she heard it. "Xinfei, forget it, let's not fight anymore. The gap between professionals and amateurs is really too big. Don't worry, don't you still trust me? I let them score a few goals on purpose. Let them have a few balls?" Wang Yufei was a little confused. At the same time, the opponent scored another goal. Seeing the scene, Teacher Wang couldn't help but frown. Could it be that I am really seeing things? Xinfei can't play basketball at all? After a slight hesitation, he immediately stood up from his seat and tried to help Xinfei. Stop, that's all for today, don't fight anymore." "Xinfei, didn't you just say that you have something else to do when you go back? Go back first." "No, Mr. Wang, I'm fine. Go on, I'll be done soon." After automatically ignoring the last sentence, Teacher Wang sighed. Seeing that Xinfei insisted, he could only sigh and sit back in his seat. But at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from the crowd. Holy crap! A goal! Xinfei scored. Teacher Wang and Wang Yufei were both stunned and looked towards the basketball court, just in time to see Xinfei dunking the ball into the basket. The whole audience fell into silence. Xinfei actually started to fight back? Weren't you being beaten just now? Everyone was inevitably confused. The same is true for Xiaolong and others. What's going on? How are you guys defending? You can't even defend someone who can't play basketball? Xiaolong, you can't blame us. It seems that Xinfei suddenly used your signature fake move to pass the opponent when he just broke through. It was really difficult for us to defend. My signature feint? Xiaolong muttered, his expression gradually becoming gloomy. Soon, the situation took a big turn. In just a few minutes, Xinfei seemed like a different person, completely transformed from a newbie into a master, from being crushed to crushing. Xiaolong and his team did not score any more goals except for the 2 goals they scored before. In comparison, it was Xinfei who kept putting the ball into the basket. One gains while the other loses. Everyone present was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the score that continued to widen. 2:5. 5:5. 18:5. Various goals were scored frequently, which was dazzling. In just a few minutes, the score reached 99-5. What is the concept? Even though all the goals Xinfei scored were 3-pointers, that still amounted to a total of 33 goals. Crush. A complete crushing. A few minutes ago, this group of basketball team players may have had doubts about Xinfei's strength. But at this moment, with sweat all over their bodies, they all collapsed on the court due to exhaustion. I was wrong, Shinfei, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have questioned your strength, stop fighting, I admit defeat. I admit defeat too, we are not on the same level at all, from now on I will listen to you, I will listen to you. Are you cheating? You were such a wimp just now, how come you're so powerful all of a sudden? Everyone wailed, with bitterness on their faces. Seeing this scene, Shinfei couldn't help but blush and walked up to him with a smile. Alright, I don't mean to bully you. I just don't want you to feel resentful towards me. We're all classmates and teammates, so there's no need to harbor ulterior motives. Since we're all here, we're all fighting for the glory of the school. As long as we can win, what difference does it make who plays the main role? Does that mean I'll be the winner, and not you? Prosperity for all. This simple truth awakened everyone at this moment. Everyone then nodded heavily. We understand, Shinfei, you are not only a good player, but also a first-class person. We are convinced, completely convinced. From now on, if you tell us to go east, we will never dare to go west. We will only obey you. I only obey you. At this moment, Shinfei actually had some feeling of an ancient king. What is the difference between these words and swearing allegiance until death? He couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this time, Teacher Wang hurried over. So, now everyone has figured it out, right? Then we can start training. The team members all nodded. However, Shinfei just frowned slowly. Mr. Wang, you saw it just now. Do you think someone like me still needs training? Do you need it? Don't you need it? Teacher Wang was stunned. If he had not seen Shinfei's performance, he might have scolded Shinfei without hesitation. But at this moment, looking at the score of 99-5, he fell into hesitation. This, coordination and all that, it takes practice, right? When you have enough strength, your voice will also increase. This was what Shinfei did at this moment, and he immediately took the initiative in the conversation. Seeing Teacher Wang's hesitation, Shinfei smiled and continued, yes, coordination and other things definitely need practice. But Teacher Wang, I have a small problem, which is forgetfulness. No matter what I learn, I forget it easily. How about this, I practice a few days before the competition. By then, I will be able to cope with the competition well. It's not forgetfulness, it's laziness. It's obvious that you don't want to waste time here. Teacher Wang knew it very well. But the problem was that he couldn't refuse Shinfei. What if after being rejected, Shinfei holds a grudge and is unwilling to continue to join the basketball team, or is unwilling to show his true strength? Instead, the gain outweighs the loss. After losing the initiative, he had no right to choose when faced with such words. After a moment of silence, he let out a long sigh. Oh, forget it. I know that even if I force you to stay, you won't be willing. In that case, then you can leave if you want to. But you have to promise me one thing. Which point? That's right, you must help the school get a good ranking in this competition. If you can. Teacher Wang, don't worry. If I can't get the first place, I won't be called Shinfei. Chapter 87 The Scumbag. With Shinfei's assurance, Teacher Wang felt relieved. After briefly explaining the itinerary, Shinfei walked out of the basketball hall. As soon as I walked out of the door, a pretty figure came into view. Wow, you're really good. Is it true what you said about letting them score a few goals? Wang Yufei's eyes were shining, and she looked like a real little fangirl. Shinfei shrugged helplessly, otherwise, it would be fake. You can see that I am actually very powerful. I just keep a low profile and don't want to fight with others unless they really force me to do so. Wang Yufei burst out laughing. That's really impressive. So, handsome guy, do you have time to have dinner with me? Are you treating? That's right. What are you talking about? Lead the way. Shinfei is not short of money, especially when facing the target of a strategy. However, letting the other party spend money occasionally is also a good choice. The purpose of the system is to increase favorability, not to spend money. Shinfei sees this very clearly. However, the opposite happened. Just as the two of them hit it off and were about to leave, bursts of cheers suddenly rang out from behind them. Shinfei. Please sign for me. I've fallen in love with you. Shinfei, look at me. Are you still in need of a dog to boot? I'm willing to give birth to a baby for you. Shinfei, you already have so many girlfriends, are you interested in having more boyfriends? Not only did she give birth to a baby, but she also got her boyfriend? Xin Fei was stunned on the spot. Turning his head, he saw a large crowd of people running towards him. A trace of panic suddenly arose in his heart. Xin Fei grabbed Wang Yufei and started walking. Run! A chase scene slowly unfolds. Xin Fei held Wang Yufei's hand tightly. Although it was a subconscious reaction on the spot, it made Wang Yufei blush. He grabbed my hand. His palms were so warm. If I could just hold on to it like this forever, it might be nice. A faint smile appeared on her face, and Wang Yufei's gaze towards Xin Fei became increasingly affectionate. Wang Yufei, favorability 5. The sudden prompt sound really startled Xin Fei. Can running away also increase favorability? Does Wang Yufei like sports? That should be the case, otherwise, why would all her exes be related to sports? Xin Fei nodded slowly and secretly made up his mind that he must take her with him next time he exercised. After a while, when there were no more fans chasing after them, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief and stopped. Hovo, these people nowadays, why do they always want to give birth to a baby for me? I can't stand it. It seems that I have to wear a mask when I go out in the future. Of course you have to wear it. Don't you know how big a fan base you have at school? I heard they even set up a takeoff club just for you. Takeoff club? Xin Fei was speechless and shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, unhealthy sounds were faintly heard from the small forest not far away. When they heard the voice, their expressions changed immediately. What's that sound? You should say, what is this place? As they were talking, they noticed the scene around them. It turned out to be the most secluded grove in the school. During the day, this place is deserted, but at night it is extremely lively. Just by taking a few steps, you can meet a furtive couple. The sound was obviously made by a couple who were secretly having sex. In an instant, both of their faces turned red. Only then did Xin Fei notice that he was still holding Wang Yufei's hand and quickly let go. The atmosphere was vaguely ambiguous. Xin Fei scratched his head and suggested, how about we go back? If we ruin other people's good things later, they will beat us to death. But there are people out there looking for you to give birth to a baby. Are you sure you want to go first? Xin Fei was silent, unable to make up his mind. Wang Yufei, on the other hand, was particularly proactive. She found a stone bench and sat on it, and even patted the seat next to her. You must be tired from running. Come and rest for a while. We can sit for a while before we continue. Sit for a while? Xin Fei looked embarrassed. It's okay to sit there, but the key is, we are alone, a man and a woman, in a place like this, with strange background music. What should we do if something happens? As a boy, you won't suffer any loss, but the question is, what happens after you do it? How should I face Xia Ziyun next? How to continue to cultivate the favorability of others? This is tantamount to becoming a complete scumbag. Xin Fei shook his head repeatedly. He doesn't like this name. It's okay, I'm not tired. You sit down, I'll just stand for a while. After she finished speaking, Wang Yufei couldn't help but flash a trace of disappointment, but after the disappointment, it was followed by praise. In today's society, desire always makes people lose their minds. Some boys sometimes really think like animals with their lower body. In situations like this, the boys will take matters into their own hands. At least, Xin Fei is not that kind of boy. Although I wouldn't refuse, who wouldn't want the boy they like to be better? Knowing how to control your desires is what a man does. Wang Yufei nodded with satisfaction. Wang Yufei, favorability 2. When Xin Fei heard the system sound, he was inevitably stunned. So, you can still grow after rejecting the other party? When it comes to Wang Yufei's favorability, the system seems to never follow the rules. After a while, even the couple stopped and walked out of the grove side by side. We talked and laughed, having a great time. But neither of them noticed that just as they were leaving, their figures were seen by another woman. Suing. Suing was just passing by, but when she saw two people coming out of the woods, she subconsciously glanced over. Unexpectedly, this one glance made her freeze in place. Xin Fei? But the woman next to him doesn't seem to be Xia Ziyun. That person seems to be Wang Yufei? Wang Yufei was quite well known in the school, so even in the dim night, she recognized her at a glance. Her eyes widened at the recognition. Xin Fei and Wang Yufei actually walked out of the woods at night? Big news. Definitely big news. Isn't this a blatant proof of being a scumbag? While dating Xia Ziyun, he was hanging out in the woods with Wang Yufei? Scumbag! Su Ying's eyes lit up, and she quickly took out her cell phone and started taking pictures of the backs of Xiang, Xinfei, and the other man. After the two of them completely disappeared, she smiled wickedly and said, Xinfei, I've already told you, you forced me to do this. Since you won't let me have it, no one else can either. Do you think you're perfect? Humph, you're still a scumbag. All men are pigs. This time, I'm going to expose your true nature as a scumbag. After saying this harshly, she decisively posted the photos of the two of them on the school forum. Chapter 88 Malicious Rumors. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, before Xinfei woke up, everyone in the dormitory started to make a commotion. Xinfei, wake up quickly, something happened, something serious happened. If you sleep any longer, your image will be completely lost. PR, hurry up and do the PR. After hearing the exclamation, Xinfei couldn't fall asleep anymore, so he had to open his eyes. What are you doing? I'm not a big star, why would I need to do PR? Also, what's my image? What are you talking about? Look for yourself, the whole school is scolding you now. Zhang Ziang handed the phone directly to Xinfei. Xinfei looked closely and saw a striking headline, Scumbag confirmed. The school idol Xinfei turned out to be this kind of person. When he clicked on it, he saw the photo of himself and Wang Yufei walking out of the woods, and there were even a few photos of used props scattered in the woods. What follows is a series of condemnations, saying that he is too timing and is a true scumbag. Xinfei immediately frowned. Who sent this? The three people in the dormitory shook their heads in unison. It's anonymous, so we don't know either. But that's not important. What's important is that you have to clear your name, otherwise your image will be ruined. Whitewash? Only when you are black do you need to be whitened. How can I clear my name when I clearly haven't done anything? Frowning, Xinfei fell on the bed again, staring at the three people in the dormitory in shock. You're not even going to explain yourself? How are people at school supposed to look after you in the future? What do they think of me? A person with a clear conscience fears no slander. They can easily find excuses to accuse someone of a crime. Even if I explain, it will only make things worse. I'm too lazy. Let them see it however they want. Those who understand me naturally don't need me to explain. After saying that, Xinfei fell into a deep sleep again. The other three looked at each other and sighed. However, as Xinfei said, those who truly understand him don't need him to explain anything at all. Just after the forum post went viral, Wang Yufei spoke out. Xinfei and I were just passing by the grove. I didn't expect to be maliciously slandered. But I can clarify that nothing happened between Xinfei and me. He is a good man, and we are innocent. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Her statement immediately aroused condemnation from countless onlookers, who believed that her behavior was encouraging the arrogance of the scumbag. What's worse, some people even directly called her a mistress, which was disgusting. But not long after, Xia Ziyun also spoke. First of all, I believe Xinfei is not that kind of person. He would never do such a thing. Secondly, Xinfei and I are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Simply put, I am the one pursuing him. The rumormongers can stop now. Your so-called revelations are nothing. Pursuer. The dignified Xia Ziyun is actually Xinfei's pursuer. It seems that Xinfei didn't agree either. For a moment, the onlookers were dumbfounded. However, what surprised them even more was that shortly after this comment was posted, Wang Yufei also responded. Just 2 short words, +1. In other words, Wang Yufei is also Xinfei's pursuer. Everyone was stunned in front of their phones, not paying any attention to the so-called revelations. They just envied Xinfei even more. Naturally, Su Ying saw all these scenes. She originally thought that after this revelation, Xinfei would be like a rat crossing the street, and everyone would shout and beat him. But who would have thought that not only did it fail to confirm his identity as a scumbag, but it also aroused the envy of others. The more envious others were, the angrier she became. Bang! She even threw her cell phone to the ground and threw herself into the bed, not knowing whether she was crying or trying to escape. At this moment, Zhao Ran just came to the dormitory. Seeing the phone dropped on the ground, she kindly picked it up and wanted to return it, but she accidentally caught a glimpse of the picture on the screen. Su Ying is the whistleblower. Seeing this scene, Zhao Ran trembled all over, as if he thought of something. He hurriedly put his mobile phone on the table and turned around to leave the dormitory. When Xinfei woke up again, the storm had subsided. However, Zhang Ziang still stood beside the bed with a sad look on his face. Xinfei was puzzled. What's wrong? You look like this, did you guys quarrel again? Zhang Ziang rejected it. No, there's nothing wrong with her and me. It's mainly you. Yes, do you know who posted that? Xinfei shook his head. Zhang Ziang finally responded, it was Su Ying. Zhao Ren just called me and told me that she accidentally saw Su Ying's phone interface, and the account number on it was the person who posted the message. Su Ying? Xinfei knew that Su Ying hated him, but he never expected that she would spread rumors about him like this. As the saying goes, you don't have to worry about thieves stealing, you have to worry about thieves thinking about stealing. Although Su Ying's little movements behind her did not cause any impact at this time, who can guarantee that there will be no little movements later? If you ignore it, one day you will do something that you will find hard to accept. Thinking of this, Xinfei couldn't help but frown. It seems that it is time to find a way to solve Su Ying's problem. Find a time to ask her out and talk it out. If she insists on doing so, I'm afraid I'll have to ask Luo Changtian and his group for help. Having made up his mind, Xinfei gradually smiled. After casually sending Zhang Ziang away, he touched his belly and got out of bed. At that moment, the phone rang. It's Xia Ziyun. As soon as the call was connected, voices of accusation were heard from the other side. What's wrong? Classmate Xinfei, aren't you going to explain to me what happened? Classmate Xinfei? Just from this title, Xinfei could sense Xia Ziyun's dissatisfaction. He laughed foolishly a few times before responding, of course I have to explain. I was just about to call you when you called first. What a coincidence. Oh, it's a bit of a coincidence. So tell me, what's going on? That's right, didn't I promise teacher Wang that I would play basketball, and then? While Xinfei was putting on his clothes, he also carefully explained to Xia Ziyun. Xia Ziyun already believed in Xinfei, so when she heard Xinfei's explanation, she was naturally filled with joy. The content of the explanation is not important. What is important is that Xinfei is willing to explain it to her. Isn't this a sign of respect? Proves that Xinfei cares about his opinion. That's enough. After Xinfei finished explaining, Xia Ziyun decisively let it go and comforted Xinfei, telling him not to think too much. Listening to the comfort from the other end of the phone, Xinfei couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. After hanging up the phone, Xinfei didn't hesitate and dialed a number directly. Boss Bao, I'm sorry, it seems like I have to trouble you again. It's just a small matter. Can you help me get 2 tickets for Jojo's concert in a few days? Thank you. Chapter 89. I want to invite you to sing a song. In the next few days, there wasn't much to note. Xinfei spent his days just connecting with a few girls and playing games. When Jojo's concert was about to begin, Xinfei asked Xia Ziyun out. You asked me out today, do you have something to give me? Although Xinfei didn't say it explicitly, she guessed something just because he suddenly asked her out on this special day, and even dressed up carefully before going out. Xinfei smiled and didn't keep anyone in suspense. He took out the 2 tickets from his pocket. Well, nothing can be hidden from you. Are these really tickets to Jojo's concert? That's awesome. You're just amazing. Xia Ziyun took the ticket and threw herself into Xinfei's arms. With the beauty in his arms, Xinfei chuckled and repeatedly reminded, Ahem, it's not good to do this in public. So what? Anyway, everyone in the school knows that I'm pursuing you. I'm not afraid of a girl, so why are you afraid? Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. I'm afraid those boys who like you will kill me with a knife. Puff. Xia Ziyun smiled sweetly, rolled her eyes, and suddenly kissed him. This time, it wasn't the cheek. Xinfei's eyes suddenly widened. After a while, until she was out of breath, Xia Ziyun moved away shyly. The scene fell into an awkward atmosphere for a while. Xinfei blushed, thinking about breaking the awkwardness. Ahem, this is my first kiss, you took it away like this, you must be responsible. Responsible? Xia Ziyun murmured, becoming even more shy. You're the one who has the first kiss? Isn't it me? If anyone is responsible, it's you who should take responsibility. You too? Isn't that a coincidence? Well, forget it. We all suffered a loss, so we're even. The best way to ease awkwardness is to make the other person laugh. It has to be said that Shinfei was absolutely decisive in this regard. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere changed. The two of them walked arm in arm towards the concert venue as if nothing had happened. This concert is the Yunqing stop of JoJo's global tour. Because of JoJo's popularity, the entire venue was packed with people. Not to mention the tickets for the inner field, even the seats around the outside field were packed. As soon as they got within a few hundred meters, they had to stop and walk. After finally squeezing into the venue, both of them felt embarrassed. After looking at each other, they all laughed out loud. "Look at your hair, it's a mess. You're still talking about me, why don't you take a look at yourself?" "No. If I can't see, then there's no chaos." Shinfei smiled dotingly and reached out to finish tidying her hair. Then, he walked towards the first row. Because it was Shinfei's request, Bao Huang had no intention of neglecting him and directly chose the best position for him. As it slowly approached, Shinfei was instantly happy. "Bao Huang? Why are you here too?" Looking closely, he saw Bao Huang sitting next to his empty seat. Seeing Shinfei approaching, Bao Huang also laughed. "Isn't this JoJo's concert? I'm not his fan, so how can I miss his concert? More importantly, in addition to listening to the concert, you can also sit next to Shinfei." The relationship with Shinfei has grown even stronger. This is the key point. You can go to JoJo's concert tour at any time, but there are not many opportunities to get close to Shinfei. Mr. Bao smiled, then noticed Xia Ziyun's figure and quickly greeted her. "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hello, Mr. Bao." Xia Ziyun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not refute. The three of them smiled at each other and waited quietly. After a while, all the lights in the venue went out, and with a ray of light shining, JoJo's figure was descending from the sky. The whole audience cheered. There is no doubt about JoJo's popularity. Familiar music sounded, and JoJo's voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone couldn't help but murmur softly. "This is infectious." Shinfei did the same, holding Xia Ziyun's hand and shaking it gently. JoJo seemed to particularly enjoy this atmosphere as he slowly walked down the stage and came in front of Shinfei and the others. This was the benefit of sitting in the front row. The noisy posters lie on the lazy attic balcony, and you are the sea described by the writer. When he was singing happily, JoJo subconsciously handed the microphone in his hand to Shinfei, wanting to interact with the audience. This is not uncommon in live performances. Although Shinfei was quite excited, he did not hesitate. He continued singing after JoJo's singing. "Please give my lover a mojito. I like to read her eyes when she is tipsy." The heavenly voice immediately amazed the audience. Even JoJo was distracted at this moment and stared at Shinfei blankly. Seeing that the microphone was thrown away, Shinfei continued singing, but this time, he looked at Xia Ziyun affectionately. "And I don't need too much sugar in my coffee. The world is already too sweet because of her." Xia Ziyun blushed immediately. "You know, this is a global live broadcast. In other words, this scene is being transmitted to everyone through television and other media. It's so embarrassing." She wanted to bury her head deeply, but she also liked this feeling. Does this mean that Shinfei confessed his love to her in front of the national audience? Just thinking about it makes me happy. Xia Ziyun, favorability 2. Shinfei was stunned, but he didn't have time to pay attention to it, so he just continued singing the song. After a while, JoJo came to his senses, quickly took back the microphone with an apologetic look, and continued singing on his own. Shinfei suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. If JoJo didn't take the microphone away, he would have finished singing the whole song. This is JoJo's concert, it can't be so chaotic. Thinking of this, Shinfei gradually sat back in his seat. However, what he never expected was that right after the song ended, JoJo suddenly stared at him. "Hey classmate, wow, that's pretty good. Have you received professional training? You can actually sing better than me." No, JoJo, you're too modest. How can I compare to you?" Shinfei waved his hands repeatedly, looking flattered. Unexpectedly, JoJo just smiled, walked to his side, and gently took his hand. "My dear classmate, I would like to invite you to sing a song together. Do you think it's okay?" "Ah." Shinfei was stunned. Xia Ziyun on the side was even more excited than him, and kept pushing him. Go quickly, this is such a good opportunity, an opportunity that others want in their dreams." Chapter 90 Singing. JoJo's invitation and Xia Ziyun's push made Shinfei feel very embarrassed. After all, he really doesn't like to be high profile. Even if he can sing, he is unwilling to sing, let alone perform on the same stage with a superstar like JoJo. If this becomes popular, won't there be a lot of trouble later? He didn't want to. However, on second thought, this is someone else's JoJo's special show after all, and they have already invited me. If I refuse in front of the global audience, it would be too embarrassing for them. Shinfei was helpless and had to nod reluctantly. Joey smiled and turned off the microphone. What song are you good at? How about I work with you and choose one you know? Me? I don't seem to listen to music that often. You can choose. I don't really know any songs that I'm familiar with, but I think I know most of them as long as they're your songs. JoJo was stunned, laughed twice politely, and then casually started talking about a song. After Shinfei agreed, he turned on the microphone and started speaking again, and took Shinfei onto the stage. It has to be said that facing the huge crowds of people, Shinfei couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and even his palms were sweating. In order to prevent his reservedness from being noticed by the audience, Shinfei hurriedly looked around and took notice of the piano. Well, can I play the piano? Even if I have to sing, I can sing while I play. Okay. JoJo was a little surprised, but still nodded. Shinfei moved closer and sat down, and the tension in his palms eased a little. The melodious piano music gradually sounded, which stunned all the audience. Even JoJo was stunned where he was. The familiar lyrics were sung slowly, making the audience tremble all over. There is such wonderful music in the world. Standing in the audience, watching quietly. Xiaoziyan herself had very low expectations for Shinfei, and even thought at one point that as long as Shinfei didn't sing out of tune, it would be fine. But who could have thought that Shinfei would overshadow JoJo in that instant? This man is really mysterious. On the one hand, he spends money like water, spending tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. On the other hand, he is handsome, fluent in multiple languages, proficient in basketball, and even more proficient in piano and singing. Perfect. It's absolutely perfect. This is a character that could only appear in the middle school. Xiaoziyan took a deep breath, and at the same time, her eyes became more and more radiant. After all, Shinfei is her man. The better he performs, doesn't it mean that his vision is more sharp? For a moment, perhaps even Xiaoziyan herself did not realize that she had really fallen in love. Xiaoziyan, favorability 2. Congratulations to the host for reaching the target score of over 80. The reward for the host is a strategy-level gift pack and a Boeing 7478i. Zheng Ningning, favorability 2. Lu Yike, favorability 2. Wang Yufei, favorability 2. Su Xilan, favorability 2. After the song ended, a series of system prompt sounds rang in Shinfei's ears. Obviously, apart from Xiaoziyan, the other women were also watching the live broadcast of this performance. This wave is definitely a good deal. Shinfei was very excited and wanted to compose another song. Unfortunately, JoJo did not give him this opportunity. After all, this was JoJo's own concert, and he couldn't let others steal the limelight. Returning to the stage, Shinfei felt helpless. Mr. Bao quickly gave a thumbs up. Mr. Jian is awesome. I think you are the superstar. No, let's not talk about this. I was just singing something random. Shinfei waved his hands repeatedly, being humble. Little did they know that these words surprised others even more. Is this the level of ability you can show just by singing casually? What if I sing seriously? Aren't the so-called superstars all left far behind by him? In the following time, Bao Huang asked Shinfei indirectly whether he had any thoughts on making his debut. But Shinfei just kept refusing. By the time the concert ended and Xiaoziyan was sent back to the villa, it was almost 12 o'clock. After getting out of the car and walking a few steps, Xiaoziyan suddenly turned around. Shinfei. What's wrong? Would you like to come in and sit for a while? As Xiaoziyan spoke, her cheeks also turned red. Seeing this scene, how could Shinfei not know the meaning of Xiaoziyan's words? It's more than just sitting there. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. If it were someone else, Shinfei might have refused without hesitation, but facing Xiaoziyan, he couldn't bring himself to say no. Among so many women, Xiaoziyan gave the most special feeling, and only she could make Shinfei so hesitant. How about? Shinfei was shaken. He hesitated and was about to agree when his cell phone suddenly rang. As soon as the phone was connected, the voices of the three roommates came over. Shinfei, you're so awesome. You can actually perform on the same stage with JoJo. And, I don't know if it's just me, but I actually think you sing better than JoJo. No way? Are you a 1 in a million musical genius? I won't say much. Where are you? We'll be waiting for you at the usual place. Don't worry, we've already arranged all your favorite foods. Just come over and eat. Seeing your brother getting better, brothers will naturally be overjoyed. That's how it is for 3 roommates. Although they didn't know it, their invitation was discouraging Shenfei from staying. After hurriedly responding and hanging up the phone, Shenfei also calmed down. You heard it too. I have something to do now. Come sit here next time. Well, that's fine. There's plenty of time in the future anyway, so I won't try to keep you. If you want to come over anytime, you can. After all, this is your house. Xia Ziyun panted and responded slowly. After that, she fled back to the villa. Seeing his hurried back, Shenfei also smiled knowingly. In a flash, several days passed. As the ordinary days passed, Su Xilan called. Today is her father's birthday. Because he had promised her before, Shenfei did not hesitate. He dressed casually and drove to the location in a hurry. However, he didn't expect that because of his casual attire, he had a hard time even getting through the door. Sir, this is a high-end place. Please pay attention to your appearance. If you are not in a proper manner, please do not embarrass us. So what does it mean to be standardized? At least wear a tie. Shenfei was speechless. He looked around and found that there was no place selling ties. Helplessly, he had to turn around and head towards the parking space, intending to drive there to change his clothes before coming back. Unexpectedly, as he was taking a step, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Hey, isn't this Shenfei? Were you kicked out? It turns out that you have come to this day. Chapter 91 Apology. Turning around, the person who came into view was none other than Lu Hai. Next to him was Xin Lily. When Lu Hai said this, Xin Lily also echoed with bursts of ridicule. Shenfei's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Seeing this scene, does it remind you of the scene where you were kicked out before? I'm really sorry for bringing back memories. You? Lu Hai's expression also changed. Shenfei smiled and glanced at Xin Lily. Oh, you weren't there at the time, so you might not know. Do you want me to tell you about it? It's quite exciting. Xin Lily was confused and immediately looked at Lu Hai. Lu Hai's face turned even paler, but he soon smiled. Ha, you can only vent your anger. Su Xilan is really something. She doesn't even realize what kind of place this is. Anyone can come here. She even invited you. Do you really think you're some hidden rich kid? This is hilarious. After hearing this, Xin Lily seemed to be distracted and began to agree. Exactly. I don't even have clothes to wear. I can't even get through the door. Su Xilan and you are really the ones who dare to invite and come. You're not afraid of making others laugh. I heard that the Su family suffered a bankruptcy crisis some time ago. I'm afraid Su Xilan was also panicking and had no choice but to invite this kid over. The two of them sang the same tune, not giving Shenfei any face at all. Shenfei frowned slightly and looked at the two of them helplessly. He knew that there were 2 paths before him. One option is to ignore the 2 people, leave on your own, change into a new set of equipment and come back again. The other one was slapping both of them hard in the face. Don't you think you can't get in with this outfit? Then I have to go in and show them. With Shenfei's personality, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately gave up the idea of leaving and took out his cell phone. Hello? Xilan, I'm at the door right now, but the security guard said I can't get in without a tie. Can you come over and help me out? As soon as the call came out, Lu and Hai felt that they had caught a new thing to mock and started talking again. Hey, I thought you were going to do something, but it turns out you're just trying to be a gigolo. No wonder Su Xilan invited you, it turns out she wants you to be her gigolo. TSK, I never realized you're a gigolo, Shenfei. That's right, these days, people laugh at the poor but not the sea, money is king. You work hard for a few years, then get out and wash your hands of the money. You'll have money and can even start a family. That's a good plan. Every word he spoke was filled with contempt. Even the security guard who was watching the show on the side couldn't help but look at Shenfei with contempt. Things like gigolos are not uncommon these days, but it is undeniable that even though they are not uncommon, they are not recognized by others. In the eyes of most people, this situation is viewed with disdain. Even Xin Fei himself is the same. Therefore, Xin Fei was not surprised to feel the gazes of others at this time. However, he did not respond to refute the other party, but just let the other party continue to speak. After all, the more aggressive you are now, the harder it will be when you get slapped in the face later. Time ticks by. About 10 minutes later, Su Xilan's figure gradually appeared in front of them. Lu Hai suddenly became alert. Hey, the master is here, Xin Fei, hurry up and call him master. Xin Lily laughed even more unscrupulously. However, the two of them did not notice that Su Xilan was not the only one appearing before them. Behind him was a middle-aged man. Hearing what the two said, the middle-aged man's face suddenly changed. Without saying a word, he rushed to Lu Hai and slapped him. Snap! The sound of the slap was crisp and harsh, immediately attracting the attention of everyone around. Lu Hai was stunned for a moment and covered his face, only then could he see the face of the person clearly. Uncle Su, why did you hit me? I am. Don't tell me who you are. I don't care who you are. If you dare to say something bad about Shenenren, this is what will happen to you. Shen benefactor? Lu Hai muttered, then looked at Xin Fei in disbelief. Shen Fei? And Ran Shun? What's going on? He was full of surprise, but he still said unwillingly, Uncle Su, I am Xilan's classmate Lu. Shut up. I only recognize one of Xilan's classmates, and that's Shenenren. Do you understand? Which company are you from? You are not welcome here, get out. Roll? Just because I said one more word, Father Su told me to get out? Lu Hai was stunned on the spot. At the same time, not far behind him, Lu Hai's father also arrived late. As soon as he saw Su's father, Lu Hai's father came up to him with a smile. Mr. Su. Long time no see, I am. Who are you? Do we know each other well? Regardless of whether I invited you before or not, from now on, there is no invitation. Ah. Lu Hai's father had just arrived and had no time to react before he was given such an excuse. He could only look at Lu Hai. Lu Hai was furious. He pointed his finger at Xin Fei's nose and shouted, Isn't he just a pretty boy? Why are you protecting him so much? I just said a few more words and you want us to get out? Who do you think you are? Go away if you want. I won't serve you anymore. After saying this, he took his father's hand and prepared to leave. But unexpectedly, his father suddenly frowned. Lu Hai. What are you talking about? Hurry up and apologize to your Uncle Su. He almost shouted out a word, and memories came to his mind. He had received the gossip as early as the day he received the invitation from Su's father. It is said that Su's father got a big support from someone who could instantly come up with 300 million yuan in liquid funds to help Su's father overcome the difficulties. In fact, due to the impact of last year's epidemic, Su's father's predicament is not uncommon. However, most companies are still struggling and are not on the verge of bankruptcy. That's what his company does. Although it is still in operation, it has already reached the end of its strength. If there is no external intervention, I am afraid he will follow in the footsteps of his father Su. The purpose of coming here this time, in addition to building a good relationship with Su's father, was more importantly to find out who Su's father had connected with. If we can get support from that important person, the current difficulties will naturally be solved. However, I had just reached the door, but I had to go back home because of Lu Hai? How could he accept it? Did you hear that? I don't want to say it again. Apologize to your Uncle Su. Dad. Lu Hai was full of surprise and stared at his father blankly. However, upon seeing this, his father did not give him any room to maneuver, and slapped him hard in the face with his backhand. Apologize. If you like After the School Bell Falls in Love with Me, please bookmark it, After the School Bell Falls in Love with Me. Chapter 92 The Man Who Doesn't Eat Meat. After being slapped twice in a row, Lu Hai was a little confused. Isn't this my father? Why are you helping others? It can be seen from the father's expression that he does not seem to be joking. Lu Hai still wanted to resist and hesitated, but when he met his father's gaze, he had to retreat. Xin Fei, I'm sorry. Seeing people who are high and mighty bow their heads to you is a kind of satisfaction just on a psychological level. Xin Fei nodded with satisfaction. However, just as he was about to respond, Father Su stood in front of him first. If an apology can make up for a wrong done, then what is the point of order? Moreover, this kind of apology without any sincerity is unacceptable to Shinfei, not even to me as a bystander. Lu Hai gritted his teeth and wanted to say something, but behind him, another thunder sounded. Did you hear that? You're not sincere. Show some sincerity. It was my father's voice. At this moment, Lu Hai felt very aggrieved, but what could he do? When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. After a slight hesitation, he bowed deeply to Shinfei. Shinfei, I'm sorry. Not enough. Father Su said coldly. Kneeling in vain. Shinfei, I'm sorry. Please, forgive me. Lu Hai no longer looked as cocky as before. At this moment, he was just a poor guy. Seeing this scene, Shinfei also said casually. Forget it, let's forgive them while we can. Just let this matter go. Now let's get back to the important things. You are so generous. Su Xilan turned around and smiled. Shinfei shrugged. It's not a big deal. Others have already knelt down to apologize. It's not right for me to nitpick, right? Su Xilan felt that Shinfei was a magnanimous person and had a better impression of him. He ignored them and reunited with Su's father, and walked into the hotel together. This time, the security guard knew what to do and did not stop him. The rules set by the hotel are mostly aimed at ordinary people. When your strength reaches a certain level, you will naturally be able to make concessions. After a few people left, only 3 people from the Lu family were left at the door. Land. The father scolded Lu Hai harshly and asked Lu Hai to change his attitude later. Behind him, Xin Lily looked at the direction where Shinfei left with a complicated expression. At the banquet, everyone was a big shot in the business world of Yunqing, and flattery was everywhere. Smaller companies seek the protection of big companies, while larger companies want to join forces. Everyone had their own thoughts and was laughing and talking happily. However, Shinfei really doesn't like this kind of occasion. You guys go ahead and do your work. I'll just grab something to eat. If you need anything later, just call me. As Shinfei spoke, he walked towards the dessert area. Seeing this, Father Su didn't say much, but just quickly gave Su Xilan a look. Su Xilan understood what he meant and immediately followed Shinfei's steps. Thank you for your hard work. It's really not easy for us young people to come to this kind of occasion. It's okay, it's because of your invitation. Shinfei smiled and responded without turning his head. After hearing this, Su Xilan felt secretly delighted. Because of myself. Even if you don't like it, you will come here. Isn't this equivalent to acknowledging my position in his heart? With a secret smile, she picked up the dessert casually and fed it to Shinfei. After a while, Father Su walked onto the stage, finally kicking off the banquet. A lot of polite words were said one after another, but Shinfei didn't hear a word of it. He just drank too much water and felt a little bit like having a bowel movement. I'm going to the bathroom. After saying something to Su Xilan, Shinfei went to the toilet. It's okay when you go in. But as soon as he came out, he saw a familiar figure at the door. Shinfei, you must really hate me. Looking closely, who else could it be but Xin Lily? It seemed that it was because she had drunk some wine, as Xin Lily's cheeks were slightly flushed. Shinfei took a quick glance, turned around and started operating at the sink. No way, I don't have that much energy to hate so many people. This is true. Shinfei has limited energy. He can't even take care of the people he likes, so how can he have the energy to hold a grudge against others? It's just a waste of energy. Shinfei spoke truthfully. However, he did not notice that Xin Lily's eyes lit up when she heard his words. Staring at Shinfei's figure, she pursed her lips and made a firm decision. Ah! With a soft moan, she fell towards Shinfei. Shinfei just turned around and before he could come to his senses, he subconsciously supported Xin Lily. I'm so sorry. I might have drunk too much and I'm a little confused now. Thanks to you, otherwise I might have fallen down. Xin Lily spoke with a hint of apology while looking at Shinfei lovingly. Feeling his gaze, Shinfei was suddenly shocked. Isn't this just seduction? I haven't seen that kind of confusion before. Why is he suddenly confused? Do you keep falling down? It's so obvious. Looking down, I saw Xin Lily still rubbing her clothes, as if trying to create the illusion that they were sliding off by themselves. Shenfei shook his head helplessly. Although Xin Lily's appearance is not too bad, at most she can get a score of 7. However, he never had any feelings for her when he was poor before, let alone now. Even if it was delivered to my door, I would never accept it. Oh, then just stay dizzy. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Shenfei decisively and indifferently released the hand that was protecting Xin Lily. With a thud, Xin Lily fell heavily to the ground. But Shenfei ignored her and left the bathroom directly, leaving Xin Lily sitting on the ground with a painful look on her face. This Shenfei. Is he really incapable of treating women with sympathy? Humph, I don't believe there are still men in this world who don't eat meat. If you like After the School Bell Falls in Love with Me, please bookmark it, After the School Bell Falls in Love with Me. Chapter 93 Raising the Price. Shenfei knew very well what kind of person Xin Lily was. Today, she can abandon Lu Hai to curry favor with the powerful, and tomorrow, she can abandon herself. Money is everything. Shenfei really didn't have any good feelings towards this kind of person, so he tried to stay away from him whenever possible. After leaving the toilet and just returning to the hall, I suddenly heard a quarrel coming from the direction of the stage. Boss Su, what do you have to say about this? Before, when you had no money, it was fine. We all understood and could get over it by gritting our teeth. But now that you have money, are you still going to let us drink some of your leftover soup? That's right. You ate meat, but we even kept our soup cold. How can that be justified? We understood you before, so you should understand us too. More money. You must pay more. Looking closely, Father Su was surrounded by a group of people. Father Su's face was full of worry as he kept explaining. Didn't we already agree on these contracts? Why are you suddenly going back on your word now? I did get the financial sponsorship, but I have to deal with other things. I can't do anything about the extra money you want. No way? That means there's nothing to talk about? It's true, you have someone big to rely on now, so you don't need us anymore. We all understand, but don't you feel bad for us? The people around were filled with anger. Shenfei slowly approached Su Xilan and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" They are all partners who had previously agreed on contracts but hadn't officially signed them. I don't know why they had to come out and ask for a price increase during the banquet. Shouldn't this kind of thing be discussed privately? Su Xilan was very confused. After hearing the explanation, Shenfei couldn't help but feel confused. Just as Su Xilan said, things like adding money are inherently shady. Not to mention in this kind of occasion, even discussing it in private has to be done in a covert manner. After all, this is a trade secret, and making it public will not benefit anyone. But at this moment, this group of people looked like they wanted everyone to know. It's really not suspicious. After a slight hesitation, Shenfei walked out resolutely. Didn't Su Xilan specially invite him here to deal with this kind of thing? Of course he would not let Su Xilan down. Gentlemen, although I don't know what exactly happened to you, as Uncle Su's sponsor, I believe I am qualified to communicate with you. The sponsors behind us. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked and looked towards Shenfei. They were even more surprised to see that Shenfei was so young. Among them, someone even uttered a cold voice, "Where did you come from, kid? You asked your parents to come out and talk. Can't you see that the adults are talking here?" "Sir? I am the sir." Shenfei's eyes were slightly dimmed as he looked at the man coldly. The man was stunned and subconsciously took a step back. Father Su then stepped forward to explain, Shenenren is the financial sponsor. It's either his family or him. It's him. When they heard these 3 words, everyone present was shocked. Those 300 million were actually taken out by such a young man? Where did he get so much money? As they were puzzled, they gradually fell into deep thought. After a while, one of them stood up. Okay, since you're the financial sponsor, we'll be honest with you. The previous contracts were all based on Boss Su's situation. His situation wasn't good before, so the price was relatively low. But now that we have your sponsorship, things are improving, so of course we can't use the previous price anymore. What do you think, is that right? Right. Right. 1 call and 100 responses. Everyone present came for their own interests, and they were never vague when it came to fighting for their own interests. Seeing this situation, Shenfei just smiled coldly. You speak so confidently, don't you feel embarrassed? I don't understand contracts, but I don't agree with your behavior of raising prices arbitrarily. Regardless of other people's current situations, those contracts have already been negotiated. Changing your mind at the last minute is your fault in itself. Yes, we do have a problem. If that's the case, then let's not talk about it anymore. We're not going to cooperate anymore. I, Zhang San, am willing to withdraw from my cooperation with Boss Su. I do. When the words of withdrawal were heard, Father Su frowned and rushed forward. Boss, please don't be like this. Let's talk it over. It's just about money. What's so difficult to solve? Let's talk about it more. So far, Xin Fei finally understood. This group of people dared to act so presumptuously because they took advantage of the fact that Father Su was reluctant to give up his cooperation with them. As they control the most core things in the transaction, they naturally come to the dominant position. Thinking of this, Xin Fei also understood that if he wanted to help Su's father, simply satisfying the other party was far from enough. How can human greed be satisfied? The more you promise to give, the more they will want. That's a bottomless pit. Compared to this, Xin Fei thought for a moment and obviously preferred to start from the source. Since they are all sure that Father Su cannot live without them, why not let them know that Father Su can live without them? Xin Fei took a step forward and said to Father Su without lowering his voice, Uncle Su, do you really have to cooperate with them? In such a huge city like Yunqing, is there no other partner besides them? This. Father Su hesitated. When the bosses standing by heard this, they immediately sneered. Young man, you're still too young. If you don't have some confidence, how dare we ask for a price here? I'm not afraid to tell you that in the entire Yunqing, only our family has the best quality materials and the lowest prices. If I were gone, the cost would increase exponentially. You can weigh the loss yourself. That's right, it's the same with our family. We've been working with Boss Su for so many years. If he doesn't cooperate with us, his entire industry will come to a standstill. There was a constant stream of people at the table, constantly stating their confidence. However, Xin Fei ignored it and just stared at Father Su. That is, if we don't cooperate with them, the costs will increase, right? What if I say I'm willing to bear these increased costs? Bear the increased costs. As soon as the words fell, the scene fell into silence, and everyone looked at Xin Fei in surprise. Father Su did the same, staring blankly, then murmured in confirmation, Is this true? Of course I take it seriously. Just tell me how much money it costs. Things that can be solved with money are no problem for me. Chapter 94. Add another billion. Arrogant. Arrogant to the extreme. Everyone present looked sideways. Father Su finally came to his senses and made a 3 sign to Xin Fei. I'm afraid it'll take at least this much. 300 million? That's it? Fine, I'll transfer 300 million to you later. The conditions are the same as before. All of it will be credited to Su's island. Xin Fei was very calm. Little did they know that his words immediately shocked everyone. 300 million? That's all? This guy is really bragging without any fear of getting his tongue stuck. It is understandable that 300 million yuan of working capital should be taken out at one time, but how is it possible that 600 million yuan should be taken out? Even a family worth hundreds of billions of dollars would never do this. Everyone looked Xin Fei up and down and shook their heads in disbelief. But the next second, Su's father's exclamation made them all stunned. It's arrived. I received it, I really received it. As if he was afraid that everyone would not believe him, Father Su excitedly showed the text message of the incoming payment to everyone. Everyone then took a deep breath. Just say 300 million? And the transfer speed is so lightning fast? How is this possible? It's illogical. How could this young man have 600 million in liquid funds at all times? Unscientific. But they didn't think that although this is unscientific, it is very Xin Fei. Now that you have decided to do it, be unambiguous. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Xin Fei smiled and looked at everyone. Now, what else do you want to do? The confidence they had originally shown vanished into thin air, and everyone couldn't help but lower their heads like defeated roosters. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Even if we have 300 million, so what? Some things can't be bought with money alone. If you want to buy it, we won't sell it to you, and we won't even let others sell it. Let's see what you can do then. A word can wake a person up from a dream. Hearing this, the others also echoed. Anyway, things have come to this point. For the sake of profit, they naturally don't mind being more decisive. The joy that had just risen in Father Su was extinguished again, and he could only look at Xin Fei. Xin Fei smiled and responded to the man who had spoken, "You're in the business world. I think you should know that as long as the funds are in place, there's nothing you can't do. You don't want to sell it, right? Then I'll make sure you never can. I believe that in the entire Yunqing market, there will always be someone willing to take over." Take over. Everyone shuddered. Being able to reach this position, how could they not understand the meaning of Xin Fei's words? Isn't it obvious? What Xin Fei said meant that he wanted to reshuffle the entire business circle of Yunqing. If someone is disobedient, then someone must be replaced. If Xin Fei previously just wanted to sever their cooperation with Su's father, now he was tantamount to wanting to cut off their way to survival. How could they bear it? A wave of anger spread, and everyone glared at Xin Fei. "Young man, I have to say, you're quite capable, having come up with 600 million in working capital. However, you're looking down on us a bit too much when you say that. Do you really think our years in Yunqing are all fake? Arrogance will come at a price. You want to find someone to replace us? What a joke. Do you know how much manpower and resources this would take? You can come up with 600 million, but how many 600 million can you come up with? Young man, Yunqing is a society based on personal relationships. No matter how rich you are, there are some things you can't touch. Forcing yourself to touch them will only bring disaster upon yourself. Either they are pessimistic, or they directly criticize it. Even Father Su felt a little timid when he heard it and pulled Xin Fei's sleeve. "Mr. Xin, let's forget it. It may not be wise to forcefully fight against them." But Xin Fei just shook his head firmly. "Uncle Su, I'm helping you. Just watch quietly. Haven't you ever thought that they chose to show up at this time instead of asking for the price earlier or later? Appearing at this time." Father Su muttered to himself, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized. It was premeditated. All this may not be an accident, but someone did it deliberately. The purpose is to drag him down to the bottom at his birthday party. Father Su immediately became furious and asked those people, "Who ordered you to do this?" The group of people looked at each other and did not respond. Xin Fei smiled and said, "Who else could it be, Uncle Su? Which important figure have you offended recently? Don't you know the number yet? Big shot?" Father Su muttered, and suddenly the figure of the Song family appeared. You mean? Some things are not suitable to be said explicitly." Xin Fei immediately made a booing gesture, then turned to the entire audience and shouted, "I am willing to provide Uncle Su with another 1 billion yuan for capital turnover. Since some people want to withdraw from the cooperation, I would like to ask, is there anyone here willing to cooperate? 1 billion. He just spent 300 million, and now he is spending another 1 billion? The words were like thunder, exploding in everyone's heart, and everyone was stunned. They had seen heroic people before, but they had never seen anyone as heroic as this. Spending 1.3 billion at every turn? Without even blinking an eye? For a time, people couldn't help but speculate about the wealth behind Xin Fei, and some even speculated that he was from a big family in Shangjing. Naturally, guessing is just a waste of time. The Su family was stunned for a moment, then reacted first. Su Xilan stepped forward and grabbed Xin Fei. "Xin Fei, you don't have to be like this. It's enough that you can help my father. Why spend so much money now? How can I face you if you do this? How else can I face it? With my eyes, with my face. Don't worry, I'm not helping your father, I'm mainly helping you. Anyway, won't all this money become yours? Help me." Su Xilan pouted, feeling distressed and touched. She couldn't help but look at Xin Fei with a little more tenderness. Su Xilan, favorability 5. Already 65. Xin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, 1.3 billion yuan has been spent, and I finally see some returns. After a while, Su Xilan said worriedly, "But, if no one responds to your words? Then I'll continue to add money and ask again later. I don't believe that anyone would be so stingy with money." Su Xilan was speechless for a while. Only then did she understand what it meant to be wealthy. This is what it means to be rich and powerful. You're still thinking of adding more money. Is it really worth it? Or, for his own sake, Shinfei doesn't care about these material possessions at all? Su Xylan, favorability too. Shinfei was very satisfied and nodded. Seeing that no one responded, he opened his mouth again, ready to raise the price. But at this moment, a loud voice suddenly resounded in the hall from the direction of the gate. Me. I'm willing to cooperate. Although we're in different circles, as long as the funds are in place, we should be able to cooperate. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man. Boss Bao. Why are you here? Shinfei recognized the person. Mr. Bao, carrying his briefcase, smiled broadly. I happened to be attending a business forum nearby and heard your voice, Mr. Jian, so I came in to take a look. I hope it won't bother you, Mr. Jian? How could that be? I'm looking forward to you coming. Shinfei waved his hand. Thank you, Mr. Jian, for helping me out of danger last time. I never had the chance to thank you. This time, I will take full responsibility for any problems you encounter. Boss Jian? He is Boss Jian? The eyes of the business elites following Bao Huang suddenly lit up. Everyone in Yunqing knows the name of General Jian. Just now at the dinner table, Bao Huang claimed to have met Mr. Jian, but many people didn't believe him. After all, how could ordinary businessmen befriend such a wealthy man? But when they saw it this moment, everyone finally believed it. Suddenly, a man strode forward and said, Hello, Mr. Jian, my name is Lu Jianzhou. Were you looking for a building materials partner? Good. It just so happens that I, despite my humble talents, am also engaged in the supply of raw materials. How about we cooperate? Seeing this scene, the bystanders immediately exclaimed, Lu. Mr. Lu? Isn't this the chairman of the Lu Group? Why is he here? Lu Group. Countless people's minds exploded. Chapter 95. Listen to my explanation. Standing in Yunqing, it is worth billions and is one of the largest groups in the supply of building materials in the entire Yunqing. And now, such a group has actually directly sided with Shinfei. This is absolutely shocking in the business world, not to mention that they saw it with their own eyes. Everyone couldn't believe it for a while. With the voices of Mr. Bao and Mr. Lu, the other CEOs also responded. These people may not have as much financial resources as Mr. Lu, but together they occupy half of the building materials industry. Bao Huang continued, Boss Jian, the last time you helped me, you didn't take advantage of me. So not only will I not increase the price for our cooperation, I'll also give you 5% of the profit on top of the original price. Boss Bao is incredibly righteous, and I admire him. To make friends with Boss Jian, I'll do the same as Boss Bao and give him a 5% discount. Immediately afterwards, the rest of the people responded. Shinfei originally thought that he would have to pay a lot of money this time, but unexpectedly, things turned out to be a surprise, and the cost did not increase but decreased. This is the power of connections. At the same time, the group of guys were dumbfounded. They dared to resist the Su family, but how could they dare to compete with so many business tycoons? One of them, with a pale face, was the first to collapse. Boss Su. Actually, even if you don't pay me, I'm willing to cooperate with you. We've been friends for so many years, so why would I care about that little bit of money? I don't want it, but I have a request. What request? Father Su asked, trying to hide his inner joy. The man hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, Please protect me. Please protect me for the next few days. What we did today was unavoidable. The Song family forced us to do it. If we don't do it, they will cut off their financial support. We are helpless. That's right, that's right. This is all caused by the Song family. It has nothing to do with us. As long as Boss Su is willing to protect us, we will definitely continue to cooperate. I'm willing to do that too. Screw the Song family. We just want to take our destiny into our own hands. There was a chorus of cries of grief at the scene, and everyone was denouncing the Song family. Although Father Su was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but clench his fists after hearing what everyone said. Song family? Humph, you were the first to start. Before this, the gap in strength between him and the Song family was too great, and perhaps he would even hesitate to express his anger. But after having Shinfei's financial support, why should he care about the Song family's expressions? If you want to fight, then fight. As long as we have Shinfei's support, why would the Song family be a threat? Mr. Shun, look at this. He murmured with a determined look. Shinfei naturally noticed his determination and immediately smiled back. Don't ask me, ask your daughter. As long as your daughter is willing, money is not a problem. Daughter. The topic immediately turned to Su Xilan, which surprised her. As long as you are willing, money is not a problem? She was still guessing what Shinfei was thinking, but now, weren't Shinfei's thoughts particularly obvious? Su Xilan, favorability too. In an instant, tears welled up in her eyes. After wiping them away, she smiled sweetly and took Shinfei's arm. Xilan listens to Shinfei. She listens to Shinfei in everything. Father Su was in a dilemma. These two people are passing the buck back and forth. Who should we listen to? Shinfei smiled awkwardly and quickly responded, alright, since Xilan doesn't want to make a decision, then you decide for yourself. Anyway, my only condition is that everything should be attributed to Xilan. Father Su was overjoyed and nodded heavily before turning to look at everyone. Okay, I, Su Bintian, promise that anyone who cooperates with me will be protected by us. No matter what the Song family wants to do, as long as I'm here, I will never let you suffer any loss. This assurance finally made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Without the threat from the Song family, they naturally would not cause trouble anymore. They all started to negotiate cooperation with Su's father. Some of them even took the initiative to give up some of their interests in order to prevent Su's father from abandoning them. The position of the leader officially became Su's father. Shinfei breathed a sigh of relief, transferred 1 billion yuan to Su's father, and then walked off the stage with Su Xilan. Mr. Bao hurried forward and caught sight of Su Xilan at first sight. Sister-in-law's makeup changed today? She seems even prettier. Even? Su Xilan frowned slightly and asked, isn't this the first time we meet? First time? Mr. Bao was stunned for a moment, then he saw Shinfei's angry eyes staring at him fiercely. He suddenly trembled all over, realized something, and quickly closed his mouth and slapped his lips. But it was too late. Su Xilan immediately looked at Shinfei in confusion. Xilan, would you like to hear my explanation? Come on, please start your performance. Su Xilan pouted and stared at Shinfei with interest. Shinfei thought for a moment and was about to speak when Mr. Bao next to him spoke again. Sister-in-law, Mr. Jian isn't that kind of person. Although he usually gives more gifts on the live streaming platform, he is indeed a good man. Why does this sound so familiar? He smokes, drinks, has tattoos, and hangs out in nightclubs, but he's a good man. How could anyone believe such outrageous words? Of course, people with these characteristics are not all bad men, but with these labels, it is inevitable that others will think too much. Shinfei's face suddenly became dark, and he secretly attacked Mr. Bao. Mr. Bao felt pained, smiled awkwardly, turned around and ran away, saying that he had business to discuss and that if there was any cooperation, he could be called. Only Su Xilan and Shinfei were left on the scene. Xilan, actually. I have my own difficulties. What's the reason? I actually have an older brother at home. As you know, in a family like ours, some disputes are inevitable. Shinfei said the same words he had said to Xia Ziyun with ease. Some disputes? Su Xilan frowned immediately. Unlike Xia Ziyun, Su Xilan was born into a business family. She has seen the world and is not as naive and easy to fool as Xia Ziyun. Therefore, he frowned slightly at what Shinfei said. Etc. Su Xilan suddenly interrupted Shinfei. Are you saying that your brother is competing with you for the family fortune, and you're pretending to be a dandy to keep a low profile? Ha? What's wrong? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Family feud? My brother framed me? How can you even say such nonsense? This time it was Shinfei's turn to be embarrassed. Chapter 96. A smart woman is worry-free. Su Xilan said, nowadays, when it comes to family inheritance, every wealthy family has already given their children equity, allowing them to participate in family management at a young age. Those with ability will naturally receive more assets and equity. Do you think this is a TV show? You're so childish, even framing each other. Yeah. Shinfei is just a loser, how could he know these tricks? No, Ziyun, listen to me and let me tell you a story. Shinfei's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Forget it, don't explain. Unexpectedly, Su Xilan took the initiative to smile at this time. It's true that you're a wealthy young man, and you must be from a top family in the country. Otherwise, how could you have such great financial resources? For a truly wealthy family, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is normal. I don't mind. Don't you mind? Shinfei almost vomited blood. Sister, couldn't you have told me earlier? You made me make up a lot of nonsense. But Su Xilan's expression suddenly turned serious and she said, I can turn a blind eye to your affairs outside, but I have a request. Require? That's right. When you are with me, you are not allowed to think about other women or contact other women. I must be the only one in your heart. Su Xilan is a smart woman. It is simply a pipe dream for her to want to keep a man like Shinfei by her side. However, Su Xilan was very satisfied that part of his heart belonged to her. She was born into a prominent family and understood and accepted the ways of upper-class men better than ordinary women. My father has at least 3 illegitimate children, and my mother has turned a blind eye to them all these years. Because of this little handle, my father was especially nice to me and my mother. For example, the gambling king has many wives and concubines, and they live happily together. After hearing what Su Xilan said, Shinfei nodded quickly and said, Don't worry, Xilan, I will definitely do it. Seeing Shinfei's sincere words, Su Xilan, favorability too. Shinfei also cast a surprised look at Su Xilan. Is this okay? This woman is sensible. Shinfei felt extremely relieved. Congratulations to the host for reaching the target score of over 70. Reward host strategy level gift package, master level of full mechanical operation technology. Fully mechanical operation technology? Shinfei couldn't help but frown. As if sensing Shinfei's doubts, the system quickly gave an explanation. Full machinery, that is, all mechanical things. Anything related to machinery, when the host operates it, will automatically gain the master level operation ability of that item. Shinfei seemed to understand, but suddenly remembered the previous reward. He asked himself, what about the plane? Should this count? Airplanes, high-speed trains, and cars are all possible. Shinfei suddenly understood. After the huge capital investment, Su Xilan had to deal with more things. Even having one more meal with Shinfei became a luxury. After a hurried farewell, Shinfei walked out the door. Coming towards him was Mr. Bao, who looked apologetic. Boss Jian, I'm so sorry. I was really careless just now. Look at my mouth. I deserve a slap. As he spoke, he beat himself mercilessly. Shinfei quickly reached out to stop him. All right, that's enough. I don't really blame you. Sooner or later, you'll have to encounter this kind of thing anyway. It doesn't matter if it comes sooner or later. Mr. Bao then smiled and said, It seems that Mr. Jian is quite experienced. So, Mr. Jian, where are you going now? Do you want me to arrange a few places for you? Let me tell you, the girls in the shop I went to last time were really pretty. If you tell me my name, you can get a discount. Shinfei rolled his eyes. Could it be that my image in Mr. Bao's eyes has fallen to this point? He shook his head repeatedly and kept explaining to Mr. Bao. Some people appear to be decent people on a daily basis, but no one knows what they are really like in private. Fortunately, Mr. Bao's nature is not bad, otherwise Shinfei might have cut off all ties with him on the spot. When Mr. Bao's recommendation was fruitless, he finally straightened his expression. Okay, Mr. Jian, I won't joke around anymore. Actually, I'm waiting for you here because I have something serious to discuss. What's the important matter? Shinfei asked in confusion. Mr. Bao then took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Shinfei. This is the file for a commercial building in the city next door. It's being sold urgently at a low price. If you can acquire it and manage it well, you'll be able to make at least 3 times your investment. However, although the owner's asking price is low, there is a hard condition, which is that you must purchase the entire building in full. After much thought, I think that in the entire Yunqing, the only one who has the financial resources to do this is probably you, Boss Jian. I wonder if you are interested. After saying this, Mr. Bao also felt distressed. After all, this is a bona fide money-making opportunity. If he could come up with so much working capital, how could he possibly give up such a good thing? However, while feeling heartbroken, he gradually felt relieved. Since he couldn't eat it anyway, he might as well do a favor and win Shinfei's favor, so he wouldn't suffer any loss. Shinfei frowned slightly and took the document. Although he didn't quite understand the documents, he understood the value of the place just by looking at the building's location. After a while, he looked up and asked, How much? Mr. Bao seemed a little hesitant, but still answered truthfully, 2,200 million. That's all? Shenfei was surprised again. He thought it was a certain amount of money, but it turned out to be 2.2 billion. Little did he know that after hearing his words, Mr. Bao's face was full of black lines. Listen, does this sound like human language? 22 billion and that is it? I'm afraid that the only one who can say such words is Shenfei. Chapter 97 Shin Yunmeng's Dilemma. With the money for picking up girls, Shenfei never worried about not being able to eat at all. For an investment of 2.2 billion like this, for Shenfei, he just needs to find a target and give it to him as a gift. On the one hand, this method can increase the target's favorability, and on the other hand, it can also increase your actual wealth in disguise. Just like that villa, although it is not yours in name, in reality, what is the difference between it and yours? It is much more difficult to succeed in the strategy and get the feedback of picking up girls than this method. Therefore, Shenfei did not even hesitate about Mr. Bao's proposal. After finalizing the idea, Shenfei discussed the details with Mr. Bao and then returned to school alone. The first thing I did after returning to school was to call Su Xilan. Anyway, I have already given Su Xilan more than 1 billion yuan, so this little money shouldn't be a big deal. But to Shenfei's disappointment, Su Xilan happened to have something to do on the day the auction started. Isn't that a coincidence? Shenfei had no choice but to hang up the phone. Who should I look for then? Zhang Ningning or Xia Ziyun? He muttered to himself, but unexpectedly, at this moment, a conversation with a classmate who was passing by suddenly reminded him. Hey, have you heard? Shen Yunmeng has come to our school. I heard she's playing the piano in the music classroom now. Why did she come here? Is this her alma mater? No, you don't know that. Our music teacher happens to be her best friend. Didn't she get into trouble recently? So she came here specifically to find her best friend to relieve her worries. She just didn't expect the news to leak out. Something happened? What could happen to her? The conversation gradually drifted away, and Shenfei was stunned and didn't hear the rest of the words. However, he did become interested. When I was playing the piano before, I bound myself to Shen Yunmeng, but I never had the opportunity to improve my favorability. Now, isn't it the perfect time to show my ability? In this world, is there anything that can't be solved with money? Shenfei was full of confidence. While walking towards the music classroom, he was searching for news about Shen Yunmeng on his mobile phone. This search immediately surprised Shenfei. It turns out that besides her musical talent, Shen Yunmeng has another thing she loves even more. Or rather, it is a dream. She has always wanted to be an actor since she was a child. While studying music, she also took on many film and television works of various sizes, but they have always been tepid and far less famous than her reputation in the music industry. And what happened to her was related to this dream. A well-known Big V revealed that in order to play the leading female role, Shen Yunmeng sacrificed her looks on the set and seduced a series of related people including the actors. Among them, she was even caught on the spot in a hotel, which was a real evidence of her being a mistress, and all kinds of humiliating words emerged on the internet. In fact, Shenfei would not even read this kind of news with a particularly obvious public opinion orientation on weekdays. Regardless of whether these things are true or false, Shenfei sneered at them just from one point. What kind of person is Shen Yunmeng? Perhaps Shenfei has had little contact with her, but it is undeniable that as soon as he sees Shen Yunmeng, he can feel her inner arrogance. With such arrogance, how could he possibly lower himself to please others? Not to mention actively seducing her, I'm afraid even if you force her, she will fight to the death. Rather than believing such remarks, Shenfei would rather believe that this was a trap, directed and acted by the group of directors to discredit Shen Yunmeng. Shen Yunmeng's arrogance made her disdainful and unable to deal with these public opinions, which led to a one-sided public opinion situation. Thinking of this, Shenfei couldn't help but smile. Isn't this dilemma exactly what he wants? He came to her side like a savior and helped her deal with the problem properly. Wouldn't her favorability towards him soar? Just as he was thinking about it, Shenfei also arrived at the door of the music classroom. At the entrance, a group of male students huddled together, constantly poking their heads inside. This is not a problem. It is normal for adolescent children to have a longing for beautiful women. Shenfei is not surprised. However, as he approached, he couldn't help but frown. Shen Yunmeng, how much do you want per night? I'll give you 30,000 yuan and you'll stay with me, how about that? I have an uncle at home who makes movies, and he also happens to be filming a web drama recently. Shin Yunmeng, if you really want to be the heroine, would you like to accompany me and my uncle? Don't be so arrogant. Don't you all know who you are? Vicious voices continued to be heard from the laughter. This group of people might just want to play a joke, but it was really disgusting for others to hear. Music teacher Li Ran had a gloomy face and kept going forward to drive everyone away, but everyone looked shameless and had no intention of leaving. Shin Yunmeng closed her eyes and played the piano. The sound of the piano became increasingly violent and soon she could no longer bear it. You both shut up. If you do this again, I'm going to call a lawyer. Looking for a lawyer? A lawyer's letter? Or a letter to me? Ha ha. Shin Yunmeng was furious. She stopped playing the piano, stood up and wanted to leave. She never expected that after being bullied, she wanted to come to her best friend to talk about her troubles, but ended up feeling even more troubled. Li Ran, call me after work. I'm going back first. Yunmeng. Li Ran couldn't bear it, but looking at this group of so-called students, she really couldn't bring herself to keep them. It's really too vicious. Suddenly, just as Shin Yunmeng was about to leave, a shout suddenly rang out at the door. What are you doing? You're all jammed up here. Is this fun? Hearing the scolding, everyone turned their heads and looked at Shin Fei. Shin Fei's name is known to the whole school, and everyone at this time naturally knows it as well. However, knowing is one thing and obeying is another. Hearing Shin Fei's voice, they just frowned and walked forward. What's wrong? Shin Fei, are you no longer satisfied with Xia Ziyun and Wang Yufei? Now you want to get involved too? So what if it is, so what if it isn't? I advise you to get out of here while I'm still easy to talk to. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Shin Fei said coldly. Everyone burst into laughter. You're welcome? There are at least a dozen people on our side, and the other side has only Shin Fei. How dare he say such things? One of the muscular men sneered, a hint of contempt flashing across his face. Just you? Aren't you afraid of just talking big and running away? But no one expected that before he could finish his words, Shin Fei would attack him directly. Chapter 98 Be My Lover. Ah! How could these students resist Shin Fei's punch? With a scream, the contemptuous student collapsed instantly. The others panicked and pointed at Shin Fei in surprise. You actually dared to do that? You all dare to say such things, so why shouldn't I dare to actually do it? Shin Fei looked at them coldly, retracted his fist, and pretended to take another step towards the crowd. Everyone retreated together. With the lessons learned from the previous incident, they dared not resist again. Seeing this, Shin Fei also said, Why don't you get out of here quickly? Do you all want to taste my fist? The biggest difference between the students and Zhang Qinghu's group is courage. People like Zhang Qinghu, even if they know they can't win, can still muster up the courage to move forward and grab a piece of the opponent's flesh even if they die. But the students were different. Seeing Shin Fei so strong, even though they had the advantage in numbers, they couldn't help but feel a little timid. You, just wait for me. After saying a few words to save face, everyone scattered like birds and left the music classroom angrily. Shin Fei's figure then appeared in front of Shin Yunmeng. Is it him? As soon as she saw Shin Fei, Shin Yunmeng's memories came back. Although she didn't have a good impression of Shin Fei at first, it is undeniable that at this moment, it was Shin Fei who protected her. After a slight hesitation, she finally spoke. Thanks. It's okay, it's just a small matter. It's too early to thank me now. Shin Fei smiled and shrugged. Shin Yunmeng couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? What I mean is, my help to you is far more than this. Isn't the recent public opinion very annoying? I know you are not very good at solving these problems, so I thought, maybe I can help you solve them. You? Shin Yunmeng was surprised, but then suddenly shook her head. Where do you get the courage? Do you know who I'm provoking? How dare you say such things? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. As long as I want, there is nothing I can't solve. Shin Fei was very confident, so confident that even Shin Yunmeng was a little surprised when she heard this. Looking at Shin Fei, Shin Yunmeng was actually a little hesitant for a moment. Just as Shin Fei said, these recent events have been really annoying and have even affected her normal life. If it could be resolved smoothly, it would certainly be a good thing, but the question is, why is Shin Fei so enthusiastic about her? She frowned, stared at Shin Fei, and asked, Why are you helping me? What do you think? Shin Fei did not respond, but just threw the topic back. Shin Yunmeng frowned even more, and suddenly thought of the situation between Shin Fei and the two women. A trace of anger surged in her heart. Do you also think I'm that kind of woman? Then go away. We have nothing to talk about. I, Shin Yunmeng, will never bow to reality. After saying that, Shin Yunmeng packed up her things and looked like she wanted to leave. Seeing this situation, Shin Fei was not in a hurry, but just laughed coldly a few times. Oh, you think I misinterpreted you and that you're not that kind of person? Then, when you said that, did you ever consider that I'm not that kind of person either, and you've also misinterpreted me? Misinterpreting you? He was caught cheating on his wife. What else is there to misinterpret? What about you? I saw online that you were also caught red-handed being a mistress, right? That's different. What's the difference? You're misunderstood because of this, and so am I? The two of them argued back and forth, without even a hint of compromise. Having said this, Shin Yunmeng couldn't help but stand there in a daze. What Shin Fei said does make sense. They are both misunderstandings and both involve packet capture, so what's the difference? She hesitated for a moment, then calmed down and asked, then tell me, what have you been misunderstood about? It's simple. I'm not the type of person who plays both sides. I'm just a man who likes to get what I want from others. To each his own? Yes, we are all adults now, and I won't beat around the bush with you. Whether it's them back then or you now, in fact, from the beginning to the end, I have only one point of view, that is, each of us gets what we need. For example, I help you solve the problem, and you become my lover. Lover? As soon as she heard this word, Shin Yunmeng's face changed on the spot. She originally thought that Shin Fei would say something to change her mind, but she didn't expect that Shin Fei was still coveting her beauty like those men before. She felt disgusted even to look at such a man for a second, let alone continue talking to him. Burning with rage, she immediately put on a cold expression, grabbed her things, and walked out the door. Shin Fei was not surprised to see this scene. Isn't this exactly what he wants? On the way here, he specifically thought that if he wanted to deal with a woman like Shin Yunmeng who was aloof and arrogant, using conventional methods would only cause her disgust. If you want to conquer her and make her your tool, you must take an unusual path. Just like now. First make him hate himself to the extreme. Then, you have to understand that even a drop of pure water, mixed in muddy water, will eventually be assimilated. No matter how you adhere to your principles, you can't escape this fate. Take this public opinion incident, for example. Do you think it would have sunk on its own if no outsiders had intervened? No, it would only completely destroy you. If you want to resolve this, you either have to give in and become their lackey, or you have to seek help from outside forces. I can be that outside force. Think about it, would you rather ask for help from a middle-aged or elderly person with a big belly, or come to me? You have no choice. As soon as the words were spoken, they were heard clearly. Shin Yunmeng's steps to leave suddenly stopped. Her expression was complicated, perhaps angry or unwilling. Although Shin Fei's words were hard to accept, they reflected the dilemma she was facing. This time, the boss she provoked was not someone she could handle at all. Even if her entire family was involved, it would only result in additional casualties. In order to break the deadlock, an external force is indeed needed. She came here not only to complain to her best friend, but more importantly, she wanted to seek help from others. However, what she didn't expect was that her best friend failed to help, but Shin Fei suddenly appeared. He turned his head and took a slow look. She couldn't help but think in her heart. Can this man really solve everything for himself? Chapter 99. Look up at the sky. Shin Fei is so young that it is inevitable that people will be suspicious. Seeing his confident look, Shin Yunmeng couldn't help but feel a little shaken. Her face was cold, and after a slight hesitation, she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, don't you want me to be your lover? I can, but besides helping me solve these problems, I have some conditions." What conditions? Just tell me. Shin Fei disagreed. Shin Yunmeng thought for a moment before continuing, "Since I'm your lover, it's only natural for me to ask you for some necessities, right? You say it, as long as it's what you say, I'm satisfied." Oh, you want all of them, right? Okay, then I want a villa in Yuhei Heshin County, and it must be worth at least 50 million. Also, I don't have a car to drive, so you'd better buy one for me, and the price must not be less than 10 million. And it must be in my name. How about that? Shin Yunmeng asked for an exorbitant price, or at least, that was what she thought it was. In fact, this was also a test for her. If Shinfei could really meet her conditions, then she would believe that Shinfei had the ability to help her settle everything. If you refuse, there is nothing more to say. However, what she didn't expect was that after hearing her conditions, Shinfei just sneered. That's it? This? Shin Yunmeng was stunned when she saw Shinfei take out a pair of car keys from his pocket and throw them directly in front of her. Here, this car is worth 50 million. It's parked in the underground garage next to the school gate. You can drive it. I'll send someone over to handle the transfer formalities later. As for the villa in Yuhei-Heshin County, if you're in a hurry, you can go and see it tomorrow. For me, anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. Not a problem? Shin Yunmeng looked down at the car keys and was in a dilemma for a moment. To take it or not to take it? This is a question worth pondering. If I take it, doesn't it mean that I really agree to become his lover? If I don't take it, how will I solve my situation? It seems that for her, taking it or not taking it is a torture. Shinfei looked at her quietly, thought for a moment, and then spoke again. Don't you want to know what it takes to be my lover? What needs to be done? Don't lovers do those things? Shinfei shrugged. I didn't say that. You think so? I just want to tell you that the word lover is never as bad as you think. It's just that you have been deeply hurt by the modern society's misinterpretation of this word, thinking that this word is dirty and unbearable. In fact, it is very simple, just a word of love. Love? Shin Yunmeng was surprised. In her opinion, those who wanted her as a lover just wanted her body, right? Why did they even bring up the word love? Isn't this the same as being a whore and trying to be a virtuous woman? She didn't understand and was full of doubts. Shinfei didn't explain too much, but just said, if you don't believe it, we can sign an agreement, and add a clause in it. If you don't want to, I will never force you. This. Shin Yunmeng was stunned. Still signing the agreement? If Shinfei doesn't agree to anything after the agreement is signed, then all his efforts will be in vain. What exactly does Shinfei mean by this? Are you forcing yourself to do charity? Or in other words, I just simply want to help myself. Shin Yunmeng was puzzled and just kept looking at Shinfei, trying to find some clues from it. However, all she saw was a face full of determination. If that's the case, I can accept it. As long as you can accept it, then, do you want to give me the contact information, or should I give it to you? Only then did Shinfei secretly breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, the purpose of all this was just to forcibly keep Shin Yunmeng. As long as Shin Yunmeng can be retained, then increasing the favorability will be a natural thing, right? There is no need to rush. After exchanging contact information, Shinfei smiled and looked up and asked, by the way, are you free tomorrow? Let's go shopping together. Since you've already agreed to be my lover, you shouldn't refuse this kind of thing, right? Shin Yunmeng hesitated for a moment, but quickly became firm. Okay, but you have to help me deal with those online things first. No problem. Shinfei smiled, turned around and left the classroom. Things like online public opinion may seem difficult to control in the eyes of others. But in the eyes of people who truly have the ability, it is extremely easy. After returning to the dormitory, Shinfei immediately called Mr. Bao. Mr. Bao was the owner of a large entertainment company. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to handle these things? As expected, after this matter was explained, Mr. Bao agreed decisively. In just one night, public opinion on the entire internet began to shift. On the one hand, someone suddenly exposed the past misdeeds of those directors. After all, the ins and outs of this industry are already extremely murky, and it's easy to find out a lot of their negative information. On the other hand, the efforts to whitewash Shin Yunmeng are also increasing day by day. People all sympathized with Shin Yunmeng's experience and even gave her the title of being untainted by the mud. Watching all this happen quietly, Shin Yunmeng's heart trembled, and she couldn't help but regain some good feelings towards Shinfei. Shin Yunmeng, favorability 10. Name, Shin Yunmeng. Age, 26 years old. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Appearance, 8.9. Favorability, 20. Although it is still negative, there is growth, which is a good thing. Shinfei fell asleep contentedly. The next morning, Shin Yunmeng was waiting in front of the dormitory door. Shinfei dressed casually and went out with him. However, as the pace slowed down, Shin Yunmeng began to have some doubts. Aren't we going to the neighboring city? Why are we still walking towards the school? Actually, I'm not too sure, but Mr. Bao told me to just meet him on the school playground. Meeting on the playground? Shen Yunmeng was even more confused, and so was Shen Fei. He also asked Mr. Bao the reason, but Mr. Bao just said mysteriously that he wanted to give him a surprise. Shen Fei had no choice but to put aside the questioning for the time being. When we arrived at the playground, perhaps because it was too early, there were no students even having physical education classes. The entire playground was deserted, let alone Mr. Bao. Could it be that he hasn't come yet? Shen Fei couldn't help but frown and dialed Mr. Bao's number. There was just a sense of complacency on the other end of the phone. I'm already here. If you don't believe me, look up to the sky. In the sky? Shen Fei raised his head and saw a helicopter slowly descending. Chapter 100. Let us get on the helicopter. Mr. Bao stood in the helicopter and kept waving at Shen Fei, which made Shen Fei's face very dark. Is this the surprise that Mr. Bao mentioned? What a surprise! At the same time, he remembered that he seemed to have been awarded a private jet before. If he had the chance, he might be able to take it out for a ride. Whether it is practical or not is secondary. The most important thing is that it is cool enough. That's enough. Shen Fei secretly made up his mind. At the same time, the helicopter slowly landed in the center of the playground, and Mr. Bao came up to greet it happily. How is it? Mr. Jian, this surprise is pretty good, right? Okay, Mr. Bao, you've got it done again. No, this is just showing off in front of Mr. Jian. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Although he said it was not worth mentioning, his face showed a smug look. Shen Fei saw through it but didn't say anything. He turned his head to signal Shen Yunmeng and moved closer. As soon as the pilot saw Shen Fei, his eyes lit up. After taking off his seatbelt, he also walked over from the helicopter. Are you the one who sang with Jojo earlier? I'm a fan of yours. You have such a strong musical talent. Can you sign an autograph for me? Fan meeting? Shen Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he still nodded. Seeing this scene, the pilot became even more excited and rushed forward quickly. However, no one could have expected that an accident would happen. Precisely because he was too excited, the pilot didn't notice the stumbling block under his feet. He stumbled and fell heavily in front of the three people. Ahem, it's still early for the new year, there's no need for such a grand ceremony. Shen Fei said this jokingly, trying to ease the pilot's embarrassment. But after hearing this, the pilot still looked in pain and even groaned. Something really happened. Shen Fei and the other two looked at each other and rushed forward quickly. Are you okay? I think I broke my leg. Broke your leg? Just fall like that and break your leg? All three of them found it hard to accept. Logically speaking, given the pilot's physical fitness, he shouldn't have any problems even if he falls a few more times, let alone just one. How did you break your leg? Seeing the confusion among the others, the pilot's face was complicated. He then muttered, My leg was broken before, and this fall caused a relapse of the old injury. The three of them suddenly realized. Shen Yunmeng quickly took out her cell phone. Let me call the emergency number for him. Shen Fei and the other man nodded in agreement. But at the same time, Mr. Bao couldn't help but frown. What should I do with this helicopter? I can't drive it. Is this the only way I can drive there today? I'm sorry, boss. I didn't expect this to happen. I'll try to ask other colleagues about my problem and see if they can come and help. If we get them to come over, how long will it take? It shouldn't take long as they're okay, 5 or 6 hours. 5 or 6 hours? Isn't this just now? After 5 or 6 hours, I'm afraid they would have missed the agreed time for the negotiation. Mr. Bao could only frown and sigh, oh, forget it, let's just drive over there ourselves. I'll have Mystic bring my car over right away. After saying that, he took out his cell phone. But he didn't notice that since he heard that the pilot had an accident, Shen Fei's attention had been focused on the helicopter. A bold idea immediately emerged in Shen Fei's mind. Wait a minute. What if I say I can fly a plane? Can you drive? It wasn't just Mr. Bao who was surprised, even the pilot couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Flying a helicopter is no joke. It is completely different from driving an ordinary vehicle. It is not only difficult to operate, but more importantly, the risks involved. You know, when flying in the air, one careless operation may result in the plane crashing and people dying. Therefore, both of them were full of disbelief at Shinfei's words. However, Shinfei just nodded firmly. Don't worry, I won't joke with my own life. Let me drive. It's getting late now. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we will be late even if we drive there. In all business negotiations, being late is the most taboo topic for businessmen. The longer you are late, the more the other party will feel that you do not value them. Therefore, after hearing what Shinfei said, Mr. Bao couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Shinfei said again, Boss Bao, don't you want to believe me? I used to fly planes when I was a kid. Believe me. Really? Certainly. Shinfei still adheres to the principle of lying without blushing. Mr. Bao frowned and stared at Shinfei for a long time before he sighed. Well, alright, since you've already promised me, wouldn't it be too disrespectful if I didn't believe you? Fine, then I'll leave my life in your hands. Don't worry, my own life is also tied to yours. Shinfei smiled, turned his head, and saw Shin Yunmeng returning after making a phone call. Come on, let's get on the plane. Get on the plane? But, the pilot isn't. Shin Yunmeng was full of surprise and pointed at the pilot on the ground. Shinfei immediately patted his chest and said, Here, this is the current pilot. Pilots now? You can fly a plane? Of course. What's the matter? Do you think I would joke about such a thing? Shinfei smiled and walked towards the helicopter without looking back. Seeing his back, Shin Yunmeng couldn't help but be a little surprised. She originally thought that Shinfei was just a playboy from an extremely wealthy family, and apart from being rich, he was useless. But at this time, after hearing that Shinfei could also fly a plane, this impression changed completely. It seems that I am looking at Shinfei through tinted glasses again. Perhaps Shinfei has many advantages that I don't know about. He is not a playboy. At least, he was not the kind of playboy she had thought of before. Shin Yunmeng had a complicated expression, and suddenly she developed some interest in exploring Shinfei. Shin Yunmeng, favorability 10. Shinfei was boarding the plane when he couldn't help laughing when he heard the system prompt. It seems that conquering Shin Yunmeng is much easier than I thought. It is enough as long as I keep subverting the image of myself in her mind. Those previous unpleasant words can be completely changed through the details of getting along with each other. Isn't this exactly the ending he wanted before? Thinking of this, he turned around and waved to the few people. No time to explain, get on the helicopter. Chapter 101. It's gone. The space in this helicopter was not very large, and Shin Yunmeng and the others felt a little nervous when they boarded the helicopter. Sitting in the back row, they still asked uncertainly, is this really okay? This is no joke. Don't worry, since I said it can be done, it must be done. Are you seated? Come with me, take off. Shinfei responded confidently and immediately operated the helicopter into the air. As the propeller continued to accelerate, everything on the ground gradually became smaller. Sitting in the back seat, Shin Yunmeng was extremely nervous and didn't even dare to breathe. However, Shinfei did not deceive them. After all, Shinfei would never joke about his own life. The system had previously rewarded Shinfei for his ability to operate machinery, so the helicopter at this time naturally could not escape the scope of machinery. At the beginning, Shinfei was perhaps a little unfamiliar and not very good at operating these complicated buttons. But as time went on, my control over the aircraft gradually became clearer. Shinfei's entire brain seemed to be integrated with the helicopter. He could operate it subconsciously without even thinking. It's just a matter of crossing a city, it couldn't be easier. A few minutes later, when they arrived at the agreed landing site, all three of them got off the helicopter safely. Boss Jian, you're awesome. I thought I could show off by getting a helicopter here, but I didn't expect that I was just helping you. What's so pretentious about this? Aren't these just basic operations? Keep a low profile. Shinfei smiled and pressed his hands down. Only then did Mr. Bao stop talking happily. At the airport, Mr. Bao had already made arrangements. As soon as the three landed, they were quickly picked up by a vehicle and taken to a commercial building. Upon arriving, taking in the sea of people surrounding him, Shinfei couldn't help but sigh, there's a lot of traffic here. Logically speaking, isn't this building a tool for making money? Why would the owner want to sell it? Mr. Bao explained, yes, this is indeed a money-making tool. According to the data, this building has never lost money since its construction, and it has created impressive performance every year. If it weren't for the desperate situation, who would be willing to give up this land? Desperate? Shinfei was slightly puzzled. Mr. Bao nodded. Yes, as you know, last year's epidemic was truly horrific. Some businesses simply couldn't withstand the impact, including the owners of this building. To survive, they resorted to all means, taking on debt everywhere to keep their business running. However, they clearly didn't anticipate the impact of the epidemic would last so long, which is why we're in this situation. Shinfei suddenly understood. No wonder they require buyers to pay the full amount. It turns out they really need the money urgently. It seems that I have picked up a bargain for nothing again. Shinfei thought about it and walked into the building with the two of them. The person who met him was a white-haired old man. He was lying on the sofa with lifeless eyes, as if thinking about something, and he ignored the approaching three people. It wasn't until Mr. Bao called out to him twice that he came to his senses. You are the buyer? Yes, I am the buyer. Shinfei nodded and took a step forward. The old man looked at Shinfei and frowned. You? Young man, do you know the transaction price? I know. Isn't it just 2.2 billion? Isn't it? Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, his age was there, and he had seen much more of the world than those middle-aged people. Seeing Shinfei respond like this, he just laughed twice and then took out a number of contract documents. Here, the documents are all here. You'd better take a closer look to avoid any mistakes. I'm old, and these things were all made by others for me. I may not have much idea of what's inside them. There was a hint of loneliness in his words. Feeling this, Shinfei took the document and without hesitation, read it aloud word by word. The old man's eyes immediately lit up and he looked at Shinfei in surprise. I just complained casually, and Shinfei read it to me so considerately? For a moment, the old man also had some good feelings towards Shinfei. Naturally, even the old man developed a good impression of her, and so did Shin Yunmeng beside him. Through the incident of flying a helicopter, Shinfei's image in her mind began to change. At this time, his thoughtful behavior made the change in her mind even greater. This level of thoughtfulness definitely cannot be developed overnight. Could it be that Shinfei is really not a playboy? Did I misunderstand him? Shin Yunmeng, favorability 10. However, she didn't know that in her past career as a bootlicker, this kind of thoughtful action was just the basics. As a qualified bootlicker, you naturally have to know how to read the subtext in other people's words. Although Shinfei has now gotten rid of the identity of a bootlicker, he will never be able to get rid of this skill in his life. Each agreement was read out one after another, and in a flash, dozens of minutes had passed. Only then did Shinfei stop. Grandpa, did you hear everything clearly? If there are no questions, then I will start to state my requirements. What's your request? The old man frowned slightly. Shinfei smiled and pointed at Shin Yunmeng beside him, saying, My request is very simple. That is, this building must belong to her. She. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was surprised and focused their eyes on Shin Yunmeng, but they saw that Shin Yunmeng was also full of surprise. What? Me? Shinfei, you. In an instant, Shin Yunmeng even seemed to be hesitant in her words. Shinfei continued, You've already become my lover, haven't you? So, it's reasonable to spend some money on your lover, right? Spending money on your lover is naturally reasonable. However, spending 2.2 billion yuan is too outrageous. Shinfei's words not only failed to make the few people feel relieved, but instead made them extremely surprised. Shin Yunmeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Feeling Shinfei's determination, she stammered again, but, how can I do business? If you give me this building, I will definitely lose it in a few years. If it's gone, it's gone. I can just buy more. It's no big deal. Shinfei didn't care at all and smiled at Shin Yunmeng. Little did he know that this smile really made Shin Yunmeng fall in love with him. 22 billion, just gone? How arrogant does one have to be to say such words? What is more important is that I have only known him for 2 days, and Shinfei actually treated me like this? Why? Shin Yunmeng was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 102, Giving Without Asking for Anything in Return. I really can't. Even though you're not a man, you can't say you're not good enough. If you deny yourself, how can you expect others to affirm you? I'm giving it to you, so just accept it. Otherwise, I won't buy it. Shin Fei shrugged with a smile. When he mentioned not buying it, the old man next to him could no longer sit still and immediately staggered to Shin Yunmeng. Little girl, this is a token of your boyfriend's love. Just accept it. I'm already 89 years old, and I don't have much time left to live. I really don't want to see my family decline while I'm still alive. I really need this life-saving money. Every word the old man spoke attacked Shin Yunmeng's heart. Seeing his white hair, a trace of pity suddenly came over me. Old man, please sit down first. I accept it. Even though she was extremely reluctant, Shin Yunmeng couldn't bear to refuse. Thank you, thank you. The old man burst into tears and slapped Shin Yunmeng's hand heavily. After Shin Yunmeng agreed, the money for picking up girls was successfully deposited into the account. When the old man heard the text message of the receipt, he smiled happily. After completing the simple formalities, the three of them flew back to Yuncheng. This time, there was a new pilot. After arriving at the school, Mr. Bao parted ways with the two, leaving them some space to be alone. Shin Yunmeng hesitated for a moment before taking out the car key from her pocket and handing it to Shin Fei. Here, your car is returned to you. How can I take back something I've given away? Just take it. I don't need this little money. Shin Fei responded with a smile. But Shin Yunmeng just shook her head firmly. No need. I told you those requests before just to discourage you. I didn't really want your things. Whether it's a car or a house, I can buy them myself. You don't need to worry about it. I'm already very grateful to you for helping me deal with the public opinion. What's more, you just gave me that building. I can't take this car no matter what you say. Shin Fei stopped and turned to look at Shin Yunmeng. It is not difficult to see from his eyes that there is a look of determination. Shin Yunmeng is an aloof person by nature. This kind of personality mostly comes from strong women, and obviously, Shin Yunmeng is also one of them. This kind of people. They always like to rely on their own efforts to get everything they want, and they are unwilling to accept things given by others. If you force it on her, it might just backfire. Thinking of this, Shin Fei smiled with relief and took the key from his hand. Okay, since you don't want it, I won't force you. But you have to remember that you are my lover, and you belong to me. No matter what troubles you encounter, don't be polite to me. I will definitely protect you. Shin Fei's words were domineering and powerful. Shin Yunmeng was stunned at first, and then for some reason, her heart started pounding. A strong and cold woman like her seems to be alienated from men, but deep down in her heart what she really desires is to be conquered by an extremely powerful man. And Shin Fei may be this man. After a moment, Shin Yunmeng withdrew her thoughts. Don't worry, I don't want anything. Shin Yunmeng responded coldly, looking nonchalant. But Shin Fei looked at it and smiled. Really? Of course it's true. Then you won't realize your dream of becoming an actor? I'll work hard on my dream of acting. Although the public opinion has died down, it's only public opinion. Do you think you can continue to work in that industry through your own efforts after you offended the director team? To the point. Shin Yunmeng frowned immediately. In the entertainment industry, most people have connections with each other, and the ones you can't offend the most are the director team. To offend them is tantamount to offending the entire entertainment industry. Although public opinion has subsided, the ban on her still exists in the entertainment industry. No matter how hard she tries, she may end up being rejected. This road seems to have been blocked. Shin Yunmeng sighed immediately. If it really doesn't work, I will go abroad and see if there is another opportunity. If it still doesn't work, forget it. Is this the end of the dream I've had for so many years? Even though he was just standing next to Shin Yunmeng, Shin Fei could clearly feel the loss in Shin Yunmeng's words. A trace of heartache inevitably flashed through his mind, and he reached out and rubbed Shin Yunmeng's head. My dear, you mentioned two possibilities, but you never thought that there is actually a third possibility. Is it possible? The third one? That's right. Let me find you a new team of directors to create a movie just for you. A movie that belongs only to you. However, whether you can finally make your debut with this movie depends entirely on your own performance. All I can do for you is to say that I have enough money. My movie? I don't need money? Upon hearing this, Shin Yunmeng was stunned on the spot. She didn't even bother to pay attention to Shin Fei's hand on her head. She just looked at Shin Fei in disbelief. Shin Fei nodded firmly. Don't be so surprised. You've already returned the car to me, so I have to give you some feedback, right? You met Mr. Bao today. He's actually in charge of this area, including handling public opinion. As long as you're willing, everything I said can become a reality. Aye. Shin Yunmeng was flattered, her mind racing. Isn't it what you have always wanted to have a movie of your own? Even if I can't make my debut with this movie, it will be considered as fulfilling my movie dream, and I won't regret it in the future. At the same time, given that Shinfei has no shortage of money, how could it be difficult for him to produce a wonderful movie? As long as she says I do, everything can become a reality, and she may even usher in a turning point in her life. All this was like a dream, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. After a long silence, she couldn't help but feel a little alert. Why are you being so nice to me? What do you want? Aren't you my lover? Isn't it natural for me to be nice to you? But, even though I say that in name, I haven't done anything. Did I ask you to do anything? Besides, didn't you accompany me to discuss business? That's enough. After saying that, Shinfei also smiled warmly, which made Shin Yunmeng even more surprised. Are there really people in the world who give without expecting anything in return? She couldn't believe it. But all this is happening right in front of her, how can she not believe it? Could it be that Shinfei is really a breath of fresh air in the world? The kind that helps others regardless of the cost and without expecting anything in return? Or is it just like this for her? At this moment, Shin Yunmeng suddenly wavered, and her eyes looking at Shinfei became a little tender. Shin Yunmeng, Favorability 10. Chapter 103. Give her a surprise. Giving without expecting anything in return is definitely no different from being a fool in the eyes of most people. Even in Shinfei's eyes, it was the same. Naturally, Shinfei would never become such a person. The so-called not asking for anything in return actually just means that the other party doesn't know that something has been given in return. For Shinfei, isn't this series of increases in favorability the reward he wants? Listening to the system's prompt tone, Shinfei also became decisive. Then this matter is settled. Let's add WeChat. I'll give you Mr. Bao's contact information. We can come out and talk together tomorrow. Good. Even someone as arrogant as Shin Yunmeng, in the face of absolute interests, still became obedient. She just maintained her usual aloof demeanor. After returning to the dormitory, Shinfei was in a good mood and took out his mobile phone. If you don't manage your relationships regularly, unnecessary problems can easily arise. Shinfei knew this very well. Therefore, while he was free, Shinfei directly opened the live broadcast platform. Zhang Ningning and Gu Lily were both broadcasting live, so Shinfei started operating directly. One sword decides the outcome, send out a super rocket. One sword decides the outcome, send out a super rocket. Zhang Ningning and Gu Lily accepted the rewards one after another, and their eyes lit up. After all, they haven't had much contact with Shinfei since their last farewell. Even when chatting on WeChat, the conversation is just a few words. They once thought that Shinfei had a new love and had forgotten about them. Until now. Shinfei's appearance really gave them peace of mind. After Shinfei exited the live broadcast room, he opened the WeChat chat group. Gu Lily, Boss Jian, have you had time to watch the live broadcast recently? How about I show you a new talent I've learned recently? We'll talk about talents later. First, tell me when the annual competition will be held so that I can arrange my time. Shinfei responded quickly. Zhang Ningning said first, it should be half a month away. I will send you a message in advance when the time comes. The two answered quickly, and at the same time, their joy grew even greater. Shinfei came all the way here to ask this kind of question, proving that Shinfei has always been thinking about me. I'm so happy. Zhang Ningning, Favorability 2. Gu Lily, Favorability 5. Suddenly, Shinfei was stunned when he heard the system prompt sound. Is this okay? Wasn't I just asking about the time? How does it increase favorability? Is it so easy to increase favorability now? Shinfei shook his head repeatedly, pressed the button again, and prepared to take a look at the new talents the two had learned. However, at this moment, a phone rang. It was Xia Ziyun. Shinfei answered the phone first. Hello? Ziyun, what's going on? Well, if there's nothing else, can I call you? Shinfei was embarrassed and quickly tried to make amends. No, that's not what I meant. Of course, you can call me anytime you want. That's more like it. By the way, I just wanted to ask you, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Shinfei frowned slightly and started thinking in his mind. It seemed that he would go to talk to Shin Yun Meng about making a movie tomorrow. I'm afraid I can't tomorrow. I have something to do. Do you have anything to do tomorrow? No. It's okay. Since you don't have time, forget it. That's it. Do. The phone was hung up in vain, which made Shinfei stunned. It seemed that in the last sentence before hanging up, Xia Ziyun's tone changed a little and became lost. Could it be that tomorrow is a special day? Shinfei fell into deep thought. At the same time, the door of the dormitory was pushed open and Zhang Ziang walked in. Eh? Shinfei, you're in the dormitory. I thought you were on a date with Xia Ziyun. Date? Why? Shinfei asked, but unexpectedly, this question stunned Zhang Ziang. Why? Isn't tomorrow Xia Ziyun's birthday? Why are you going out on a date with her? What else could there be? Birthday? Yeah, you don't even know about this, do you? Everyone in the school knows that Xia Ziyun is going to have a birthday party at home. Didn't she tell you? Upon hearing this, Shinfei immediately frowned. At this moment, he finally understood why Xia Ziyun felt lost just now. It turned out to be her birthday. Not only did I not remember her birthday, I also rejected her invitation. How could this not make Xia Ziyun feel disappointed? Shinfei did not dare to delay. He took out his cell phone and prepared to call Xia Ziyun to explain, but when he saw the name in the address book, he suddenly stopped. If I call back now to explain, wouldn't that be the same as admitting that I forgot? This seems to be redemption, but in fact it is digging a hole for yourself to jump into. Only a fool would do this. Shinfei decisively dismissed the idea, rolled his eyes, and then laughed. Oh, I know about this, but I pretended not to know because I wanted to give her a surprise tomorrow. Wow, what's the surprise? What have you prepared? Why don't you surprise me first? I already said it's a surprise, how can I show it to you first? Go away, go play with your Zhaoran. Shinfei said this jokingly, sent Zhang Ziang away, and then frowned quietly. Gift? The birthday gift for Xia Ziyun has not been prepared yet. How about going out and buying it for her now? Shinfei quickly stood up. But after thinking about it carefully, he stopped. What would be a surprise purchase? Xia Ziyun herself came from a prominent family and had a relatively high starting point. Ordinary gifts naturally cannot bring about a surprise. How easy is it to create a surprise? It should be something that no one has ever given you before, and it should be of great significance. It is also best if it is practical, so as not to give people a flashy feeling. With all these requirements, the room for choice is smaller. Shinfei was a little embarrassed. Suddenly, he remembered an item. He quickly rummaged through the boxes and found it among the old clothes. It was the body-strengthening pill that the system had rewarded me before. Before this, Shinfei was planning to take it himself, but he had forgotten about it during this period of time. Now that he remembered it, wouldn't it be a good opportunity to use it as a surprise? I already have fighting skills to protect myself, so I don't have that much need for bodybuilding pills. But Xia Ziyun is different. Xia Ziyun is just an ordinary person, just a weak woman. She is so beautiful, and if she encounters any danger, the health-strengthening pills can give her some self-protection ability. The most important thing is that this bodybuilding pill has a special instruction. Men can strengthen their bodies by eating it, while women can shape their bodies and beautify their skin by eating it. A few days ago, Xia Ziyun complained all the time that she had gained weight again. Although girls would dislike being fat no matter how thin they were, with this little pill, Xia Ziyun's figure has been improved and her appearance has reached a higher level. Which girl can resist such temptation? Shinfei was very happy and immediately made up his mind. Chapter 104 Birthday Candy. The next morning. Yuheiheshan County, Kangyeonju. The huge room was decorated in a particularly festive manner, and the atmosphere of a birthday party was overwhelming. Xia Ziyun sat at the door with an unhappy look on her face, as if all this had nothing to do with her. Maybe he's been too busy lately and forgot about it? How about I remind him? No, if he's really busy, wouldn't it be disturbing him if I reminded him? It's just a birthday, it happens every year, what's the big deal? It's okay, Xia Ziyun. However, no matter how she said that everything was fine, the disappointment in her eyes was obvious. For girls, birthdays are important and unimportant at the same time. The key lies in whether you care about her. As long as you can make them feel that you care about them, everything else is secondary. But at this moment, Shinfei did not show any concern at all. Xia Ziyun was very melancholy. Suddenly, exclamations were heard from outside. Wow! Is this Ziyun's home? It's so beautiful. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. This is the most expensive Tsongyan residence in Yuhei Heshan County. How can it not be beautiful? If I buy it, it will cost at least 100 million. 100 million? To buy a house? Oh my god, Xia Ziyun is too extravagant. Xia Ziyan looked carefully and found that the person coming was the classmate she had invited. She forced a smile and went to meet him. Everyone, come in quickly. I have prepared food and am waiting for you. Good. When everyone entered together, they couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. I'm so envious. If I could afford to live in a villa like this, my life would be worth it. Don't be envious. Others are at the finish line from the moment they're born. Their families are rich, which we can't compare to. Who told you that this was bought by Ziyun's family? Isn't it? Everyone was surprised and looked at Xia Ziyun. Xia Ziyun was stunned for a moment, then raised the corners of her mouth happily. Just as she was about to explain, the roar of a sports car suddenly rang in her ears. Shenfei? Xia Ziyun's eyes lit up, and without bothering to explain, she rushed out of the villa immediately. In front of the villa, Shenfei's figure was particularly eye-catching. Shenfei. Why are you here? It's someone's birthday, can I not come? Don't you know? You think I wouldn't know about this? I just wanted to give you a surprise. Shenfei smiled and took out a bouquet of roses from the car and handed it to Xia Ziyun. Flowers go with beauties. More importantly, Shenfei remembered his birthday. Xia Ziyun took the flowers, burst into tears instantly, and threw herself into Shenfei's arms. Shenfei smiled and pointed behind Xia Ziyun. Don't be like this, it's so embarrassing. Look, they are all looking at you. Just look. You're mine, not theirs, so let them envy you. Xia Ziyun pouted like a child. Suddenly, Shenfei's eyes lit up, and the two separated briefly. By the way, happy birthday, and there's a birthday present. Here, this is for you. As Shenfei spoke, he took out an exquisite small box from his pocket. He had searched all over the mall for a gift box containing health-enhancing pills. Xia Ziyun was filled with joy and quickly took it. Your presence here is already the best gift you can give me. What other gift do you need? Isn't it normal to give gifts? You deserve them. Okay, then, thank you. Holding the gift box, Xia Ziyun felt full of happiness, but she did not open it. After all, it is basic etiquette not to open it in front of others. Unexpectedly, seeing her like this, Shenfei thought she was not satisfied and immediately urged, "Aren't you curious about what's inside?" "Ha? What's in there?" "Just open it and take a look, then you'll know." "Now." "Can." After getting Shenfei's consent, Xia Ziyun couldn't help but breathe heavier. What can fit in such a small box? Necklace? Watch? Or perhaps, a ring? An engagement ring. As Xia Ziyun opened it, she kept imagining it in her mind, and she couldn't help but feel a little excited. The rest of the people also tiptoed to look over. After all, this was a gift from Shenfei, attracting everyone's attention. Finally, Xia Ziyun opened the gift box bit by bit. A candy-like snack appeared in front of them. That's it? At this moment, everyone felt a little confused and looked at Shenfei. Some even sneered. "Shenfei, you're not even willing to buy a gift, are you? It's Ziyun's birthday, and you only gave her a piece of candy? Isn't that too stingy?" "That's right, who would give candy to someone on their birthday, and only one piece at that? If it were me, I would rather not send it off than embarrass both of them." There were a lot of cold words, but what made Shenfei quite satisfied was that although Xia Ziyun looked at the candy with some doubts, she did not show any disgust, but still smiled brightly. "Thank you. I'm very happy with any gift you give me, no matter what it is." Xia Ziyun did a good job in this regard. Shenfei nodded in appreciation and opened his mouth to explain the effect of the candy, but unexpectedly, the roar of a sports car rang in his ears again. Looking closely, a Ferrari 599XX comes into view. It stopped right in front of everyone, and a tall, handsome man walked down from it. Everyone around exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, it's Songjia. It's Songjia. He's so handsome. And this car, it must be worth tens of millions at least. A handsome guy and a luxury car, what a perfect match. He's young, handsome, and rich. He's the perfect candidate for the leading role. He must be here for Ziyun's birthday. I envy Ziyun so much. As the exclamations were heard, Songjia couldn't help but laugh secretly. Isn't this the result you want after doing this? However, his smile just appeared when it froze on his face. I don't think I invited you. Go away by yourself. You are not welcome here. Xia Ziyun didn't give him any good look at all. Songjia was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile. Ziyun, isn't today your birthday? I came here specially to give you a birthday present. Look, this car behind you, and these are all birthday presents I carefully prepared for you. As he spoke, he pulled out an exquisite little box from his pocket and slowly opened it. Inside was a gorgeous diamond ring. Chapter 105, When We Were 3-year-old children? This move instantly formed a sharp contrast with the previous Shenfei. The eyes of all the women standing by were shining. Wow! Songjia is so generous. He just gave me such an expensive car. And that diamond ring, it must cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. What hundreds of thousands? In my opinion, it must be at least $1 million. Compared to someone else's candy, it's like one in heaven and the other on earth. TSK, how can the two be compared? If it were me, I would leave now and avoid further embarrassment. There was a sting in his words, all directed at Shenfei. Shenfei smiled but said nothing. After all, he had developed immunity to this level of ridicule over his journey. But Songjia is different. Hearing the sound, he noticed Shenfei's figure and couldn't help but frown. Ziyun, who is he? Him? Okay, you want to know, right? Then I'll make you give up completely. He is my boyfriend, Shenfei. As Xia Ziyun spoke, she took Shenfei's arm. Seeing this scene, Songjia was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Since the beginning of his sophomore year, Songjia met Xia Ziyun by chance, and from then on, he began his mad pursuit of her. But after 2 years, he still hasn't made much progress. As the undisputed top-rich second-generation schoolboy in the neighboring school, it was a shame for him to spend 2 years trying but still fail to win her over. However, it was precisely because of this humiliation that his desire for Xia Ziyun became even stronger. The more you can't get it, the more you want it. Knowing that it was Xia Ziyun's birthday, he rushed over without stopping. But what made him angry was that on this birthday, not only did he fail to gain any benefits from Xia Ziyun, he even saw Xia Ziyun being intimate with someone else. After 2 years of hard pursuit, you ended up becoming someone else's girlfriend? How could he accept this? He took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and then spoke again. Ziyun, I have pursued you for 2 years, 2 whole years. Don't you know how I feel about you? Why are you dating someone else? Xia Ziyun frowned immediately. So what you mean is that if I want to fall in love, I can only look for you and no one else? Certainly. Songjia responded. Xia Ziyun just sneered. That's enough, I don't like you, even if you are the only man left in the world, I will not fall in love with you. You should give up as soon as possible. With your assets, it will be easy for you to find a girlfriend. As for me, forget it. How can those voluptuous bitches compare to you? This is your business, it has nothing to do with me. Now, please leave. Xia Ziyun was very determined. Seeing this scene, Songjia was furious, but he couldn't bear to do anything to Xia Ziyun, so he had to move his gaze to Shenfei's head, and happened to see the candy. It's someone else's birthday, and someone actually gave them candy. This is the first time I've seen this. You are Shenfei, right? If you really don't have money to buy a gift, you can contact me. It's all for Ziyun anyway, and I don't mind spending a little more money on her. Money is nothing to me. As long as Ziyun opens his mouth, I won't even blink an eye at the tens of millions of dollars worth of things. Seeing that Shenfei remained smiling and silent, Songjia became more and more angry as he spoke. He naively thought that Shenfei was in pain and dared not speak. However, he did not notice that Shenfei did not react, but Xia Ziyun on the side reacted extremely intensely. Talking bad about her man in front of her, isn't that the same as disrespecting her in public? She decisively interrupted Songjia's words. That's enough. With such a small amount of money, don't embarrass yourself here. Shenfei didn't say anything because he didn't want to argue with people like you. How dare you take advantage of me? Ziyun. What do you mean? What do you mean by just this little money I have? Don't I have much more money than this gigolo who gives out candy? What gives you the right to say that to me? Why? Well, you won't cry until you see the Yellow River, right? Well, then I'll tell you, do you see this villa? The total price is 130 million. This is what Shinfei gave me. Just like you said just now, he didn't even blink an eye. And, this car, have you seen it? You like sports cars yourself, you should know its value. 130 million. Songjia was suddenly speechless and subconsciously looked at the car next to Shinfei. Before, his attention was focused on the people and he didn't pay any attention to the car. When he saw it at this moment, he immediately took a breath of cold air. Isn't this a Bugatti Veyron worth 50 million? A car worth 50 million. You can often tell a person's wealth from the car he drives. Although it is possible for a rich person to drive a broken car, someone who can afford a car worth 50 million yuan cannot be a poor person. Considering what Xia Ziyun had said before, that the villa was also given by Shinfei, Songjia took a deep breath. If the other party was just a poor boy with nothing, he wouldn't care. Just using money would be enough to discourage the other party. But the other party is also extremely rich, so this trick is useless. In addition, that handsome face also fell into his eyes, and a sense of crisis arose spontaneously. If we compare money, the other party also has money. Comparing looks, the other person is even more handsome than me. It seems that no matter from which angle you look at it, Shinfei in front of him is much better than him. No wonder even someone like Xia Ziyun would be impressed by it. At this moment, Songjia even felt a little frustrated. At the same time, Shinfei finally spoke. By the way, you guys have been calling this thing I gave you candy. I think I should explain it to you. It looks like candy, but that's just how it looks. It's actually a pill that has the power to beautify and strengthen your body. There's only one like this in the whole world. I put in a lot of effort to get it. After the explanation was given, everyone present was stunned. Pill? And there is only one like this in the world? Isn't this a joke? Do you think you're in a fantasy world? After a brief moment of surprise, everyone sneered. Songjia didn't even try to hide his laughter. Your explanation is too outrageous, isn't it? Do you think we are 3-year-old children? Any normal person would not believe such a thing as you say, right? Ziyun, do you think he is outrageous? What's so outrageous? Xia Ziyun glanced at Songjia, turned around and took the health-enhancing pills from the box. Without any hesitation, he swallowed it directly into his stomach. Chapter 106, inviting Xia Ziyun to dance. Purple cloud. Everyone present exclaimed and moved towards Xia Ziyun's position. However, Xia Ziyun just smiled at everyone and said, "It's okay, I believe Shinfei." She emphasized the word believe particularly strongly. Shinfei naturally did not let her down. Soon, the pill took effect. How could it be of poor quality since it was produced by the system? Xia Ziyun didn't notice anything, she just felt hot all over, but the others were already dumbfounded. Ziyun, what's wrong with your face? What's wrong with my face? It seems even more beautiful. Xia Ziyun was stunned and quickly walked to the rearview mirror beside the car to take a look. She was immediately overjoyed. Everything Shinfei said is true. Believing is one thing, seeing it with your own eyes is another. Her already beautiful face suddenly became even more stunning, and even Songjia was surprised. No. Impossible? We are on Blue Planet, not a fantasy world. How could such a thing exist? It's absolutely impossible. He kept rejecting it, but he didn't know that Shinfei just sneered at him. If the system can appear, what does it matter if some things from the fantasy world appear? Songjia was really making a fuss out of nothing. Shinfei shook his head and walked forward. Are you okay now? If you are, then we won't accompany you anymore. After saying that, Shinfei pulled Xia Ziyun into the villa. Songjia was immediately panicked. No, I don't want to leave. You can't leave me. However, no matter how he spoke, Shinfei and his companions never even looked at him again. Ignored. From childhood to adulthood, he has always been the focus of everyone's attention, no matter his appearance or family background. How could he have been ignored like this? After a brief moment of surprise, a surge of anger rushed into my heart. Bang! A loud noise immediately caught everyone's attention, and everyone turned to look. Just then, a hand hit Shinfei's car hard, leaving a dent in the body of the car. And the owner of this hand is Songjia. Ignore me? Now, do you still dare to ignore me? Shinfei frowned slightly and asked, "Don't tell me, do you really want me to pay attention to you? You have to know that in this situation, being valued by me may not necessarily be a good thing." As he spoke, he smiled at Xia Ziyun and walked up to Songjia. Songjia remained firm and said, "Yes, if you don't take me seriously, how can I deal with you?" Deal with me? Of course. Anyone who prevents me from pursuing Ziyun must be dealt with, and you are no exception. You don't think you're so great just because you have a few bucks, do you? I never thought so. You are the one who thought so. However, there is one thing I agree with you on. Which point? Anyone who prevents me from pursuing Ziyun must be dealt with, and you are no exception. Having said this, Shinfei immediately felt a hint of murderous intent. Songjia suddenly trembled all over. "You, what do you want to do?" Songjia was flustered. While questioning, he took a step back. Shinfei shrugged. "We live in a society ruled by law. What can I do? Look at you. Do I need to do anything to you?" Contempt. Shinfei did not hide his contempt at all. Songjia was already angry, and now he was being treated with such contempt. How could he bear it? With a height of 1.89 meters and a weight of 145 kg, and being the captain of the basketball team, his physique is not bad. At least, he has absolutely no reason to be timid in front of Shinfei. Seeing that he couldn't win the argument, he stopped talking and just clenched his fist and hit Shinfei directly in the face. "I'm mad." Ah. After shouting, he didn't expect that the person who screamed was him. Shinfei easily grasped his fist, his eyes filled with even more contempt. "You want to hit me with your embroidered fist? Didn't your mother tell you not to hit someone in the face? You're just digging your own grave by attacking them directly like this, haven't you thought? You let me go." "Okay." Shinfei smiled, grabbed his hand, and swung it hard, sending it flying into the air. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Songjia felt dizzy and heard Shinfei's warning in his ears. "Go away. This is just a warning. If I see you next to Ziyun again, it won't be just a warning." As soon as he finished speaking, Shinfei and his group entered the villa with laughter and chatter, leaving Songjia alone lying on the ground. Shinfei. Just wait for me. If I don't avenge this, Songjia, will not be worthy of being a man. After saying this harshly, Songjia forced himself to stand up and drove away. On the other side, several people entered the villa together. When Shinfei turned his head, he saw Xia Ziyun's worried face. "What's wrong? Are you still worried about him?" No, I'm worried about your expensive car. It's only slightly dented by him. How much will it cost to repair it?" We didn't even ask Songjia for money. Shinfei smiled and said, "It's okay. It's just a car repair. It's not a big deal. Even if it breaks the sky, it can't be more than 50 million. Yeah, it's only 50 million, it's nothing to you." Xia Ziyun nodded and put down the heavy stone in her heart. Little did they know that after hearing their conversation, the people standing by were already stunned. "What do you mean 50 million is nothing? For an ordinary family, they may never see so much money in their entire life. These two people really don't take money seriously." Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Next, everyone followed Xia Ziyun to the dance room upstairs. Since Xia Ziyun studied dance, when she first set her eyes on this villa, her favorite part was the spacious dance room. Everyone also knows that Xia Ziyun is a very good dancer. The mood was very heated today, and some people were bound to stir up trouble. "Ziyun, show us your skills." "That's right, we want to see how you dance." At this time, a tall and handsome boy said, "Ziyun, seeing how enthusiastic everyone is, if you're embarrassed, how about we dance together?" The person who spoke was Han Feiyu, the president of the school dance club, and Xia Ziyun's on-stage partner. His dancing skills were first-rate, and he was quite popular among the girls in the school. However, ever since Han Feiyu met Xia Ziyun, there was no room for anyone else in his heart. Han Feiyu and Songjia, the rich second generation, are not the same kind of people. He was very reserved in expressing his feelings. He usually just took extra care of Xia Ziyun but never expressed it explicitly. Han Feiyu was planning to slowly develop a relationship with Xia Ziyun, but Shin Fei's appearance today made him feel a surge of crisis. As he spoke, Han Feiyu walked towards Xia Ziyun, extended his hand and made an invitation. The two had rehearsed and performed together countless times, so Xia Ziyun didn't think much about it and walked up to Han Feiyu to prepare to dance. As a result, when Han Feiyu's pig's hoof put his arms around Xia Ziyun's slender waist, he actually gave Shin Fei a provocative look. "Hey! I have a bad temper." Shin Fei's face darkened slightly. "Boy, do you want to show off your dancing skills in front of me? I'm so into dance that I'm almost green with joy. I've been waiting for this day." Chapter 107. Self-knowledge is the most important thing for a person. Ahem. Ziyun, I can actually dance too. Do you want us to dance together? Can you dance too? Xia Ziyun's eyes lit up with surprise. After all, before this, she had never heard that Shin Fei could dance. Shin Fei nodded. "I know a thing or two." "That's great, let's dance together." Xia Ziyun smiled happily and abandoned Han Feiyu directly. After all, Shin Fei is the one she likes. Why would she care about Han Feiyu when she can dance with the one she likes? This choice can't even be considered a choice at all. However, this scene was hard for Han Feiyu to accept. Ziyun, didn't we already agree that we'd dance together? He's never worked with you before, and he can't even keep up with your rhythm. What if something unexpected happens? It's okay, I believe Shin Fei. Before Han Feiyu finished speaking, Xia Ziyun took the lead in interrupting him. Han Feiyu's face suddenly became dark. "It feels like the duck that was right in front of your mouth flew away." He suddenly looked at Shin Fei. "Student Shin Fei, have you ever learned dance before?" "I haven't learned it." "So you don't have any basics at all?" "No." "Then do you know what dance Ziyun has been practicing recently?" "Have no idea." He knows nothing about anything. Han Feiyu couldn't bear it anymore. "You don't know anything. It's okay if the dance fails, but what if Ziyun gets hurt? Even if it's for Ziyun's sake, shouldn't you be more sensible? Know your place?" Shin Fei frowned and smiled in vain. "Don't worry, I won't hurt Ziyun. Besides, how could I let Ziyun get hurt?" Shin Fei. Listening to Shin Fei's words, Xia Ziyun felt warm in her heart, and she murmured Shin Fei's name in response. The two looked at each other with affection. This made Han Feiyu even more angry. "I originally wanted to persuade Shin Fei to quit, but I didn't expect that I would end up eating dog food for myself." He gritted his teeth, and when he saw the two men about to step forward, he stopped them. No, you can't jump." "Why can't you jump?" Because I'm Ziyun's dance partner. After all these years of training, Ziyun, haven't you noticed how well we dance together? This kind of rapport is something you can never replicate with anyone else." "I really didn't notice." Xia Ziyun shook her head and responded truthfully. Han Feiyu was suddenly speechless. Seeing this scene, Shin Fei also saw some clues in Han Feiyu's eyes. "You say she is a dance partner, but actually, I'd rather be a male partner. This is also a love rival." Thinking of this, Shin Fei no longer had the desire to talk to him in a nice tone. "My dear classmate, although I don't know your name, but if you stop me like this, could it be that you like our Ziyun?" Shin Fei said this naturally to declare his sovereignty. Sure enough, Xia Ziyun was very impressed by this. Her eyes were filled with tears and she looked at Shin Fei with affection. At the same time, Han Feiyu's expression changed instantly. "What does my Ziyun mean?" Before Han Feiyu could react, Shin Fei launched a series of attacks. He said to Xia Ziyun, "Ziyun, I don't like you dancing with other boys. If you need a dance partner in the future, just come to me." Han Feiyu sneered. This stupid boy actually restricted Xia Ziyun's freedom? Girls nowadays are all free and easy. Shin Fei's forceful decision to not allow her to have a dance partner was tantamount to stifling Xia Ziyun's interests and hobbies. Just when Han Feiyu was waiting for Shin Fei to suffer a defeat. Who would have thought that Xia Ziyun actually nodded obediently and said, "Okay, since you don't like it, I will only dance with you from now on." Puff. Han Feiyu almost vomited blood. "Xia Ziyun, can you maintain the coolness that a goddess should have?" At this time, Han Feiyu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. How could he remain calm? With anger rising, he resolutely said in a cold voice, "Just you? Do you know how good Ziyun is at dancing? A duet dance is about two people. Do you really have to hold Ziyun back? Only I, in terms of dancing skills and tacit understanding, can be worthy of Ziyun." "That's just what you think. Do you really think that I will hold Ziyun back? Shenfei smiled and asked back. Han Feiyu nodded. Of course, you have no foundation, how can you be so confident? Holding back? It's important for people to know themselves. You're the one who has no self-awareness. Keep your eyes open and watch carefully. Shenfei smiled coldly, said no more words, and pulled Xia Ziyun to the center of the hall. Holding Xia Ziyun's waist, the two looked at each other and decisively began to dance to the slow music. Han Feiyu didn't take it seriously at first, and looked at it with the intention of seeing a joke. But he didn't expect that after just a few tens of seconds, he was completely dumbfounded. This is impossible. These dance steps, this kind of rapport, how is this possible? He was so surprised that he couldn't speak, his eyes full of disbelief. Looking closely, one could see that Shenfei and Xia Ziyun seemed to have merged into one. Their every move was full of elegance, and there was no sign that they were a team that had just been temporarily formed. On the contrary, it's more like a dance partner who has been dancing together for decades. In addition to Han Feiyu, there were other people present who were good at dancing. Seeing this scene, they all exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, Shenfei can actually dance so well? This is amazing. I thought boys only knew how to play games in basketball. Shenfei can also play basketball, but he can not only play basketball, but also dance. With this level of dancing skills, could Shenfei have been learning dance since childhood? His collaboration with Ziyun is absolutely perfect, a match made in heaven. As Han Feiyu uttered exclamations one after another, his whole body went limp and he gradually collapsed to the spot. If the other party's dancing skills are not good, he can still use his dancing skills as his confidence. But after seeing Shenfei dancing, how could he still have the courage? The dancing skills that she was proud of might just be a joke in Shenfei's eyes. There is no comparison, absolutely no comparison. A feeling of frustration slowly rose in his heart, and he didn't even dare to think of resisting. When the song ended and Shenfei came to him again, he had already given up resisting. Now, tell me, who is worthy of Ziyun? Han Feiyu was speechless. Shenfei chuckled. Just as he said, the most important thing for a person is to know himself. At least, this love rival should understand. Chapter 108 All Men are Pigs. After this battle, everyone's view of Shenfei also changed. Handsome, rich, can play basketball and dance, such a man is simply perfect. Even Songjia just now could not compare with him. At this moment, they finally understood why Xia Ziyun chose Shenfei. Is there any need to hesitate for a man like this? The sooner you get it, the better. Immediately afterwards, everyone celebrated Xia Ziyun's birthday together. Xia Ziyun had obviously prepared a lot for this birthday party. It wasn't until nightfall that everyone realized how quickly time had passed. As the classmates left one after another, only Shenfei, Wang Yuan and Xia Ziyun were left on the scene. The three of them sat cross-legged in the living room, with empty wine bottles in front of them. Obviously, everyone was a little drunk. Shenfei, you've drunk so much anyway. For your safety, why don't you just sleep here tonight? Xia Ziyun's face turned slightly red, and she suddenly blurted out this sentence. Hearing this, Shenfei was stunned. This isn't a good idea, is it? As Shenfei spoke, he looked at Xia Ziyun. Xia Ziyun's cheeks turned even redder, but even so, she only slightly shifted her gaze away and murmured, "What's wrong with that? This is supposed to be your villa. It's normal for you to live here. Are we really going to sleep together? What are you talking about? I mean, the villa is so big and there are so many guest rooms. Even if you live here, it won't affect you." Hoo, so that's how it is. Shenfei suddenly felt a little lost. Unexpectedly, Wang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up and she slowly moved closer. Then, what if our Ziyun wants to do something to you? At this time, Xia Ziyun stepped forward with a blushing face and said, "Wang Yuan, you are drunk." "Okay, I'm drunk, I'm acting crazy, I'm redundant, I won't bother you anymore, I'm going back to my room to sleep." Wang Yuan pouted, climbed up from the sofa and went to the bedroom upstairs. At this time, Xia Ziyun stared at Shenfei closely. Slightly tipsy, Xia Ziyun's eyes were watery, and Shenfei's heartbeat quickened as he looked at her. Instead, he turned his head away embarrassedly. As luck would have it, he happened to be looking in Wang Yuan's direction. "Are you peeking at Wang Yuan?" "Well, Shenfei, I didn't expect you to be such an LS." Xia Ziyun pretended to be angry. "How is that possible? I don't look like that kind of person." Be more confident and remove the image. Shinfei knew Xia Ziyun was flirting, so he deliberately asked, "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" "No." Xia Ziyun pouted and turned her head away. At times like this, the more a girl says no, the more she has it in her heart. If you really think that she is not jealous, then you are probably done needing Kuya. Shinfei knew this very well. Seeing Xia Ziyun looking away, he did not hesitate and slowly moved closer. "Real?" A question approached quietly, almost reaching Xia Ziyun's neck. Alcohol was already affecting Xia Ziyun, and her face turned red. She couldn't help but breathe more heavily, and her heart was beating fast. Will something happen? Is something going to happen? Xia Ziyun was as frightened as a deer and looked panicked. After a while, she suddenly pointed at the food on the table. Do you want to eat it? If not, I'll put it in the refrigerator first. Let's do it later. Now, we have other things to do." What's going on? Xia Ziyun swallowed her saliva. She understood clearly in her heart, but she still asked back subconsciously. Shinfei didn't hesitate and went straight up to it. Xia Ziyun was at a loss and just slowly closed her eyes. The water seems to be coming into being. However, it was at this time. A loud shout suddenly rang in the ears of the two. "Hey! Do you have an Apple charger? I forgot to bring it with me." Wang Yuan stood at the edge of the stairs and stuck her head out to ask. Seeing the two of them almost huddled together, she blushed immediately. I didn't see anything. You guys continue." After saying that, she turned around and hurriedly fled the scene, leaving Shinfei and the other person standing there in panic. After all, both of them were inexperienced players, and they were suddenly caught in the act, so they were both a little embarrassed. I'll go clean up first." Xia Ziyun stammered and stood up to clear the food on the table. This time, Shinfei did not try to stop him, but instead helped him clean up. Cleaning up the mess is certainly a tedious task, but if you do it with your loved one, it has a special flavor. The two of them cleaned up in tacit understanding, just like a young couple, which really made them feel sweet. It seems that it would be nice to live with Shinfei. Xia Ziyun couldn't help but think so, and a sense of happiness arose spontaneously. Xia Ziyun, favorability 2. Feeling this, Shinfei's eyes lit up. It seems that Xia Ziyun likes hard-working family men. So he cleaned up even more happily, giving Xia Ziyun some free time. For Xia Ziyun, sitting quietly on the sofa and watching Shinfei's busy figure was really a pleasure. However, this enjoyment did not last long. Because he got up and was busy, Shinfei did not pay attention to the placement of his mobile phone, which was now placed where he had sat before. As luck would have it, the screen suddenly lit up, and it was a WeChat message. Xia Ziyun had already regarded Shinfei as her man. It would be a lie to say that she was not curious. Seeing this, she subconsciously leaned over. Although she couldn't turn on the screen, the information on it alone was enough to make her angry. Su Xilan, Shinfei, when are you free? Xin Yunmeng, thank you for helping me realize my dream, thank you. Wang Yufei, is the competition tomorrow? Good luck in the competition. All these messages were sent by women. Men are really pigs. For a while. Xia Ziyun, favorability 5. Chapter 109. This car cannot be turned over. Shinfei was happily washing dishes in the kitchen, but unexpectedly, the system prompt sound made his heart tremble. What's going on? His face froze, and he quickly put down what he was doing and secretly looked towards the living room, where he saw Xia Ziyun holding his mobile phone. Suddenly my heart skipped a beat. Coupled with the loss of favorability, it is very obvious that other girls must have sent messages to me. It just happened to be seen by Xia Ziyun. Otherwise, he really couldn't figure out what would cause Xia Ziyun's favorability to drop. At this moment, Shinfei was almost scared out of his wits. This rollover was quite serious. But soon, Shinfei calmed down. The more it was at this time, the more he couldn't panic. Stay calm, Shinfei, you can do it. After a slight hesitation, he made up his mind. She went back to wash the dishes, then walked out of the kitchen as if nothing had happened. At this time, Xia Ziyun had already put her phone back. Xia Ziyun's face was filled with gloom. Obviously, there will be a storm next. He who strikes first gains the advantage, and he who strikes later suffers. Before Xia Ziyun could start to attack, Shinfei's face suddenly turned stern. He said in a deep voice, Ziyun, did you peek at my phone just now? Xia Ziyun, who was originally planning to question Shenfei, was suddenly asked. Subconsciously, he said, "Ah. I saw it, what's wrong?" Xia Ziyun. "I'm so disappointed," Shenfei said with great sorrow. Xia Ziyun was obviously a little flustered. I didn't mean it." In front of Shenfei's aura, Xia Ziyun didn't know why, but she wanted to question him, but she actually explained with a guilty conscience. But soon, Xia Ziyun regained his momentum. He was not wrong, but Shenfei, that big pig's hoof, was wrong. He actually chatted with so many girls secretly. Xia Ziyun said unhappily. "Shenfei, let's not talk about this for now. Let me ask you, what are those girls on the phone like?" "Ziyun. Do you know what's the most important thing for two people to be together?" Shenfei said seriously, "It's trust. Don't you want to see my phone?" "Okay." Shenfei walked forward, picked up the phone, saw the messages, and took the initiative to show them to Xia Ziyun. "Look, it's just a normal greeting. Why are you so suspicious?" "But..." Xia Ziyun wanted to speak. Shenfei, however, took the lead and said, "Actually, I was planning to take the initiative to explain my relationship with these girls to you today. I didn't expect you to distrust me so much." "Ah? Is that so?" Xia Ziyun was immediately filled with self-blame. "Of course. If I had something to hide, would I not have set a password on my phone? I've been so honest with you, yet you're so suspicious of me." "Yes, I'm sorry, Shenfei." Xia Ziyun actually apologized first. "Can I forgive easily at this time?" "Cannot. If you forgive easily, you will reveal your true colors." Shenfei deliberately put on a stern face and said, "I thought that there would be no misunderstanding between you and me. But, what can I say to you?" As he spoke, Shenfei was about to put on his clothes. "Shenfei, where are you going?" "I'm going out to get some fresh air." "Don't go. Isn't it okay that I was wrong?" Xia Ziyun said aggrievedly. Shenfei was secretly happy, thinking that the situation was almost settled. If Shenfei continued to be angry, he would appear petty. He put his coat on the sofa, walked to Xia Ziyun, and put his hand on her shoulder. "Ziyun, I'm sorry, I was a little emotional just now. You know, I just don't want you to misunderstand." Xia Ziyun nodded quickly. Shenfei said softly, "Actually, those girls really have nothing to do with me. If there's a chance later, I'll bring them to you to meet them." Seeing Shenfei being so frank, Xia Ziyun felt even more guilty. "It's all my fault today." "It's okay, silly girl. Doesn't this just show that you care about me?" Shenfei took out his phone and said, "Today I will tell you everything about my relationship with each of these girls and what happened." "Really?" Xia Ziyun was shocked. It seems that Shenfei is fine, otherwise why would he say that? Shenfei also had his own plans. If the other party already knew the truth, he must not hide it, otherwise, he would have a hard time defending himself later. Of course it's true. These girls just have a good relationship. It's not what you think. A good relationship? How good is it? Xia Ziyun couldn't help but feel jealous. "Good enough, but nowhere near as good as with you." Shenfei smiled and moved closer to Xia Ziyun step by step. Xia Ziyun obviously did not expect Shenfei to do such a thing, and subconsciously moved back half a step. Shenfei paused his approach. Just when Xia Ziyun had no way to retreat, Shenfei calmly handed the phone to Xia Ziyun, looking like a man with nothing to fear. "Here, let me show you. If you want to know about who it is and me, just ask me." Shenfei knew that the more times like this happened, the more he had to appear calm. Only in this way can Xia Ziyun feel at ease. As expected, seeing Shenfei like this, Xia Ziyun was no longer angry at all. Shenfei no longer hesitated and decisively recited the name displayed on the phone. "Su Xilan, my class beauty in high school. We didn't see each other again until a class reunion a while ago. Xinyun Meng, a well-known pianist and actress, was widely reported in the news a while ago. I met her by chance in a piano classroom and helped her solve some problems and troubles. Wang Yufei." The names and deeds of the people were mentioned one after another. Naturally, in the process, Shenfei also omitted most of the points that were easy to step on landmines, and only picked out some unimportant things to talk about. However, even so, when Xia Ziyun heard it, she was really happy. To see whether a man cares about you, how you handle this situation is particularly important. Judging from the fact that Shenfei was willing to explain it in detail for him, he obviously occupied an extremely important position in Shinfei's heart. This is enough. Xia Ziyun smiled sweetly and replied, okay, no need to say more. Actually, you don't need to explain all this to me. As long as you only have me in your heart, that's enough. I can understand you. Xia Ziyun, favorability 5. The lost favorability has returned. Shinfei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He finally got away with it today. He put away his phone and moved closer. No matter what, you just need to remember that in my heart, you are the most special one. No one can compare to you. Got it? I know. Xia Ziyun's face flushed and she nodded slowly and shyly. The two looked into each other's eyes, and they could almost feel each other's breath. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Shinfei kept getting closer, staring at the stairs with his peripheral vision, fearing that Wang Yuan would come to cause trouble again. However, Wang Yuan did not arrive, but the cell phone rang at an inopportune time. As the ringing continued, Xia Ziyun gradually became more awake. Shinfei, you should answer the phone first. Well. Shinfei sighed and had to answer the phone first. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm in a bad mood right now. If you don't give me a better explanation, do you believe I'll get angry? The shout caused Xia Ziyun beside him to burst into laughter. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, the voice of a middle-aged man slowly sounded. Are you going to get mad at me? Teacher Wang? Shinfei's face froze, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Teacher Wang then lamented with resentment, alas, I'm getting old. I can't even control my students anymore. It seems I'm usually too gentle. No, Mr. Wang, I didn't say anything just now. Why are you calling me so late at night? Shinfei gave Xia Ziyun a look, turned around and walked away. Teacher Wang then began to explain. It turned out that it was preparation for tomorrow's basketball game. Because Shinfei had hardly participated in training before, as the competition was approaching, Teacher Wang specially prepared a set of competition strategies for Shinfei. Taking advantage of his free time, he remembered to call Shinfei. Shinfei did not dare to be negligent and secretly wrote down everything Teacher Wang said. The call was finally disconnected after dozens of minutes. Shinfei returned to Xia Ziyun, only to find that Xia Ziyun was sleeping soundly on the sofa. He frowned, sighed, walked over, picked her up, and safely carried her back to the bedroom. Although Xia Ziyun should not refuse, Shinfei is definitely not the kind of person who takes advantage of others. After settling in, Shinfei glanced at Xia Ziyun and found a guest room to sleep in. Hey, do you think it's tiring to do this every day? If it happens again, Shinfei's brain cells will probably die. Chapter 110 Large Shura Field. The next morning, Shinfei got up early. Perhaps it was the effect of alcohol, Xia Ziyun was still sleeping soundly. Shinfei did not disturb Xia Ziyun, but hurried to the competition venue. Cloud City Stadium. This was the decision he made after communicating with Teacher Wang last night. He just needed to go directly to the competition venue. I have to say that this kind of city-level college competition really attracts girls to watch. Being able to play basketball is a plus in the eyes of girls, not to mention that some of the players are handsome and rich. Walking into the venue from the contestant passage, Shinfei saw a group of girls in the audience. The entire venue can accommodate 1,000 people, of which at least 600 are girls. As the shouts rang out, Shinfei could feel the hormones surging in his body even though he hadn't yet gone on the court. No wonder there are cheerleaders in most competitions. It turns out that they can really play a positive role. When we reached the contestant seat, Teacher Wang came over to greet us. Seeing Shinfei appear, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. You're finally here. I was so worried that if you didn't come, how would we play then? This first game is going to be a fierce competition. Our opponent is the team from our neighboring school. Songja is really good at playing basketball. Maybe we can only pin our hopes on you. Don't worry, don't tell me I've already promised the teacher to come to participate in the competition. Even if I didn't agree, I would definitely fight if I heard Songja wanted to fight. Otherwise, how can I teach him a lesson? Shinfei smiled, and a hint of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. During the conversation last night, Teacher Wang had already told Shinfei about Songja being on the opposing team, and Shinfei immediately became excited. His favorite thing to do is to defeat his opponent in his area of expertise. Tell him to covet Xia Ziyun. Everyone must die. As people thought so, screams were heard in the venue. Wow! Songja is here. Brother Songja is so handsome. He's not only handsome, but also good at basketball and comes from a wealthy family. He's simply perfect. I wish he could just look at me, even just for a moment. Brother Songja, I love you, Mua. One after another, the words of infatuation came into my ears. Shinfei's face suddenly turned black. Sometimes, he really couldn't understand this kind of crazy behavior. Does it mean that after being infatuated like this, the other person will pay attention to you and have a story with you? Obviously impossible. So, instead of focusing on being obsessed with flowers, it is better to study more on yourself. Only when you are good enough can you match someone who is equally good. At the same time, what he couldn't understand was, what was so handsome about Songja? Isn't it a huge gap compared to me? He shook his head helplessly. At the same time, Songja also came to the stadium with the basketball team under the attention of everyone. Because they were the next game, they started warming up directly in the stadium. Accurate shots were made one after another, and the atmosphere in the venue became increasingly intense. With every goal scored, the girls' screams became louder, so loud that Shinfei couldn't help but cover his ears. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly made Shinfei come alive. Hey, isn't that Xiaoziyun? Did she come to watch the basketball game today? I heard that Songja has been pursuing Xiaoziyun for 2 years. Do you think she came to see Songja today? Has Songja's pursuit paid off? Shinfei has only appeared in the recent period, and the same goes for his affair with Xiaoziyun. Although he is famous in the school, outside the school, other people do not know about him. The spectators in the audience naturally stayed at the level of the village's newly connected internet. Shinfei looked over and saw Xiaoziyun and Wang Yuan walking into the venue. They seemed to be looking for something, until their eyes met Shinfei's, then they waved at him in surprise. It turns out that he was looking for himself. Shinfei smiled with relief. But what he never expected was that this smile would freeze on his cheek as soon as it appeared. Shortly after Xiaoziyun and the other person appeared, another figure appeared at the entrance. It's none other than Wang Yufei. Obviously, today is Shinfei's game, she can't not come. Shinfei couldn't help but frown. He was thinking about how to deal with the situation, but suddenly he was stunned. No way? There's more. Look closely. Behind Wang Yufei, the music teacher and Shin Yunmeng appeared. Seeing Shinfei's gaze, Shin Yunmeng also nodded at him. It's over. Is this a major rollover scene? In this basketball game, nearly half of the system-bound objects showed up directly? What should I do? Shinfei's face suddenly became dark, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. But this is just a luxury. What is coming cannot be avoided. Xiaoziyun and the other two came up first and asked Shinfei with a smile, "Why didn't you call us after you woke up this morning? Didn't you have the heart to disturb us from sleeping? Woke up this morning? Sleeping soundly?" The amount of information contained in this short sentence is truly astonishing. The onlookers present all widened their eyes. What's the meaning? Could it be that this boy spent the night with Xiaoziyun last night? Wrong. Xiaoziyun was talking about us. Could it be that even the girl next to Xiaoziyun was involved? Your circle is so chaotic. I didn't expect that the great Xiaoziyun would do such a thing. For a moment, all the girls present felt a little disgusted with Shinfei. So what if he is handsome? It turns out he is such a messy person. However, the boys present all revealed a hint of murderous intent towards Shinfei. There was no doubt that they were all jealous. Why weren't they the ones doing this kind of thing with Xiaoziyun? Feeling these gazes, Shinfei felt bitter, but he had nowhere to vent. After all, this was just the beginning. Shinfei, I sent you a message last night, why didn't you reply? Shinfei, you must do your best in the competition later. Shin Yunmeng and Wang Yufei came up and spoke to Shinfei. At this moment, the whole audience fell silent. What is going on? This Shinfei actually has an affair with more than just Xiaoziyun? There is actually another woman? And they are all so beautiful. The murderous look from before was even stronger. Everyone else was jealous, envious and hateful, but Shinfei alone had a bitter face. A lot of brain cells died last night, and I'm afraid another wave will die today. Chapter 111 Come and Warm Up. These scenes were also seen by Songja, who was in the field. After learning that Shinfei and Xiaoziyun might have spent the night together, he felt a little angry. When he saw now that Xia Ziyun was just one of Shenfei's men, he could not bear it even more. Why would the goddess I have been pursuing with all my effort prefer to be one of others rather than my only one? Unacceptable. He totally couldn't accept it. Unconsciously, he gripped the basketball tighter in his hands. Staring closely at Shenfei's position, he threw the basketball towards Shenfei with all his might. The basketball is coming. Shenfei was already melancholy about the current situation and did not pay attention to the situation in the venue at first. It was not until a sound of breaking air was heard that he suddenly turned around. Fortunately, the fighting skills enhanced by the system were not in vain, and he was still able to catch it in his hands. Looking again, the person who came into view was Songjia. Songjia had already put away the anger on his face and looked apologetic. "I'm so sorry, my hand just slipped and it dropped out of my hand accidentally, and it almost hit you, classmate. Are you okay?" Although he expressed concern, Shenfei could still see the hidden anger between his brows. The force on the ball was so strong that if it weren't for the support of the system's capabilities, I would not be able to catch such a ball. How could it be caused by a slip of the hand? It was obvious that he did it on purpose, but he still had to find excuses for himself and even pretended to be innocent. Isn't this a typical green tea behavior? Shenfei couldn't help but sneer. Without saying much, he just raised the ball and threw it back in the same way. "It's okay, just warm up. I'll give you the ball first." As the sound came down, the basketball followed. Songjia obviously didn't expect Shenfei to be so calm, and immediately felt a little doubtful. However, despite his doubts, he still subconsciously reached out to catch the basketball. It was just a basketball, he didn't take it too seriously. However, in the next moment, he realized the simplicity of his thoughts. This is not basketball. This is basically an offensive prop. As soon as his hand touched the basketball, it felt a tremendous impact. Even with years of physical training, he was no match for this immense force. Under the momentum, he kept stepping back while catching the ball, trying to absorb the impact. Ultimately, this move is just a drop in the bucket. Even though he stepped back to relieve some of the momentum, he still couldn't stop the ball. With a plop, he was suddenly knocked to the floor by the impact, and even rolled several times before he finally stopped. Very embarrassing. This ball actually knocked him down directly? At this moment, everyone in the venue looked confused and their eyes were fixed on him. There were countless gazes, including 600 female gazes. Songjia's cheeks immediately turned red. This is so fucking embarrassing. Before he could come to his senses, the basketball team members rushed over. After all, Songjia was their ace player. If he really suffered any consequences because of this, they would not be able to accept it. "Captain, how are you? Are you not hurt anywhere? Will it affect the upcoming game? That kid is so insidious. They are our opponents later. They must be trying to use this opportunity to weaken our strength. Ah! Villain! I'm going to torture him to death." The team members became more and more angry as they spoke, and turned around and rushed towards where Shenfei was. However, just as they were about to arrive, a female voice scolded them and stopped them. "What do you want to do?" Looking closely, a pretty woman came into view. Qin Shuran, president of the Student Union of Yunnan University. Qin Shuran originally came here just to cheer for the school team, but seeing that the other party actually wanted to attack her own school team, how could she stand by and watch? She took a step forward to Shenfei and the others, and faced the opposing basketball team alone. If she were in ancient times, she would definitely have the demeanor of a female commander. Seeing this scene, the basketball team members couldn't help but stop and start talking. "Qin Shuran, please go away. This is none of your business. Didn't you just see that someone from your school team almost injured our captain?" "Injured? What injury? I didn't see anything. What I saw was that Songjia deliberately threw the ball to a member of our school team, and then our school team member threw the ball back in a friendly manner. There was nothing wrong with it." She emphasized the word friendly. The basketball team members were all speechless. After all, from the perspective of others, the facts are exactly as Qin Shuran said. Even if they check the surveillance footage, they will not be able to stand firm. It has to be said that although they are all students, they are like children in front of Qin Shuran. After just one confrontation, they were completely defeated. Seeing this situation, Songjia also got up from the ground and walked up. "That's enough, stop making trouble. We are here to compete, not to fight. What just happened was just an accident. Team leader. Songja tried to smooth things over, but the players were still a little unwilling and even had a hint of doubt. It shouldn't be. After suffering a loss, he took the initiative to settle the matter peacefully. This style is not like Songja at all. According to their understanding of Songja, they knew that Songja was never a good-tempered person. If anyone dared to be rude to him, he would definitely repay the other person 100-fold and would never swallow his anger. Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. Everyone thought so and looked at Songja, waiting for his next move. As expected, just as Songja finished speaking, he changed the subject and invited Shinfei loudly. Shinfei, I won't say more. Do you want to come over and warm up? Hongmen Banquet. As soon as Songja's words came out, everyone present flashed this word at the same time. How could he possibly be so kind as to invite me when he just suffered a loss at the hands of Shinfei? Unless he wants revenge. Feeling this, Qin Shiran couldn't help but frown and turned to look at Shinfei. Shinfei, right? Calm down. You're going to compete soon. If something happens now, it won't be good news for either side. I suggest you don't go warm up with them. If you really want to warm up, our players are warming up over there too. Xia Ziyun also nodded repeatedly. Yes, Shinfei, don't be impulsive. Although I know you are very skilled, but since Songja dares to invite you like this, he must have ulterior motives. You'd better not go. Although Wang Yufei and Xin Yunmeng didn't quite understand the grudge between the two, they also spoke out to dissuade Shinfei. Shinfei felt warmed in the heart when he heard the words of dissuasion. However, he did not accept it, but just smiled at them and said, What are you worried about? Don't you have any confidence in me? Chapter 112 blocked. Confidence? Have confidence in your man. As soon as these words were spoken, Xia Ziyun and the others fell into deep thought. In their eyes, Shinfei always seemed omnipotent, especially when he was full of confidence. Never let them down. Shinfei knew there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still went there. This was definitely the case. After a little thought, their worries subsided a lot. Well, okay, but you must be careful. Shinfei smiled and nodded. However, they are willing to believe Shinfei, but others may not. Qin Shiran, who was standing by, immediately stepped forward and stopped him. That's enough, classmate. Don't act on impulse. This matter not only concerns your reputation, but also the reputation of our entire school. Let's put the previous matter behind us and forget about it. Don't dwell on it anymore. Don't worry, I'm fine. I can definitely handle this perfectly. Shinfei didn't think much of it and just thought that the woman in front of him was helping him. But he didn't realize that after these words were spoken, Qin Shiran's frown deepened, and even a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. Classmate. Don't be so confident. This is completely avoidable. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but in the field of basketball, Songja's skills are already comparable to those of the provincial team. What about you? Me? I'm not very good at basketball. Then you're still trying to stop a car with a mantis arm. What do you think of our school's honor? Do you think you're just representing yourself? Qin Shiran spoke righteously. After hearing these words, Shinfei was a little stunned. Don't you just want to warm up? Is it worth such a big reaction? Surprised, he finally looked the person in front of him squarely. Qin Shiran is one of the campus beauties of Yunnan University. Her beauty is recognized by the public. To some extent, she is even more stunning than Xia Ziyun. However, the difference between her and Xia Ziyun is that she seems to prefer a radiant look. Whether in study or in life, she always has a spirit of not admitting defeat and does not have the weak attitude of ordinary girls at all. Take this moment for example, if it were any other girl, even if she was the student union president, she would just turn a blind eye and let it go, as it was none of her business anyway. But she is different. Not only did she intervene, but she also forced Shinfei to follow her ideas. This really made Shinfei uncomfortable. If I really followed her line of thought, wouldn't I be a coward? Wouldn't I be laughed at? Anyway, I have enough confidence, so why can't I accept the challenge? Shinfei shook his head, but ultimately did not change his mind. Although I'm not very good at playing basketball, I'm more than capable of dealing with Songja. No need to say more. I've made up my mind. If anything goes wrong, I, Shinfei, will bear the responsibility alone. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Shiran's response, Shinfei took a step forward, walked around the crowd, and came to Songja. Not bad, you have some courage, but you are just courting death. Songja smiled with disdain. He had experienced Shinfei's skills before, and from this aspect alone, he was indeed no match for Shinfei. But when it comes to basketball, it's different. This is the area he is best at. Not to mention the unknown Shinfei, even when facing provincial players, he has absolute confidence. This will surely be his moment to be proud. At least, that's what he thought. Shinfei obviously didn't care, really? Then I want to see who is seeking his own death. From the very beginning, the atmosphere was extremely tense. As they talked, they arrived at the venue one after another. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the competition between the two officially begins. Songja took the lead in getting the first ball. Shinfei was in charge of the defense. Because he had not received any special training, Shinfei's defensive posture seemed particularly clumsy at this moment, which really aroused Songja's contempt. That's it? Your defense is full of loopholes. I can easily break through it with my eyes closed. Songja sneered and dribbled the ball quickly. Just as he said, he easily broke through Shinfei's defense and headed straight for the basket. When he reached the basket, Songja jumped up decisively. Dunk! He held the ball with one hand and showed a beautiful posture in the air, which immediately caused the whole audience to exclaim. Fuck, so he's already revealing some explosive news? Songja is so handsome. Oh my god, it's a slam dunk. I have no resistance to boys who can dunk. Songja, I love you. Songja couldn't help but smile when he heard the exclamation. This time, I should finally be proud of myself. Smiling face. He had even thought of his own posture for a successful dunk. But it happened at this moment. A figure appeared in front of him at an extremely fast speed. Shinfei. How is this possible? How could Shinfei come from behind and win? Songja was stunned in midair, and the next second, he was even more stunned. Shinfei just waved his hand nonchalantly and grabbed the basketball in his hand. Press and hold. Or in other words, it was a blocked shot. In the blink of an eye, while blocking the shot, a huge force was transmitted from the ball to Songja's arm. He had already endured an impact before, how could he withstand another one now? Bang! There was a loud bang. Songja fell heavily to the floor. Then Shinfei and the basketball landed. That's it? With your attack like that, even if I let you break through, you won't be able to score. Almost the exact words are returned. Shinfei glanced at Songja with contempt, which made Songja angry. He couldn't bear to be defeated by his rival in the field he was best at. Come again. Enduring the pain in his arm, he quickly got up from the ground and took a defensive stance. This time, it was Shinfei who attacked. In fact, if Shinfei really wanted to score a goal, he could just shoot from the spot. After all, with the help of the system, his three-point shooting percentage was almost 99%. The remaining one is just for the possibility of the impossible. But it is obvious that Shinfei is not willing to do so. Goal? Is that the ultimate goal? No. Shouldn't the real purpose be to crush Songja's spirit? Shinfei smiled coldly and started dribbling the ball. Although he had not received any professional training, breaking through was a piece of cake due to his absolute speed. In just a few seconds, Shinfei was close to the basket and jumped up suddenly. Do the same. The dunk that Songja failed to make before will be dunked by Shinfei himself. Songja did not dare to delay and also took off into the air. However, the next scene completely shocked him. Chapter 113. This is strength. Just as both of them were suspended in the air, Songja was about to touch the basketball in Shinfei's hand. An accident happened. Shinfei's body suddenly began to spin. Songja, who was unable to move, was immediately bypassed by him in the air. Dunk! Goal! A perfect 360-degree goal. Clang! As the sound of the ball hitting the basket resounded, the whole stadium fell into silence. Everyone's eyes widened, unable to believe the scene before them. Songja, defeated? And the defeat was so complete? Who is this boy? Upon closer inspection, he seems to be even more handsome than Songja. After a brief silence, there was a burst of cheers and shouts. At this moment, even the girls who had been cheering for Songja before all stood on Shinfei's side. That boy's name is Shinfei, right? He's so handsome. I thought Songja was handsome enough, until I met him. Oh my god, he can actually crush Songja like this, he must be at the national level. I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore. From now on, I will be a fan of Shinfei's looks, oh no, a fan of his basketball skills. Of course, they were not the only ones cheering. Xia Ziyun and others, who had been worried for a long time, finally breathed a sigh of relief. For them, as long as Shinfei was safe, they were already satisfied, not to mention that he was so dazzling while being safe. This is their man. Xia Ziyun, favorability 1. Wang Yufei, favorability 2. Shin Yunmeng, favorability 1. In just a moment, a series of system prompts rang in Shinfei's ears. Shinfei smiled, then looked at Songja coldly again. Now, do you understand? The gap is the gap. No matter how much you talk, it's still an insurmountable chasm. Accept your fate. You can't do it. No, no? Songja murmured softly, his face full of confusion. Basketball has always been his pride, and he has always had absolute confidence in this field. After all, with his strength, he should have such confidence. However, at this moment, the confidence built up over the years was severely shattered by Shinfei. He couldn't win against women. He couldn't even play basketball. A sense of frustration suddenly arose, making Songja extremely painful. But soon, a hint of spirit gradually returned to his eyes. Basketball is not a one-person sport. Even if Shinfei crushed him alone at this moment, what would it matter? I have my own team. Isn't this team better than him alone? A hint of joy appeared on his face, and he immediately looked at Shinfei. Why are you so arrogant? Isn't it just that I'm good at solo? Basketball is not a one-man sport, it's a team game. Later, when we get to the real court, I will let you know what cruelty is. Cruel? Shinfei couldn't help but smile, then he replied, okay, even if you don't want to give your confidence a chance to survive, then I will satisfy you. See you in the competition later. After saying that, Shinfei went straight back to Xia Ziyun and others. Qin Shiran was still standing there. Shinfei walked up to him and smiled at him. See, I told you, there's no problem. Just because there were no problems doesn't mean there won't be any problems. I didn't do anything wrong. You just got luckier. Qin Shiran responded coldly. Shinfei was full of helplessness. Is this luck? Isn't this strength? Only if you have the ability can you dare to do this. Shinfei shook his head helplessly. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Bite. System activated, automatically capturing the target character, Qin Shiran. Name, Qin Shiran. Age, 22 years old. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 9.3. Favorability, 30. 9.3 appearance value. This seems to be the highest value among the bound characters. Shinfei's eyes immediately lit up. However, he soon frowned. What the hell is this negative 30 favorability? Didn't I just say a few words to her? How could he have such a huge debt? Shinfei was bewildered. However, he didn't know that for Qin Shiran, she had a natural resistance to men and her favorability was low. In addition, he just ignored Qin Shiran's advice, so it was only natural that he was negative 30. Unlike Shinfei, Qin Shiran could not hear the system sound. Seeing Shinfei silent, she thought Shinfei realized his mistake. She snorted coldly, ignored him, turned around and returned to her seat. Looking at her back, Shinfei couldn't help but sigh. It seems that this woman is particularly difficult to deal with. The break was not long. After both teams finished warming up, they took to the court one after another. With the atmosphere of the previous warm-up match as a backdrop, at this moment, the whole audience cheered continuously and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly warm. However, it was precisely because of what happened before that among the cheers for Shinfei were even louder than those for Songja. When we walked onto the court with the players, except for Shinfei, the other four seemed a little nervous. After all, unlike Shinfei, before this, when they fought with Songja and others, the situation was completely one-sided and they had no power to fight back. Over time, whenever they met Songja and others, they couldn't help but feel fear. This is exactly the case now. He's already showing signs of fear before the battle even begins. Shinfei knew the importance of momentum to a team. Seeing this, he also grinned and encouraged, "It's okay, just treat it as a normal game, play casually, and leave the rest to me." But, the other team is Songja's team. Apart from Songjia, the other players are not bad either. Xiaolong, where's your usual spirit? Why are you so cowardly now? Even if they are Songjia's team, so what? Aren't they just like us, with 2 legs and 2 arms? I don't believe they can grow an extra arm. Shenfei is extremely confident. He also let this confidence infect the others. Feeling this, the rest of the people reluctantly calmed down. The first game officially begins. Players from both sides took their respective positions, including Shenfei. The combat between teams is obviously much more complicated than that between a single person. As soon as the battle started, Shenfei couldn't help but frown. The players on Songjia's team instantly demonstrated strong teamwork, and each row and each step was well organized without any confusion. On the other hand, our side is like a pile of loose sand. Even the formation that had been specially trained before was difficult to deploy at this moment. The situation is completely showing an overwhelming trend. It can be said that except for Shenfei, who can still fight, the rest of them are basically OBs. It's hard to help the situation at all. For Shenfei, this wasn't a team battle at all, it was clearly him facing an entire team on his own. Chapter 114 Complete Retreat. Shenfei ran all over the field, constantly trying to make efforts. But with all their efforts, in just 10 minutes, the opponent was still leading by 12 points. Seeing this scene, the audience shook their heads. It seems that Shenfei is still not good enough. How can he compare with a team of others with just one person's strength? Songjia's team is well known far and wide. Each of them has excellent skills, and their tacit understanding is enviable. Shenfei is certainly capable, but the other teammates are indeed not as good as him. No matter how strong one's individual strength is, basketball is a team sport. In this regard, Songjia is still better. Songjia, I love you. Although Shenfei gained a lot of fans after the previous incident, at this moment, those fans began to waver like fence-sitters. After all, what they like are handsome and strong contestants. Who would care about a loser? The situation is not optimistic. Songjia on the field also gradually smiled. Shenfei, it's already 12 points. Are you letting me win? Why are you so weak when it comes to team competitions? Who said no? Didn't I just see you lose so badly that I wanted to give you some face and let you show off for a while? But, it seems like you don't need me to give you this face. Slippery mouth, then I beg you, don't give me face, please torture me to death. Songjia naturally wouldn't think that Shenfei was letting him win, so he was extremely arrogant at this time and even made a face at Shenfei. Shenfei frowned slightly, but said bluntly, okay, I have never heard such a cheap request in my life, then I will satisfy you. After saying that, Shenfei focused more intently on the situation on the scene. Previously, he had always immersed himself in the team, and all his actions were closely related to the team. In this way, there would be no problems with tacit understanding between him and the team. But the disadvantages it brings are also obvious. For example, the personal strength he had previously demonstrated could not be fully utilized. He could have broken through on his own, but for the sake of the team, he made a seemingly safer pass. However, he never thought that once the ball left his hands, the other players would not be able to keep it. If you want to win, you must play uniquely. Only in this way can there be a glimmer of possibility of victory. Since the other team members are unlikely to play a role, why don't I just ignore them? Isn't it just one person facing the entire team? What is there to fear? Shenfei secretly made up his mind. Just as the ball was passed to him, he glanced at his teammates who were waving at him from a distance, decisively gave up the team, and rushed towards the basket on his own. The other side treated him as a formidable enemy and surrounded him, causing his teammates to become extremely anxious. Shenfei, pass it to me first, you are surrounded by them. I can also catch the ball here, and you can pass it to me. They've all gone to your place, and my location is excellent. Despite the loud shouts, Shenfei seemed not to hear them. Even though he was facing several people blocking him, he did not hesitate at all and just dribbled the ball forward. This scene really made others sigh. What is Shenfei doing? Does he think he can dribble the ball through the formation set up by others by himself? Isn't this too arrogant? No one has ever broken through Songjia's team's defensive formation. The only way to break it is by passing the ball. What on earth is Shenfei doing? Is he trying to prove himself? Please, this is a team sport, you can't play like this. No one is optimistic. After all, no matter from which angle you look at it, the possibility of Shenfei making a breakthrough is almost zero. Even Shinfei knows the difficulty of this. However, at this moment, he had no distractions and did not think about the possibilities at all. He just thought that as long as he did it, he would have a chance to succeed. The system's blessing instantly filled his entire mind at this moment, and the opponent's movements also slowed down. An iron wall? No. It has flaws after all. No matter how small this flaw is, it still exists. Shinfei's eyes narrowed, he seized the opportunity, and decisively rushed towards the flaw. Step. 2 steps. Count steps. After a few steps, he suddenly broke through the blockade of several opponents and accomplished the impossible. How is this possible? Songja's eyes widened immediately, and he did not dare to be negligent, repeatedly calling on his teammates to defend. But the defenses before this have been broken, how can we succeed in fixing the problem now? Shinfei moved swiftly and rushed to the basket in a blink of an eye. He jumped up and slammed the basketball into the basket. Bang! With a sound, the whole audience fell silent. Shinfei actually did it? How is this possible? Even if it was a player from the national team, it would be impossible for him to make such a breakthrough. Everyone was dumbfounded. But the reality is right in front of them, and no matter how hard they try to believe it, they have to believe it. Then, everyone spontaneously cheered for Shinfei. Amidst the shouts, Shinfei smiled evilly and looked at Songja. Now, the game has just begun. Isn't it just one goal? We're still 10 points behind. If you have the ability, tie the score first before you say that. Songja had a vague premonition of something bad happening, but his inner pride still made him remain stubborn. Upon hearing this, Shinfei nodded immediately. In the following time, Shinfei fully demonstrated the purpose of the Mavericks to the extreme. Once the ball was in his hands, he would never give it to others. If you can break through, then do it. If you really can't break through, just jump on the spot and make an accurate three-pointer. A huge gap? It's just a joke. In just half an hour, Shinfei not only reversed the score, but also left his opponent far behind. These scenes really made the audience gasp. Oh my god, what kind of monster is Shinfei? He scored all the goals for Yunde University. The others are just like decorations. This isn't a team competition at all, it's clearly Shinfei versus Songja's entire team. Shinfei is a god. Even if NBA players come here to play, they will never be able to crush us like him. It's not just the audience who have this idea. Seeing the score gradually widening, the members of Songja's team couldn't help but lose their fighting spirit. On the contrary, everyone on Shinfei's side became more motivated to fight. In fact, there is indeed a gap between them and Songja and others, but the gap is not that outrageous. As one side gained strength while the other lost, Songja and his group naturally retreated even more thoroughly. Chapter 115 Entrepreneurship Competition. A completely crushing ending. When the whistle for the end of the game sounded in the stadium, Shinfei threw out another long-distance dunk on the spot. Bang! In. It almost spanned the entire venue, but it still added salt to the wounds of Songja and his group. With such a huge score, the audience in the stadium will certainly not be stingy with their cheers. Shinfei! 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 For a moment, the only sounds in the entire venue were those cheering for Shinfei. Every sound is pleasant to the ear, but also like a needle prick. Songja felt unwell. He let the weakness spread and collapsed helplessly on the court. The rest of the team members rushed over and quickly pulled him up. Captain, don't do this. You just finished exercising, don't sit there. Leave me alone and let me be alone. Team leader. At this moment, the once high-spirited Songja was gone. He was completely defeated by Shinfei. All that's left is just a walking corpse. However, this is Songja's business and has nothing to do with Shinfei. After winning the game, Shinfei hurriedly said goodbye to teacher Wang and sneaked out of the venue through the back door. After all, he didn't want to run and face Xia Ziyun and the other two. If you want to explain it, there is indeed a way to explain it, but the problem is that it is not easy to take care of the emotions of three people. Instead of putting yourself in a trap, it is better to just leave. When asked later, just say that you left late and didn't see those people, so they left first. Yeah, that's right. I never take the blame. Anyway, they didn't notice when I left. Shinfei secretly made up his mind. The fact was just as Shinfei expected. At night, when the women asked questions one after another, this set of words made them immediately regret it. I thought you had left, but it turns out you were still busy backstage. It's all my fault. If only I had waited a little longer. I didn't see you, so I left first. I'm sorry. You were the last to leave? Did I leave early? Reactions like these made Shinfei almost laugh out loud, but in his response, he still made a look of regret. Done. After the basketball game, Shinfei made a special trip to meet with Mr. Bao to discuss the film. Mr. Bao naturally agreed. However, movies are different from fast food. The preparations required are not an easy task, and the filming will not start in a short time. Shinfei was happy to have some free time and was living the life of a college student again. Attending classes, playing games, and flirting with girls, it's so fun. His life was not broken until Wang Yu, the fourth student in the dormitory, had a sudden idea. By the way, Shinfei, I have something I want to ask you. What's up? Well, for wealthy children like you, do you have to learn about investment and financial management from a young age? What a rich kid. During this period, his roommates have discovered that Shinfei is very rich, and no matter how he explains, his roommates will not listen. Give me a villa, drive a luxury car. Chang Wei also said that he doesn't know martial arts? Later, Shinfei simply didn't bother to explain and even admitted that he was the future heir of the consortium. At this moment, Shinfei was suddenly stumped by the question. He is not a child of a wealthy family, so it is naturally impossible for him to learn such things since childhood. For him since childhood, it was just 3 years of college entrance examination and 5 years of simulation. Investing and financial management are simply out of reach. But the question is, if you respond like this, what if it gets exposed later? If you're going to install it, you should install the full set. After thinking for a while, Shinfei gradually nodded. Actually, I haven't learned these since I was a child, but I have had some exposure to them. Why are you asking this? Wang Yu's eyes lit up immediately and he took out a registration information form from behind him. You should be interested in this thing, right? I've already signed up. If you want to sign up, you can join me. Shinfei looked down and saw the 4 big words entrepreneurship competition at a glance, and his face immediately turned black. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have told you that I had learned it. Isn't that just digging a hole for myself to jump into? Slap yourself in the face? Shinfei frowned slightly and shook his head repeatedly, saying, forget it, forget it. It's just a small fight like this, you can just go. It's boring. I know this is a piece of cake for you, but just think of it as accompanying me. You know I'm timid and I wouldn't dare to do this kind of thing alone. Wang Yu grinned and begged repeatedly. After a while, he pointed at Zheng Ziang and the other man and said, they've already agreed to accompany me. Shinfei, why don't you come too? We're 4 brothers in the dormitory, and we usually do everything together. All 4 brothers have moved out. Shinfei was in tears. However, it is indeed as Wang Yu said. Before obtaining the system, the 4 of them would participate together in all activities, which is why they formed such a strong friendship. If I refuse now, wouldn't it be equivalent to creating a rift in the friendship? No matter how you make excuses, you will give people the impression that you have changed. It's like some people, after they become rich, they are unwilling to even recognize their former brothers. Shinfei has always hated this kind of people, so naturally he couldn't become this kind of person at this time. Feeling the sincerity of the other 3 people in the dormitory, Shinfei could only sigh and agree. Well, alright, there's really nothing I can do about you guys, so I'll reluctantly participate. However, I've made it clear in advance that I'm just here to make up the numbers. Okay. No problem. Of course, participating is one thing, but caring is another. This day, Shinfei went to the student union as usual to submit weekly reports. But just as he handed in the report and was about to leave, a loud angry shout suddenly rang out. Shinfei! What do you mean? Shinfei was stunned and turned his head, only to see Qin Shuran. I saw Qin Shuran holding his report and staring at him angrily. Don't think I don't know that the reports you submitted these past few weeks were all fraudulent. You haven't actually carried out your business plan at all. I know your family has some money, but if you want to participate, then don't come. You've already participated, who are you trying to show off to? How can you not even have basic manners? Sorry, I've been busy lately. Is that an excuse? If you're busy, then why don't you come to compete? You're taking up a spot and doing nothing. You're wasting resources. Qin Shuren's face was filled with anger as he continued to yell. Shenfei couldn't help but frown. Chapter 116, My Own Connections. It is indeed my own problem if I participated in the competition but did nothing. But it's just a problem, and it doesn't rise to the level of a fault. Why did it sound like Qin Shuren had committed a heinous crime? The unforgivable kind. Shenfei frowned, but still explained in a gentle voice, really, it's not an excuse, I'm really busy recently. When I'm done with this period of time, I will be able to come and do it properly. No need. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Your eligibility to participate is revoked. People like you, even if you try hard, can't do anything well anyway. You're arrogant and conceited, thinking you're so great all day long, but in fact, you're just a bunch of crap. People like you will never amount to anything in their lives. I've seen too many of them. Qin Shuren didn't even raise his head, but just kept operating something on the desktop. Little did she know that this sentence of hers completely irritated Shenfei. It doesn't matter if I'm disqualified, I don't want to participate in this kind of competition anyway. But isn't it a bit too much to directly classify yourself as a good-for-nothing, or even to say that you will never amount to anything in your life? Shenfei's expression turned cold, and he stepped forward decisively to stop Qin Shuren's action. That's enough. I'm going to do it well and seriously now, okay? Please don't deprive me of it. Are you scared now? It's too late. Qin Shuren sneered, shook off Shenfei's hand, and continued to operate. Shenfei was even more displeased. However, he also knew that when facing someone like Qin Shuren, simply begging would not work. What's more, it was impossible for him to beg. If you want the other party to give up depriving you of your rights, I'm afraid you can only. Shenfei immediately sneered, alright, since you are jealous of my strength and want to win the championship yourself, then do it. Anyway, I am just an ordinary student and I can't stop you. Jealous? Ordinary student? As soon as these words came out, Qin Shuren's face suddenly changed. Shenfei, what do you mean? Do you think I'm abusing my power? I didn't even participate in the competition, so how can you say I want to win? You are slandering me. Just because you didn't participate doesn't mean your roommate didn't participate. It also doesn't mean that anyone close to you participated, or that someone who did you a favor participated. You are talking nonsense. You are talking nonsense. Qin Shuren was furious, but Shenfei's words shut her up. After all, her roommate did enter the competition. Even if her relationship with her roommate was not very good, if it was really spread like this, it could become a rumor. By then, she might be speechless. Shenfei saw her expression and naturally guessed something. He shrugged immediately and said, whether it's nonsense or not, I don't know. I only know that I promised to compete well, and someone wants to disqualify me. What does this mean? Isn't it because they are afraid of me? What do you have to be afraid of? You're talking as if you're going to win if you compete seriously. If you don't let me try, how do you know I can't win? Just you? Winning the championship? What a joke. Do you think starting a business is that easy? You can win the championship just by saying so. Qin Shuren sneered. As the organizer of the event, she naturally knew the difficulty involved. However, Shenfei still disagreed. If I say I can win the championship, then I will definitely win the championship. Okay, then what if you can't win the championship? Qin Shuren laughed angrily. It's up to you. Shenfei said firmly, and at the same time, he looked at Qin Shuren meaningfully, what if I win the championship? Qin Shuren seemed a little flustered by Shenfei's gaze, and for a moment he was unable to respond. But she soon calmed down. Then I'll let you handle it. However, you have to understand that in this entrepreneurship competition, you are not allowed to seek help from your family members, nor can you use any of their connections. In the end, the champion will be determined by the return on investment. Good. Shenfei nodded and agreed immediately. When facing a strong woman, you must never act coquettishly or beg her. If you want to do something, you must be strong. Otherwise, she might not even look at you. This bet seems tense, but if Shenfei really succeeds, it will definitely change Qin Shuren's opinion. Shenfei knew this very well, so the moment he agreed, he started to think about it in his mind. The rule is that you cannot seek help from your family members or use their connections, but it doesn't say that you cannot use your own connections. Moreover, when it comes to starting a business, one's own network of relationships is a necessity, and no one can abandon it. After leaving the student union, Shinfei smiled and immediately took out his phone. Do you really think I can't handle this? It's just that I'm too lazy to do it. Hello? Is this Li Jianzhou? I have something to tell you about. Hello? Is this Mr. Bao? Yes, I have something to do again. Hello? Is this Chen Xiangnan? During the entire conversation, Shinfei didn't even seek the other party's help. He just expressed his ideas and left the rest to them to understand on their own. Mr. Jian is such a great person that he would rather not even bother to participate in something as trivial as the entrepreneurship competition. But for everyone, it was a great opportunity to show off in front of Shinfei. So the people above just talked and the people below ran around, and everyone started to get busy. For a college student, starting a business is a difficult thing in itself. In particular, due to the difficulty in obtaining startup capital, they cannot set up as many rules as the rich second generation right from the start. In fact, most entrepreneurs can only make their fortune through very small things at the beginning. Just like the business plan made by my roommate, it was just a matter of buying land and selling milk tea. Logically speaking, the milk tea shop market around the school has already reached saturation, and even if another one is opened, it will be in vain. Although Shinfei didn't understand investment, he knew that this model would be difficult to stand out in the entrepreneurial competition. But Shinfei didn't care. Since his brothers were willing to do it, he didn't mind helping. I informed my connections that day and told them about the milk tea shop. Shinfei believed that successful people like Lu Jianzhou and Bao Huang would not let him down. On the day of the opening ceremony, Qin Shuran also took time out to come over. In her eyes, starting a business like opening a milk tea shop is simply a waste of money and only a fool would do it. The surrounding milk tea shop market has long been saturated. Suddenly opening a store will not only fail to attract classmates, but will also attract attacks from other shops. Not to mention making money, I'm afraid that if you handle it improperly, you will lose everything. So Qin Shuran made a special trip to the scene. Shinfei, Shinfei, I'm going to see you make a fool of yourself today. You're nothing but a complete dandy. Qin Shuran thought to himself. Chapter 117. This milk tea shop is especially delicious. Shinfei specially found a banner for the grand opening ceremony and hung it high. Although it is an old store, it feels like new wine in old bottles. However, he did not organize any opening activities. Under normal circumstances, in order to increase customer base and expand its popularity, new stores will organize some activities at the beginning of their opening, even if it means sacrificing some profits. But for Shinfei, he doesn't need to do so. Customer source? As long as he is there, he is a source of customers. The result is predictable. Although there are words opening ceremony on the door, there are very few visitors. The whole morning was almost wasted, and only a few cups were sold. Shinfei even began to doze off. Seeing the scene, Qin Shuran felt contempt. Is this what Shinfei meant by doing it seriously? I'm afraid any student from the university can do better than him. Just based on this, why do you still dare to talk about winning the championship? She sneered and walked forward. Shinfei noticed someone approaching and immediately raised his head and said with a smile, "What could you drink?" But when he looked up and saw Qin Shuran's contemptuous expression, his smile froze. Qin Shuran didn't take it seriously, but just suppressed a smile and replied, "I'll drink whatever's cheapest. Free boiled water is best." Stingy? No. Qin Shuran just didn't want to increase his performance. Even if it's just a matter of a few dollars, she still cares about it. Shinfei hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse. He turned around and poured her a glass of water. Unexpectedly, after taking a sip to moisten his throat, Qin Shuran began to ridicule him. "Hey, didn't you say you were going to win the championship? Why is business so dismal on the first day of opening? Do you want me to call some classmates over to support you? However, I don't know if they'd be willing to come here to test the poison. You can call me, but I basically won T-cum." This is what Qin Shuran meant. Shinfei knew it, but he didn't care. "No, I don't need that little traffic." "Aren't you short of traffic?" Qin Shuran was surprised, looked around the empty store, and finally couldn't help laughing out loud. The laughter gradually became particularly harsh. Shinfei couldn't help but get angry. "I said, if you don't. If you want to spend money, don't interfere with my business. Leave early. There will be too many people and I won't be able to take care of you. If someone takes advantage of you in the crowd, don't blame me then." "A lot of people?" Qin Shuran scoffed and sneered again. I'm not saying anything. If you can get 100 orders today, I, Qin Shuran, will take your last name. Follow your own surname? Shenfei was somewhat resistant to Qin Shuran's ridicule, but when he heard these words, he immediately became energetic. Are you serious about what you said? You won't cheat when the time comes, right? When have I, Qin Shuran, ever cheated? However, there is one prerequisite: you cannot use any abnormal means. The so-called abnormal means naturally refer to using gimmicks to attract customers, such as free admission. Although Shenfei will inevitably suffer a lot of losses, it is more than enough to get 100 orders. Therefore, Qin Shuran directly interrupted Shenfei's idea. However, she didn't know that Shenfei had never had such an idea from the beginning to the end. How could he do something that would incur losses? After all, the wealth that truly belonged to him was only 3 million, which he could not squander. Shenfei smiled and nodded heavily. No problem, I'll be here and do nothing. You can just wait to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to change your name. Oh, I don't know where you get your confidence from. Okay, then I'll just sit here and watch. Qin Shuran absolutely did not believe that Shenfei could get 100 orders, otherwise, she would not have said such words. Before offering takeout services, 100 orders was a difficult number for an ordinary milk tea shop to achieve, not to mention that Shenfei's place was so deserted. Absolutely impossible. Qin Shuran swore solemnly. However, at this moment, the roar of sports cars suddenly rang in the ears of the two. Qin Shuran looked confused, but Shenfei smiled. It's finally here. The two of them looked in the direction of the sound and saw a row of luxury cars. There were at least 20 of them. These 20 or so luxury cars did not whiz past, but instead stopped in front of Shenfei's milk tea shop. This scene immediately shocked the passers-by. Oh my god, Ferraris, Maseratis, Porsches, why are there so many luxury cars? Is this a gathering of rich second generations? They stopped. Could someone have provoked them? I mourn for that person. With so many rich second generations, how could anyone afford to provoke them? It doesn't matter whether they have cars or not. What matters is that they all look more and more handsome the more I look at them. The boys looked at the car and the girls looked at the people. For a moment, all the eyes around them were focused on them. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of everyone, their eyes lit up and they walked towards Shenfei's milk tea shop. The leader is naturally Chen Shangnan. Seeing Shenfei's gaze, he immediately winked at the people around him and shouted at the top of his voice, I heard that this milk tea shop is particularly delicious. Come on, I'll take you guys to drink some, and I'll pay for everything. As he was speaking, Shenfei came over with a smile and introduced the most expensive styles to everyone. Several people understood what he meant and ordered a cup together, which made Qin Shuran, who was standing beside them, stunned. Didn't it just open today? How come there are customers coming here just for your reputation? In particular, this group of people are all rich second generations with extremely high standards, and they hardly ever drink milk tea. Why did I suddenly want to drink milk tea today? That would be fine, but why did he have to yell like that when he walked in? Isn't this equivalent to giving Shenfei free publicity? Qin Shuran was completely stunned. The situation developed just as she had expected. When they heard that even this group of rich second generations said that the milk tea in Shenfei's store was delicious, even passers-by who didn't really want to drink milk tea wanted to try it and all went towards the milk tea shop. What's more, some girls also want to take this opportunity to get to know these rich second generations. If they have the chance, they may be able to jump directly into a wealthy family and reach the peak of their lives. No matter from which angle you look at it, you have to take a sip of this cup of milk tea. At this moment, everyone around began to move towards Shenfei. But seeing this scene, Shenfei couldn't be happy at all. It would be fine if it was just 1 or 2 cups, and he could do it if he wanted to, but dozens of people suddenly showed up. Wouldn't it be very hard for him? I should have asked for some help earlier. Shenfei's face was full of black lines, and suddenly his eyes fell on Chen Shangnan and others. By the way, do you want to try making milk tea? Chapter 118 100 cups of each flavor. Let us do it. Chen Shangnan and others were stunned. On weekdays, even if they are not spoiled, they will definitely do nothing if they can avoid doing anything. Not to mention making milk tea, even making a cup of coffee will be delivered to them by a special person. They are actually asked to make milk tea at this time? They were naturally dumbfounded. If someone else said this to them, they would probably slap them in the face. But the problem is, the person who said this was Boss Jian. Aren't they here just to support President Jian and win his favor? How dare I refuse it this time? Chen Shangnan looked embarrassed and hesitant, but. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei's expression immediately turned cold, and there was obviously some anger in his tone. Forget it, then let me make so many cups myself. Chen Shangnan trembled all over and quickly stood up from his seat. It's just making milk tea, it's no big deal, guys. You guys actually want to make it yourself, right? Yes, we actually want to do that too. The others also heard the conversation between Shen Fei and the other person, so naturally they didn't dare to refuse. So, a group of arrogant rich second generations walked into the store and started making milk tea. I'm afraid that the only one who can make them do this is Shen Fei. Shen Fei nodded with satisfaction, and then began to teach everyone carefully. Xin Shiren's face turned dark as she watched all this happen quietly, but she also saw that Shen Fei was just sitting in the store and had not done anything improper. In other words, no matter how outrageous everything is, it is in line with the rules of the game. At the same time, looking at the dense crowd in front of her, she couldn't help but frown. Did I get cheated in that bet? In just a few dozen minutes, the originally deserted milk tea shop experienced a sales boom, and the queues even stretched to the edge of the street. More importantly, seeing so many people queuing up, a series of chain reactions began to occur. Is this an internet celebrity store? Otherwise, why would there be so many people queuing? Is the milk tea here delicious? Why not give it a try? There are so many luxury cars parked at the door. Could it be that even the rich second generation likes the taste of this restaurant? Shen Fei doesn't need to do any publicity at all. The mere fact that all this happened is better than any publicity. This situation continued until late at night, when all the students returned to the dormitory and everyone was able to get a short rest. Tired. I'm so tired. I've probably never been so tired in my life. A group of rich second generations have long lost their former glory and are left with only a disheveled look. Shen Fei smiled and handed some water to a few people, which made everyone feel flattered. No matter how tired they are, this glass of water makes all their efforts today worth it. All 20 or so people breathed a sigh of relief. At least, the ending is good. Chen Shangnan nodded with satisfaction, and when he saw that there was no one around, he walked forward. Boss, there shouldn't be many people here now. How about we just leave first? Okay, I should be able to handle it. Thank you so much. That's not true. Actually, we're not helping you. We just want to try something new. Without work to do, Chen Shangnan spoke more confidently, which caused the whole audience to burst into laughter. However, at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of the store. As soon as he saw Shen Fei's face, he came over with a smile. Boss, are you off work yet? Can you still make milk tea now? Can. Shen Fei responded, turned his head and looked, his eyes suddenly lit up. Father Su. Why is he here? He had indeed told Su Xilan and others about this matter before, but since he hadn't shown up for such a long time, he thought he wouldn't come today. Who knew that Shanshan would arrive so late now? As if he could see Shen Fei's confusion, Father Su smiled and explained, there were too many people here before. My old bones can't stand that kind of tossing. So, I came here because there were not many people around. Shen Fei suddenly realized, and then he smiled and asked, okay, then uncle, what would you like to drink? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Father Su immediately waved his hand and said, no, I'm not drinking it. At my age, why would I drink milk tea? I just saw that my daughter was too tired from work and my employees were working too hard, so I came to buy some milk tea for them. I see, so what do you need to buy? I'm not sure either. How about this? Bring me 100 cups of all the flavors you have, and I'll let them taste them one by one. 100 cups? And 100 cups each? Everyone's eyes widened. There may not be too many flavors in Shen Fei's store, but there are at least a dozen. If there are 100 cups of each, wouldn't that be more than 1,000 cups? Although considering the number of employees in the Su family, this amount of milk tea is not considered a lot, the problem is that they ordered more than 1,000 cups right away. Isn't that too outrageous? Shen Fei was fine, but the other rich second generations who had been busy all day all collapsed on the spot, which made Shen Fei laugh. Shen Fei did laugh, but Xin Shiran, who was sitting in the deepest part of the store, couldn't laugh at all. She had never seen anyone buy milk tea like this before. Is this really just a milk tea shop? Isn't it some wholesale store? At this moment, she couldn't help but look at Shinfei. Although she didn't know what was going on, this series of events always made her feel a hint of conspiracy. There must be a ghost among them. But after careful consideration, she couldn't say anything to Shinfei. It's all within the rules. There was no foul. No matter how hard it was to accept, she had no choice but to swallow it. Only when the rich second generation started to get busy again did she gradually escape from the store. But he never thought that no matter how busy the store was, Shinfei was happy to have some free time. Hey, Qin Shiran, are you ready to go back? Qin Shiran? Qin Shiran was surprised and turned to glare at Shinfei. Shinfei shrugged and said with a smile, isn't it? Let's not talk about the orders from today. Just looking at the order you just took, it's enough for you to fulfill the bet. Are you trying to cheat? Aye. Qin Shiran's face flushed red, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Facing Shinfei's aggressive gaze, tears welled up in her eyes at that moment. No matter how strong a woman is, there are times when she is wronged and when she has a weak side. It's just that most of the time, she doesn't show it. Seeing this scene, Shinfei immediately frowned. Oh, forget it. I won't bother you anymore. You should go back and have some rest. Chapter 119 Breakthrough 80 Points. What Shinfei hated most was a woman crying in front of him, especially a beautiful woman. The moment he saw the tears welling up in her eyes, Shinfei knew that winning or losing in this bet was no longer important. After saying that, Shinfei turned around and walked into the store. Qin Shiran stared at Shinfei's back infatuatedly, and unknowingly, there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes. This man doesn't seem as bad as other men. Qin Shiran, favorability 2. Suddenly feeling the increase in favorability, Shinfei was stunned and quickly turned his head away. But Qin Shiran was no longer outside the store. Shinfei shook his head helplessly. It seemed that if he wanted to conquer Qin Shiran, he still had a long way to go. In the days that followed, Shinfei's milk tea shop had more and more of that flavor as the second generation of rich people joined in. It doesn't matter whether the milk tea tastes good or not. With the opportunity to become a wealthy family, who would care about a cup of milk tea? The time stipulated for entrepreneurial activities passes by in a flash. Since it is just an experimental activity, it will naturally not last long. A few days later, Shinfei came to the T-shaped classroom with a stack of documents. Here, the student council will select the champion. The other 3 people in the dormitory had already taken their positions. When they saw Shinfei appear, they waved to him repeatedly. Shinfei walked over, sat down, and had a pleasant chat with them. After a while, Qin Shiran slowly walked onto the stage. Ahem. Everyone, please be quiet. This entrepreneurship competition has concluded successfully. During this competition, we witnessed the various efforts made by the students to start their own businesses, and also the opening introductions continued one after another, but Shinfei didn't pay too much attention to them. After several minutes, Qin Shiran finally got to the point. After 15 days of competition, the data for this round of contestants has been released. Please look at the big screen. As soon as the words fell, everyone turned their eyes to the big screen. A series of profit data fell into everyone's eyes. Wow, Lu Yang invested 3,000 yuan and actually made 5,000 yuan. That's a pretty good result. Your success is nothing. Look at Wang Wei down there. He turned 10,000 into 20,000 in just 15 days. Not bad. Chen Sini's family is originally a business family, so it's normal for her to achieve such results. It's nothing new. I think she's going to win the championship this time. Everyone was talking about it, and the data on the big screen gradually decreased. When it slid to the last person, everyone was stunned. Invest 50,000. Profit, 150,000. In just 15 days, it tripled. How is this possible? Is this an entrepreneurial achievement that students can achieve? Everyone looked confused, and when they looked at the entrepreneur's name, they took another breath. Shinfei. It turned out to be Shinfei. Whether it was his previous deeds with Xia Ziyun and others, or his outstanding performance in the basketball game, Shinfei had already become a household name in the school. I can actually see his name here at this time. He is handsome, his family is rich, he plays basketball very well, and he is also very good at making money. Does this even look like a human being? It's simply a monster. There were bursts of booing in the venue, and Qin Shiran saw it all. Even though she was extremely reluctant, she had to announce loudly, "Everyone has seen the data. I declare that the winner of this entrepreneurship competition is Shen Fei." With a roar, Shen Fei stood up under the push of his roommate, which actually felt like a leader's inspection. After winning the award, Shen Fei's name once again spread to every corner of the school. If the previous deeds were child's play, then this time, he completely convinced the people. A startup that tripled its profits in 15 days is unprecedented even in the history of universities. Naturally, Xia Ziyun also learned the news. After being with Shen Fei for such a long time, Shen Fei has indeed never let her down, but the problem is that before this, Shen Fei has never shown any sign of entrepreneurship. If it weren't for this incident, Xia Ziyun probably wouldn't have known that Shen Fei had such talent. The moment she learned about it, she immediately took out her cell phone. "Hello? Shen Fei, congratulations. You actually won first place. That's amazing. What's so great about that? I was forced to do this. You know, I just want to be low-key, it's just that my strength doesn't allow it, right?" Xia Ziyun burst out laughing. Xia Ziyun, favorability 5. Bite. The system voice suddenly sounded in Shen Fei's mind. "Congratulations to the host for reaching the target with more than 80 points. Reward host strategy level gift package, violin technique master level. Finally broke through 80. Compared with the rewards from the system gift package, this breakthrough obviously made Shen Fei more excited. After operating for such a long time, this is the first time that the favorability has exceeded 80. It has not been easy along the way. Although there is still a long way to go before achieving success, a breakthrough is a milestone. Shen Fei was happier than usual. So, he immediately invited the person on the other end of the phone. "Ziyun, you don't have anything to do right now, right? How about I treat you to a meal, and then we can go shopping or something like that? It's all fine." Good. Chapter 120, asking President Jian to come and participate. It has been a while since the last basketball game. After a short leave, Songjia finally regained his spirits. It is impossible for a person like him to never recover from this setback. Even if he wanted to do so, the pride in his heart would never allow it. Naturally, these things will always be a knot in his heart and will not fade away with time. After returning to school, he was constantly thinking about his plan to take revenge on Shen Fei. However, after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with a feasible plan. Until a WeChat message came in. "Songjia, where have you been lately? You don't even come to the gatherings on weekdays. Have you found a new love and forgotten us?" If Shen Fei was present, he would not be unfamiliar with the sender. "Isn't it Chen Xiangnan?" Yunqing is not very big, and the circle of children from high-ranking officials seems even smaller. For someone of Songjia's status, even if he doesn't take the initiative to contact him, others will still try their best to get close to him. Although Chen Xiangnan is not such a person, he will always be brought along whenever there is any activity. On weekdays, Songjia always treated these people perfunctorily. At most, he would just show up and not take them seriously. But at this moment, looking at Chen Xiangnan's message, he felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Some time ago, news about Chen Xiangnan and others also reached his ears. After all, even if he didn't want to know, his family would more or less remind him. It's just that Chen Xiangnan seems to be getting along well with a kid from a really wealthy family, who seems to be called Mr. Jian. If there is a chance, let him have more contact with it. A real wealthy family. Only people at his level could understand the meaning of this word. Simply put, in front of such people, there is nothing in the world that they can't handle. For example, Shen Fei. His eyes lit up immediately and he started typing on his phone. "That's impossible. How could I forget you? It's just that I've been delayed by something recently, so I haven't been able to go and play with you. Oh, and I heard from my parents that you've been getting close to a guy named Jianzong recently. Yeah, Songjia, you missed a great opportunity. Do you know how generous Mr. Jian is? He spends tens of millions or even hundreds of millions on live streaming platforms without even considering money as money. I'm really envious of him. I wish I had that much money." It was rare for Songjia to see Chen Xiangnan envying others, but because of this, he became more determined. "Xiangnan, how about you introduce me to someone? I've been in some trouble recently and I really need someone like this to help me out. Don't worry, as long as you help me with this, I'll owe you a huge favor. As long as you don't let me die, everything is up to you." In order to get Chen Xiangnan to introduce him, Songja went all out. Chen Xiangnan was obviously a little surprised and asked a few questions in return. However, when he thought of Xin Fei's low-key demeanor in daily life, he finally refused. Forget it. Mr. Jian likes to keep a low profile. If he knew I did something like this, I'm afraid the good impression he worked so hard to build up towards me would be lost. I won't do that. Songja couldn't help but frown and kept asking for benefits like crazy. It has to be said that in the face of such tangible benefits, Chen Xiangnan couldn't help but feel a little shaken. After a while, he sighed and said, "How about this? Boss Jian has a group chat with us, and I'll add you in. However, don't come to Boss Jian right away to talk about anything. It's best to wait until Boss Jian has some instructions, and then take the opportunity to bring it up after you've satisfied Boss Jian. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, I won't be responsible." No problem. As long as I can get closer to the legendary Swordmaster, what does it matter even if it's just in a group? Songja's originally lifeless eyes finally regained their luster, and for a moment, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Xin Fei, you're done. As long as I get Jin Zong's help, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, I, Songja, will tear you into pieces. Who would have thought that Mr. Jian was Xin Fei? He didn't know, and neither did many other people. Shortly after he joined the group, in the villa area in the east of the city, a middle-aged man was looking at his daughter with interest. "Shiran, you haven't been acting right these past few days. You've been repeating that boy's name hundreds of times. Could it be that you've fallen in love with him?" "Dad. How could it be possible? How could I possibly like someone like that? I'm just mad. He obviously cheated to win the championship, but I can't find any evidence." Looking closely, the girl was Qin Shiran. Hearing his daughter's response, the middle-aged man immediately smiled bitterly and subconsciously responded, "You women are always saying one thing and thinking another. Your mother used to say the same thing about me to others, and now, isn't she my wife? In my opinion, you just don't want to accept the facts." "I don't." Qin Shiran immediately stood up from his seat and glared at his father with angry eyes. "Also, stop talking about you women all the time. It's already a different era, why are you still unwilling to formalize us? Gender is determined by heaven, but heaven has never determined our abilities." "Shut up. How do you talk to your father? How many times do I have to teach you before you listen?" The middle-aged man did not agree with her and immediately scolded her back. Hearing this, Qin Shiran clenched his teeth, but ultimately could not say another word. "My father has always been like this since I was a child, and the idea of favoring boys over girls has been deeply rooted in me." Not only did he never acknowledge her, but no matter what she did, it seemed wrong in his eyes. No matter how hard she tried, it would still be like this. It is precisely because of this that she has been hostile to all men since she was a child. Does this mean that women really cannot be taken seriously? She shook her head quietly, turned around decisively and walked out the door. Since communication is unsuccessful, then let us just not communicate. However, just as she turned around, Qin's father spoke again. "Don't leave so quickly. What was the name of that boy you just mentioned? Xin Fei, right? Okay, there's a charity gala in a couple of days. Invite him to come over. I want to see who on earth dares to make my daughter talk about him like that." Qin Shuran trembled all over, then nodded heavily before leaving. Seeing his figure disappear, the middle-aged man sighed and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. "Hello, is this Mr. Bao?" "Yes, I'm Qin Tianju. I'm planning to hold a charity dinner in a couple of days. Didn't you tell me last time that you know a super rich man named Mr. Jian? How about you ask Mr. Jian to come and participate?" Chapter 121. Tell me, who are you? The charity dinner is one of the major gatherings that must be held every year in Yuncheng. All prominent figures will be proud to attend this dinner. Each dinner will be planned and hosted by a well-known entrepreneur, and this year it is Qin Tianju's turn. In order to make this dinner party more impressive, Qin Tianju naturally wanted to invite all the wealthy people in Yunqing to participate. The recently emerging sword master is naturally no exception. Taking advantage of Mr. Bao's relationship, Xin Fei naturally did not refuse and agreed immediately. However, what Xin Fei did not expect was that just after he agreed, Qin Shuran called from the other side. Because of his previous participation in the competition, it was easy for Qin Shuran to get Xin Fei's phone number. Also, an invitation. Similarly, Xin Fei also agreed. After all, we have already promised them, so it is not easy for us to refuse. However, what he didn't know was that just after he hung up the phone, Qin Shuran on the other end of the phone suddenly laughed triumphantly. Shinfei, you're still too young. I asked you to come, and you came. Aren't you afraid this is a trap? What's even funnier is that you didn't even ask for the details. Are you really that stupid? As she spoke, she also looked down at the invitation in her hand. In a gathering like this, every participant is a well-known figure, so it is naturally impossible for anyone to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, invitations are particularly important. Without an invitation, no one can enter the hall except for specially invited people. Shinfei doesn't even have this common sense. Thinking of this, Qin Shuran's smile became even wider. After a slight hesitation, she decisively tore up the invitation. The flying pieces of invitation cards are as beautiful as flowers. I was bullied so badly by you last time, so I'll trick you this time, hee hee. That way we're even. Qin Shuran smiled cunningly. Lost to a man? Impossible. Soon. The day of the charity dinner has arrived. On this day, in order to prevent the embarrassment of last time from happening again, Shinfei made a special trip to buy a bow tie and a suit. Anyway, his business venture a few days ago brought him a lot of profits, so he didn't feel bad at all about buying such a set. After driving to the door, Shinfei smiled friendly at the security guard before pushing the door open and entering. However, what he didn't expect was that the security guard still stopped him suddenly. Shinfei frowned, pointed at his outfit, and said, "What's wrong with my outfit?" The security guard was visibly stunned and shook his head repeatedly before explaining, "No, sir, there's nothing wrong with your attire. It's just that this charity dinner is invitation only. If you want to enter, please show me your invitation." Invitation? Shinfei's frown deepened. After thinking for a while, he explained, "I didn't receive an invitation letter, but I was indeed invited." "I'm sorry, but I really can't let you in without an invitation." The security guard gave him an apologetic smile in return. Shinfei was a little unhappy, but he did not make things difficult for the security guard. He just quickly took out his cell phone and prepared to call Mr. Bao. But what he didn't expect was that at this moment, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. "Hey, isn't this Shinfei? What's wrong? Why aren't you standing at the door? What's wrong with the security? Why won't they let anyone in?" "Sir, I'm really sorry, but I can't let you in without an invitation." Turning around, the person coming was none other than Songjia. Seeing the smile on Songjia's face, Shinfei knew very well that he had obviously said that on purpose. He knew very well that he didn't have an invitation letter, so he deliberately scolded the security guard and wanted him to repeat it again. Sure enough, Songjia slowly approached Shinfei and took out an invitation letter. "By the way, security, please watch your words. It's him alone, not me." "Yes, sir, I understand." The security guard nodded repeatedly in agreement, and after confirming the invitation, he opened the door for him and made a gesture of invitation. However, Songjia obviously had no intention of entering. "Shinfei, some things can't be solved with money. This kind of gathering has always been open only to real high-level personnel. Nouveau riche like you can't get in." He is still brooding over the last time Shinfei slapped him in the face with his luxury car. Unfortunately, this completely exposed Shinfei's background. He didn't even have an invitation. What kind of a bumpkin is he? Is he so arrogant just because his family has a mine? In fact, the upper-class circles value background and connections. When he thought about the fact that he was about to get close to Mr. Jian, Songjia couldn't help but smile. At this time, Shinfei said indifferently, "It's not up to you to decide whether I come or not." "Oh? Then why don't you go in? What are you standing here for? Are you trying to steal business from the security guy? Or better not. Asking you to be a security guard would seem like an insult to the profession." Since Xia Ziyun's birthday, Songjia's hatred for Shinfei has been growing. Now that he finally has the chance to ridicule him, how could Songjia let it go? Shinfei really didn't want to pay attention to such people. The more you pay attention to this kind of person, the more annoying he will become. Songjia sneered, "Shinfei, although I don't know what it is about you that Xia Ziyun is so captivated by you, but people should know their own limitations. Ziyun's status is not something you can match. She can protect you temporarily and hold you up, but can she protect you forever? Have you ever thought about it? Don't delay her, and don't ruin yourself. Live your life to the best of your ability. There's never a good end to being too ambitious, you know? Also, if you can't get in at an occasion like today, then don't go in. You're not worthy. Songja seemed to be venting his anger for many days, and he kept talking, but he didn't notice that with his words, Shinfei's patience, which he had finally squeezed out, was completely worn out. Finally, Shinfei couldn't hold back any longer, and he immediately responded truthfully, "Whether I am worthy or not is not up to you to decide. If Qin Tianju hadn't invited me here, I wouldn't have bothered to come here, let alone meet someone like you here." "Someone like me?" Songja said in a cold voice, and suddenly noticed something, and laughed in vain. "Shinfei, next time you brag, remember to do some research. There are only 2 people invited by Mr. Qin to this party. One is the richest man in Yunqing, and the other is the legendary Mr. Jian. Tell me, which one are you?" Chapter 122 No Invitation. Who could it be? Of course it's Mr. Jian. Shinfei opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say these words. It is meaningless to just say that you are Mr. Jian. Even if you say it, the other party will not believe it and may even use it to ridicule you. In that case, it would be better to let someone with more authority speak. Shinfei silently took out his cell phone and prepared to call Mr. Bao to ask him to pick him up. However, just as the call was about to be connected, a female voice suddenly sounded behind him. Shinfei was indeed invited. Several people turned their heads and saw Qin Shiran. Because he deliberately did not give the invitation letter to Shinfei, Qin Shiran had been wandering around the gate, just to see Shinfei making a fool of himself. The embarrassment had already happened, so she naturally walked out of it. Qin Shiran had no bad intentions from the beginning to the end, it was just a little girl's prank. It's embarrassing enough to see Shinfei, it would be bad if it gets out of hand. Hearing this, Songja started laughing before the security guard could say anything. "Qin Shiran, I don't know what your relationship is with Shinfei, but helping a man out of trouble is not like your style." In Songja's eyes, apart from those 2 people, anyone who was invited would have an invitation. Qin Shiran's appearance at this time was naturally regarded by him as a way out. At the same time, Qin Shiran's dislike for men has long been no secret, and almost all the children of high-ranking officials know it. Qin Shiran's expression changed as he stared at Songja fiercely. "You'd better not be so sarcastic with me, otherwise, you know I have the power to make sure you can't even get through the door." Threaten. A naked threat. Songja was stunned and opened his mouth, but finally closed it. Qin Shiran's identity is different from Shinfei's. As the daughter of the organizer, if she is really angered, it is possible that she will not even be able to enter the door. By then, it will probably be more than just a matter of embarrassment. Songja is irritable, but he also knows his limits. "Okay, since you're protecting him like this, I'll give you a favor. We'll meet again later." After saying that, Songja walked into the venue without looking back, leaving only Shinfei and the other 2 left. "Leave." Afterwards, Songja's face was full of anger. Damn, what kind of shit luck does Shinfei have? That so many women are protecting him? Songja immediately sneered, "What's the point of relying on women? I've already boarded Boss Jian's ship. As long as I can establish a relationship with Boss Jian, I'll make you cry." Inside the venue, bigwigs from all walks of life appeared one after another. Charity gatherings like this were nominally for everyone to eat and drink together, but in reality, there were undercurrents. In a remote corner, a group of people seemed to be isolated. After sitting for a long time, no one came forward to make friends. The expressions of the group of people had already become extremely gloomy. One of them was particularly eye-catching. Wasn't he Songja who had a conflict with Shinfei at the door? Humph, in previous activities, this group of people wanted to stick their faces in ours, but now they don't even look at us. Could it be that the power of the Su family is so great? Songja couldn't help feeling a little dissatisfied. Hearing his voice, his father Songyejin couldn't help but frown. As the head of the family, he naturally knows much more than others. Songja and his group only saw the results but had no idea about the process. He was the only one who witnessed everything clearly. Ever since President Jian injected new financial support into the Su family, the entire market in Yunqing has been swept by the Su family spirit. He was a little dissatisfied and didn't want the entire market to fall into the pockets of others, so he secretly made some moves. But what he didn't expect was that these actions would actually cause his family's business to continue to suffer obstacles. At the very least, they would suspend cooperation with them. At worst, they would rather risk breach of contract and draw a clear line with them. In the short term, the decline in industrial productivity was not very obvious, but he knew in his heart that if this situation did not improve, he would probably face the crisis of bankruptcy within a year. Unless The person who tied the bell must untie it. I hope Mr. Jian will be merciful and spare his life. The reason he came here this time was simply because he heard that President Jian had been invited, so he immediately placed his hopes on President Jian. As long as we can get Mr. Jian's forgiveness, all crises can be resolved. Just as he was thinking about it, Songjia next to him suddenly patted him. What's wrong? Song Yijin was puzzled, but saw Songjia's face. Angry, he pointed at the door and said, Dad, that's the man. That man is Shen Fei. Shen Fei? Song Yijin looked in the direction Songjia pointed with a little confusion, and saw Shen Fei. During the period when Songjia was in a slump, Song Yijin also noticed it and was not unfamiliar with Shen Fei's name. When Songjia came back just now, he briefly explained everything that happened at the door, and he stood up for his son at that time. How can someone without an invitation come into such a place? When he saw Shen Fei appear again, he immediately became energetic. Since Mr. Jian hasn't come yet, why not help his son first? He did what he said and immediately stood up and went to meet him. Little brother, I heard that your name is Shen Fei, right? It seems that you have a good relationship with Miss Qin. Shen Fei frowned and was about to respond, but Qin Shuran spoke first. Uncle Song, please be careful with your words. Shen Fei and I are just friends. Songjia also came over and said, if there is no relationship, then why did you help him come in? How can someone who doesn't even have an invitation come to such an occasion? Miss Qin, you are not really hanging out with Shen Fei, are you? Everyone knows what kind of person Shen Fei is. Being his woman, TSK. Song Yijin immediately nodded in agreement. Miss Qin, this is against the rules. Even if you are Boss Qin's daughter, you can't do this, right? The people who can come here are all well known and influential. If some shady guys sneak in, I'm afraid it won't be appropriate, right? Shen Fei was invited, but there was a problem with the invitation letter. Qin Shuren tried to explain. Is there something wrong with the invitation? There is no problem. Miss Qin, you know that the requirements for each charity dinner are very strict. Even you are not qualified to bring people here casually. If the Chamber of Commerce knew about this, your father might. Qin Shuran looked a little embarrassed when Song Yijin, the old fox, threatened him with this. Logically speaking, Shen Fei was qualified to be invited, but unfortunately he tore up the invitation letter himself. Now things are getting a bit troublesome. She was about to explain, but Shen Fei spoke first. I can't help it. Who told me to offend the Song family before? Now that I have the chance, I just come up and make use of it. I'm used to it. As Shen Fei spoke, he glanced at Songjia. Song Yijin's face changed instantly. Shen Fei, don't slander me. I am just discussing the facts and have no intention of taking advantage of the situation. If you really want to stay, then take out your invitation letter and show it to everyone. Otherwise, I think no one here would want to be in the same room with someone who has no invitation letter and whose origin is unknown. Chapter 123. He is the Sword Master. As soon as the words were spoken loudly, everyone present turned their attention over. Although most people have cooperated with the Su family and know that the Su family has recently received support from others, only a very small number of people can truly recognize Shen Fei. Most people are also touched by Song Yijin's words. Miss Qin, apart from the richest man and Mr. Jian, you should send those who don't have invitations away. Who knows what they are thinking when they come here? If something happens, it won't be good for your family. That's right. No one without an invitation should come in. Besides, Miss Qin, didn't you never have much contact with men before? Why isn't that the case now? Could it be that this young man is your boyfriend? If you want a date, take her somewhere else. There's a hotel with a king-size bed nearby that's great. Don't bring her here. Everyone believed that Shen Fei was Qin Shuren's boyfriend, and this time, Qin Shuren took advantage of his position to bring Shen Fei in. It's okay for Shen Fei, he is a boy after all. But Qin Shuren is different. What she hates most is others tying her to men. Especially this man is Shen Fei. Her face darkened and she refuted, I told you, I have nothing to do with him. Then ask him to leave. Aye. She never expected that the little action she intended to use to embarrass Shen Fei would actually backfire on her. At this moment, she was in a dilemma and stood there at a loss as to what to do. Seeing this, Shen Fei knew it was impossible for him to let a woman face it alone, so he stepped forward resolutely. I was indeed invited, but I didn't have an invitation letter. There isn't one. Qin Shuran was a little flustered, thinking that Shinfei was going to tell her little behavior in public, so she hurried over to try to stop him. But the situation didn't give her this opportunity at all. As everyone knows, the only people who can enter here without an invitation are Mr. Jian and Mr. Luo. So, are you the richest man or Mr. Jian? Look at that cheap suit he's wearing. How could he be one of them? In my opinion, he's just trying to be a bit too arrogant and doesn't even know what he's doing. That's right, why don't you just go out quietly? If you insist on being stubborn, it will be fun if security asks you to leave later. The discussions all seemed to indicate an intention to expel someone, and when Shinfei heard them, he felt a chill in his heart. After a while, he asked coldly, "Do you really want me to go out by myself?" Everyone nodded. Song Yijin and Song Jia laughed unabashedly. "Young man, don't you understand the situation? Get out of here quietly. It will be better for everyone and leave everyone with the impression that you're sensible." Shinfei looked coldly at everything in front of him and couldn't help but sneer. "Okay, since you all want me to leave, then I'll leave." After saying that, Shinfei turned around. Songjia and Song Yijin both smiled even more brightly, as if they had gotten revenge. However, at this moment, a person suddenly appeared from the gate. "Eh? Mr. Jian, where are you going? Didn't we agree to attend this banquet together? If it's not Mr. Bao, then who else could it be?" The call immediately made everyone present stunned. "Mr. Sword? Who is he calling?" Looking at his eyes, it seems, it's this young man. He is actually Boss Jian. At this moment, everyone was stunned, including Qin Shuran. The name of General Jian is well known to people like them. Even if they have never met him, they have heard of him more or less. But what she never expected was that the legendary Master Jian was right next to her. At the same time, everything about the milk tea shop suddenly came into her mind. At this moment, she finally understood why those rich second generations were willing to work hard for him. It turns out that it's because he is Mr. Jian. Qin Shuran suddenly took a breath of cold air. Songjo and Song Yijin had even more complicated expressions. The two of them had the same purpose, both came here to seek help or forgiveness from President Jian, but how could they have imagined that Shinfei was President Jian and President Jian was Shinfei? Even before proposing their request, they personally scolded Shinfei. "Help? This is asking for some bullshit help." The two of them broke out in cold sweats. Shinfei didn't pay attention to the reactions of the people behind him. He just shrugged at Mr. Bao and said, "I can't help it. I wanted to join in, but I saw someone wanted to kick me out. So I had to be smart and leave on my own initiative. Otherwise, I might get thrown out later." Mr. Bao frowned and shouted angrily, "Who is it? Who dares to ask Mr. Jin to leave? Are you tired of living? Stand out and see if it's him or Mr. Jin who will go out." After hearing the shout, no one dared to respond and turned around to escape. After all, they were all participants in the previous wave, and at this moment, they were all scolding the Song father and son in their hearts. You could have provoked anyone else, but there were so many people here, and you chose to provoke the person you least want to offend. Isn't this just asking for death? For a moment, everyone was silent, and some people in the crowd changed their stance according to the situation. They immediately pointed at the Song father and son. "It's them. It's all their fault. It has nothing to do with us. Yes, we are just spectators. It's mainly because they provoked Boss Jian. Get them out. Get them out." The situation changed instantly. The Song family father and son immediately became the target of public criticism. Songju was fine. Being kicked out would only be embarrassing at best. But Song Yijin is different. After this incident, if he fails to handle it well, not only will the previous difficulties be unresolved, but he may even face even greater difficulties. He can't go out. But if you can't think of a way out, you can only. He suddenly looked at Shinfei, gritted his teeth, and walked forward decisively. "Shinfei, I'm sorry, please forgive me. I didn't recognize you as Mr. Jian. I'm really sorry." This apology was particularly sincere. After all, the forgiveness he wanted to seek was far more than just what happened now. More importantly, his family was in business trouble. The person who tied the bell must untie it. If Shinfei was willing to forgive him, perhaps he would not need to seek help from anyone anymore. By sacrificing some interests, he might be able to work together with the Su family and others. In the business world, there are no eternal enemies. However, his so-called sincerity may not sound sincere to Shinfei. Shinfei turned his head and looked at him with interest, and suddenly asked, "So, if I wasn't Boss Jian, would I have been kicked out by you today?" This. Song Yijin was speechless for a moment. Chapter 124. Give you some money and leave my daughter. The experiences are the same, but the identities of those who experience them are different, and the outcomes will be different. This is the reality. If Shinfei was not Mr. Jian, perhaps he would have really left on his own today. Therefore, when this question was asked, everyone present fell into silence. Song Yijin had a complicated expression, but he had no way out. Seeing that Shinfei had no intention of letting him go, he gritted his teeth and bent his knees decisively. Thump! Kneel down on the ground. The rest of the Song family were shocked and rushed forward, trying to pull him up. But for him, as long as it could make Shinfei calm down, what would it matter if he knelt down? Being able to bend and stretch is the true quality of a real man. Shinfei, I'm sorry. Whether it's what happened today or what happened before, I have to say sorry to you. It's my fault that all of this happened. I've already been punished. I hope Shinfei will show some mercy and let me go. A voice with a slightly sad tone slowly sounded, and everyone looked at Shinfei. Shinfei didn't expect Song Yijin to kneel down as soon as he was told to, so he was inevitably a little surprised. After a little thought, he resolutely stepped forward with a smile and helped him up. Alright, since you've already knelt, I'll forgive you for now. However, you have to remember that this forgiveness is only temporary. What happens next will depend on your subsequent performance. Also, you should pay more attention to your son and don't let him cause me trouble again. Okay. Mr. Shin, don't worry. I will definitely not let you down. Song Yijin burst into tears of joy and turned around to glare at Songjia. Seeing Song Yijin kneeling down as he was told, Songjia was already confused. When he met his gaze, he subconsciously explained, "Dad. You can't do this. Shinfei is just a scoundrel." As soon as the word Hun came out, Song Yijin panicked. After so much difficulty in obtaining forgiveness, if it is ruined by my own son, won't everything be wasted? He didn't dare to neglect it. He jumped forward and blocked Songjia's mouth, shouting angrily, "Rebellious son! Behave yourself, or I'll throw you out." But Song Yijin couldn't understand it. Usually, Songjia was a person who was good at observing people's words and expressions. Why was he so tactless when facing Shinfei? Blinded by anger? Then the only thing we can do is to wake him up. Song Yijin's face hardened, and he gritted his teeth and shouted at his family, "This guy actually slandered Mr. Shin for not having an invitation, and even wanted to ask Mr. Shin to leave. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you throw him out now?" Throw it out? The Song family was stunned and took a while to react. They more or less knew the importance of the matter. Even when facing Songjia, they still rushed forward decisively. "Nephew Song, I'm sorry." Songjia was stunned and struggled continuously. What are you doing? Let me go. The situation he faced was different from Song Yijin's, and his mentality was even more different. Naturally, he couldn't be like Song Yijin, who threw away his dignity and sought Shinfei's forgiveness. Compared to this, he would rather Shinfei kneel down to him. So, at this moment, even after knowing that Shinfei was President Jian, he could not muster up the courage to admit his mistake, and was thrown out by his family after struggling. The scene finally became quiet. Seeing that everyone was still looking at him, Shinfei smiled and said, "Don't look at me. I don't have any spots on my face. Just continue doing what you should do. This was just a small incident." After saying that, Shinfei no longer paid attention to them, but turned his head and focused his attention on Qin Shuran. At this time, Qin Shuran had not yet recovered from her shock. Feeling Shinfei's gaze, she immediately turned her head away. Shinfei looked bewildered. "What's wrong? You act like you've done something wrong and don't even have the courage to look me in the face." "No. I didn't do anything wrong." Qin Shuran objected, but he was very panicked in his heart. Has my little action been known? Otherwise, why would Shinfei ask himself this? Why didn't he say it out loud? Is it because he cares about his own face? Why do this? Girls' minds are particularly complicated, even a strong woman like Qin Shuran is no exception. At this moment, she thought a lot, but in the end, she also vaguely regained some good feelings towards Shinfei. Qin Shuran, favorability 5. Although it is still in the negative, her affection for Shinfei has already surpassed that for other men. Shinfei was delighted by this. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Mr. Bao, he focused his attention on Qin Shuran. He had previously agreed to attend this dinner with Mr. Bao simply to repay a favor, as he had entrusted him with many things. But at this time, the purpose of coming here is to conquer Qin Shuran. I'm just sitting around anyway. However, he did not notice that at the same time he launched his attack on Qin Shuran, Qin Tianzhu, the organizer of this event, also slowly appeared in the hall. With just one glance, Qin Tianzhu noticed how Shinfei was trying to get close to his daughter. She also said that it was impossible for her to fall in love with Shinfei, but now it seems like they are just showing off their love. He immediately frowned and walked forward. Shuran, he is the Shinfei you mentioned, right? Yes, Dad, he is Shinfei. Qin Shuran had no doubts and nodded. Seeing this, Shinfei also hurriedly greeted him. But to his surprise, after greeting him, Qin Tianzhu just stared at him with an unhappy look. He looked confused. It seemed like this was only the first time I met Qin Tianzhu, so why did I sense a hint of hostility right away? Just as he was thinking about it, Qin Tianzhu also spoke. Young man, come with me, I have something to tell you. And, tell me? Shinfei became even more confused, but Qin Tianzhu didn't even give him a chance to refuse. He turned around and walked towards a remote place. Shinfei had no choice but to catch up in a hurry. Arriving at a remote corner and seeing that there was no one around, Qin Tianzhu directly stated his purpose. I won't say more. Just tell me yourself. Do you think you are worthy of my daughter? What is going on? Didn't Qin Shuran and I even have a relationship? Why did we fast forward to the parent stage? Shinfei was stunned. However, his astonishment in Qin Tianzhu's eyes only made him more disappointed. Is this the character of the person my daughter likes? Although I have always had very low expectations for my daughter since she was a child, I must not be vague about matters like this. What's more, as a woman in the family, you should be ready to sacrifice for the family at any time. Free love? From the moment he was born, Qin Shuran had no power to choose, let alone be with a boy in a cheap suit. You know, Qin Shuran is the apple of our family's eye. If we hold her in our hands, she's afraid she'll break. If we hold her in our mouths, she's afraid she'll melt. Her man must at least be of equal status. Young man, I advise you to think twice before you act. Don't embarrass everyone. I know that it's normal for you to want to fall in love at your age. This also indirectly demonstrates my daughter's charm. However, you must understand that pheasants and phoenixes are two different species after all. They cannot be confused, let alone combined. Qin Tianzhu's words became more and more outrageous. After a pause, he firmly made a 3-sign gesture, staring at Shinfei and said, 3 million, I can give you 3 million. From now on, don't appear in front of my daughter again. Take the money and leave? The classic method used by wealthy families to break up couples. Shinfei never imagined that something he usually only saw on TV would actually happen to him. Chapter 125 The Most Expensive Violin. Shinfei smiled bitterly and explained, Uncle, you may have misunderstood. Your daughter and I are not in the relationship you imagined. In the eyes of those who have already determined the truth, the so-called explanation is always just a cover-up. Before Shinfei finished speaking, Qin Tianzhu immediately counted 3 as 5. 5 million. Leave my daughter alone. Uncle, don't be like this. 8 million. No more. Shinfei was speechless. Why was his explanation taken as an attempt to increase the money? Do I look like the kind of greedy person? He shook his head and explained again, but Qin Tianzhu still didn't listen. In the end, he couldn't bear it anymore. I'll give you 500 million. I'll take your daughter. You. Qin Tianzhu's veins suddenly popped up. Of course, he couldn't believe that Shinfei could really come up with 500 million yuan. In his opinion, these words were just the young man's rejection of him. Seeing his angry look, Shinfei said no more, turned around and took the initiative to end the conversation with him. When we returned to the hall, it was already bustling with activity. All the guests were seated and looking towards the stage. On the stage, a lovely-looking woman suddenly appeared, causing boos from the hall. Isn't this Yang Zixin, the TV station's most popular actress? Old guy Qin Tianzhu really spent a lot of money this year, even inviting her over. It can't be helped. This year we have the richest man and Mr. Jian in charge. Can't we make the display look nicer? That's right. If the richest man and Mr. Jian can have fun, maybe next year, the Qin family will soar to the sky. Everyone was talking about it, but almost everyone mentioned Shenfei in their conversation. Even though Shenfei has always been thick-skinned, he couldn't help but feel a little restrained at this moment. When he came to Qin Shiran, Shenfei pointed at the stage and asked, "What's going on now?" Of course, a charity dinner isn't just about having a meal. Here, this is the highlight of the night, the auction. Auction? Shenfei muttered to himself and started looking around for the auction device. After all, he had made a fool of himself with it at the last auction. However, after searching, nothing was found. Where's the auctioneer? Why don't I see it? Qin Shiran was originally wondering what Shenfei was looking for, but when he heard this, he burst into laughter. That thing is only equipped in professional auction houses. It is not needed in occasions like ours. What if I want to participate in the auction? Just shout it out, like in those TV shows. Shenfei suddenly realized. It was then. The auction on the stage officially began. As the opening act of this auction, the organizers will naturally not be stingy. The first lot to kick off this auction is a violin from the Guarneri family. It's been played by many renowned masters and boasts a 300-year history. It's considered a masterpiece and the most expensive violin in the world. Its value is unparalleled. There's only one of its kind in the world. The starting price is $5 million, and each increment must be no less than $100,000. This auction officially begins. There is a price but no demand. The most expensive. The only one of its kind in the world. Every word impacted the hearts of everyone present, especially those who already loved music. As the saying goes, a good horse deserves a good saddle. With a violin like this in hand, perhaps even your playing skills will be greatly improved. As soon as the host finished speaking, people started bidding. 5,100,000. 5.5 million. 6 million. With the bidding price increasing continuously, in just a few breaths of time, the auction item reached 20 million, and even showed signs of continuing to grow. Compared with the previous auction, this auction seemed to have more atmosphere. Watching all this quietly, Shenfei suddenly realized something and turned around to ask, "By the way, Qin Shiran, do you like this violin?" "Like." Qin Shiran responded subconsciously, and then suddenly looked at Shenfei. "I like it, so why are you asking this?" Shenfei smiled, and after getting a satisfactory answer, he immediately raised his hand. 50 million. 50 million? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent and everyone looked towards Shenfei. This is US dollars. If 50 million is converted, it would be at least 300 million. Is it really worth spending 300 million to buy a violin? Especially since this violin is not worth the price at all. However, after everyone saw that it was Shenfei who made the bid, they all felt relieved. It turns out to be Boss Jian, that's all right. For Jian's own, what's the harm in 300 million? But unlike everyone else, Qin Shiran was just panicked for a moment. "Shenfei, what are you doing? Even if I like it, you don't have to buy it. 300 million, are you crazy?" "What's crazy? As long as you like it, let alone 300 million, even if it's 3 billion, I won't blink an eye." Shenfei smiled and became more determined. Seeing the scene, Qin Shiran couldn't help but be stunned. Growing up in an environment where boys are favored over girls, she rarely felt any special favoritism, let alone normal love. When she was a child, her brother could get whatever he wanted as long as he asked, but it was different for her. No matter how much she liked something, she would only be scolded. "Is it necessary to buy it? Do you like it as a meal? If you don't want to buy it, you won't buy it." Under the constant scolding, she had to suppress the love in her heart. At this time, when Shenfei heard that she liked it, he decisively bought it for her, even spending a huge sum of 300 million. How could she not be moved? Looking at Shenfei's test, at this moment, she was not as resistant as before. Qin Shiran, favorability 5. Qin Shiran, favorability 5. A series of system prompts sounded, and Qin Shiran's favorability finally reached a positive number. Shenfei also breathed a sigh of relief. He has spent all the money, but if there is no effect, who can he cry to? He nodded with satisfaction, then suddenly remembered something and turned to Qin Shiran and asked, "Which violin piece do you like best?" "That's right." Qin Shiran was suspicious for a moment and asked, What do you want to do now? Shinfei smiled mysteriously. Tell me first, and then I will tell you. After a slight hesitation, Qin Shuran murmured, Mendelssohn's Concerto in E minor. Shinfei nodded, and after the auction was successful, he resolutely walked onto the stage. Chapter 126. Who doesn't want to be a little princess? Yang Zixin had seen what happened to Shinfei before, so she naturally knew Shinfei's identity. Therefore, when she saw Shinfei walking up to the stage, she also said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Jian, may I ask what is the matter with you coming up on stage at this time? I'm here to get the violin. Shinfei smiled and pointed to the violin on the stage. Yang Zixin was stunned. Although she didn't stop him, she kindly reminded him, Actually, Mr. Jian, there's no need to be so anxious. We will make a special trip to deliver the violin to you after the auction is over. Shinfei still walked towards the violin. No need, it's not like I don't have hands, I can hold it myself. Besides, I just want to use this violin and test it out. Inspect the goods? Yang Zixin was a little surprised. However, Shinfei didn't say much to her. After getting the violin, he turned to the crowd and asked, I want to play a song now. I wonder if you can allow me. Can I? Isn't this nonsense? Among those present, even the richest man in Yunqing might have to give Mr. Jian some face. Now that Mr. Jian has made a request, who would dare to say no? Isn't this just asking for death? As soon as these words were spoken, cheers and applause broke out everywhere. I didn't expect that Mr. Jian can actually play the violin. He's truly a young and promising man. I am truly fortunate to be able to appreciate Mr. Jian's violin in this lifetime. Oh my god, Mr. Jian is not only handsome and rich, but he can even play a musical instrument. If I were 10 years younger, I would be a perfect match for a male god. His status was clear, and even before Shinfei started to act, there was a wave of compliments on the scene. Shinfei smiled but said nothing, seeming to be enjoying it. Seeing how enthusiastic everyone was, he decisively started the music. The melodious, noble and soft piano sound slowly rang out, and immediately the whole audience was speechless. They originally thought that Shinfei was so young that he could only play polo with some difficulty at best, and they did not have high expectations for him. But when the sound came out, they were stunned. This is not forced at all. This clearly means he is extremely good at the violin. Even Qin Shuran in the audience couldn't help but feel a little surprised. How is this possible? How can he play so well? Could it be that he has been learning to play the violin since he was a child? The layman watches the excitement, while the expert looks for the details. The Concerto in E minor is a classic German piece and is extremely well known throughout the world. Generally speaking, the performance of a concerto must be accompanied by other instruments such as the piano in order to show the charm of the movement. But at this time, Shinfei clearly did not have the assistance of other musical instruments, but he still perfectly displayed the artistic conception, which made the compliments gradually turn into sincere words. Who can not admire Shinfei's piano skills? How can it be counterfeit or inferior if it is produced by the system? After the song ended, the audience was still immersed in the music. It was not until Shinfei walked off the stage with his violin that they suddenly came back to their senses and burst into applause. No wonder Boss Jian was willing to spend 300 million to buy this violin. It turns out Boss Jian is a violin enthusiast himself. It's a blessing for this violin to be bought by Boss Jian. Who else on the field is more worthy of this violin than Boss Jian? Master Jian is so perfect. People all sighed sincerely about this. However, the next scene completely stunned them. Just as Shinfei returned to his seat, he handed the violin directly to Qin Shuran. Here, this is yours. I just played it for a while, and now I'm giving it to you. Deliver? A violin worth 300 million yuan can be given away just like that? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. They had seen heroic people, but they had never seen anyone as heroic as this. 300 million. This is not as simple as 3 million or 30 million. They all knew that Boss Jian was rich, so even if he gave them tens of millions, they would be able to accept it. After all, he was Boss Jian. But the 300 million was given to them so easily that they immediately began to doubt their lives. The same is true for Qin Shuran. Because I heard that she liked it, I auctioned the violin for her. Because I heard her say she liked the concerto in E minor, I went on stage and played for her. At this time, he even gave her the violin in front of everyone. All this seems like a dream. Even at this moment, Qin Shuran still found it a little unbelievable. You really want to give it to me? Of course, I bought this for you. If not for you, who should I give it to? Qin Shiran was suddenly speechless. Shenfei didn't say much to her and just stuffed the violin into her hands. Just take it. I don't usually have the leisure to play the piano or anything like that. If you like it, then this is the best place for it. You don't usually play the piano? Then how good are you? Qin Shiran was a little confused. Shenfei's eyes rolled, and he quickly explained, just because I can play doesn't mean I like it, right? Sometimes, learning something is just a last resort. Besides, if I can't, wouldn't I be missing a skill to please you right now? Please me? Looking at the sincerity in Shenfei's eyes, Qin Shiran was actually a little dazed at this moment. From childhood to adulthood, many boys have shown interest in her because of her looks, but the actions of those boys not only failed to win her heart, but made her feel disgusted. There was a time when she even thought that she would never be able to have feelings for boys again in her life, and that boys were just objects that she needed to conquer, targets to be stepped on. Being moved might be a very normal thing in the eyes of other girls, but in her eyes, it is more like a shame. She never thought she would fall in love with anyone. However, at this moment, she wavered. It's not about money. The main thing is Shenfei's attitude towards her and all his behavior towards her. Who doesn't want to be a little princess? She is no exception. Qin Shiran blushed for the first time in her life, and quickly turned her head away, whispering to herself angrily, Qin Shiran. What's wrong with you? He's a stinky man, what are you thinking about? After saying this, she managed to calm down, nodded indifferently, and took the violin. Well, since you've already bought it, I'll take it. But she didn't know that no matter how indifferent she acted, she couldn't hide her heartbeat from Shenfei. After all, the system doesn't lie. Qin Shiran, favorability 10. Listening to the system's voice, Shenfei smiled, sat down calmly, and waited for the next item to be auctioned. At the same time, on the other side, Qin Tianzhu also walked in from outside. Chapter 127. The clown is himself. With just one glance, he saw the figures of Shenfei and Qin Shiran. You damned boy, you don't even take my words seriously. He said this harshly, and subconsciously leaned over, ready to teach them a lesson. However, at this moment, he suddenly stopped. Looking closely, wasn't the violin Qin Shiran was holding in his hand the one being auctioned? He was specially responsible for organizing this charity dinner and was certainly familiar with the violin. But what he didn't understand was how the violin ended up in his daughter's hands. Shouldn't it be auctioned? All kinds of possibilities flashed through his mind, but he never thought that the violin was bought by Shenfei and given to Qin Shiran. He just thought that Qin Shiran took advantage of his position to play with the violin in his hands. Shiran, what are you doing with the violin? Don't you know its value? If it gets bumped or dented, will you pay for it yourself? As they got closer, shouts started to be heard. As soon as he shouted, he immediately attracted the attention of the whole audience, and everyone looked at him. Qin Shiran was stunned. When he turned around, he met Qin Tianzhu's reproachful gaze. No, this violin belongs to Shenfei. A trace of grievance flashed across her face and she wanted to explain, but before she could finish her explanation, Qin Tianzhu interrupted her. Shenfei? Shenfei again? I think you've been bewitched by him. He's naive, so do you want to be naive too? Why don't you return my violin right away? Qin Tianzhu shouted angrily, and even in front of so many guests, he did not give Qin Shiran any face. Qin Shiran's face gradually darkened. He locked eyes with Qin Tianzhu for a moment before coldly asking, after all these years, am I still that incompetent child in your eyes? Why don't you even give me a chance to explain? Aren't you afraid of misunderstandings? Is it because I'm a girl and can't enjoy your favor like your precious son? From childhood to adulthood, I've been barely surviving under your shadow. Have you ever put yourself in my shoes? You always think that as a girl, you should do this and that, and shouldn't do that. But, does that mean girls aren't human beings? If they are human beings, why don't they even have the right to choose their own lives? This zither was given to me by Shenfei. He gave it to me simply because he heard that I liked it. Now you are actually. You want me to give it back? Why? No. I can't do it. A slightly sad voice sounded one after another. With each sentence, more tears appeared in Qin Shiran's eyes. By the time the words fell, she was already in tears. The speaker sheds tears and the listener is sad. Qin Tianzhu obviously did not expect his daughter to explode at this moment. However, at this moment, compared to calming his daughter's emotions, he cared more about his own face. Why are you saying this here? With so many people watching, is it fun to say it out loud? Be good. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it after we get home. He responded subconsciously, and then he suddenly noticed that Qin Shuran said that this violin was given to her by Shenfei. Just Shenfei? Qin Tianzhu was stunned and immediately looked at Shenfei. Shenfei also stepped forward. You can stop loving her, but don't hurt her either. The title of father is not just about control and restraint, but more importantly, it's a responsibility. You've already pushed her to this point. Don't you realize your mistake? Wrong? I worked so hard to raise her, fed her, clothed her, and sheltered her from the wind and rain for so many years. How could I be wrong? Qin Tianzhu spoke righteously. Shenfei smiled and asked again, then do you know how tiring her life is? Tired? She's just a girl, how can she be tired? If she's tired, then what about me? Am I not tired? So, you didn't even know she was tired, right? Qin Tianzhu was speechless for a moment, and his gaze shifted to Qin Shuran. Is she tired? At this moment, Qin Shuran seemed to be shocked by Shenfei's sudden words. She looked at Shenfei in surprise. After feeling Qin Tianzhu's gaze, she came back to her senses. Shenfei is right. You've always only cared about yourself and your son. When have you ever cared about me? You don't even know how tired I am. Are you still my father? You. Qin Tianzhu subconsciously wanted to refute, but when the words came to his lips, he saw Qin Shuran's determined face and swallowed them back. Could it be that I really did something wrong? Glancing at the two of them, this thought suddenly occurred to him. But facing the gazes of everyone in the audience, he was unwilling to think deeply and had to quickly change the subject. Then tell me what's going on with this violin. I bought it and gave it to her. This time, Shenfei stood up without waiting for Qin Shuran to speak. Qin Shuran was stunned and looked at Shenfei, and suddenly felt a sense of security. Shenfei, are you protecting me? Unconsciously, she had a more favorable impression of Shenfei. Qin Shuran, favorability 5. Shenfei was stunned and became more determined in his actions. Qin Tianzhu was stunned. Knowing the price of the violin, he naturally didn't believe that Shenfei could afford it. He snorted coldly, don't be ridiculous. How can you afford this violin? Do you know how expensive it is? Then do you know how rich I am? What? The sudden question left Qin Tianzhu dumbfounded. What made him even more dumbfounded was that at this moment, a woman who looked like a waitress came over with a stack of documents. Hello, Mr. Jian, this is the purchase contract for the violin. Please sign below. Mr. Sword. Purchase the contract. Is it true? Qin Tianzhu's eyes widened immediately, and hesitantly asked, You are Boss Jian? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tianzhu's heart was struck by lightning and he couldn't calm down for a long time. You know, not long ago, he even wanted to take out 3 million to humiliate President Jian. How ridiculous is this? 3 million? Maybe I am not even as good as a chicken feather in front of Mr. Jian. The clown is actually himself. He was completely stunned. However, Shenfei ignored her and turned to the waiter, smiling, You don't need my signature. This is originally meant for her. Just ask her to sign. I'll just pay for it. As soon as the bank card was taken out and the POS machine was swiped, the waiter also smiled happily. Thank you, President Jian, for your generous donation. Please rest assured, President Jian, these $50 million will be fully invested in charity. $50 million. Converted to that, it's a full 300 million. Just to win a smile from your daughter? Qin Tianzhu's already shocked mood was hit hard again. Chapter 128 The Taste of the Fish Pond. Jian. Mr. Jian, I was blind to what I had seen. What just happened? After much hesitation, Qin Tianzhu still chose to face it head-on. Shenfei turned around and replied with a smile, What is it? I've already forgotten it. Do you think I'm that petty? I don't dare. Alright, I'm tired of hearing you admit your mistakes today. If you really want to admit your mistakes, then treat your daughter well. After all, even in the boys' circle, she is definitely a leader. Outstanding? Qin Tianzhu looked at Qin Shuran thoughtfully, but in Qin Shuran's eyes, there was only Shenfei. Recognition. What has she longed for most since she was a child? Isn't it just the recognition of others? She never expected that the first time she was recognized by others would come under such circumstances. It actually came from Shinfei's mouth. If Shinfei's previous actions only made her heart flutter, now she actually began to fall for him. No one has ever cared so much about her feelings. No one has ever known what she wants most. Only Shinfei. Qin Shuran, Favorability 5. When the system prompt sounded, Shinfei was not surprised. He turned around and smiled at Qin Shuran, then sat down. Everything that needed to be done had been done, and he didn't need to worry about what happened next. That's a matter between them, father and daughter. The three of them sat at the same table. Shinfei was focused on the auction, while the other two were focused on reconciliation. However, no one noticed that two women appeared at the door, looking exhausted. Hoo-hoo, it's late. I don't know if the violin has been sold at the auction. Yunmeng, you're really too cautious when you go out. Isn't it normal for girls to go out slowly? Moreover, in an occasion like this, shouldn't they dress up properly to avoid embarrassing you? The two people were music teachers Li Ran and Shin Yunmeng. Whether it is Li Ran or Shin Yunmeng, they are both obsessed with music. Hearing that the most expensive violin in the world would appear in Yunqing, even if they didn't buy it, they certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to see it. Therefore, they deliberately used their connections to gain admission and came here. After tidying themselves up a bit, they all walked towards a table of people. Once they got close, they couldn't wait to ask about the news of the violin. How's it going? Sisterly, has the violin auction started? Xiaoran, you two are too late. The first violin to be auctioned has already been bought. Look, it's over there. They spent 300 million just to win a beautiful woman's smile. It's really extravagant. As Sisterly spoke, she pointed towards Shinfei's table. This gesture made the two of them stunned. That figure. That profile. How can it look so familiar? Li Ran raised his eyes, turned his head and looked at Shin Yunmeng in disbelief. After all, she was present when Shinfei asked Shin Yunmeng to be his lover. Shin Yunmeng was staring at the woman holding a violin beside Shinfei, and a hint of resistance suddenly appeared in her eyes. From the very beginning, she didn't have much affection for Shinfei, and could even be said to have some dislike for him. Even if she agreed to become his lover, it was only to get out of her predicament. But after getting along with each other for a while, her mentality changed. Whether it was Shinfei giving her the building or promising to spend money to make a movie for her, she felt a touch of sincerity. Maybe Shinfei is not that cynical. But at this time, seeing Shinfei spending a lot of money on other women, her idea began to waver again. Do you think you are the only one? In fact, you are not just one of them. Does the fish pond smell good? She instantly tasted bitterness. Suddenly, Shinfei, whom she was looking at, raised his hand abruptly. 500 million. Remember to list the building's owner as Miss Qin Shuran. There was a loud shout, and everyone at the scene exclaimed in amazement. After all, everyone present had seen people using money to pick up girls, but they had never seen anyone using money to pick up girls like this. Even Sisterly, who was standing next to Shin Yunmeng, couldn't help but sigh, "Oh my god, Boss Jian is so generous. Just think about how much he loves the woman next to him to do such a thing. I wish I had someone who loves me like this. Do you like the woman next to you?" The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Shin Yunmeng suddenly felt extremely bitter. At that time, Qin Shuran's favorability continued to increase, and was about to break through the 50 mark. Shinfei was very satisfied. But just at this moment, a prompt sound suddenly scared him. Shin Yunmeng, favorability 5. Shin Yunmeng? Why did the favorability suddenly drop? Shinfei was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized something and quickly turned around to search. He was just looking at the dazed Shin Yunmeng. Was this being caught? Shinfei frowned suddenly. Without hesitation, he stood up and walked towards Shin Yunmeng. Isn't this my lover? Why are you here too? Why don't you come over and say hello to me? Lover. Can such a thing be said directly in public? Shinfei's movement was not big and did not attract other people's attention, but it really surprised the people at Shin Yunmeng's table, and they all looked at Shin Yunmeng. Shin Yunmeng looked indifferent, turned her face away, and then replied with resentment, "Don't you have other women around you? Why do you care about me? What other woman? Xin Fei pretended to be confused, turned his head to take a look, and then smiled again. Oh, you mean her? If I said that I have nothing to do with her, would you believe it? Shin Yunming sneered, you're just giving me a 300 million violin if you don't have any connections? Oh, no, there's also a 500 million commercial building. Does that sound like something someone without connections would do? That $500 million commercial building is in US dollars. Converted into RMB, it's worth a full 3 billion. As if she was enjoying the fun, Sisterly was still reminding people from the side. Xin Fei's face was filled with black lines. He rolled his eyes at Sisterly, then briefly considered a countermeasure before softly saying, you know I don't like buying things for myself. However, you should be aware of the nature of tonight's auction, right? Nature? What nature? Charity. Everything I buy will be used for charity. I don't need those things, but if you ask me to do charity, of course I will do it without hesitation. As for the things I bought at the auction, I have no use for them, so of course I will give them away. You will believe that, right? By the way? Actually, you just want to do charity? That's right. Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Do you think I'd believe that? Shin Yunmeng was furious, and there was even a hint of a downward trend in her favorability towards him. Xin Fei was not in a hurry, but just shrugged helplessly. Coincidentally, the next item was presented on the auction stage. It was an exquisite and ancient hairpin that seemed to be quite old. He raised his hand without hesitation. 200 million. Chapter 129. I'm having my period. 200 million? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked and their eyes were once again focused on Xin Fei. You know, whether it was the violin or the commercial building, although the final transaction price was as high as 50 million or even 100 million, its value itself could vaguely reach this amount. Even if the transaction price is quite high, it will not be higher by 50 at most. But the starting price of this hairpin at that time was only 100,000 US dollars, and the price increased by only 10,000 US dollars each time. Suddenly, the bid price increased from 100,000 to 200 million. Isn't this too outrageous? It has increased by 2,000 times. Spend 200 million to buy something worth no more than a million? Isn't this a fool? If it wasn't for the fact that the person making the bid was Xin Fei, perhaps everyone present would have started to complain at this moment. But just because they don't complain doesn't mean no one else will. Shin Yunming suddenly grabbed Xin Fei's arm and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Spending so much money on a hairpin? Is it necessary? Didn't I just say it? It doesn't matter what I buy. I just want to do charity. Didn't you just complain that I spent 150 million on others? Then now, I'll spend 200 million on you. 200 million? For me? Is it worth it? As long as it can make you feel a little better and more balanced, then it doesn't matter whether it's worth it or not. Besides, these 200 million yuan aren't going to be earned by anyone, they're all going to be used for charity. Xin Fei smiled, as warm as the breeze, blowing straight into Shin Yunming's heart. At this moment, she was actually somewhat touched by this. Could it be that Xin Fei really just wants to do charity? Did I misunderstand him? He really has nothing to do with that woman. At the same time, in order to make himself feel more comfortable, he is willing to spend 200 million? What does it mean to make you smile? Compared to the previous auction, doesn't this action better illustrate this word? Thinking of this, a smile gradually emerged. However, at this moment, she suddenly thought of something, as if she was poured with cold water. Lover. Not a lover. She was just Xin Fei's lover. Even if the woman in front of him has nothing to do with Xin Fei, it does not mean that Xin Fei has no other lovers. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath. Don't be moved. You absolutely can't be moved by him. He's just a scumbag, a playboy. Even if he spends money on me, it's just because he wants my body, not my true love. I'm past the age of yearning for love. How can I believe in love again? How can there be pure love in this world? It's just a matter of mutual need. He wants me to be his lover, and I want him to help me have a better life. That's all. There's no emotional connection. In just a few short breaths, she had gone through all sorts of thoughts in her mind. After a while, she made a firm decision. Since Xin Fei wants to spend so much money on himself, let him spend it. You will receive as much as is given to you. If I don't accept it, he will spend the money on other women. Instead of doing that, it is better to be the beneficiary yourself. Anyway, as long as I stick to my original intention and don't give Shinfei any chance to make further advances, that's enough. Want to get yourself? Absolutely not. Her gaze gradually became firm. However, she didn't know that from the beginning to the end, Shinfei had never had any intention of coveting her body. If Shinfei really wanted to covet her body, why would he go to so much trouble? Wouldn't it be better to just threaten him with that incident at the beginning? You wouldn't spend a lot of money like this and not even touch the person. In the following period of time, Shinfei continued to offer high prices, and each time he gave the items to Shin Yunmeng, which made Shin Yunmeng completely enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. Naturally, this scene also fell clearly into the eyes of Qin Shuran and his daughter. Although Qin Shuran felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, she didn't say much. After all, she knew that she and Shinfei really had nothing to do with each other. Even though my favorability has become positive now, I'm not jealous yet. But Qin Tianju was different. From the beginning, he resisted Shinfei becoming his son-in-law. Later, after knowing Shinfei's identity, he wished Shinfei to become his son-in-law. Now, he started to panic again. Shuran, what's going on between you two? Why don't you care about your boyfriend? Aren't you afraid that he'll be snatched away by someone else? What boyfriend? When did I say he was my boyfriend? If you're not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, then why would he spend so much money on you? Does spending money on you mean we're boyfriend and girlfriend? This is obviously a rebuttal. The person who is willing to spend money on you may not necessarily be your boyfriend. Qin Tianju frowned slightly, thought for a while, and then said earnestly, then Shuran, you have to work hard. Shinfei is indeed a good young man. It will definitely be a blessing if you can take him down. Of course, this time, it's not for me, nor for the family, but for yourself, your own happiness. My own happiness? Qin Shuran muttered and fell into deep thought. The dinner soon came to an end. Under a series of financial attacks, Shin Yunmeng's originally lost favorability regained its former glory. Although it didn't go any further, this outcome made Shinfei breathe a sigh of relief. As long as you can avoid falling, everything will be fine. After saying goodbye to everyone, Shinfei escorted Shin Yunmeng all the way home. Along the way, Shin Yunmeng never said a word. Even when Shinfei took the initiative to talk to her, she just nodded or shook her head, as if she had something on her mind. Shinfei asked tentatively, but she did not respond. So, Shinfei also fell silent. Slowly walked downstairs and the vehicle stopped. Shinfei's expression froze, and then he asked with a hint of bitterness, by the way, I have an unwelcome request. I seem to have some reaction. Can I borrow your toilet for a moment? People have 3 urgent needs, and this was something Shinfei had not expected. However, what he didn't expect was that Shin Yunmeng's face changed instantly when she heard him say this. She panicked and replied hastily, no. I have my period today. Shinfei was suddenly confused. I just wanted to use the toilet. What does it have to do with whether she has her period or not? Does that mean I can't even use the toilet after my period? Chapter 130. The person who bought the building turned out to be Shinfei. If you want to have something happen with a girl, you must first create the premise environment for the story. Send a girl home, use various means to enter her home, and then take her away. This is the routine that scumbag men usually use. When Shinfei offered to send Shin Yunmeng home, Shin Yunmeng's first reaction was to think of these. Even if she had not experienced this routine herself, she had already heard of it like thunder. Therefore, she was so worried on the road. When she heard Shinfei's words, she thought that Shinfei had ulterior motives, so she simply refused him directly. But she didn't know that Shinfei really just wanted to go to the toilet. I can't hold it anymore. Do you want me to find a patch of grass nearby to relieve myself? That would be so unsanitary. Grass? Does he have this habit? Shin Yunmeng's face suddenly darkened and she turned around to scold Shinfei. Seeing Shinfei's face flushed red, she couldn't help but soften her heart. After all, he has given so much for me. Even if I don't let him eat meat, I should at least let him drink some soup, right? It has to be said that even though Shin Yun dreamed of sticking to her last bottom line, she was still a little shaken when facing Shinfei, whose favorability towards her had doubled. After a while, she nodded resolutely. Okay. But I really didn't lie to you, I really have my period. Shinfei rolled his eyes and didn't bother to explain too much. He followed Shin Yunmeng into the room. Shin Yunmeng is an elegant girl, and her room also has an elegant style. However, Shin Fei had no intention of appreciating it and rushed straight into the bathroom. Shin Yunmeng stood outside the toilet door, feeling tormented in her heart, and even her breathing became heavier. After a moment of silence, she resolutely walked towards the bedroom. After finishing all the work, Shin Fei walked out of the bathroom feeling relieved. "Now that you're home safely, he said loudly, stepped out of the toilet, and was immediately shocked. Looking closely, he saw Shin Yunmeng wearing charming pajamas, standing in front of him. The spring breeze is blowing, and all I see is paid content. After a brief moment of surprise, Shin Fei quickly turned around. What are you doing? What am I doing? Isn't this what you wanted? You spent so much money, isn't this what you wanted? Isn't this what lovers should be like? Shin Yunmeng murmured, and there was a hint of pain in her tone. However, what she didn't expect was that after hearing this, Shin Fei just became furious. Humph! Who do you take me for? Who told you that this is how lovers act? Even if others are, I'm not. Girl, please respect yourself. After saying this with great righteousness, Shin Fei gritted his teeth, rushed out of the room and left. Bang! As the door closed, Shin Yunmeng was stunned. Could it be, did I really misunderstand Shin Fei? Could it be that Shin Fei really doesn't have that kind of thought about himself? Could it be that Shin Fei is really a good man? At this moment, Shin Fei's image became a little more prominent in Shin Yunmeng's eyes. Shin Yunmeng, favorability 10. Shin Yunmeng, favorability 10. In the blink of an eye, Shin Yunmeng's favorability reached 50, and she was only 10 points away from getting the gift package. When they were just bound, Shin Yunmeng's favorability was still negative. This time it increased to 50, and Shin Fei immediately felt a sense of accomplishment. You little brat, you're still trying to test me this way? You think I'll fall for it? What a joke! Don't you know what the future holds? He turned his head and smiled, then drove away from Shin Yunmeng's residence. In the following days, nothing special happened. Shin Fei was happy to have some free time and he led his roommates to kill everyone in the game. It has to be said that as long as boys can take off in the game, other things can be downplayed to a certain extent. Woman? But it will only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. Even Zhang Ziang began to ignore Zhao Ran all day long. There is no way. After he stopped being a bootlicker, he became tougher. It was not until Qin Shiran called that he was able to break this obsession. Shin Fei, do you still remember the commercial building you bought at the auction? We have to hand it over today. Do you have time? Can you go with me? Well. Shin Fei glanced at his game screen and made up his mind not to be so addicted anymore. These enemies were just like robots. He was tired of killing them these days. It was not fun at all. Okay. Where are you from? I'll come over now to pick you up and go with me. Okay, I'll wait for you at the school gate. With a response, Shin Fei directly pressed Alt 4 to exit the game. As soon as the Phi left, the three people in the dormitory panicked. Shin Fei, you can't leave. We can't live without you. That's right, after you leave, we'll be slaughtered again. Don't do that. Please, just give me some points and I'll be a master. The whole dormitory was filled with cries of grief. However, the man who pulled up his pants never looked back. After getting dressed, Shin Fei rushed out of the dormitory without looking back. Jianli Business Building is located in a well-known business building in Yuncheng. Once upon a time, this place could be considered a landmark building. There are a total of 37 floors, each 3 meters high. The entire building is 100 meters high. From a distance, you can see it reaching the sky. On this day, all the employees in the building were dressed neatly and gathered in front of the building door, forming a formation and looking forward to it, as if they were waiting for someone. It was quite spectacular and immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. What are they doing? Is some leader coming to inspect? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? You don't even know this? The Qianli building was auctioned off a few days ago. Today is the day of the handover. I heard that Mr. Jian is quite generous and raised the price to $500 million. $500 million? Oh my god, I'm afraid I'll never see so much money in my life. Does that mean this whole building belongs to him? That's right. There were bursts of discussion and exclamations, and passers-by were all moved by this. But among them, there was one person who just couldn't feel any emotion. If Xin Fei were here, he would definitely be familiar with her. Isn't this person suing? She was just passing by, but when she heard the words Master Jian, she couldn't help but stop. She was a little curious and waited beside him. Little did he know that while waiting, he would see a familiar figure. Xin Fei. It turned out to be Xin Fei. The person who spent a fortune to buy the building turned out to be Xin Fei?